Chapter 661 The Root. After taking a deep look at Ogman, Avis said nothing more. Through the induction of the seed of distortion, he could determine that there seemed to be some problem with the other party's mental state. But when Ogman stood in front of him, he did not find anything. This was obviously abnormal. But Avis could not determine the source of the problem. The other party seemed to have a way of hiding or spying that he was not aware of. Could it be its influence? The mental power swept through the huge culture tank beside Ogman again. The strange creatures in the tank did not react at all. And Avis did not feel any sense of crisis in his mind. Please follow me, Mr. Supervisor. The culture tank for the third-generation demonized soldier experimental body is here. On the other side, Ogman had already walked into the darkness deep in the laboratory on his own, completely ignoring Avis's actions. Okay. But Mr. Ogman, I heard that you need to meet Mr. Avis for something? After thinking for a moment, Avis simply continued to follow Ogman calmly, preparing to visit the third generation of demonized soldiers mentioned by the other party, and at the same time trying to find a breakthrough from other directions. Meet Mr. Avis? Yes. I have some more private matters to discuss with Mr. Avis, which are related to perfect blood. From the darkness in front of the laboratory, Ogman's self-questioning answer came. Please forgive me, Mr. Supervisor. I can only tell you this much. For the rest of the journey, both of them were silent. And soon, 3 smaller culture tanks appeared in Avis's mental perception. As Ogman said, in Avis's perception, the aura emitted by the demonized soldiers in these 3 culture tanks reached the 7th level standard. The 6th and 7th levels are the biggest watershed between magic construction and alchemy. And the biggest barrier lies in the materials, as disciplines that change the form of matter. Alchemy and magic construction have completely different focuses. A construction factory can produce hundreds of finished constructions in a day and quickly arm a troop. But they can only exert the power of the middle and low levels. A skilled alchemist can successfully refine a 7th level magic ornament in a month, which is powerful. But there is only one. This is a ratio problem between utilization and efficiency. Alchemy can overexploit the value of materials, but the efficiency is low. Magic construction can only exert the lower limit of materials, but the efficiency is extremely high, because there are not many high-level materials. It is not worth the cost to manufacture constructions. It is better to use alchemy to maximize the value of materials. This leads to the fact that magic constructions are usually made of low and middle-level materials, and naturally cannot reach the high level. However, the magic flesh and blood developed by Ogman has solved the problem of materials in a sense. The high-level monster flesh and blood prepared with perfect blood is enough to replace the metal material of the construct itself and carry the 7th level magic operation, combined with a high-power magic source and various construct modules with different functions. It has become a war weapon that everyone has to pay attention to. The most important thing is that the magic flesh and blood can be cultivated in batches through a culture dish. Even if the cultivation speed is not as fast as pure construction, it is far faster than the alchemical items made by the caster. Since Ogman himself is not proficient in construction, the magic soldiers in the culture tank are all basic forms without any modules installed. Ogman is responsible for combining the magic flesh and blood with them, similar to the relationship between bones and muscles. The 3 culture tanks are the result of the fusion of several different bloodlines, which are the 3 fusion variants with the strongest magic affinity, the strongest vitality, and the strongest explosive power. After checking the situation of the third-generation demonized soldier experimental body, Avis had nothing else to do, and could only leave with Ogman's polite farewell. After leaving Ogman's laboratory, Avis directly entered the core control room of the base with the authority of the supervisor, and began to check the base's underlying information monitoring log. There is a famous saying in the Prophet Circle, wherever there is a trace, there will be a trace, as long as the other party interferes with the operation of the base. It is inevitable that some abnormal records will be left in the main control structure spirit of the base. Resource collection, personnel changes, material loss. Soon, Avis discovered a detail. Since the furnace fire month of the glorious calendar 2462, the demand for purification dust in the base began to decline, and finally almost completely disappeared. That thing was provided by Bishop Yell. Although the curse on the island has dissipated, the dreams of professionals will still be affected by some residual ripples. Purification dust can help professionals purify these cursed fragments so that they can rest normally. In other words, the sleep quality of professionals in the base seems to have suddenly improved recently. What good news! walking out of the base without saying a word. Avis strolled casually, as if enjoying the scenery of the island. Soon, the endless blue sea appeared in his sight, and he had arrived at the beach. Looking around, Avis's eyes quickly fell on a dilapidated gray granite pier. He vaguely remembered that when he first came to this island, the black sailing ship seemed to be docked here. Walking over, Avis sat cross-legged on the top of the dock, and his consciousness gradually sank into a hazy state. If the main material world can't find the problem anyway, then the other party is likely to be in the dream world. Gradually, Avis suddenly felt that the air suddenly became moist, as if a drop of rain fell on his head. The next moment, more soybean-sized raindrops poured down, and then slid on the magic layer of Avis's body. He looked up and found that the entire island in the dream world had been tightly covered by thick dark clouds, and the light was dim like night. "Do you need any help? This strange, sir?" A male voice came from behind Avis without warning. Avis turned around suddenly and found that there was a dark sailing ship with oars behind him, and the words just now were asked by a crew member on the deck who was wrapped tightly with only two dark yellow eyes. Watching all this in silence, Avis turned back again and looked towards the direction of the island. At the end of his sight, the familiar cursed town Lavenlays came into view. Hee. This rain may continue for a long time. You'd better go to the tavern in the town to take shelter from the rain. Seeing that Avis had not replied for a long time, the strange crew member laughed awkwardly and returned to the cabin without paying any attention to Avis. "Yes, you'd better go to the tavern to take shelter from the rain." Avis turned his head and saw a figure dressed as a homeless man standing at the dock in the rain. But strangely, his facial features were always shrouded in darkness. Really? Looking at the faceless man, Avis himself was not afraid. As an 8th level prophet, his intuition did not give any warning, indicating that there was no danger that could threaten him, at least in the short term. The skilled and brave followed the homeless man to the only tavern in the town, and Avis took a strange pale key from the bartender, who also covered his face. The moment he entered the room, Avis could feel that he seemed to have finally met some conditions, and something began to happen. On the dark street like midnight, in the hazy rain curtain, a female figure with a perfect and pale body, but a smooth face suddenly emerged vaguely from the end of the long street. At the same time, a long-lost sense of trembling once again enveloped Avis's whole body, as if it was the instinct of a creature facing a higher level of life. Cannot fight. Cannot fight. Cannot fight. Since the moment the strange female figure appeared, Avis felt that he could no longer leave this dream freely. It was no longer a luxury to want to escape by returning to the real world. She began to approach, but Avis seemed helpless. Really? In the room, watching the strange existence approaching, Avis suddenly showed a cold smile. "Bamia. In the name of the controller. Come to this world." Chapter 662 Battle. As Avis finished speaking, the pale-skinned, female-like being on the street in the pouring rain suddenly looked up expressionlessly. This was the first action she had taken since her appearance. As she looked up, a beam of pale sunlight suddenly broke through the thick clouds and shone on the surface of her body, giving her moist pale skin a strange luster. This ray of sunlight was just the beginning. The next moment, the clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart by some irresistible force, revealing a huge hole. In the center of the hole, with the pale sunlight of the dream world as the background, the huge sky city descended into the dark corner of this dream world in an irresistible manner. The function of the floating city to shuttle between the real and dream worlds is the ability of Avis to imitate the Blackstone bell and altar in the original floating city. Their manufacture is not that complicated, and Avis himself is capable of it. Standing in a room on the second floor of the tavern, Avis stared at the strange figure on the street through the window. It was not clear in the hazy rain and fog, but when the sun shone, it was found that the body of the woman was surprisingly tall, even as tall as the old houses on both sides of the street. After staring at the sky in silence for a moment, the faceless female figure on the street lowered her head again, and her empty face looked at Avis, then slowly turned around and walked into the white mist that suddenly surged behind her. Want to escape? Looking at the other party's actions in confusion, Avis waved his hand. The next moment, a brilliant white beam of light instantly fell from the sky, and the attack area directly covered the strange existence and most of the white fog. He finally found the problem, so he couldn't let it go. The Sky City, that had just been successfully rebuilt, also needed a test subject with sufficient strength to determine its current strongest combat power. After a while, the brilliant beam of light disappeared, and the body of the strange faceless female existence reappeared. At some point, a large number of dark tentacles emerged from the shadows under her, wrapping her body tightly in the center. Although a large number of tentacles on the outer layer had been decomposed and turned to gray under the bombardment of the light column, new tentacles were still continuously generated inside, stubbornly resisting the attack of the floating city. As if realizing that the attack was over, a large number of tentacles suddenly squirmed and opened, revealing the body of the faceless female existence wrapped in the middle. At the same time, as if it had been brewing for a long time, when the tentacles separated, the empty face of the strange existence turned to Avis again. At this moment, Avis suddenly felt that his body was becoming out of control. The world in front of him began to blur, and the only thing that remained clear was her stunningly beautiful androgynous body. He heard the faint sounds of wriggling and panting, and his mental state began to become obsessed. And from time to time, he had the urge to devote everything for her. Unable to resist this influence, Avis's azure eyes suddenly lost their spirit. He pushed open the window, walked out of the sleeping siren tavern, and unconsciously approached the strange faceless female figure. The strange being also separated a path between the dark tentacles, like the open mouth of a flytrap, waiting for Avis to fly into the flame. But at the moment of touching the woman's body, the dark green flame suddenly rose from Avis's body, turning him into a dark green torch and burning him up. The tentacles that touched these flames all rolled up painfully, and some of the pale bodies stained with flames began to turn gray, brittle, and peeled off piece by piece. Goo! Suddenly encountering a change, the faceless woman's body twitched violently, and a strange and weak gurgling sound came from the faceless body, as if she was suffering from great pain. At the same time, in the control room of the Sky City, the old secret scripture placed here by Avis in advance opened by itself, and Avis's figure condensed again in the room. The green fire just now was a form of application of the power of the old secret scripture developed by Avis. As he became stronger, Avis's understanding of the power of the old secret scripture became deeper and deeper. Not only did he passively rely on the old secret scripture itself to deal with the enemy, but he also actively called on its power, such as controlling the clone full of the power of the old secret scripture to carry out a self-destructive attack. When he found that there might be danger, Avis had already hidden his main body in the old secret scripture and used the clone to replace the main body to move outside. This is actually very close to the daily actions of those 9th level professionals, and their own safety is always put first. Switching to the controller's perspective, Avis used the detection module of the floating city to look down at the strange female existence below. When she found that her target had disappeared, the faceless strange giant woman was at a loss for a moment. Then, the white fog quickly rose from her side, just like when she appeared from the fog. Bamia, imprison it. Don't let it escape. Suspecting that the other party was planning to escape, Avis immediately gave orders. Your will, Your Majesty the Controller. With Bamia's response, a cylindrical blue light suddenly rose, with the strange existence below as the center. A large number of mysterious inscription rings floated and rotated on the outside of the light column, and everything inside the light column became slow to almost stagnant at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spacetime cage is open. The initial magic output ratio, 42%, and the estimated control time, 36 seconds. Bamia's inorganic report echoed in the room, and Avis nodded, feeling quite satisfied. The guy below is at least as strong as a veteran 9th-tier player. If the floating city can forcefully control it, it means that it can also forcefully control other 9th-tier professionals. However, due to the pressure of time and space, the longer the interference with normal time and space, the stronger the rebound force of time and space, which will double the magic consumption. Only the floating city powered by the Eternal Core dares to use the time and space cage as a regular binding spell. The lightless moon system begins to charge, and it will be launched immediately when the target's control time ends. Finally, Avis gave the order to end. In the cabin where the lightless moon is placed, a tiny black sphere condenses from the center of 4 black obelisks covered with mysterious inscriptions. A moment later, when the barrier of the time and space cage finally disappeared, a huge black sphere with a strong breath of death emerged silently, directly engulfing the faceless woman who was caught off guard. Is it dead? Looking at the strange existence swallowed by the lightless moon, Avis was a little undecided. Chapter 663 Sweep and Intelligence Leakage. The disappearance of the lightless moon was as strange as its appearance. The huge black ball shrank without warning and then disappeared, leaving only a mirror-like hemispherical pit and an unstable space-time area at the attack location. Streets, houses, and the strange faceless female existence. Everything touched by the attack disappeared into thin air. It seemed that the opponent seemed to have no bones left under the attack of the lightless moon. But is this really the case? So, Avis recreated an avatar and took the old secret scripture to the battlefield to detect the situation. As he expected, when the body of the old secret scripture approached the battlefield, it suddenly began to glow on its own. Under the illumination of the dark green light, a hidden space was exposed to Avis's sight. In the thick white mist, a strange existence with an incomplete body lay in it. A milky white viscous liquid gurgled out from the wound on her body and formed a puddle under her body. At the same time, a long-lost sense of desire was reflected from the old secret book, and it seemed that it could not wait to help Avis get rid of this enemy. Sure enough, the ancient existence that was severely injured was more attractive to the old secret book. Without any constraints, Avis let the old secret book turn on its own, and then completely sealed the faceless woman who had no way to escape into the pages. It was still dangerous for him to try to study this strange existence on his own now, so it was safer to give it to the old secret book to seal it. When all this was completely over, the old secret book flew back to Avis's hands obediently, seeming to convey a joyful mood. Afterwards, Avis felt a long-lost sense of power improvement again. However, as his basic power became stronger and stronger, the effect of this feedback was also weakening. This power feedback finally pushed his rank to the middle of the 8th rank. Of course, rank does not represent hard power. Avis's attributes have been improved to a level that even he himself is a little confused. Without calculating the rule power, a 9th rank professional is probably no more than this. The progress calculation standard for the 8th rank to the 9th rank, the progress of the fusion of one's own magic power and will. Avis has exceeded 50%. This is a significant power improvement that can only be obtained through the power feedback of the old secret scripture, because his own attributes are too amazing. The improvement brought by daily practice is almost negligible. Unless he grinds hard for decades or hundreds of years, it can be said that there is basically no need to consider improving strength through normal practice. When the weird faceless female existence was sealed by the old secret scripture, the dark clouds in the sky that were temporarily torn by the Sky City gradually began to dissipate, and the pale white sunlight completely enveloped the town after the rainstorm. Avis returned to the tavern to return the room key, but when he re-entered the tavern, he suddenly realized that the furnishings in the entire tavern had become much older than when he first arrived. The flames in the fireplace were only cold ashes. The wooden tables, chairs and counters were seriously decayed, and a large number of dried wine bottles were covered with a thick layer of dust. The candles that had been burning brightly on the wall were now only a little bit of aged wax marks at the bottom of the candlesticks. At the same time, the entire tavern had become empty at some point. The guests who were taking shelter in the hall, and the strange bartender who handed him the key had all disappeared. Is this what this place originally looked like? Or is this just another dream that is about to disappear? After a moment of silence, Avis walked behind the counter and casually threw the rusty key into the only empty space on the counter without a key, and then turned and left. After dealing with the strange thing, Avis continued to control the Sky City and patrol the entire island in the dream. There are indeed some strange existences here, such as some strange eyeball monsters in the dream level of his base, and some strange dream followers in the island caves and cliff ruins. However, there is no second existence like the faceless female existence before, which can interest the old secret book. After carefully sweeping here, Avis returned to the main material world and checked the situation in the base again. Fortunately, the source of the problem seems to be the strange existence sealed by the old secret book. Ogman and the resident managers in the base reported the abnormal situation that happened to them as soon as possible. Ever since the mining team of the base accidentally discovered the strange remains in the month of Huthfire in the year 2462 of the glorious calendar, some abnormality has entangled them. The general situation encountered by everyone is similar. They saw the figure of the faceless female existence in their dreams, and then their actions gradually became involuntary, like a sleepwalking state. Ogman was the one who held out the longest. After some people in the base fell, he was keenly aware of something wrong. He immediately locked himself in the laboratory and activated all the protective arrays, intending to hold on until Avis's next arrival. Unfortunately, the protection level of his laboratory alone was not enough to resist the existence of the faceless woman, although it seemed that the problem this time was solved. Avis did not relax his vigilance. He clearly remembered the many strange rock statues hidden among the ancient mountains when he first came to this island. They were a mixture of faceless human figures and dark tentacles, and their height was almost the same as the mountains. The most important thing was that there were 7 huge statues. Considering safety issues, Avis decided to leave a clone here alone. The repaired floating city also temporarily stopped above the island, always monitoring the slightest movement here. At the same time, the Themis Colossus, which he had previously arranged to lurk in the deep dream world, was also taken back by him and placed in a dedicated parking cabin. With the endless energy supply of the pseudo-eternal core, the Themis Colossus has also regained its power to confront multiple ninth-order powers head-on. Now, Avis has truly possessed a trump card that is enough to challenge the power of the 4 major families of the Empire. And the Circle of Truth is no longer an empty frame with nothing to show for it. However, when it first appears in front of the world, Avis needs to first arrange the way for the floating city to descend and escape. The Circle of Truth with a floating city and the Circle of Truth without a floating city are 2 different concepts. The former will be targeted at all costs, because no one wants to see the emergence of a second continental magic council. After the Sky City was repaired, Avis returned to the Yar continent and planned to continue studying the deep changes in the power of desire. But a sudden news disrupted Avis's preparations. The news that Fiona has returned to the family has been leaked from somewhere, and has now spread among the top leaders of the Empire. Chapter 664 Night. After learning about this, Duke Carrot was furious and mobilized the forces of the 2 major families of Olivindi and Alfred to thoroughly investigate the matter, because it damaged the fundamental interests of the 2 families. But afterwards, some problematic professionals were found. But who leaked the news was still undetermined. Fiona's return was a secret even in the Olivindi family. In theory, only the 9th level of the 2 families knew about it. Perhaps with the passage of time, the confidentiality of information has become less absolute. But only the real high-level people may accidentally learn the news. The method of prophecy also did not work. The other party seemed to have been prepared and completely disrupted and distorted the traces of the web of fate. Even if Avis secretly tried to predict afterwards, he could not restore the clues at that time. In other words, behind the other party, there was at least an 8th level prophet whose strength was similar to, or even exceeded that of Avis. But Avis had a vague guess in his heart that there might be a ghost among the high-level people of the 2 families, and it might even be a 9th level. This is not without precedent. After all, in the decline of the Olivindi family in the previous life, the traitors also played a big role. Avis can even list a list now. However, now the matter is done. Whether the traitor is found or not, the news of Fiona's return has been leaked. For the good news of Fiona's return, the other 2 Duke families, several marquises, and several princes and princesses who hold real power in the royal family all sent letters of condolence and gifts. While seemingly celebrating the Olivindi family, they were also silently conveying threats. They already knew about Fiona's secret return. At the same time, they tactfully stated in the letter that when Fiona fell into the hands of the enemy, she would probably be tortured, leaving some hidden injuries, and they could provide Fiona with comprehensive physical examination and treatment services free of charge. They hoped that the Duke would not reject their kindness for the sake of their colleagues, so as not to delay the injury and cause more serious harm to Fiona. In this regard, the 2 families had to hold an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the next situation. The Olivindi and Alfred families are indeed very strong, but they can never withstand the pressure from all other colleagues in the Empire. They must find allies, which means that the 2 families can only make a certain degree of compromise. The result is obvious, and the 2 families actually have no other choice. After a fierce discussion, Duke Carrot and the current patriarch of the Alfred family had no choice but to agree to the 9th level of Enoch and a slave families to conduct a comprehensive examination of Fiona. However, there are also prerequisites. The test must be conducted at the venue designated by the 2 major families, Olivindi and Alfred, and under the surveillance of the 2 families' 9th level extremes, and any test that may cause harm to Fiona is not allowed. After all, for the outside world and even the Olivindi family themselves, the star prophecy and Fiona were originally just a guess, and no one dared to say that they could correctly interpret the meaning of the prophecy. Guarding Fiona tightly will only make outsiders more desperate to attack Fiona. It is better to retreat to advance. Satisfy the curiosity of the other 2 families, and let the other two families share some of the pressure. Who knows if you have detected any key information? What if you get the secret of breaking through the legendary level? But hide it. The detection ceremony was chosen at the end of the glorious month, and the location was located in a magic tower specially built by the Olivindi family in the mountains on the east side of Carlos City. The 9th level of the Enoch and Aslade families personally took action to test Fiona's current state. The entire test was carried out under the reflection of a rule-based wonder mirror of truth of the Olivindi family. This wonder has only one function, which is to show in real time whether the tester has malice towards Fiona. The effect is simple, but even the 9th level limit cannot hide itself in its mirror image, adding the greatest degree of insurance to this test. The outside world has no way of knowing what information the 9th level of the two families detected. But soon all kinds of strange rumors came out. Some said that the two families had obtained the secret of breaking through the legendary level, while others said that it was not so exaggerated, and it was just a possible path to break through the legendary level. Some people also said that this was just a scam, and Fiona had nothing to do with breaking through the legendary level. But in any case, a large number of various rumors swept across the Gloria Empire, since the other two families never made any explanation, or their explanation seemed a little pale and powerless. The outside world almost tacitly agreed that the two families had obtained some key information. During the spread of the rumor, Amba said that he was completely unaware of it, and he did not let any strangers spread the news. It was all their spontaneous behavior, because the matter was too big. Duke Carrot simply asked Pamir College to pass the graduation assessment for Fiona on the grounds that Fiona's strength was sufficient and she did not need to continue to practice, ensuring that she had graduated from the imperial legal sense. With Gloria 3 ignoring the government, Pamir College was unwilling to make enemies with the Olivindi family for no reason. So they agreed to this matter, and Fiona became the fastest graduating student in Pamir's history. Then, Duke Carrot directly arranged a whole territory on the west side of the Carlos province for Fiona, including Silver Gull City, Black Rock City, Forged Iron City, and a large area of plains and forests, so that she could directly practice as a lord after graduation. It sounds a bit dangerous. After all, many people are staring at the girl. But the actual situation is that Fiona is currently an extra-large bait. The two major families of Olivindi and Alfred really spent a lot of money this time. More than one 9th level extreme guardian lurked around Fiona, ready to deal with the incoming enemies at any time. Since the information has been leaked, why not use Fiona as bait to severely injure or even kill the first 9th rank who dared to attack Fiona, so that everyone can see the risks of attacking Fiona? The trajectory of the stars has changed beyond recognition. What will happen if this continues? On the terrace on the top floor of Moon Castle, Avis, wearing a monocle Mercury eyes, looked up at the dark blue and clear night sky through the lens, a little absent-minded, in his fate vision, which was shrouded in a layer of light silver white. The invisible vortex of fate was surrounding a dazzling star, shining brightly right above Moon Castle. In the interpretation of the prophecy school, this vision symbolizes the beginning of a heroic epic, and tomorrow is the day when Fiona officially takes office as the Lord. What the vision of the power of destiny tonight represents is self-evident. Fiona's departure will be like a spark falling on the top of a gunpowder barrel, completely shaking up the situation of the entire empire. People with different thoughts gathered together, chasing the footsteps of the girl, scrambling to add their own few strokes to her story. All eyes will be focused on her, whether with good intentions or malice, whether it is blessing, admiration, respect, or jealousy, greed, hostility. She must bear it all, just because this is the fate she bears. Retracting his gaze from the boundless starry sky, Ambus casually looked down at the terrace. Although it was late at night, the lights in Fiona's room were still on, and the same was true for the Duke's study and the Duchess's bedroom. Tonight, I'm afraid many people will find it difficult to fall asleep. Chapter 665 Taking Office. Breathing the cold and icy air of the snowy mountain top, Avis slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the terrace, and then jumped out. Under his feet, the invisible wind element turned into a staircase, lightly lifting him to the tall arched window of the Duke's study. Who's there? Although Avis had tried his best to restrain his breath, at such a close distance, Duke Carrot in the study still noticed the abnormality outside the window. Seeing this, Avis did not hide it, but just knocked on the window gently, signaling the Duke to let him in. Avis, shouldn't you be in Pamir College now? In the study, Duke Carrot raised his head from the pile of documents and looked at the figure of Avis, who suddenly appeared with some doubts. At the same time, he waved his hand to remove the protective magic of the window. You are right, Father. So there is indeed another me, who is studying peacefully at Premier College. After entering the study room, Avis bowed slightly to the Duke. Are you sure there won't be any problems? The Duke was slightly startled, and then understood what Avis meant. It was nothing more than a clone or some other similar spells. But in the Duke's opinion, doing these in Premier College was quite risky. Do you think I am talking to you in person now? Or just arranging a clone to return secretly? Facing the Duke's blue eyes, Avis's demeanor remained calm. I understand. This is some kind of adventure of yours. After carefully looking at Avis's body, the Duke nodded in understanding. Although it's not easy to be sure. I think this should be your clone. The magic aura on Avis is not strong. Only level 5. But it can make him unable to distinguish the authenticity for a while. But Premier College is shrouded by the brilliant maze, and it is probably difficult for Avis to hide the long-term detection of the maze with his means. So in the Duke's opinion, it is more likely that Avis's body is still living normally in the college. But he arranged a clone to return secretly. Your insight is always so sharp, Father, Avis complimented in a very natural tone. Anyway, the Duke couldn't tell it. So he is now a clone. Come to my study in the middle of the night to see me in this way. Tell me, what is your purpose? Nodding, Duke Carrot no longer entangled in this matter, but directly asked Avis's purpose. It's like this. I heard in the college that Fiona is about to become a lord. After thinking about it, Avis finally told his purpose. So, I came here overnight to apply for the position of Fiona's adjutant. Becoming Fiona's adjutant? Are you serious? Avis? The Duke frowned, and he waved his hand, sweeping the annoying documents between the two of them on the table into the subspace. At the same time, his upper body leaned forward slightly, and his blue eyes stared at Avis's eyes, as if he wanted to read the thoughts in his youngest son's mind directly. The position of Lord's Adjutant is a very special position in this world, because in this world, the key to becoming a lord is to have absolute military force. Under this premise, the lord must be the strongest in the entire territory. But most high-level professionals are not actually keen on governing the territory. They would rather use this time to practice, conduct magic research, hold various carnival parties, etc. Therefore, they need an adjutant who is good at governing the territory to help them manage the territory. Similar to a butler who takes care of the daily affairs of the castle. The lords are only responsible for making those major decisions and ensuring the rule and stability of the territory with their own military force. The lord's adjutant needs to give them advice and handle the daily affairs of the territory. For this reason, the lord's adjutant may have considerable power, but correspondingly, their own practice time will be severely compressed by the territory affairs. In the eyes of Duke Carrot, it is completely a loss for Avis to become a lord's adjutant, because no matter how Fiona's territory is governed, it doesn't matter to the Olivindi family. But if Avis's strength improvement is slowed down for this, even if it is just a little, it will be a huge loss for the family. After all, in this world, the real voice is still in the top strong. I must ask you first, Avis, do you really understand why the family suddenly let her be the lord at this time? I think it is to lure out those enemies who want to attack Fiona. Facing the questioning of Duke Carrot, Avis spoke calmly. A terrifying defense network should have been set up around Fiona, and the net will be closed immediately when the enemy breaks in. Let other potential enemies of the Empire see the painful price of attacking Fiona. Since you know this, then why? Avis? Give me a reason. Avis's answer was completely correct. The Duke leaned back on the chair again, folding his arms, wondering what Avis's purpose was. You should know, Father. I am a prophet, and in my prophecy, Fiona's appointment as Lord this time will bring unprecedented great changes to the Glory Empire. The process of helping Fiona govern the territory can bring me a huge force of fate feedback, which is completely incomparable to those daily practices. Avis looked calm. Anyway, he basically didn't rely on practice to upgrade now, but more on the power feedback of the old secret scriptures. Cheating? Can the things of scholars be called cheating? That's called macro control. Fate? I understand. Hearing this answer, Duke Carrot was speechless. He didn't understand the things of the prophecy school, but the family prophet did say that the state of the web of fate was a bit abnormal recently. and the Empire might have something big going on. With a close relationship between Avis and Fiona. Maybe he had predicted something. Thinking of this, Duke Carrot no longer stopped him. After all, Avis was just a clone. So it didn't matter if something unexpected happened. So, the next day, Fiona, who was about to take office, was surprised to learn from the Duke that Avis had secretly returned last night, and would serve as her adjutant to help her manage the territory. For the girl who was still a little confused about suddenly becoming a lord, this was undoubtedly a huge reassurance. Brother, you're back? Thank you for helping me. When she saw Avis in a black cloak with a hood covering half of his face. Although Fiona was a little strange about Avis's dress, she still gave him a warm hug. From childhood to adulthood, Avis is much better than her in other aspects except for his talent in cultivation. She has never seen anything that can stump her fourth brother. The little girl made a wish to the stars at the window last night. If she can get Avis help, then even if she lacks experience, she can manage the territory well and become a qualified lord. The two little ones are curled up beside her at this moment, a little wilted. Fiona was so nervous that she couldn't sleep last night, so they could only accompany the girl to make a wish. Don't make it public. Faye, I returned secretly this time, and it's not convenient to reveal my identity. So next, I will be your adjutant as the 5th level Ice Mage Levin Bully. Don't make a mistake. Looking at the excited girl, Avis smiled slightly. Then, let's go, my dear Lord Fiona. On the way to Silver Gull City on the flying carriage that symbolizes status, Fiona was in a very good mood and hummed the tune of an elf serenade. At the same time, her little hand unconsciously pressed on a fluffy white cute amulet on her chest. Aside, looking at the lucky rabbit's foot held by Fiona, Avis felt a little bit subtle. Is this thing still there? Chapter 666 on how to govern the territory. Taking the flying carriage, Avis and his party soon arrived at their destination. Silver Gull City is located west of the Migaro Mountains, on a plain where a tributary of the Anilla River passes. It is the only large city in Fiona's territory. It is named after the large number of silver-winged seagulls that migrate through the area every autumn. The smaller Iron Forge City and Black Rock City are located hundreds of miles away from Silver Gull City, helping each other. Originally, these cities and nearby territories were directly under the Olivendi family, and did not have an independent name. But now, with Fiona's appointment, this territory has a new name, Star Territory. The officials in the original cities are still responsible for their original positions, but now their allegiance has changed to Fiona. As the girl in a solemn white dress got off the carriage and showed the Lord Seal ring representing the supreme power to the several archons who had been waiting here, the Lord's position was officially handed over. This scene was recorded by countless people nearby with their own thoughts, and quickly said to the forces behind them. Soon, the news that Fiona officially became the Lord exploded in the Empire like a bomb. Due to the large number of rumors related to the girl before, the name Fiona was already a hot topic in the Empire. Now that she has become the Lord, this wave of popularity has reached its peak. Many famous newspapers and magazines, such as Empire Morning Post and Magic Times, all published the news that Fiona became the Lord of Star Territory on the front page, and spent a lot of space describing the currently known information about the girl. Although there are not many details, it is enough for more people to have a basic impression and understanding of Fiona. Fiona's appearance has become a household name, which makes the girl who has never experienced such a scene very uncomfortable. The Olivendi family doesn't care about this. After all, their purpose is to fish, and the increase in Fiona's public attention will not harm the result. Moreover, as the news spreads, the number of players in the Star Territory suddenly began to increase. Fiona's pure and flawless temperament and exquisite doll-like cute appearance have won the favor of a large number of players at the first sight of the photo in the newspaper. LSP players are very happy to see a beautiful girl become the city lord. Many players came specially to see this girl who is praised as the legendary prophecy star. After all, she is so cute. She must be an excellent lord. While the forces of the Empire have not taken this situation seriously, Avis also met with some club representatives in a secret ceremony, and asked them to let as many players as possible know about Fiona's reputation through the Foreigner channel. And Avis will pay them with the cultivation resources and gold coins of this world. Since he can see the players' panel, Avis is not worried that they will not work hard. He knows the players' personalities too well. Most of them are good-looking. Pretty girls are justice. After such a wave of publicity today, when the Empire is in a full-scale civil war in the future, many players will naturally stand on Fiona's side, unless the leader of the other party is more to their taste. And most importantly, with the development of time, more than 100,000 first-tier players have successfully completed the job transfer task through various means, officially breaking through to level 40 and becoming mid-level professionals. And those players whose characters are not talented enough, or who committed suicide and took drugs in the early stage, resulting in the task difficulty being too high, have chosen to restart. The job transfer task clearly displayed on the players' panels is their biggest advantage, since they have already had the experience of the first impact on the 4th level. When they face this barrier again, it can almost be said that they will definitely be able to break through. This is a very scary thing, representing that the influence of the player group in this world has broken through a key dividing line. At present, the population of the entire Yar continent is only about tens of millions, and on average, 1 in 10 people has the talent to become a professional. But among hundreds of first-level professionals, there may be one person who successfully condenses the spiritual power crystal / completes the first physical transformation and breaks through the 4th level. In the small and medium-sized kingdoms of the Federation, the 4th level professionals are at least officers in the army. Under such circumstances, the group of foreigners has gone from being the focus of only some far-sighted senior officials to an existence that most natives have to pay attention to. The culture of the players has begun to quietly become popular in this world. In the first few months of taking office, Fiona felt very fresh about being a lord. She was very enthusiastic to follow Anvis to handle daily affairs, and wanted to learn how to govern her territory. But as time went by, the repetitive work day after day soon dampened the girl's initial excitement. So, Fiona started to try to slack off again, and like the lords of other cities, she entrusted her daily affairs to her adjutant Anvis, and she was responsible for public appearances, approving applications, and changing her appearance to play with the 2 children in the city. All these developments were completely within Anvis's expectations. He specifically applied for Fiona's adjutant position in order to take the opportunity to develop this territory openly. Governing the territory does not require the girl to do everything herself. Fiona's greatest value as the Lord of the Star Territory is her own extraordinary destiny trajectory and her role as an idol. Through her fame, more people will know the news here. The legendary Prophecy Star. This resounding name will attract many curious people to the Star Territory. So, under the wise rule of Lord Fiona, Silver Gull City gradually began to expand, and the proportion of foreigners among the town residents was also constantly increasing. The arrival of a large number of players is a double-edged sword. The advantage is that it brings a lot of fresh blood to the city, and the disadvantage is that the problems of public security begin to increase. Fortunately, after a long period of playing, many players have become more normal in the game. At least the players themselves think so. The high-level players are more restrained in their behavior, because they usually die several times in the early stage, and each subsequent resurrection opportunity is extremely precious, and dying once is a huge loss. Some clubs with a keen sense of smell have begun to invest in Silver Gull City in advance, and have acquired a large number of land and shops open to the outside world. Anvis spared no expense to let them build momentum for the young lord named Fiona among the players. And I am afraid that his intention is not small, since Anvis met with them in the identity of Fiona's adjutant Levin Boley. The plot analysis team of the club believed that this was probably the intention of the senior members of the Olivendi family. They are betting that Silver Gull City will become the next super city in the province of Carlis in the future. And then their investment today will also reap huge benefits. Chapter 667 Warning. Anvis is familiar with the governance of the Star Territory. This is the experience he gained from the player city he founded experimentally. Moreover, he does not need to handle many things personally. The original officials of several cities will filter out many trivial matters. What Anvis has to do is to deal with those problems that the lower-level officials have no right to deal with and cannot deal with, and give the most important parts to the girl for review. The super-thinking speed of the 8th-level professional is enough for him to easily handle a large number of daily affairs in the territory. However, there are always some things that Fiona, as the Lord, must deal with personally. Her Highness the 4th Princess wants to meet with me in the bedroom of the City Lord's mansion. Fiona, wearing a comfortable light blue casual dress, sat on the bed with a kitten on her head, and took the letter presented by Anvis on a silver plate with some doubts. After opening the envelope, a light and elegant fragrance wafted out. The letter was decorated with simple silver vine patterns around it, and the central part was etched with lines of beautiful handwriting with magic. In the letter, the fourth princess congratulated Fiona on her successful escape and return to the Olivindi family, and praised the girl as an excellent lord. At the end of the letter, the fourth princess said that she would come to the Star Territory in person at noon 7 days later to meet the girl and discuss with Fiona face to face on the topic of how to govern the territory. Mr. Bowley, what do you think of this? Looking at the signature of Osvia Augustine at the end of the letter, and the magic emblem representing her identity, Fiona sighed and called Ambus's pseudonym a little uncomfortable. Although she often needs to meet with some people since she became a lord, it is the first time that a royal family member, like the fourth princess, has asked for a meeting. After all, the current relationship between the imperial family and the four major families is somewhat delicate, and coupled with some security considerations, the previous communication between the royal family and the Star Territory was at most letters. I think you should make some preparations in advance, Lord. In a black and white dress, Ambus gave the girl reference suggestions in a very formal manner, showing the appearance of a conservative and serious professional governor. The fourth princess is a princess who truly holds power. According to our information, the Rose Knights, one of the 3 major knight orders in the Empire, has been secretly controlled by her. Her power is currently second only to the first prince, who has the Dawn Knights following him. At the same time, her current strength is close to the limit of the 8th level, and there is a high possibility that she will be able to break through the 9th level in the future. Getting her goodwill will be very helpful for your future development. However, the relationship between the family and the royal family is not good. With my identity, is it okay to meet the princess of the royal family? Listening to Ambus' words, Fiona nodded while supporting Kate on her head. She felt that it made sense, but she also raised her own questions. After all, she is a member of the Olivindi family. Would it be inappropriate to meet the royal princess in private? Don't worry, Lord. Didn't the heads of the 3 empires sit together and hold a meeting before? Compared with the bloody war history between the 3 empires, what is the friction between us and the royal family? Avis waved his hand and explained to the girl. However, there was one thing Avis didn't say. That is, during her meeting with the fourth princess, she might attract some enemy attacks, which would just allow the 9th rank people who were waiting to see what was happening to her to make some progress. Of course, you are the lord of the Star Territory. Whether you choose to meet in the end depends entirely on your will. If you really don't want to meet the fourth princess, we could also arrange for you to decline this matter. No need. Please prepare for my meeting with Her Highness Osvia. Mr. Bowley, if there is anything I need to deal with, you can also tell me directly. Fiona shook her head slightly. If the situation was as Avis said, she had no reason to refuse. After Avis left, the corner door on one side of the bedroom opened, and a half-elf maid with black hair and green eyes, dressed in a black and white lace uniform, walked out and stood beside Fiona. That was Fiona's personal maid, Annie, who had been responsible for taking care of Fiona's daily life since she was a child. When Fiona took office as the Lord this time, Annie also accompanied her, and her status was also improved. Currently, she is the head maid in the City Lord's mansion, has the right to manage all affairs in the City Lord's mansion, and is directly under Fiona. Although it is a bit presumptuous, Miss, I personally think that the power you give to Mr. Bowley is too great. At present, there is no one in the territory who can restrict his actions, which is very dangerous. Looking at the closed door, Annie spoke with some worry. A little worried that her lady trusted her adjutant too much, resulting in backlash from her subordinates in the future. Well, didn't I tell you? And? No, Mr. Bowley. Mr. Bowley was specially arranged for me by my father, and he is trustworthy. Fiona was a little helpless about the persuasion from her maid. This was not the first time. Although she knew the inside story, it was not convenient to reveal it to Anne. Maybe he doesn't have this idea now. But if it continues like this, it's hard to say whether he will have ideas that are unfavorable to you in the future. Okay, Anne, I order you not to mention this matter again with the power of the Lord. But before Anne's advice was over, Fiona directly exercised her rights in a coquettish tone. At the same time, she tried to stretch out a white and tender finger and gently pressed it on her pink lips. I understand. Mississippi, sighing helplessly, and finally understood that the ice magician named Levin Bowley seemed to have gained the complete trust of the lady by some unknown method. It seems that if she wants to check and balance him, she can only rely on herself to play the black face. A moment later, in the corridor of the castle, and stopped Avis, who was giving instructions to the staff to prepare the venue and reception for the meeting with the fourth princess. Ms. N? What's the matter with you stopping me? I still have tasks assigned by the Lord to deal with. Although he had guessed 70% to 80% of Anne's intention, Avis still pretended to be ignorant and acted in a businesslike manner. I won't delay you too much, Lord Bully. The purpose of my coming this time is just to tell you that the Lord is always watching all your actions. Facing Avis's deep black eyes, and mustered up her courage and looked back without flinching. She is now the head maid of the castle, directly under Fiona, and must fight for the interests of her own lady. Please always be vigilant about your actions, and don't make things difficult for the lady. Chapter 668. Be careful. Oh! Listening to Anne's speech, Avis suddenly became interested. After all, she was Fiona's personal maid, and he was a little curious about what and wanted to do. Is this the Lord's intention or yours? This matter has nothing to do with the Lord. It is entirely my personal behavior. As she said, the black-haired and green-eyed maid tried to straighten her chest to make her posture more powerful. Please don't live up to the Lord's trust in you. Your rights are not unlimited. Interesting. Did you notice something, Miss Maid? In Anne's vigilant eyes, Avis suddenly showed a somewhat weird look. At the same time, other sounds in the surrounding environment and the figures of the servants suddenly disappeared. In the somewhat faded empty corridor, only Anne and Avis were left with alarm bells ringing in their hearts. I advise you not to act rashly, Lord Bully. If something happens to me, your behavior will inevitably be exposed. Trying to maintain a calm posture, and warned Avis sternly. Don't react so strongly, head maid. This is just a small isolation magic that allows us to discuss some things quietly. Avis keenly caught the trembling and anxiety hidden deep in Anne's eyes, and showed a strange smile. Here, no one else can hear our conversation. Now if I tell you that I do have some purpose for the Lord, what will you do? The princess of the crystal bird, the legendary prophecy star. Look, how famous our Lord is. Do you know, head maid, that in some places outside, the bounty of our Lord has even reached a figure that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. You are so confident to tell me this. Seeing Avis telling her this nonchalantly, Anne's heart was gradually covered with a haze. This is a very dangerous omen. Such a secret should obviously not be revealed to anyone. But Avis told her directly. There is only one possibility. The person in front of her is not worried that she will reveal his secret. What can be better than letting the insider disappear from the world to keep a secret? Although she was anxious, and found that she had no choice. She had already secretly sent a signal for help to the outside world. But the result was like a drop in the ocean, with no response. Feedback. These are all public information. What can I hide? Avis, who knew Anne's little movements well, smiled and slowly began to approach her. Also, Miss Maid, before you showed me your threat, didn't you consider your own safety? If I die here, the Lord will immediately feel it. If you want to attack me, you can try it. Lord Lavenbly, facing the oppression of Avis, and instinctively shrank back a step. But the next moment she immediately took a step forward again, responded with a stern face, and at the same time, her left hand behind her back began to secretly make magic gestures. Although she was only a 4th level professional on the surface, her real strength was actually 5th level, and she was not completely powerless to fight back. Even if the other party succeeded, her death would serve as a warning to the young lady, alerting her to Lavenbly's conspiracy. I think you may have misunderstood something, Miss Anne. I just want to remind you that when doing something that may be dangerous, you should first pay attention to your own safety. Facing Anne, who was ready for battle, Avis suddenly smiled easily, retracted his previous sense of oppression, and returned to his usual tepid attitude. At the same time, the world around him began to return to normal. The color of the corridor became vivid again, and the figures of other maids passed by the two of them. The sounds of chores such as moving furnishings, cleaning carpets, and whispering conversations came into her ears, making Anne suddenly feel as if she was in another world. Now, if it's convenient, please let me go. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Ignoring Anne's vigilant posture, Avis walked forward on his own, passing by Anne, who was a little stiff. Aren't you worried that I will convey your words to the Lord? Behind Avis, and pursed her slightly open lips, and spoke unwillingly. What do you mean? Those rumors about the Lord? Reminding you to be safe? Or my purpose of being loyal to the Lord? Please do as you please. In the reflection of the half-elf maid's gem-like light green eyes, Avis's back gradually went away. Also, I don't care whether you trust me or not, Miss Anne. But as the head maid of the Lord's mansion, you need to think more about what you do, instead of just acting on impulse, before you act rashly next time. At least consider how the Lord would feel if you died inexplicably. Returning to her room, and felt a little frustrated. Not only did she fail to keep Avis alert at all times, but she was taught a lesson by him. But what she didn't expect was that this was not the end. That night, when she was helping Fiona to bed, the girl suddenly asked her a question with her big lake blue eyes. Annie, I heard from Lord Boley that you went to see him today. That's true, miss. Annie was stunned for a moment, feeling a little incredible. Before she had time to report, Boley dared to take the initiative to tell Fiona about this. So, what did he say to you? Lord Boley, helplessly, and had to repeat what Ava said to her. Well, I know. What she didn't expect was that after hearing what she said, which sounded a bit outrageous to her, Fiona didn't get angry, but showed a thoughtful expression. This is for you, Annie. Thinking that her personal maid seemed to lack the ability to protect herself, Fiona searched in the ring and found a silver-white magic ring inlaid with a dream gem. This ring can call for support from the 8th level existence in the dream world, and it can also allow you to escape through the dream level in an emergency. It was a magical artifact she created with the help of the dream fairy Margaretto. At present, the inheritance land has been completely integrated with the dream world of Fiona's Wonderland, and Margaretto has also become a book spirit-like existence, holding the highest authority in this world. The powerful dream existence in the book can instantly descend to the coordinates of the main material plane where the ring is located through the authority of the dream world. It will obey the orders of the ring wearer, but can only move within a certain range with the ring as the center. It can also reversely use the dream authority to pull the wearer and the people designated by the nearby wearer into the dream world, provided that the other party does not resist. This, I can't accept it. Miss, this should be a life-saving item given to you by the family. Holding this extremely precious ring, and only felt a little messy, she relayed to Fiona what Boley said that was obviously scheming. Why did the lady focus on her needing to pay attention to safety? I still have a lot of this kind of ring. And you are now the head maid. You must protect yourself. Fiona took out a few more casually, leaving and completely speechless. Okay, that's it. Good night. Chapter 669, The Fourth Princess's Field Research. Since that night, the officials and maids in the Lord's mansion found that the maid's attitude towards the Lord's adjutant had changed slightly. She no longer reported to Fiona, but began to secretly pay attention to what Avis did and speculated on the purpose of Avis's doing so, although it seemed that she had benefited from Boley's words. In Anne's eyes, Levin Boley's state of being completely trusted by Fiona was very dangerous. Adjutant Boley had too much power. If he wanted, he could easily make many important arrangements without Fiona knowing. If this continued for a long time, if the other party really rebelled, arrange some hidden hands in the territory, and then attack the eldest lady with internal and external cooperation, then everything would be irreversible. Even if Fiona didn't care, she didn't dare to let down her guard completely. Anvis was very clear about Anne's intentional or unintentional surveillance, but he didn't mind at all. He even made some of his actions more obvious to prevent Anne from noticing, as Fiona's personal maid, and is indeed loyal enough. But her brain is not very smart, which is not a good thing. Although Anne is monitoring her on the surface, Avis is actually letting her monitor her so that she can learn more details about the management of the territory. In this way, if he leaves for some reason one day in the future, Anne can immediately take over this position, and letting Anne monitor is much more efficient than forcing her to learn from him. After all, she needs to actively think and analyze the meaning of his various actions, which is completely different from subjective initiative. While Anvis was preparing for the meeting with the fourth princess, the fourth princess he was waiting for, Osvia, had already concealed her appearance and secretly arrived at Silver Gull City with her subordinates. Although the letter said that she would come to Star Territory to meet Fiona in 7 days. In fact, she planned to take a look in advance from the perspective of an ordinary traveler to see what the real situation of Star Territory, which was reported to have a unique governance method, was like. After entering the city, What the fourth princess and her group saw was a completely different style from other cities in the Glory Empire. It was a clearly different feeling. If other cities were like old-fashioned and serious middle-aged people, then the expanded Silver Gull City was a vigorous young man, full of extraordinary vitality. The interior of the city was unusually clean, and the spacious white stone streets had obvious signs of being reinforced with magic. Some constructed golems were cleaning the streets to keep the city clean at all times. Various types of constructed vehicles are constantly passing through the center of the road, providing transportation services for those in need. Slower carriages are located on the side carriage roads, with clear layers on both sides of the road. People of different appearances and races are walking on the sidewalks on both sides of the road. Imperials, high cliff people, feathered people, orcs, elves, dwarves. Many rare races can be seen here, and pedestrians seem to be accustomed to it. It's amazing. I still remember this city. It was completely different before the legendary Miss Fiona took over. Perhaps she was influenced and inspired by the Federation during the capture? If so, then she should have a lot in common with those reformers. Muttering to herself, the fourth princess looked at the passers-by. On their faces, she saw something rare, called hope. It's really interesting. I'm looking forward to this meeting in 7 days. Maybe I can get some unexpected surprises? Carefully observing the operation of the city, the fourth princess also tried to take a constructed vehicle and found that the price was not high, and it could even be said to be surprisingly low. The cheapest large passenger vehicle only needs 1 or 2 copper coins per ride, even if it only travels on a specific circular track and stops at fixed locations. It cannot cover up its huge advantages. After all, the major cities in the Yar continent are still mostly ordinary people and apprentice-level professionals. They need to get up early every morning and go to work in various places in the city. These vehicles can save them a lot of time and energy on the road, allowing them to arrive at their jobs with a more full attitude and give full play to their own light and heat. Most importantly, the existence of multiple constructed train lines connects Hiena City with several nearby cities. You can even see the tracks being built outside the city, which are expected to connect with other large cities in the province of Carlis. This has greatly increased the mobility between the cities. Even an ordinary person can be sent to Black Rock City to handle work in the morning and return to Silver Gull City for lunch at noon. Osvia also noticed a detail. The number of foreigners here is obviously more than most other cities of the same size in the Empire, and they all behave relatively normal. This is not normal in itself. The fourth princess secretly noted this and planned to ask Fiona about it directly afterwards. In the following days, the princess and her group simply stayed in Silver Gull City. During this period, she also indirectly asked some residents of the city about the changes in the city. Some people were the original Aborigines, and they told the princess that all the changes came from the appointment of Lord Fiona. Unlike the previous lord who did nothing, she really brought stability and development to the city. The city was expanded by a large number of engineering construction golems, and a large number of new positions and new professions were open to everyone. Some resources that were originally difficult to see now also have more stable purchasing channels. Others were people who migrated here from other places due to wars and other reasons. In their descriptions, this city gave them hope to survive. And all the magic constructions in this city have a special symbol, a dove with its wings spread. Osvia recognized this emblem. It was the trademark of the assembly factory under the command of Avis Olivendi, the fourth son of Duke Carlos. After all, it was her sister's territory. Avis, who was far away in Pamir Academy, heard that Fiona's territory needed some assembly. So he waved his hand and gave a 50% discount on all orders from Xingqian territory. At present, Avis Assembly Factory has been expanded and upgraded many times, and its scale is enough to be among the top 10 in the entire Glory Empire. And some of the special assembly processes are as advanced as the top assembly factories in the Federation. In the past few days, as the fourth princess investigated, she became more and more looking forward to the upcoming meeting. Finally, the meeting date agreed by the fourth princess and Fiona officially arrived. Chapter 670 Meeting. At noon that day, the main road leading from the gate of Silver Owl City to the city lord's mansion was cleared in advance by the city guards. Anvis, the city lord's adjutant, and Annie, the head maid, stood in front of the city lord's mansion with their servants, waiting for the arrival of the fourth princess. Soon, from the end of the road, 2 rows of knights in heavy magic armor lined up in an orderly team. escorting a delicate carriage with royal emblems pulled by 4 silver-white unicorns in the center, which slowly came from afar. The knight's armor was a dark silver color, with an emblem of roses, and swords interlaced on it. They wore swords at their waists, held dark golden gorgeous lances, and cross shields made of magic-hating metal. And their war horses were all 4th level magic beasts, with magic beast bloodlines. All the knights were 6th level, led by 2 7th level knight commanders. Before the team approached, it gave people a faint sense of oppression. Is that a knight of the Order of the Rose? How did they appear here? There must be a big shot in that carriage. Probably a prince or princess. A special plot has been triggered. Maybe there is a rare mission. If you can kill the boss in the carriage, will it drop an artifact? You are so desperate. Stay away from me if you want to die. Don't splatter your blood on my silver scale breastplate. At this moment, due to the big move of the city lord's mansion to close the road in advance, many people on both sides of the road were watching, including natives and players. The natives were just watching for fun, while the players had already started to discuss it, saying all kinds of things. But most of them were just talking nonsense. After all, countless bloody lessons were posted on the forum for later comers to admire. Amidst the crowd, this majestic knight team finally arrived at the square in front of the city lord's mansion. The gorgeous white gold carriage slowly stopped, and the 2 knights dismounted and stood on both sides of the door with guns raised. The next moment, the door slowly opened, and a girl in a complicated sky blue layered dress walked out of it. The bright red carpet automatically extended from her feet and spread all the way to the castle. The royal family's unique dark purple soft wavy hair flowed like water to her waist. Osvia gently turned her head, and her sky blue eyes swept across the crowd. And then, under the protection of the knights, she looked at the team welcoming her in the lord's mansion. That beautiful face made everyone present couldn't help but slow down their breathing. Her birth order and unique eye color are the points that people often secretly use to compare her with Emperor Gloria. According to historical records, Emperor Gloria, who was originally the 4th princess of the ancient magic empire, also had a pair of such eyes, facing the approaching 4th princess and many knights. And other servants of the city lord's mansion were involuntarily a little nervous. But Avis's expression remained unchanged. Hello, respected princess. I am the adjutant of the lord, Levin Boli. Please follow me. The lord has been waiting for a long time. After the princess got off the carriage, Avis stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke in a tone of neither servility nor arrogance. Seeing this, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 2 knights. They could see that the strength of this adjutant was the same as that of the head made behind him. Only the 5th level. But he was able to remain calm under the pressure they naturally exuded, which was quite rare. Then, here comes Lord Lawbury. The 4th princess couldn't help but look up to Fiona's adjutant. She nodded slightly and followed Anvis with her knight squad, while Annie and others hurriedly followed. That's the 4th princess of the empire. I've seen her portrait. The 4th princess is here to meet Lord Fiona. This is big news. Seeing all this, some knowledgeable players and natives outside were already blown away. Some professional players and spies from major forces are urgently contacting the forces behind them to pass on this important news, so as to sort out the interests as soon as possible. However, compared to these professional players, the majority are still ordinary players who are watching the fun. Woo! I seem to be in love again. Compared to Lady Fiona, the more mature princess is the one who gives me more XP. Lovely Lady Fiona is better. Loveliness is nothing compared to sexiness. Heretical. You betrayed our class. Stop arguing. They are all my wives. Many players have begun to revel in seeing their new wives, which has made the natives nearby instinctively stay away, not knowing what these foreigners are doing. In the city lord's mansion, the 4th princess, with 2 knights under her command, has arrived at the door of the castle's reception room under the guidance of Anvis. The other knights have been temporarily taken to other places for repair. Welcome, Lady Osvia. Fiona Olivendi greets you. In the reception room, Fiona, wearing a gorgeous pearl white dress and a large light blue bow on her head, gently stood up and gave the 4th princess a standard skirt-lifting salute. The light golden hair was shining dimly, and the big lake blue eyes were slightly raised, looking at the 4th princess with grace. In front of outsiders, the little girl showed a noble demeanor that was completely different from private. Nice to meet you, Fiona. Before arriving here, I heard a lot of rumors about you in the outside world. Today, I see that you are indeed as extraordinary as the rumors say. A strange light flashed in the blue eyes. And the fourth princess looked at Fiona in the center of the reception room with some amazement. Although she was just a small one, she could naturally give people a feeling that she was the real owner of this place just by standing there. Her aura was not inferior to that of a genuine 8th level knight. After everyone entered, Anvis and Annie, who stood by the door on the left and right, closed the door of the reception room, and then returned to Fiona's back and faced the 2 knight commanders from a distance. I heard that before you took office as the Lord of Star Territory, you studied at the Royal Pamir Academy. I wonder if the Platinum Tower there is still there. I used to challenge it often, but unfortunately, until graduation, I was unable to reach the top of the tower and feel the power of the legendary Storm Rule. After looking at each other for a moment, Osvia suddenly smiled, breaking the silence in the reception room with a little nostalgia. You mean the Platinum Tower? I've been there, but I could only climb to about half of the top. And on the platinum slab of the tower, there has been no record of successful climbing to the top in the past 500 years. Hearing the princess question, Fiona breathed a sigh of relief and answered fluently. As a royal princess who often has to deal with all kinds of scheming bitches, the fourth princess is well versed in conversation. She started with the common point that she and Fiona both came from Pamir Academy, and first talked about some daily trivial matters, and gave appropriate compliments from time to time, distracting Fiona's attention while gradually disintegrating her instinctive defensive psychology. Soon, Fiona gradually let go of her initial guard and began to talk enthusiastically with Osvia, and the relationship between the two quickly became closer. I wonder how your father is doing recently. Fiona? Is there anything I can help you with? As they chatted, the fourth princess seemed to inadvertently turn the topic to Duke Carrot, and enthusiastically asked the girl if she needed her help. Thank you for your concern, Osvia, but my father is in good condition. As for his great will, I can't speculate. Fiona was a little confused about the princess's question, but she still told the truth that she didn't know much about Duke Carrot's situation. Chapter 671 Players Change the Empire. If you don't know, forget it. I just asked casually. After carefully looking at Fiona's expression, the fourth princess found that her words were indeed not false. The girl really didn't know the Duke's movements. Or rather, the Duke had no intention of telling her about his actions. However, Fiona, on the way here, I saw a lot of things in your territory that were different from other cities in the Empire. Can you tell me how you govern your territory? After ending the question with a sweet smile, Osvia once again directed the topic to the aspect she was interested in. Oh, you are talking about those magic guide constructs. Osvia, I bought those from my fourth brother Ambus's construct factory. He gave me a discount, and it's very cost-effective to use them. When Fiona mentioned this, she immediately became interested. And those foreigners are also very interesting. They have come up with some very novel terms, such as stocks, futures, and residual value. There are always some interesting things in some of the stores they open. Some foreigners want to give me the stocks they issue, but I usually let my Lieutenant Bully handle these things. Can you tell me more about the terms of these foreigners you mentioned? Fiona, with a slight flash in her eyes, Osvia asked about the specific information about the foreigners with great interest. She really didn't pay much attention to the detailed exchanges between these foreigners before. This, Lieutenant Bully, please give me a detailed introduction. Turning her head slightly, Fiona gestured to Anvis. She didn't really know much about these things, and when it came to the specific details, she was worried that she might not be thorough enough. Yes, Lord. Nodding slightly, Avis turned his gaze to the fourth princess and others. Dear princess. Next, I will try to explain these words as briefly as possible. Stocks represent the ownership, voting rights and voice of a force. Assuming that the owner of a force issues 10,000 stocks and sells them to the outside, then buying and holding 100 of them can obtain 1% of the rights and benefits of this force. If someone holds more than 5,000 stocks, then he can completely control the direction of the development of this force. But others can also get benefits in proportion. And futures are. I think I roughly understand it. It is indeed a very smart approach. Listening to Avis's introduction, the fourth princess couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrows. Her eighth-order thinking speed allowed her to analyze the advantages of these models almost immediately. Simply issuing stocks is equivalent to winning over a group of allies in advance, allowing a force to quickly obtain a batch of resources in the early stage and grow stronger. and handing some of the stocks to the strong is equivalent to registering in advance. As for futures, they also have their own ingenuity. As for the so-called surplus value, the fourth princess did not pay too much attention to it, but felt that the word was very insightful. In fact, these things of the foreigners have similar things in history. There is an advantage of playing finance in the world of Unional. That is, there is no securities regulatory commission and no financial law. No matter what you do, it is not against the law. But there is also a bad side. That is, the safety of the financial geniuses is not guaranteed. If the impact of your actions is too great, it is likely to be predicted by the prophet in advance. And then a big man will come directly through the internet to crush you to death. So, it is not that no one studies finance, but that there is not much meaning. It is easy to get out of trouble if you don't have the ability to do things. And it is not so troublesome for those who have the ability. Until the appearance of the foreigners. The chaotic nature of the foreigners makes it difficult for the prophet to predict. The characteristics of the foreigners, who can be resurrected and reincarnated, make them not afraid of the threat of death. Thinking of this, the fourth princess suddenly realized, if these foreigners are allowed to continue like this, it seems that it may really cause some changes to the rules of the game in the empire. For these foreigners, Lord Bully just let them do what they do, and don't try to restrain them. After thinking about it, Osvia directly pointed out the problem. These models all have significant hidden dangers, such as stock issuers deceiving buyers by cheating, falsifying accounts, or not admitting after selling, or future sellers impersonating other people's materials, making forged tickets, and actually having no physical objects, etc. These are likely to cause unrest in the territory's security. They are very friendly to the Star Territory, and are also very supportive of Lord Fiona's rule. Princess, we will not treat any friend harshly for something that has not happened yet. Anvis smiled slightly, and talked about something else. He certainly knew the possible problems here, but this was the result of his deliberate indulgence. Because the social situation in the Yar continent is different, it is impossible to completely copy the Blue Star system. Therefore, the players in the Star Territory are a large-scale social experiment of Avis, cultivating a financial game model suitable for this world. After a mature model is explored, it can be taken to the other two empires for implementation. He previously arranged for the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce to send some players to the Holy Messiah Empire, not to send them there for tourism, since Fiona is the Lord. The main line is to develop the territory. When it comes to development, the feudal production method before the empire is backward, not to mention moving directly into socialism. At least move halfway first. Seeing Avis's attitude, the fourth princess's blue eyes swept back and forth between Avis and Fiona, and she seemed to have grasped something vaguely in her heart, and she couldn't help but remain silent. Now, she no longer doubts that the girl in front of her is the prophesied star of the cold wind crystal bird. The wisdom hidden under her innocent appearance seemed to be deeper and more terrifying than she expected. By the way, you should have heard about it, Osvia. I got a lot of special resources from the Deep Dream world through my own special channels, and sold them as special products of Star Territory. I also arranged for Lord Bully to handle the specific matters. But the most precious resources are only open to individuals and forces that are friendly to Star Territory. A certain share of the purchase. Seeing that the two fell into silence after the conversation, Fiona thought about it and took the initiative to change the topic. Osvia gave her a very friendly feeling and had no malice. Ambus had said before that it was best to have a good relationship with her. So the girl decided to take the initiative to give her Royal Highness some benefits. Do you need some special resources? I can provide you with some at a preferential price. Oh! Since little Fiona asked for it, then show me the resource list. The fourth princess also knew that there was no need to continue to dwell on the previous topic. Seeing Fiona took the initiative to speak, she took it. However, when she saw the resource list, she couldn't help but fall silent again. The resource at the top of the list, Reverse Time Crystal Egg, was one of the main materials for the secret ritual that she had been secretly searching for to increase the success rate of breaking through the 9th level. Although she was the princess of the empire, it did not mean that she could mobilize the treasury resources at will. And the people of the eldest prince's faction would not sit idly by and watch all this happen. Chapter 672 Problem. This time, I owe you a favor, Fiona. I have bought all the resources on this list, and someone will come to hand them over to your adjutant later. Looking at Fiona, who still had an innocent look, Osvia sighed slightly in her heart. feeling that a bright new star was about to rise on the stage of the Empire. She really couldn't give up. Even though she knew that choosing to accept Fiona's gift at this time meant showing her support for Fiona to the outside world. Why did Sister Osvia look so worried at the end? Is there anything wrong with that list? Standing in front of the French window of the Lord's mansion, Fiona looked at the fourth princess's carriage gradually going away, and asked Ambus in confusion. Reverse Time Crystal Egg is an important treasure that the princess has been searching for a long time. It can be used to construct a secret ritual to assist in breaking through the 9th level. Lord. Any force that understands its value will treasure it as a family heirloom, and it will hardly appear on the market. Standing behind Fiona's right, Avis explained his arrangement to Fiona. He specifically asked Fiona to add that egg to the list, with the purpose of conveying a message to the fourth princess that her self-proclaimed covert action was not a secret to Fiona. At the same time, this was also tempting the fourth princess to make a choice, whether to choose to accept this great gift and stand on Fiona's side, or to continue to wait and see cautiously. Really? Is that egg so rare? Is it not even in the warehouse of the Imperial Royal Family? Fiona tilted her head. In her dream world's private warehouse. That thing was indeed the least. But it didn't seem to be so rare that it was hard to find in the world. This is related to the position of the fourth princess, because she has many similarities with Emperor Gloria. She has received much more attention from all parties than other princes and princesses. If someone uses the treasures of the royal secret vault privately to attack her, it will make her very uncomfortable. And Wazy spoke lightly, pointing out the embarrassment of the fourth princess' current situation. Moreover, treasures that can assist professionals to break through the 9th level cannot be placed in ordinary secret vaults. Even if the princess wants to apply for use, she must go through a formal process. Once this set of procedures is completed, all interested people will know that the fourth princess Osvia is about to prepare for the ceremony of breaking through the 9th level, which is very dangerous. Not to mention whether the process will be deliberately delayed. Even the resources applied for may be manipulated by someone else's prince or princess. Of course, I don't mean to allude to His Majesty the Crown Prince, although he is the only prince who has broken through the 9th level. If His Royal Highness the fourth princess breaks through, it will pose a serious threat to him. In the eyes of Annie, who was a little weird, Anvis said the last sentence without changing his face. Is that so? Then will I sell it cheaply? Fiona was also a little speechless, but she still tried to ask some questions she thought of. No, Lord. The princess paid part of the price as a favor. The little head nodded thoughtfully, and the girl suddenly turned around, blinking her big lake blue eyes and staring at Avis, her pearly white tear dress fluttering slightly as she turned. So, how did I do in the meeting with the princess just now? Is there anything wrong? Your performance just now was excellent. Lord, His Majesty the Duke of Carrot will certainly be proud of you. Anvis smiled, and was not stingy with his praise. In his opinion, as a leader standing in front of the stage for countless people to admire, the most important thing is to always maintain a confident attitude and never show weakness in front of outsiders at any time. The second is to have a temperament that infects others and allows more people to follow willingly. According to his standards, Fiona's previous performance is indeed very useful. That's good. Then please continue to work hard for the prosperity of the Star Territory. My adjutant. Restraining the joy in her heart, Fiona tried to look majestic, tiptoed, and patted Anvis on the shoulder. And Annie too. I still need your help in my life. Noticing Anne's slightly jealous look from the corner of her eye, Fiona hurried over and patted her shoulder to comfort her personal maid. Yes, Miss Fiona. After being patted by Fiona, Anne regained her full state and looked at Avis ostentatiously, but was a little disappointed to find that the latter had no reaction to her action. Lord, some of the things I will deal with next will involve the call-up of the Star Territory's garrison corps, and I need your personal order. Not caring about Anne's reaction, Avis regained his calm appearance and took the opportunity to mention the handling of some other territory affairs. Fiona had no objection to this. After handing Avis the handwritten order for the mobilization of the city guards, she left under the eyes of the two of them. Is there anything that needs to be solved by the garrison recently? Lord Bully, after Fiona left, and stared at Avis and asked with some doubt. She had always been paying attention to Avis's actions before, and was sure that he had not used the garrison in the affairs he had handled before. Curious? Avis smiled at Anne's question. Unfortunately, I have no obligation to report to you, Miss Maid. If you want to know what I am going to do, Then find a way to investigate it yourself. Glancing at Anne, Avis slowly put Fiona's handwritten note into the ring, and stood up to leave. Wait, Lord Bully. Do we also need to formulate a new set of laws to restrain the behavior of those foreigners? Anne gritted her teeth secretly, and couldn't help but glare at Avis, but suddenly remembered what the fourth princess had said before. After being pointed out by her, and analyzed it carefully, and found that there were indeed problems with the behavior of those foreigners. What I mean is, if we allow them to develop freely like this, will it cause unrest in the public security of the Star Territory? Very good suggestion. Pausing, Avis slowly turned around, staring at Annie with his deep eyes, causing the latter's breath to choke slightly. Then, Miss Maid, please find a way to draft a bill related to the rights of foreigners. You want me to propose a bill? Annie blinked when she heard this request suddenly, and suddenly felt a sense of regret that she had shot herself in the foot. Of course, since you raised the problem, it is naturally up to you to find a way to solve it. Looking at Annie, whose brain was a little down, Avis showed a devilish smile. I will come back in 7 days to check the completed bill, and I believe this time should be enough. After all, according to legend, it only took the gods 7 days to create the world, and the last day was even a holiday. Finally, after patting Annie's shoulder, who was stunned, Avis turned and left. For the sake of the Lord, please continue to work hard. Head Maid, good days are still to come. Chapter 673, The Ninth Order enters. Soon after the fourth princess met Fiona, the first wave of enemies finally jumped out. The first ones to come were just some small shrimps. There was no need for the hidden power of the Olivendi family to take action. Avis directly commanded the city guards, and caught them all, while they were still plotting to raid the Lord's mansion. The Seventh Order leader of this gathering saw that the situation was not right, and wanted to escape in advance, but was intercepted by 2 experimental demonized soldier commanders arranged by Avis in advance. Then, a big battle broke out. The Seventh Order burned his own spiritual essence at the cost of successfully killing a demonized soldier commander, severely injuring another and escaping, and was finally killed by Lilith of Desire, who was waiting in that direction. Although these people did not even enter the door of the city lord's mansion, they also allowed the outside world to test a lot of information about the Star Territory. It is obvious that the Olivendi family has arranged layers of defense in the Star Territory, and it is not something that ordinary forces can touch, because he didn't know the inside story. The demonized soldier leader created by Anvis, and the attack of Lilith of Desire were all attributed to the Olivendi family. So, without too much probing, a few days later, a lone 9th level Silver Flame, who had been active in the eastern part of the Empire, around the Magna province, raided the Silver Gull City Lord's mansion and wanted to forcibly abduct Fiona. But when he actually broke into the Lord's mansion, not only did he fail, but he was almost killed on the spot by the Olivendi family guardian, who had been waiting for a long time. If it wasn't for the critical moment, another mysterious 9th level suddenly appeared and attacked Fiona, causing the Olivendi guardian's attention to be distracted for a moment. He would definitely be annihilated on the spot by the rule-distorting magic array that the guardian had previously arranged. After abandoning the body, the consciousness of Silver Flame escaped with serious injuries. But as the price of saving him, the newly appeared mysterious 9th level was directly pulled into a special secret realm magic item by the Alfred family guardian waiting on the side, and could not escape. As Silver Flame escaped, the Olivendi family guardian joined the battle. Under the siege of 2 9th level extremes, the unlucky 9th level was killed on the spot. After the battle, the Olivendi guardian directly used the fate tracing item and began to search for all the backup plans left by the 9th level. On the side of Silver Flame, other 9th levels of the family were responsible for hunting down. This time he wanted to use these 2 9th levels to establish his prestige and let everyone see the consequences of provoking the Olivendi family. With the tracing, the identity of the mysterious 9th level was also revealed. His true identity was a lone 9th level spiritual world owed from the Federation. This time he suddenly sneaked into the Empire, and it was obvious that he had reached a cooperation with certain forces within the country. The Guardian traced back to more than a dozen backup plans that Spiritual Ode had prepared for his accidental death. There was a sarcophagus hidden in a high tower, a finger buried deep in the underground world, and a ring swallowed by a fish. As long as one of these things still existed, he could use it as a possession to revive again. After checking, the Guardian directly used the secret method of the Olivendi family to penetrate the space along the invisible connection and destroyed all these backup plans. After such a sweep, Spiritual Ode can almost be officially declared expelled, even if the other party may still have a backup plan that cannot be tracked by the strange object. It is basically impossible to catch a breath within hundreds of years. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duke Carrot openly accused Marquis Draka and others of bringing in wolves, colluding with the 9th level of the Federation, and conspiring to overthrow the Empire. And their hearts were worthy of death. The Marquises naturally said that all this was purely the personal behavior of the two 9th levels, and Duke Carrot's accusation was maliciously fabricated, trying to accuse them of unwarranted crimes. However, behind the scenes, with the attack of the two 9th levels, many people with intentions also found out the real defense strength of Fiona's side. Two 9th level Extreme Guardians. After hearing this news, many people breathed a sigh of relief. This lineup is indeed very strong. But when it is exposed, it is not so terrible. It's a very simple truth. The number of 9th levels is fixed. Now that the two major families are still at war with the Marquises, the more 9th levels guarding Fiona's side, the fewer 9th levels can appear on the battlefield. Seeing this clearly, the 7 Marquises themselves soon appeared on the battlefields of various places. In order to maintain balance, the 9th-ranked people of the two families, including the two dukes themselves, had to personally go out and confront the Marquises from a distance. Although no 9th-ranked person has taken action yet, the tension of the Empire has begun to increase dramatically, and the speed of the war has also begun to accelerate. It's like a barrel of explosives with a fuse, just waiting for a little spark to blow everything to pieces. In the year 2464 of the glorious calendar, the first day of the blazing sun month, an ancient sect called Songxing secret cult suddenly appeared and issued a notice to the Olivindi family that they would send 3 apostles to the stars to take away Fiona in 7 days. The announcement was a joke, but it made the two families who received it extremely solemn. This was an open conspiracy, and the two families had to make a choice. If nothing was done, Fiona would be in danger. If the 9th rank guards were mobilized to protect Fiona, then one of the battlefields would inevitably be lost. Letting Fiona go home and hide for a few days would not solve any problems, because the core of the safety of the family's secret realm lies in the 9th rank guards stationed in it. Now, all the 9th rank guards of the two families have gone out, and there is no place safer than Xingqian territory. In fact, the two families have no choice, and Fiona must be saved. In contrast, no matter how unfavorable the battle situation is, Fiona cannot have any problems, and she must even gain an advantage in the battle with the attacking apostles, because there are too many people watching Fiona. If she shows a decline, they have no doubt that other 9th rank guards will take advantage of the chaos to take advantage. After an urgent study, the two families responded, and each of the two families secretly transferred back a 9th rank guard to secretly protect Fiona's safety. But in contrast, the two families had 2 fewer 9th rank warriors on the battlefield. This was quite fatal, because a legion without a 9th rank warrior could never defeat a legion with a 9th rank warrior. However, although the Duke's side seemed to lack core combat power, the opposing Marquis did not immediately attack. The 9th rank warriors were still 9th rank warriors after all, and if no one was holding them back, they could teleport back to the Legion instantly. Only when they were held back by the apostles of the Songxing esoteric cult and had no time to take care of other things, was it time to launch a general attack. The war seemed to have been temporarily paused. The people of the two families concentrated on arranging defenses around Fiona. The Marquises also stopped their offensive and began to accumulate strength, as if they were retracting their fists so that they could hit them more powerfully later. Many people were waiting for the time to come. In this situation, Ava secretly arrived at the front line, and then met Duke Carrot in a magic dress in the central army tent. "What's the matter, Avis? Why did you come here to find me in person?" Looking at Avis, Carrot felt a little strange. "Father, I heard that the territory was threatened by the Songxing secret cult. If we choose to return to defend the Star territory, the battlefield situation will inevitably fail. But I think I have a way to deal with this disaster. But before I tell you my way, Father, I want to ask you a question first." Facing the gaze of Duke Carrot, Avis said his question. "What secret is hidden in Fiona?" Chapter 674, Creating a Legend. Hearing this question, a hint of strong vigilance flashed across the depths of Duke Carrot's blue eyes. Without answering Avis's question, the Duke directly activated the crystal bird amulet on his chest with his mind. The amulet's lavender eyes flashed a faint light. confirming that the amulet on the person in front of him was indeed the one on Avis, and that he had the extremely pure blood of the Olivindi family. At the same time, the invisible detection aura returned from Avis's body, confirming that Avis had no peeping magic, nor any special spell effects such as mental control. Still feeling unsafe, the Duke slowly stood up, and his unique rule field instantly covered down, completely isolating the space where the two were from the outside world. In Avis's eyes, the desk, the magic crystal lamp, the ink bottle, the flame in the fireplace, the plush carpet, everything around was covered with a thin layer of silver-white frost. This layer of frost has no temperature, but it gradually penetrates into the depths of the object, turning all the visible and invisible existences attached to it into hard and transparent ice. Why do you ask this question? Anvis? Looking down at Anvis with a serious expression, Duke Carrot's tone was extremely serious. First of all, I am Fiona's adjutant and also the prophet who anchored her fate. Father, there are some things that I must really know in order to get the right results. Facing Duke Carrot, who had a completely different attitude from usual, Anvis's expression was as calm as ever. Secondly, I am your direct descendant, and the interests of the Olivindi family are my interests. In order to better solve the difficulties faced by the family on the battlefield, I hope to know the truth behind this. Looking at Avis's calm attitude, the Duke couldn't help but fall into silence, and began to think over and over again about the pros and cons of this matter. If it were his other three descendants who asked about this matter, Carlotte would not have any thoughts, and would directly refuse, because even if they knew it, it would be meaningless, but would only bring them great danger. But Avis is different. Unlike the feeling given by Fiona's terrifying talent, Avis gave him another feeling. A weird feeling that could never be seen clearly. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what he faced, Carlotte had never seen Avis panic. Not once. In theory, all information related to Fiona's secrets, non-ninth level members of the Olivindi family, have no right to know. After a long time, Duke Carlotte finally spoke in a low voice. This is not a matter of the Olivindi family alone, but a restriction jointly determined by the ninth level guardians of the two major families of Alfred and Olivindi. But now, I can make an exception for you once. However, Duke Carrot paused for a moment, staring into Avis's azure eyes, and gave a final warning. Before I tell you, Avis, I must state one thing in advance. Secrets have weight. When you learn this secret, it also means that you must be prepared to bear its weight. When you know this secret and leave my domain, a prophet will immediately know that there is one more person who knows this secret. If you are not ready for this, I can pretend that you have never asked this question. This is your last chance to turn back. I think I have made all the preparations. Father. Under Carlotte's gaze, the boy with light golden hair shook his head gently, his azure eyes reflecting the firelight covered with frost, looking extremely mysterious. Okay. Without saying anything more, Carlotte nodded and began to tell the unknown history. The origin of this matter can be traced back to the origin of the Alfred and Olivindi families. Back then, in the ancient magic empire, the original ancestors of the Olivindi and Alfred families once joined forces to explore a high elf ruins from the ancient Golden Age. It was a high elf bird blood research institute. But due to the long time, the energy supply of the ruins was interrupted, and the constant in the blood storage cabinet stopped working, causing all the blood in stock to lose activity. The two were about to leave after being disappointed, but they accidentally discovered a secret room deep in the blood storage room. In a huge spherical magic instrument that occupies most of the room, the only two legendary blood samples are strictly preserved. So, the head of the Alfred family and the head of the Olivindi family obtained the original legendary blood together. One is the cold wind crystal bird from the ice and wind system, and the other is the shining bird of paradise from the light system. Afterwards, the two people with greatly increased strength were valued by Emperor Gloria and became one of the 4 founding dukes. Because of this, the two families have always been very close in secret. But few people know that the ancestors of the two families did not use up the 2 legendary bloods at the beginning, but a small part was left. After many failed attempts to break through the 9th level, the patriarchs of the two families finally remembered them. Do you know, Avis? According to our observations, this world lacks something that allows us to break through to the legendary level. We temporarily named it the legendary factor. Whatever it is, the blood of the legendary must contain this ingredient. Perhaps this world is missing something, but the bloodline is special. We don't need to understand the rules from the outside world. The bloodline origin originally contains all the answers. After recounting the origins of the two families, the Duke finally got to the point. Our ancestors used bloodlines, but due to the contamination of their own bloodlines, they could not reach the purest level. Therefore, we changed our strategy and decided to use the original bloodline as the basis for cultivation directly to prepare a truly perfect experimental subject. So, the two families secretly started a taboo magic experiment, which was called creating legends. But the initial results were disappointing. Even if cultivated at all costs, the experimental subjects cultivated with a single bloodline could only grow to the 9th level at most. According to the subsequent research of the two families, the reason for the failure was that as time went by, the legendary factor in a single bloodline was no longer enough to break through the legend. After having a new experimental idea, the two families exchanged each other's bloodlines and tried to research a double bloodline returnee, using the power of the growth of two bloodlines to jointly break through the legendary chasm. If the power of one bloodline is not enough, then two. But it is not easy to merge two different legendary bloodlines together. For this reason, the two families risked angering the royal family to marry, just to further try blood fusion. It was not until the birth of Avis that the two families finally saw the hope of success after observing the delicate balanced structure of the double bloodline in his body. Fiona was the forbidden life mixed and blended by the two families with the remaining legendary blood, and was also the only successful test subject before the last bit was exhausted. The rest of the test subjects were turned into twisted and exploded blood and flesh mud, broken ice flakes, photochemical dust, etc. in the blood experiment. Chapter 675 Heart-Pounding Answer. Yes, as you think, Fiona is not your biological sister, but the only successful experimental subject of the creating legend plan. Seeing that Ava seemed to want to say something, Carrot spoke directly. But, Father, I have heard another saying that the reason why this world cannot break through the legend is because the rules are not complete. Hearing such a secret, Avis couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and took the opportunity to ask about his other puzzles. The product of the combination of two legendary bloodlines. Fiona's origin is more bizarre than he thought, but it is not completely unexpected. After all, Fiona's bloodline cannot be faked. In any case, it is related to the secret experiments of the two families. The rules are not complete. It seems that you seem to have learned a lot about this aspect. The blue eyes looked at Avis deeply, and the Duke nodded. There are many reasons why the 9th level cannot break through the legend. The incomplete rules are just one of the views recognized by many 9th levels. But, Avis, you must be clear. Before the real legend appears, no matter what kind of speculation, it cannot be confirmed. There is an indescribable chasm in front of the 9th level's road to legend. In fact, no one dares to be sure what this chasm is. And now all the 9th level is doing is just trying to get through it in their own way. Staring at Avis's somewhat surprised expression, the Duke put his hands behind his back and mentioned an event that Avis was very familiar with. I remember that you once lived in the Little Kingdom Federation for a period of time. Then, I think you should be very clear about the disaster of the construction network that shocked the entire Federation in August of the glorious calendar 2462. The former federal speaker gathered the power of countless network users through the construction network, and used them as sacrifices to try to summon the terrifying extraterritorial gods to come. Then, the strong men of the three major empires of the continent tried their best to finally put an end to the conspiracy of the former speaker, and destroyed the ceremony when it was about to take shape, saving the entire continent. When talking about the people of the three major empires saving the continent, the Duke smiled strangely. Of course, this is just propaganda for the public. Many 9th level members know the real situation. The mysterious resistance organization Circle of Truth suddenly descended and ended the speaker's plan at a critical moment. Afterwards, we interrogated some 9th level members who participated in the incident. According to their confessions, the original speaker believed that there were missing parts in the rules of this world. So he hoped to gather everyone's strength to break the Zenith Wall and embrace the truly complete rules of the outside world. Of course, there are too many things involved behind that incident. But if the former speaker really succeeded, then we can at least know whether this road can be taken. But from another perspective, even the speaker who has gathered almost the entire Federation's power has failed. So this road to break through the Zenith Wall can be confirmed to be unworkable. Just like the 8th level breakthrough to the 9th level, there is more than one possible way to break through the legend. Just like the first head of our Olivindi family, he even tried to break through the legend by making a wish. but only ended up completely missing. Fiona's existence is another attempt to break through the legend through the bloodline. I understand, Father. After listening to the Duke's story, Avis nodded in understanding. Also, I remember you once said that someone in the family disagreed with Fiona's treatment? Indeed. But I don't remember that I told you about this matter. Hearing Avis's question, Duke Carrot looked at him strangely. Really? Maybe you didn't talk to me at the time. But I heard it by accident. Or I learned it accidentally from other channels. Faced with the Duke's doubts, Avis calmly blocked the Duke's subsequent questions. Well, do you remember the silver key I showed you before? As he said, Duke Carrot waved his hand, and a palm-length dark silver key with a delicate vine pattern carved on the handle appeared in front of the two. Another voice in the family is related to this, because Fiona had previously disappeared inexplicably under the care of the family guardian. Some people, led by Zero Ice Crystal Pomona, were worried that Fiona would completely disappear in a fateful event, causing the plan of the two families that had lasted for thousands of years to fail completely. In this case, it is better to choose another path and use the silver key as the core medium to arrange the ritual array. Then use Fiona as a sacrifice to call on the great existence connected to the silver key. I once told you that it has a power essence that is so high that we cannot analyze it, and it must be related to the legend. And its appearance in the form of a key means that its concept of existence must be related to door, opening, etc. If we can make the other party's concept touch this world, then perhaps we can use the power of this key to open the door to the legend. I understand, Father. Hearing this, Avis finally understood the whole story. Obviously, the outbreak of Fiona's fate has caused some people in the family to feel a sense of crisis. They are worried that Fiona will become uncontrollable, which will lead to more variables in the plan. So, Avis, I have answered your question. Now let's go back to the previous question. How do you plan to solve the current difficulties facing the family? After saying all the key secrets in one breath, the Duke seemed to have unloaded some kind of burden, and his body relaxed and leaned back in his seat, even leisurely crossing his legs. I think you should know that this is not a problem that can be solved by the constructs, demonized soldiers, and self-destructing strangers you have made. The core of the problem lies in the 9th level. I understand, Father. Listening to the Duke's question, Avis's mouth suddenly curled up a smile. I joined the circle of truth. The expression on his face gradually solidified, and the Duke stared at Avis with wide eyes, thinking of the secret he had just revealed. He suddenly felt his heart and lungs stop. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, Avis. After a while, the Duke spoke with gritted teeth. Avis' words made him feel the feeling of being out of breath for the first time in a long time. You know, I once lived in the Little Kingdom Federation for a period of time. Ignoring Duke Carrot's expression that looked like he was having a heart attack, Avis told his story seriously. So, there is actually one thing I didn't tell you. I was also present when the mysterious strongman of the Truth Ring stopped the conspiracy of the Federal Speaker, relying on the power of the old secret book to protect me. I did not fall asleep like other professionals present, so I also attracted the attention of the mysterious strongman. At that time, I suddenly had an idea and tried to talk to the strongman and express my hope to join the Truth Ring. As a result, after talking to me for a while, the other party really agreed to my request. At that time, my identity was the Earl of the Kingdom, a member of the Glory Alliance, and the leader of the second largest resistance organization in the Federation. Ember's Mirror Man. Chapter 676 Planning. Although the people of the Songqing secret cult suddenly intervened this time, and it seemed to be their independent behavior, we all understand that this incident must be related to the secret push of the Marquis. Looking at the Duke with a changing expression, Avis finally expressed his thoughts. Then, since the Marquis can invite the alien god group to intervene, why can't we also bring the Circle of Truth in? You should understand, Avis, the organizational interests of the Circle of Truth have an irreconcilable fundamental conflict with us nobles who rule the Empire, and they are destined to stand on our hostile position in the future. After a long silence, Duke Carrot finally spoke. He knew Avis's identity as the Man in the Mirror. When he was in the Federation, Avis asked him to secretly help him capture the capital of the Rock Helmet Kingdom. But he didn't expect that Avis would dare to play so big and even join the Circle of Truth himself. Besides, even I can't see through the strength of the mysterious leader of the Circle of Truth. If your identity is accidentally exposed, you will fall into great danger. You are right, Father. But like us, The Marquises are also enemies of the Circle of Truth. And there was a saying among the people of the Empire, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," even if they are destined to become enemies in the future. Before that, we can still cooperate with them to a limited extent. Use them as a knife to strike our enemies. Faced with the Duke's advice, Avis was unmoved, but explained to the Duke the benefits of doing so. "Do you remember the information I conveyed to you before? There were pagans, who claimed to be ambassadors of the Empire Marquis, who went to some remote border cities of the Federation and met secretly with members of major forces in the Federation. They offered a very high price to attract the Federation forces to secretly enter the Empire and stir up unrest. And the people of the Circle of Truth also heard about this. However, according to my investigation, the Songqing esoteric cult and the Circle of Truth are also in the same hostile camp. And the reason seems to involve the grievances between the external existences behind the two. So, after learning the news, the leader of the Circle of Truth made a plan. When the plan of the Marquises was launched, the main force of the Songqing esoteric cult would inevitably be involved by the Olivendi family, resulting in the emergence of lone people on the side of the Marquises. At that time, the leader was ready to plan an action to attack the Marquises. And the reason I came to you this time was actually because I applied to the leader to come and discuss cooperation with the Olivendi family." As he said, Amba stared at the Duke with his blue eyes and showed a wicked smile. "If you don't mind, I am willing to represent the Olivendi family and negotiate with the representatives sent by the Circle of Truth." Carrot looked at Avis with a twitch in his mouth, and instinctively rubbed his cufflinks with his fingers, not knowing what to say. The request made by the leader of the Circle of Truth is very simple. They hope to meet on the battlefield, and our people can temporarily join forces with them when attacking the Marquises. After Xiao Xiao and the Duke made a joke, Avis became serious again. "I think that cooperating with the Circle of Truth in this matter has more advantages than disadvantages. We can use their power to set traps and strive to directly reduce the number of the 9 Marquises of the Empire. It sounds like there is no harm. But this matter is not something that can be decided by my Olivendi family alone. I need to discuss with the Alfred family in advance before I can give an answer." After pondering for a while, the Duke nodded, which was considered to be an approval of Avis's proposal. However, the experiment related to Fiona is a common project of the two families after all. He needs to obtain the consent of the head of the Alfred family first. But it should not be too difficult. With the current situation, whether the Ring of Truth intervenes or not, the situation of the two families will not get worse. If you refuse rashly, you may immediately push the other party into the hostile camp, which is meaningless. Glorious Calendar 2464. 7th day of the blazing sun month. Night. The appearance of Silver Gull City is still calm. But in fact, layers of protection have been laid, with the Lord's Mansion as the center. The entire scope of Silver Gull City is shrouded in an invisible huge magic circle. The protective magic circle arranged and controlled by the 9th level Extreme Guardian himself must be weighed even if the 9th level comes to attack. Fiona sat in her room waiting anxiously. The two little ones squeezed beside the girl, letting her hold them gently. She was also worried about the girl's nervousness. She had been informed that the apostles of the Songqing esoteric cult would come to attack tomorrow. Although there were no more details, the girl could easily guess that the enemy who made the family notify her was probably at least a 9th level existence. "Don't worry too much, Lord. Even if the enemy is strong, with the protection of the great Olivendi family, you will definitely be able to survive this crisis safely." Ava still played the role of a qualified adjutant, comforting the girl in a leisurely tone. Before that, as time approached, Fiona's insecurity became stronger and stronger, so the girl specially summoned Avis, hoping to get some comfort from him. "Mr. Bully, do you know anything about the Songqing esoteric cult?" Holding the kitten Kate and the little dragon Fia, Fiona's hands unconsciously tightened a little, and she spoke softly. "The Songqing esoteric cult is an ancient continental-level alien god cult. In the process of spreading, it has split into alien god cult groups such as the Moon Calling esoteric cult and the Revelation esoteric cult. But in the past, their reputation was not obvious. They just held some strange ceremonies in private, not to mention taking out 3 9th-level strongmen at one time. So I personally guess that the so-called apostles of the Songqing esoteric cult should be more watery than normal 9th-level strongmen." Looking at the girl who forced herself to be calm, Avis could only try to explain the relationship behind it to her. As for how to regulate her emotions, it was still up to the girl herself. As the Lord of Star Territory and the legendary Prophecy Star, This is the pressure she must bear. In fact, many 9th level people are very surprised by the sudden rise of the ancient sect of Songqing esoteric cult. In this regard, the Duke privately suspected that the previous event of the Lord of Dreams coming may have caused some unknown and far-reaching impact on the continent, which led to the other party gaining some benefits. While the Star Territory was preparing intensively, the 9th level worshippers of the royal family were actually paying close attention to this incident. Logically speaking, for the Songqing esoteric cult's attack on the Duke's descendants' territory, the royal family should have dealt a heavy blow to let them know who the owner of this land is. But the situation is special now. Gloria 3 is in seclusion and not paying attention to the government. So the question is, who should the 9th rank officials of the royal family listen to now? Who should stand up and make a statement on behalf of the royal family? The status of the 9th rank officials is transcendent. Many 9th rank officials of the royal family are only loyal to the emperor of the empire in name. In normal circumstances, their status is equal, and there will be no situation where one person represents the other. Maybe some princes and princesses are quite willing to accept this difficult task. But this involves another problem. Gloria 3 is only seriously injured and in seclusion, and has not yet gone to see the gods. When Gloria 3 did not specifically designate a certain descendant to temporarily manage the government, even if they forcibly issued an order, the 9th rank officials of the royal family could completely choose to ignore it. In this case, there is a lot of room for maneuver in dealing with the attack of the Songqing esoteric cult. Of course, they have to manage it. This incident must end with the expulsion of the people of the Songqing esoteric cult from the empire. But they will arrive later. If the people of the two major families solve the enemy by themselves, then the problem will naturally be solved. However, if the enemy has some unknown trump card, which causes the two major families to accidentally let Fiona be taken away, then they can only express regret and at the same time do their best to help the two major families find Fiona's whereabouts. Chapter 677, A Night Worth Remembering. Glorious Calendar Year 2464. Blazing Sun Month. 8th Day. The towering clock tower in the northwest corner of the city just struck midnight, and the dark night sky outside Yina's city suddenly lit up. The enemy did not hide its existence. A huge green flame fell from the sky, carrying a 9th order power fluctuation that could not be more conspicuous, and smashed into the Lord's mansion of Yina's city like a divine punishment of doomsday. The citizens who saw the scene were horrified at first, and then their facial features could not help but emit green flames. And then the whole person quickly became a burning green torch. And finally the body and soul were sucked into the huge green fireball in the sky. The next moment, the Lord's mansion, as the target of the attack, suddenly spread out a translucent distorted wave field, which quickly enveloped the entire city and isolated the subsequent information pollution. But in just such a moment, thousands of people have been killed. This was not even intentional by the other party, but simply showing its own existence. And professionals below the 4th level could not bear it. As the distance between the green flame and the area below got closer and closer, circles of unstable ripples began to appear on the surface of the wave light area, which seemed to be somewhat exhausted. Is the information confirmed? It is correct. That is the power of green flame. And judging from the strength of the aura, the other party is probably very awake. Even if he cannot personally incarnate and descend, he can already project power to this world on a large scale. It seems that the previous construction network incident has indeed stimulated some ancient beings to begin to revive. And those rat-like alien god cults have taken advantage of it in vain. In the domain, Alfred and the guardian of the Olivendi family stood together, looking up at the rapidly approaching green flames in the sky, and discussed the incoming enemies with serious faces. Circles of twisted ripples spread from the magic circle below them, relying purely on the power of the magic circle to resist the incoming alien god apostles. For these ancient alien god cults, the library of several major families actually has detailed records, including detailed information about the foreign gods they worship. Now that the other party has come in person and confirmed the source of the divine power borrowed by the other party, the two 9th level extremes immediately began to adjust the magic circle and make targeted arrangements for the incoming enemies. The other two 9th level, who were temporarily transferred back from the battlefield, did not show up. They needed to guard against other 9th level enemies that might exist. Songqing's secret cult sent them an attack notice, but it did not mean that others who did not send a notice could not attack. Finally, under the gazes of many different meanings from the outside world, the green flame and the Lord's mansion below collided like a comet hitting the earth. But at the moment of the collision, The huge green flame seemed to be paused and froze in an instant. The next moment, the sky above the city suddenly twisted violently, wrapping the entire green flame in it, making everything on the battlefield blurry. It started the collision between the rule domain and the will of the gods outside the domain. Seeing this scene, some 9th level spirits, who were watching secretly, were suddenly lifted. The 9th level battle has too much impact, and it must not be easily started in the main world. This is also the greatest value of the 9th level array and the rule domain. A temporary battlefield that can support the 9th level war is opened. The outcome of this battle will directly determine the actions of the 9th level people who are secretly watching. Guardians, can you stop them? Looking at the scenery outside the arched window of the rock, which suddenly became dim, Fiona's hand holding Cade tightened slightly, and she spoke with some worry. She knew very well that the war might have already broken out, although she had faced the 9th level clone in the dream world. The main material plane and the dream world were different after all. Without the dream rule bonus of the Wonder Fiona's dreamland that was integrated with the inheritance land, the girl's strength at this moment could only fight against the peak of the 8th level at most. Don't worry too much, Lord. The attack of the Songqing secret cult this time is not all bad. Sitting quietly in the Lord's room, Avis comforted the girl with a calm expression, and at the same time explained the benefits of this incident to Fiona. After this enemy is repelled, any strong person who wants to attack you in the future must weigh their own strength compared to the apostles of the cult who attacked tonight. Although a war has broken out outside, he is not worried about Fiona's safety. With the dual protection of fate and the guardians of the two families, tonight will be at most a close call for the girl. Of course, the others present may not be so safe. Therefore, for safety reasons, his original body has already slipped back to Pamir Academy, leaving only a clone here to provide psychological comfort for the girl. Don't worry. Everything is already destined. Standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, Avis looked at the endless darkness outside calmly, and narrated words like prophecy in an aria-like tone. History books will remember tonight. The apostles of the Star Praise cult carried the green flames and tried to stop the rising star. But in the end it was in vain, and they only became witnesses and stepping stones for all this. Looking at Avis's unshakable figure, the girl suddenly felt a little more confident. Now Avis, who is far weaker than her, can face the attack of the 9th level without changing his expression. So how can she easily show her fear? Seeing the girl's emotions stabilize, Avis nodded secretly. At the same time, he also used his clone in the outside world to make the news that the enemy who attacked was the apostle of the Star Praise cult public to the majority of players through the channels of the secret ceremony. When the enemy attacked just now, I believe that many players should not have known the situation. What happened just now? Why did I die suddenly? The panel prompts that I just saw the existence of? Force a rational judgment. If it fails, it will directly trigger the instant death effect. Fuck. What on earth is that? I asked her as hashtag, and, since it was midnight, most of the people who were still wandering around and not sleeping at this point were players. After resurrecting, they began to press question marks on the public screen. However, soon, some people suddenly received some information. When they took out their tokens and looked at them, they were immediately shocked. Wait, there is news from the secret society. The enemy is a 9th level strongman of the Songqing secret cult, named Apostle. Fuck. Isn't that a boss over level 90? What kind of a battle between gods is this? When many players satisfied their curiosity, they could not help but marvel at the speed of the secret society's intelligence. The major player guilds and clubs directly pulled up the people in the plot analysis group and asked them to analyze the situation urgently to see if it would affect their layout in the star territory. At the same time, many players who died inexplicably also quietly made a note of the Songqing esoteric cult. Don't let me meet your people in the wild. Chapter 678 Attack. When the war in Silver Star City began, a secret projection meeting was held at the same time in the central palace of a city called Laputal, which was controlled by the Marquises, on the border battlefield of the distant Carlist province. Relying on the crystal ball engraved with layers of secret patterns in the core chamber, the flow rate of time in the illusory conference room is kept at a constant ratio of 10:1 with the flow rate of time in the outside world, and it has the effect of anti-prophecy magic. One by one, projections with different appearances appeared in the conference room almost at the same time. If anyone knows them, they will be surprised to find that in this small conference room, the projections of the 7 Marquises who started the war have all arrived. The news has been officially confirmed. The Light Chaser of the Alfred family and the Silver Storm of the Olivindi family have been secretly transferred back and appeared in the battlefield of the Star Territory. Now, the Silver Star City battlefield on the southeast side of the Carlis province and the Layla City battlefield on the east side are no longer protected by the 9th level power. After all the participants arrived, the projection of Marquis Winter, whose appearance was a dark figure shrouded in mist, spoke first and told the news he had obtained. No one was surprised by this result. Or rather, the two major families had no choice. Then, according to the plan, we should choose the next target. Looking around at the many silent marquises, the projection of Marquis Winter finally said, I think the Glory Holy Sword of the Alfred family is good. He has only broken through to the 9th level in the past 200 years. His strength is average, and it is not difficult to get it, since the names of 9th rank masters can be easily sensed by the other party when directly reciting their names. People often refer to them by their titles when discussing the 9th rank masters of the enemy. Winter Chill of the Olivindi family is also good. He is known as the youngest 9th rank master in the Empire, and has great potential in the future. He is worth targeting. I seconded. I also think it is appropriate to choose these two 9th rank masters as targets. I seconded. Many marquises discussed the matter, but in the end, they all agreed that the targets could be set on these two 9th rank masters. Everyone. Unfortunately, we can only choose one of them for the time being. However, after listening to everyone's discussion in silence for a while, Marquis Draka finally spoke. We currently have only 2 more 9th level fighters than the other side, and the target is from a Duke family, so he must have a lot of high-level magic items on him. If only 2 of us act together, we may be able to easily defeat the other side, but it will be difficult to really kill the target. At least 3 9th level fighters are needed to be safe. If you have to choose one of the 2, I think Winter Chill is the most suitable. He is very young and has great potential in the future. I am still more optimistic about Sword of Glory. According to intelligence, he is likely to break through again in the near future, which is a big threat to us. I also agree to choose Sword of Glory. I choose Winter Chill. Then, let's vote. As the intentions of many marquises diverged, Marquis Winter spoke indifferently. No one raised any objections, and after a while, the voting results were officially announced. Winter Chill won with a vote of 4-3. Well, Lord Suaging, Lord Enrita, your opponents have left now. As agreed, please cooperate with me secretly, and make sure to successfully resolve the target. As for the 2 battlefields, according to the agreement, they will be temporarily handed over to the resistance organizations to occupy. I hope they can do a good job of this little thing. Seeing this, Marquis Bashim, who looked like an ordinary young man with black hair and black eyes, slowly stood up and nodded to the 2 marquises. As the target and the execution personnel have been determined, the temporary projections of the marquises stood up and dissipated, and the meeting ended. It was not only Avis who wanted to reduce the enemy's 9th level personnel. The Marquis also thought so. On the other side, after the temporary meeting, the 2 marquises, Suaging and Enrita, who were assigned tasks, immediately set off and secretly teleported to the location of Marquis Bashim. At this moment, Marquis Bashim was in charge of the army on the west side of the province of Carlis. After seeing the 2 marquises secretly teleported in, a man wearing a dark green sacrificial robe with the emblem of the Songqing secret cult and a strange stone mask nodded slightly to the 2. Seeing this person, the 2 marquises' eyes flashed with a trace of vigilance. Marquis Suaging was most impressed by them. He was actually one of the 3 marquises who were severely injured in the explosion of the Sky City and should have been recovering slowly. But while he was recuperating, the mysterious Songqing secret cult suddenly appeared and used a strange ritual to quickly restore his strength. The price was to join the Marquis camp and go to war with the 4 major families. But after receiving treatment, Marquis Suaging was left with only a strong sense of vigilance. He couldn't solve a problem that he couldn't solve at the 9th level. So how could these alien god cults solve it? Before this operation begins, I will temporarily shield the fate of your majesties to prevent the enemy from noticing in advance. Facing the faint hostility of the 2 marquises, the masked star song mystic priest turned a blind eye. Now, let's go! The war should have already started, huh? In the central army tent, Duke Carrot paused while reviewing a document, looking at the night sky in the direction of the Star Territory, and suddenly felt uneasy for no reason. He put down the magic feather pen in his hand, and his invisible thoughts suddenly extended and expanded, carefully checking every corner around the army. But in the end, he found nothing. Yes, they need to contain me to prevent me from supporting other battlefields. In other words, they are about to launch an attack. Gradually sorting out the situation, the Duke's face turned cold. At the same time, the ground began to shake slightly, which was the effect that could only be caused by a large number of troops charging. The roar of magic and the sharp sound of arrows cutting through the air had already faintly reached the Duke's ears. In the center of the countless attacking armies, a terrifying aura like the sun has locked onto Duke Carrot, who is in charge of the army. I don't know what the situation is with Fiona and Anvis. The Duke suddenly stood up and disappeared from the tent in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the air, facing Marquis Bashim in the distance. There was no dialogue. Above the two armies below, which were like a black tide, two different rule fields expanded from the two of them and collided violently. Everything seemed to be no different from before. But in the next moment, two other different rule domains suddenly expanded from the void. And together with the earliest Marquis Bashim, they surrounded Duke Carrot in the center. The sudden accident made Carrot's face change suddenly. And what made his heart sink to the bottom was that the battlefield space had been completely blocked by the alien divine power. And the message for help could no longer be transmitted. 3-1. After struggling to hold on for a while, Duke Carrot's rule domain quickly dissolved like snowflakes in the sun. Through the looming domain, it can be seen that beside the Duke, a 20-sided ice crystal with sparkling starlight was suspended with difficulty, exuding a terrifying rule aura, supporting the Duke's last defensive position. But it still quickly dimmed under the joint attack of 3 9th-level people. If there is no variable, then Carrot will be the first 9th level to withdraw in this Imperial Civil War. Chapter 679, The Marquis' Fall. But many times, things are always accompanied by countless accidents. When the Duke was in danger, the 3 besieging Marquises suddenly noticed something unusual. In the northwest sky of the battlefield, the entire dark night sky suddenly showed a huge distortion, and some kind of behemoth emerged from the void. A huge sense of crisis that made people's scalps numb instantly enveloped the 3 people. What is that? On the battlefield. Because he was besieging Carrot with all his strength, Marquis Bashim could only spare a little energy and barely explore the direction where the sense of crisis came from. That is, the Sky City. A sky city of unknown origin. On the other side, Enlida and Marquis Suijing saw the existence of the coming, and their faces changed drastically. Especially Marquis Suijing. He was previously involved in the self-destruction of the Sky City, resulting in the annihilation of his body. Now seeing this thing again, he couldn't help but instinctively step back a little, for fear that it would suddenly rush over and explode again. The situation has changed. It's unclear whether the enemy is us or not. We should speed up and leave Winter Chill before the thing comes over. Otherwise, the enemy will be prepared next time, and it will be difficult to have this good opportunity again. Marquis Bashim's thoughts echoed like thunder. And at the same time, a gray-white ancient lantern suddenly appeared in his hand. The lantern was extinguished at this moment. But as Marquis Bashim injected his spirituality mixed with the power of rules into the lamp, with a painful expression on his face, a tiny light of light blue suddenly ignited from the transparent lampshade. Under the illumination of this seemingly extremely weak light blue light, the Duke's rule field was instantly penetrated and melted, like a shadow dispelled by light, leaving only a thin layer on the surface of the body, still struggling to support it with the blessing of the power of the 20-sided crystal. A replica of the Dead Sea Lantern? Recognizing the effect of the lantern in Marquis Bashim's hand, Marquis Enrita sent out a somewhat uncertain thought. Hurry. I can't hold on for much longer. That crystal is at least a 9th order extreme level wonder. He maintained the flame in the lantern with a ferocious look. But before Marquis Bashim could continue to say anything, his expression suddenly changed, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, a beam of pure black magic power with terrifying annihilation power suddenly penetrated from the original position of the Marquis, and even annihilated a hole in his rule domain. Suddenly losing the suppression of Marquis Bashim, Duke Carrot's pressure was greatly reduced, and his own rule domain also began to solidify again. Themis Colossus. Could it be that someone has secretly discovered a well-preserved floating city ruins? Looking at the source of the attack in the distance, the huge blue gold eye golem like a mountain, and the sparse floating city golem surrounding it, Marquis Enrita's face also changed drastically. This is impossible. What force intervened in this matter? Marquis Tsuaging's face also changed drastically. When Marquis Bashim released the rule field and escaped, he knew very well that the plan to jointly encircle and suppress Kalat was probably in jeopardy, even if Kalat now seems to be barely holding on. In fact, if he is really pushed to the limit, he can continue to delay for a while by self-destructing the crystal-like magic artifact. The only way now is to separate one person to contain Marquis Kalat, and the other two Marquises will take down the floating city as soon as possible. And there may be a glimmer of hope. But when the two of them had the intention to retreat and temporarily change their goals, Duke Carlot, who had been struggling to hold on, suddenly sneered and took the initiative to let his rule domain entangle the rule domains of the other two 9th level Marquises. Unlike the simple and direct head-on battle of the main body, in the 9th level battle, the collision of rule domains is a special way of fighting, which usually occurs when one party is very confident in its ability to control its own rules. If the rule domain of one party is completely eroded, it is equivalent to a complete failure in the competition at the rule level. By then, the 9th level without the protection of the rule power is only equivalent to the 8th level with stronger basic attributes. Facing the enemy's rule power attack, it is completely at the mercy of the slaughter. Marquis Bashim and others just rely on the fact that there are enough 9th level beings on their side, so they plan to fight quickly in this way. But now, with the emergence of the floating city and the delay in taking down Duke Carlot, problems begin to arise. The erosion of the rule domain is two-way, although they seem to be about to kill Carrot. From another perspective, if one of the parties does not want to end this collision, then the entanglement of the rule domain is difficult to separate. At this time, the floating city that suddenly appeared became the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the two Marquises. Before the two Marquises could continue to react, the face of Marquis Tsuaging suddenly turned pale. He could feel that an unparalleled sense of great danger suddenly locked him. A feeling of no way to escape seized his heart fiercely. Under the gaze of other beings on the battlefield, Marquis Tsuaging's body suddenly swelled violently, revealing his twisted and inhuman true body. At the same time, a magic ornament on his body emitted a bright light, and it was actually forcibly distorting the imprisoned time and space, opening up an impossible passage. But at this moment, under the shocked gaze of others, a dark lightless sphere directly emerged in the rule field of Marquis Tsuaging, swallowing up the Marquis who wanted to escape and most of his rule field together. The final weapon system of the floating city lightless moon, facing the annihilation black ball that was so close. Marquis Henrita and Duke Carrot both felt a sense of horror. With one shot, Marquis Tsuaging was annihilated without any resistance. In the distance, the figure of Marquis Bashim, who had previously left the battlefield and tried to attack the floating city, also appeared. But he was also firmly restrained by the Themis Colossus and the floating golem group. As a masterpiece of the legendary high elf wizard in ancient times, even if there was no one controlling it, it was not something that Marquis Bashim, who had not yet reached the 9th level limit, could defeat. After looking at each other, Duke Carrot and Marquis Henrita separated at the same time. Compared to Marquis Henrita, who knew nothing at all, Marquis Carrot had already guessed the power to which the floating city belonged. But this only made him more daunted. Even though there was a verbal agreement in advance, Carrot did not dare to bet whether the opponent would suddenly get up and directly give him a black annihilation ball. Several 9th level warriors present did not know that the lightless moon was actually charged by Anvis before he came, and it would take at least more than 10 minutes to cool down if he wanted to fire it again. In the end, under Carrot's high alert against the floating city, Marquis Henrita found an opportunity to teleport and escape, while Marquis Bashim was unfortunately killed because he was controlled by the Themis Colossus and the magic circle of the floating city. Although Marquis Bashim seemed to have sent an urgent request for help to some existences in the end, he still failed to escape successfully. After completing all this, the mysterious floating city quickly shuttled into the dream world and escaped. Several 9th level strongmen who watched the battle secretly tried to chase it, but in the end, they all returned in vain, only bringing back the information that the floating city had escaped into the deep dream world. Soon, as the news of the death of the two Marquises spread, the continent was shaken. Chapter 680, The Royal Family's Movement. Finally, they are all shaken off. In the deep dream world, Anvis exhaled lightly as he watched the last 9th rank being caught off guard by the collapse of the dream world bubble and disappearing in the endless dream turbulence. So far, all the pursuers have been shaken off by him, although he himself seems to have been lost in this endless deep dream world. With the inheritance land as a special anchor point, he can still use the inheritance land as a springboard to return to the Yar continent. And with the power of the floating city as protection, he can ensure that he will not be assimilated by the ubiquitous weird dream power, and become a part of the deep dream world that he can never leave. Envis is quite satisfied with the result of this action. Although Marquis and Rita finally escaped, the bodies of Marquis Tsuaging and Marquis Bashim were destroyed without any resistance under the attack of the floating city. As for the vigilance shown by Duke Carrot at that time, Envis felt it was very normal. If he were in Carrot's position, he would also doubt whether he would be destroyed by the Ring of Truth that controlled the floating city. However, what surprised Avis was that before his death, Marquis Bashim had sought help from some ancient existence and received a definite response. However, the other party may have misjudged the power of the lightless moon. Or perhaps they did not want to save Marquis Bashim at all. The strange power that surged from the other end of the spiritual channel did not successfully block the annihilation attack of the lightless moon, but dissipated into wisps of invisible strange smoke, leaving an indelible spiritual mark on the floating city. This is different from the magic imprint with substance, but a conceptual existence. If the ordinary marking spell is this floating city is marked by some unknown magic imprint, then this spiritual imprint is this floating city is marked. Its real carrier does not exist in this world, but in another unknown angle. This is a problem that Avis urgently needs to solve. Otherwise, when he returns to the main material world, it is very likely that some existence will descend directly along the mark. Fortunately, with the valuable knowledge records of the inheritance land and the database of the Sky City, there is currently a solution to the problem in the database of Bomia. But it will take some time. During this period of time, the Sky City can only temporarily hide in the dream world. Fortunately, in the next period of time, the Vest Circle of Truth also needs to be silent for a while to let the continent digest the current information. No 9th level existence is a fool. When Avis exposed the existence of the floating city, he did not expect the relationship between the floating city and the ring of truth behind it to be hidden for how long. The truth ring with the floating city is completely different from the truth ring without the floating city. Next, the three empires of the continent will probably try frantically to find and eliminate the existence of the truth ring at all costs. With the withdrawal of the floating city, the civil war in the empire has temporarily stopped. In this operation of Avis, the empire lost 2 marquises. This is a huge impact. 2 9th-level marquises died under the attack of the floating city of unknown forces. And behind it touched on extremely complex interests. It not only involves the territories and forces controlled by the 2 marquises, but also involves the rules of the game of the Gloria Empire. If it was just a civil war among the nobles, it would be barely justifiable. But according to subsequent investigation/prophecies, the floating city actually seems to be related to the Ring of Truth. A resistance organization openly attacked and killed the Imperial Marquis, which has threatened the ruling foundation of the Gloria Empire. The royal family had to bite the bullet and send a 9th rank to Gloria III's retreat to try to wake him up urgently, and let him decide whether to activate the Empire's heritage, find the Ring of Truth and kill it at all costs, and seize the floating city. But to everyone's surprise, the 9th rank did not see Gloria III in the end, and his retreat palace was also empty, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. The news of Gloria III's mysterious disappearance soon spread among the 9th rank royals. The 9th rank royals secretly held a meeting and decided to use the Eye of Destiny, a rare item left by the ancient magic empire, to urgently search for the Emperor's whereabouts. But this time, even the Eye of Destiny, which is as famous as the Destiny Stone Tower and is said to be as effective as the 9th rank prophet, could not find Gloria III's trace. Many 9th ranks have already had vague guesses about this result. First of all, it can be confirmed that Gloria III is not dead. This feedback from the Eye of Destiny made many 9th ranks secretly feel a sense of déjà vu. There is only one possibility that would cause the Eye of Destiny to behave like this. Gloria III secretly tried to use a secret method to advance to the legendary level, but he did not fail or succeed. It may sound a bit confusing, but the concept of legendary rank is so mysterious. Someone in the magic world once proposed such a view. The reason why legends do not exist in this world is that they are located in other angles and cannot descend to the world that can be observed by ordinary people. Although this is pure speculation without any evidence, it also reflects some characteristics of legends that cannot be observed. In the past, the first generation of the Olivendi family took the initiative to use a wishing artifact to try to break through the legend and disappeared. The royal family once used the Eye of Destiny to investigate its whereabouts, But the result was exactly the same as this time. After confirming that Gloria 3 was indeed completely missing, the situation in the upper echelons of the Empire immediately became weird. No matter what Gloria 3 thought, whether it was a well-prepared secret retreat to break through, or was plotted against, the result was that the Emperor of the Empire was completely confirmed to be missing. The country cannot be without a monarch for a day. After confirming that the Emperor was missing, the eldest Prince Ferdinand Augustine immediately contacted several 9th-level worshippers in the royal family who were close to him and prepared to take that position. After all, he has been the crown prince for hundreds of years. He has seen pigs run away even if he has not eaten pork. At the same time, Ferdinand secretly went to the mausoleum of the great emperors of all dynasties to meet the 3 royal guardians who guarded the mausoleum and the royal blood crystal, Star Guardian, Heart of Darkness, and Grey, hoping to find out the attitudes of the 3 guardians towards him. Although he has achieved the 9th level, he can feel the horror of the 3 guardians even more. They are as deep and powerful as the abyss and the sea. If the road ahead of this world was not blocked by the legendary barrier, I am afraid that these 3 would have taken the last step long ago. Among them, the white-robed Heart of Darkness smiled and encouraged him a few words, while the Guardian of Stars in the robe of stars was indifferent and just nodded to him, and the Grey in the hooded grey robe glanced at him, then closed his eyes again and did not express any opinion. Seeing this situation, Ferdinand had a bottom line in his heart and respectfully said goodbye and left. There was also a division of camps among the 3 guardians. The Heart of Darkness was a conservative faction, hoping that everything in the Empire could be stable forever, while the Guardian of Stars was a reformist faction, advocating to actively embrace all changes in the world. And the longest-lived and strongest of the 3 Grey was between the 2. He didn't care about the views of the 2 factions, but only hoped that the existence of the Empire could continue forever. For the eldest prince, as long as he could win the support of the Heart of Darkness on this trip, then as the only prince who broke through the 9th level, it would be a foregone conclusion that he would change his name to Gloria 4 in the future. But at this time, a thunderous bad news suddenly reached the ears of the eldest prince. The 4th Princess Osvia successfully broke through the 9th level. Chapter 681 Buffer Period. The breakthrough of the 4th Princess Osvia disrupted all the arrangements of the eldest prince. For the eldest prince, even if the other princes and princesses broke through, it was not as difficult for him as the breakthrough of the 4th princess. After all, the other party has too many similarities with the Gloria Emperor thousands of years ago. At this critical moment, she suddenly broke through the 9th level, which was obviously well prepared. Female, rank 4th, blue eyes, and a face that was somewhat similar to that of Gloria Emperor, much more politically correct than him. After breaking through the 9th level, the 4th princess openly went to the mausoleum of the emperors of all dynasties on the grounds that she had broken through the 9th level, and met the 3 royal guardians who guarded the mausoleum and the royal blood crystal. The result this time was just the opposite of the eldest prince. The Guardian of the Stars showed a good impression of the 4th princess, while the Heart of Darkness became cold, and Grey still looked like he had nothing to do with it. Walking out of the plain gate of the royal mausoleum, the 4th Princess Osvia was in a good mood. Her own strength broke through to the 9th level, and she successfully gained the support of a royal guardian. Most of the tricks that the eldest prince could use on her were completely ineffective. At this moment, she suddenly felt something in her heart, and her blue eyes looked towards the side of the royal back garden. In the direction she was looking at, there was a small lake as clear as a sapphire, and the lakeside was spreading with a classical elf-style white stone corridor leading to the pavilion in the center of the lake. Under the shadow of the relief columns, the eldest Prince Ferdinand, dressed in a golden robe, stood there quietly, looking at her with dark golden eyes. When their eyes met, it seemed as if a flash of lightning flashed through the air. Looking at the silent eldest prince, the 4th princess's lips curled up slightly. She smiled silently, and gracefully bent her knees to lift her skirt, just like she had done countless times in the past when she met the eldest prince. Silently watching the 4th princess turn and leave, the eldest prince put his hand deep into his arms with a gloomy face, holding a light black crystal ball. The crystal ball lit up slightly, and a string of short information was transmitted into his mind. As if silently mocking him, the interception operation failed. The target was just a substitute, a bunch of trash. Forget it. If this level of action can really achieve the goal, then she is not my 4th sister, who is often compared with Emperor Gloria. Suppressing the anger in his heart, The eldest prince Ferdinand also turned and left. He originally wanted to stop the fourth princess from entering the royal mausoleum, but he was still a step too late. As the fourth princess came into contact with the guardian and won the favor of the guardian of the stars, it was not easy for him to get rid of the fourth princess secretly. Then, if you want to sit in that position, you can only compete with the combined strength of your subordinates and the number of 9th level supporters. After several days of fighting openly and secretly, finally, under the influence of the will of the three guardians, the eldest prince and the fourth princess came up with a weird House of Lords mechanism. The House of Lords is composed of 9 princes and princesses, temporarily acting as the national government, and the eldest prince and the fourth princess have a veto. If the eldest prince and the fourth princess have different opinions on something and the discussion is fruitless, then the three guardians will make the final decision. This situation will happen, and the eldest prince and the fourth princess in the fight are also helpless. Although Gloria 3 is currently missing, he is not dead after all. So the two princes and princesses do not dare to really start a bloody purge and then ascend to the throne. After all, Gloria 3's breakthrough legend disappearance is currently just a guess, and no one knows what the situation is. What if he can come back? Will the winner send his father back in person? Although the princes and princesses may not mind doing it for them, the three guardians finally decided to give Gloria 3 a 3-year buffer period. During these 3 years, many princes and princesses must work hard to show their value, learn how to manage the empire, and let them develop their own manpower throughout the empire for a peaceful handover in the future. If Gloria 3 can successfully return during these 3 years, everything will return to normal. If the emperor is still missing after 3 years, he can only be treated as an accidental death. At the same time, the royal descendant with the best performance within these 3 years will become the next emperor of the empire. Silver Star City. In the City Lord's mansion. Have you finished the statistics? How much are our losses? Sitting behind the desk of the City Lord's adjutant, Anbis, wearing the vest of Levin Boley, asked casually after reviewing the documents sent by Annie in person. Mr. Boley, our situation is not optimistic. Standing at the side of the desk with a serious face, Annie calmed down and recalled the tragic situation of the city she had personally investigated before. Silver Star City was protected by the family's guardian, His Majesty, so the main body was not damaged. But the number of registered citizens who died directly in the war was about 3,000. More than 20,000 citizens suffered from mental problems to varying degrees due to the Battle of the Crown Princes. And the number of deaths of foreigners could not be counted. Iron Forge City was hit by the aftermath of an attack by a crown prince, and the southwest area of the city and the west side of the Maodun district were completely wiped out, and about 7,000 citizens were missing. The protective array of Black Rock City was destroyed by the aftermath of the Battle of the Crown Princes, and then it was looted by several high-level professionals with hidden identities. Some buildings in the city were damaged, and the number of casualties was about 100. Annie carefully observed Avis's expression while reporting the war damage statistics of major cities one by one. However, until she finished reporting all the damage reports, Avis's expression was still calm. Very good. Looking at Annie, who was looking at him nervously, Avis smiled and sent her away casually. On the night when the Songqing esoteric cult attacked, the two major families finally won the victory with great difficulty. The 3 apostles of the Songqing esoteric cult were not considered strong among the 9th level. Relying on the layers of protective magic arrays, the 2 guardians were initially at ease, and even had time to guard against other hidden 9th level enemies. But after finding that they could not break through the enemy's defense, one of the apostles launched God's Descent and turned into a dark green sun. At that moment, the ball of light even gave Avis some memories of that, the oppressive feeling of the terrifying holy light humanoid. Then, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Layers of protective magic arrays shattered like bubbles, and the 2 9th level extreme guardians also had a hard time resisting. The 9th level Silver Storm of the family, Esval Olivendi, tried to sneak attack the apostle in the God's Descent state. But unfortunately, he was hit by the opponent's strange attack and died, because he could not resist the burning of the dark green flames. Fortunately, when the defense line of the 2 9th level guardians was about to be broken, the apostle's God's Descent time could not be maintained, and his body completely turned into a ball of green flames and collapsed. Otherwise the defense line might really be broken. Chapter 682 The End of the War. It seems that not every apostle has the ability of God's Descent, or they have other plans. As the green sun dissipated, The figures of the other two apostles also disappeared, as if they had left. Seeing that the apostles of the Songqing esoteric sect failed, out of some concerns, the other 9th level, who were watching secretly, did not take action in the end. In the end, the apostles of the Songqing esoteric sect were hunted down and expelled from the country by the royal 9th level. And the floating city of unknown origin hid in the deep dream world and could not be tracked. In general, both sides suffered losses. Silverstorm's current consciousness has been restored, but it is still a long way from regaining its full 9th level strength. Although the two marquises whose bodies died also have their own backup, they will not be able to return to the battlefield in a short time. After both sides lost external aid, the Marquis side is now one less 9th level, and the situation has become more unfavorable. In the war that night, it was those rebels who came from nowhere who took advantage. They took advantage of the opportunity when both 9th level warriors left the battlefield, suddenly attacked from the rear, and briefly occupied several cities and towns such as Katila City and Hanjing City, which were close to the border in the southwest of Carlis Province. And with a series of changes in the war situation, after the war between the two sides was temporarily calmed down, these people plundered the city resources and fled in advance to avoid being cleared out by the Olivendi family afterwards. Through the secret information channel he personally established, Ambus also learned some interesting news. Although the rebels seemed to have fled, the real situation was not that simple. In some cities, players who had been on the battlefield accidentally discovered that some members of the resistance army they had seen before had changed their appearance and continued to act in the city as if nothing had happened. But even if they went to the Lord's mansion to report, they could not determine the identity of those people as resistance army because there was no evidence. This news was regarded as important intelligence by some players and submitted to the secret ceremony in exchange for rewards. It seems that some of the resistance army disguised their identities and lurked in the city, as if they were planning some unknown actions. According to the news from the Mirror Man clone, there seems to be a lot of abnormal personnel flow in the Federation's resistance army recently, and there are also undercurrents in the Glory Alliance, and it is suspected that some agreements have been reached with some resistance organizations. Among these resistance army, there are also some acquaintances of Avis. Avis is very clear that the Glory Alliance, an organization composed of nobles from many kingdoms in the Federation, is actually an extension of the will of the Federation's scattered 9th level and high-level prophet. Recently, the web of destiny in the Empire has been surging. They are probably also attracted by this change, and are eager to take the opportunity to intervene and get a share of the pie. By analogy, the Holy Light Church is probably also planning some kind of secret action against the Empire, but he is not clear yet. Ambus's intelligence network in the Saint Messia Empire is the weakest, and Archbishop Yanel is specifically responsible for information related to the Saint Plan, and it is not worth increasing the risk of exposure for other less valuable intelligence. Although he tried hard to rewrite the situation in the Empire, Destiny still has signs of developing towards the previous life. Is this the inertia of Destiny? Tapping his fingers on the table, thinking for a moment, Avis denied this pessimistic idea. The situation of the three empires on the continent has developed to this point today, not overnight, but after thousands of years of historical accumulation. It is not so easy for him to rewrite the established historical trend by changing a few nodes. He waved his hand, and a semi-transparent three-dimensional map of the province appeared on the table. It can be seen that the location of the Star Territory is located on the west side of the Carlis province, not far from the cities where the rebels are suspected to be infested. As the war stopped, no one knew what their purpose was. Looking at the miniature cities on the map, Avis gradually had an idea in his mind, and he planned to go to those cities in person. Recently, the Empire has been calm, due to the disappearance of Gloria III. The two princes and princesses who hold real power in the royal family are currently busy with internal strife. They hope that the situation in the Empire can remain stable, and the struggle between the two dukes and marquises will be mediated. The Marquis lost 2 more 9th ranks, which further widened their disadvantage. Next, they would either find external aid like the Songqing esoteric cult again, to kill at least 1 9th rank from the two major families in a short period of time, or they would use the royal family to mediate and negotiate peace with the two major families. But the first possibility was unlikely. After the sneak attack and counter-sneak attack that night, the successive deaths of 9th ranks brought a real sense of crisis to the remaining 9th ranks, and the vigilance of both sides had been raised to an extremely high level. In other words, due to Ambus's intervention, The civil war in the Empire was put to an abrupt end, and it would be difficult to start the battle again, at least in the short term. Next, it is estimated that many people will make every effort to investigate the mysterious force that controls the floating city. In addition, with the exposure of Fiona's defense force, the next days of Xingqian territory will be very safe and do not need his attention. Carless Province, Hanjing City. The sun in the sky reveals the golden sunlight of dawn, illuminating the streets and alleys of this border city. On both sides of the bluestone street where the carriage is driving, pedestrians are walking leisurely, and street vendors are selling all kinds of breakfast and fresh fruits and vegetables. Looking forward to the first opening of the day. The noisy voices echo the birds in the sky, and the curling smoke and steam are coated with a layer of light gold in the sun, forming a unique breath of this city. Since the war ended a few days ago, the streets of the city have become more lively, and many citizens dare to go out of their homes to purchase some daily necessities. Extra! Extra! The Imperial Senate is established. In the busy street corners, newsboys shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of pedestrians in order to sell more newspapers. What the hell? His Majesty is missing? The princes established the Imperial Senate? Hee hee. Is this disappearance the kind of disappearance I thought of? On the side of the road, a mercenary was holding a groba cake, a kind of wrap with diced oxbeef meat, radish sauce and vegetables, in one hand and a newspaper in the other. He seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but sneered. Keep your voice down. If the lackeys of the nobles hear you, you'll be in big trouble. Beside him, his companion looked around cautiously, and then lowered his voice to stop him. Humph. The mercenary snorted, looked at the city guards in the distance with fear, then took a big bite of the groba cake in his hand and fell silent. However, compared with the cautious natives, the players were relatively bolder. The previous emperor died before he could complete his business. Today, the world is divided into 3 parts, and the empire is exhausted. This is truly a critical summer for survival. An elf in emerald green vine armor read the newspaper and talked a lot, bullying the natives who couldn't understand classical Chinese. Selling Shark Dad's beef jerky. It's delicious and not expensive. The eldest son or 4th daughter in the family can buy it and get a discount. A merchant player who set up a stall on the side of the road was more straightforward. But judging from some players who secretly left to report to the city guards, it is estimated that the sale will not last long. Chapter 683 Hidden Rebels. What is your purpose in selling these? Who instructed you? What is your motive? Have you obtained the permission of the Lord's mansion? Did the city lord allow you to sell? Who is behind you? What do you want to do by selling these? Who are you satirizing? What do you want to insinuate? What are you destroying? What are you subverting? Can't answer? Then follow me. Soon, a captain of the city guard came over and arrested the merchant selling beef jerky on the roadside. Misunderstanding. I am a good citizen. This brand of beef jerky is called Shark's Daddy, and the discount is only random today. Tomorrow, maybe the head of the family will come to buy it and give a discount. Seeing the arrival of the city guard, the player merchant was still trying to defend himself. Do you think our city guards will believe your nonsense? Bang. The captain of the city guard, who is also a player, twitched his mouth and took out a rope directly, ready to tie this guy's hands and take him away to improve his performance. But before he could do anything, 2 black balls suddenly rolled out from under the merchant's feet, and then suddenly exploded, forming a thick black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Catch him. The city guard was caught off guard by the smoke, and his face was choked to tears. He coughed and roared to warn, and several nearby city guards were also attracted and rushed over quickly. But when the smoke dissipated, the player merchant had disappeared. Damn it! He dared to attack the city guards. Put up a wanted order for me. The whole province is offering a reward for his whereabouts. Wipe his face that was blackened by smoke. The captain of the city guards looked at the complex terrain around him, and the expressions of the nearby players, who wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh, and couldn't help but get angry. However, when his eyes accidentally swept over the green-armored elf in the crowd, he couldn't help but pause slightly, and a trace of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Wait, I seem to have seen you? Hearing this, the elf's face changed slightly, and then quickly turned and fled. He is also a wanted criminal. Catch him. Finally remembering where he had seen him, the captain didn't care about the merchant who had escaped before, and directly shouted to lead his subordinates to chase the fleeing elf. What a nostalgic scene. In the crowd, Avis watched the city guard team leave, thinking. In fact, as the strength of the players continues to improve, a large number of professions that originally belonged to the natives have now quietly replaced the players, especially in high-risk industries such as guards and mercenaries. As the strength of the players continues to improve, the natives found that they ushered in vicious competition from their peers. Relying on the ability to resurrect, players act without any worries, even if they die several times during the leveling process. They are less fearless than when they first entered the game, but they are still not comparable to the native professionals. The most important thing is that as their strength increases, the original city guards can no longer suppress the players. Many players, relying on their high levels, plan to avenge the fact that they were chased around by the city guards all day long. Although the players are scattered and do not pose a threat to the Lord's rule, city guards are secretly backstabbed and kidney shot from time to time, making city guards gradually become a high-risk profession. Many lords have tried to kill chickens to scare monkeys, but the problem is that there are often fearless and uninformed players who don't buy it and continue to do their own thing. After all, for players, heads are something that can never be chopped off. So, after learning from their mistakes, the Lord simply opened up the stranger city guards, recruited those stranger who were strong enough to serve as city guards, and let them fight internally. In the eyes of the natives of this world, the traces of stranger became more and more. It seems that there is no problem. Where are those rebels hiding? After observing the city for a while, Avis, who found nothing, finally stopped this ordinary search. It is normal to think about it. If it is so easy to be discovered, then those rebels don't need to talk about lurking. So, a coin of destiny appeared in Avis's hand. With his prophet level reaching the 8th level, many prophecy magics no longer need to stick to the original form. I want to know the whereabouts of the leader of the rebels lurking in this city. Thinking silently in his heart, he wanted to know the question. Avis flicked his thumb lightly. With a ding, the platinum coin drew a beautiful arc in the air. The next moment, a sudden inspiration came to Avis' mind. Hanjing City Lord's mansion? Seeing this result, Avis couldn't help but be stunned. Has the City Lord already betrayed? Or is he a fake City Lord now? And the original City Lord has been killed by the rebels? Thinking about it, Avis simply walked directly to the City Lord's mansion. No matter what the rebels are planning, it will eventually fall on the people who carry it out. It can actually completely control a high-level person. This yellow book is really useful. At this moment, in the bedroom of the gorgeous City Lord's mansion, Landon looked at the City Lord of Hanjing City, who left respectfully, and carefully closed the strange dark yellow book in his hand. And he couldn't help but feel very happy. On the day of the heads of state meeting, on the battlefield between the 9 level of the 3 empires and the strange yellow robe figure, when this strange book suddenly penetrated the space and hit his head, Landon's heart almost stopped beating, worried that he would be caught by those 9 level people. Even if he escaped from the venue with the help of Lord Dark Crow, Landon was still worried for a long time. After all, he had heard from his teacher, the deputy commander of the resistance army, Su Te, that those prophet masters knew almost everything. But as time went on, he finally found that there seemed to be no follow-up to this matter. No one came to him to investigate the matter of this book. Landon also understood that there was something strange about it. But it was the knowledgeable Dark Crow who answered his doubts. That book must involve extraterritorial existence. And it is an extremely powerful extraterritorial existence. This makes it impossible for those prophets' methods to trace back to this book. Because in order to help Landon escape from that demi-plane under the eyes of many 9th level extremes, Dark Crow used his own original skills and is currently in a weak state. After confirming that the book would not attract enemies for him, Landon gradually put his mind at ease. After asking Lord Dark Crow to warn him, he carefully began to try to read its contents. The content of the book is different from what Landon thought. There is no content that looks like text in the pages. Only some strange symbols that occupy a whole page, like a picture album. But as he flipped through the pages, Landon seemed to see a series of illusory figures in ragged yellow robes from different angles on the pages. They quietly floated there, showing Landon their existence. Under the ragged yellow robes that seemed to be slightly fluttering, it seemed that the truth of all things in the world was hidden. Strangely enough, looking at these illusory yellow robe images, Landon felt that his consciousness became a little hazy, and a lot of secret knowledge began to emerge in his mind. After an unknown period of time, he woke up in a sweat after being reminded by the Dark Crow. and suddenly found that he seemed to have established a slight connection with this strange yellow book. At the same time, a strange spell-like ability called submission appeared in Landon's mind. Its description is very simple. All things will submit to the Nameless King. Chapter 684, Valet. Based on Landon's many tests in the Resistance Army, the effect of this quasi-spell is indeed worthy of its name. It can subtly control the target's mind, making the other party willingly submit to you and regard you as a monarch. And most importantly, the use of this spell is silent, and even if it fails, the other party will hardly notice it. However, this mental influence is not permanent. If the influence is not continued to be reinforced after a period of time, the target is likely to be out of control. Moreover, this quasi-spell is only suitable for use in daily environments. If you want to control your enemies on the battlefield, it will be much more difficult, or even ineffective. Landon has also secretly tried to control captured enemies. The effect is between daily environments and battlefield environments. It can indeed make the other party submit, but the control time is obviously shorter than normal, and it is only suitable for interrogation of intelligence. In Landon's test results, this quasi-spell can currently only be effective for 7th level professionals. Perhaps in the future, when his strength increases, the effect will be even stronger. Landon kept all this a secret, even from his teacher, the deputy commander of the Resistance Army, Schuster. This was not because he was worried that others would be jealous of his treasure, but to protect the people around him. Dark Crow specifically reminded him that the origin of the book was obviously unusual, and even those 9th level extreme crowns wanted to fight for it. Once he was exposed, the entire Spark organization would probably be destroyed by the 9th level who came to seize the treasure. After obtaining this book, Landon began to practice with concentration. The book had no name, but from its dark yellow cover, pages, and the shadow in a ragged yellow robe that could be seen after opening the book, Landon named it the Book of Yellow Clothes. As Landon studied, he also discovered another ability of the Yellow Book. When you carry it with you during meditation, the speed of cultivation will become very fast. Since he obtained the book, he has successfully greatly improved the coordination of his mental power and body, and his strength has been raised to the 5th level. This time, controlling the Lord of Hanjing City was not originally in the plan of the rebels, but a private action of Landon. The original order given to him by the deputy commander of the army, Shoot, was to lead some elite rebels to disguise as civilian professionals, temporarily lurk in the empire in the form of chambers of commerce, mercenaries, etc., and wait for orders. According to the plan, they may need to lurk in the empire for several years. If no one cooperates during this period, accidents are likely to occur. In the original plan, the rebels would settle in the name of the Federal Underground Chamber of Commerce, and bribe the adjutant of the Lord of Hanjing City to turn a blind eye to their existence. According to intelligence, the target is extremely greedy and lustful. As long as he caters to his preferences, the other party does not care about the addition of a gray force in the territory. But out of caution, Landon still managed to meet the Lord of Hanjing City and controlled him with submission, in order to cooperate with the rebels to hide better and avoid being discovered by the ruler of the Carlist province. The power of the Olivendi family, relying on the power of the Yellow Book, the Lord of Hanjing City, who was as strong as the 7th level, was unconsciously influenced by him and instinctively regarded him as his monarch. At the same time, the resources and wealth originally used to bribe the Lord entered Landon's pocket in disguise, in order to make his existence not too conspicuous. With the cooperation of the Lord of Hanjing City, his current identity is a male servant in the castle, but he is directly under the Lord himself. This was the advice given to him by Dark Crow. Although Dark Crow's tone was a little strange at the time, Landon didn't think much about it. It turned out that the effect was indeed good. No one doubted his origin. At most, the servants in the castle looked at him strangely. Landon, you are here. At this time, 2 girls wearing cool light armor and combat cloaks, with swords on their waists, entered the room led by servants. Both girls were very beautiful. One of them had burning golden red eyes and long red golden wavy hair, and the other had black hair and purple eyes, with a little baby fat on her cheeks, looking pure and lovely. Alyssa, Lanny, you are here. Seeing the 2 girls coming, Landon quickly stood up from the bed. It's so beautiful here. There were a lot of famous paintings and elf artworks in the city lord's bedroom. The purple-eyed girl looked at the gorgeous furnishings in the room with some amazement. But Alyssa, who was originally from a noble family, didn't feel anything. Is there any new news from the teacher? Lanny? And how is my sister Leah's health now? After activating the soundproof barrier in the room, Landon looked at the two girls. Your sister is recovering well now, without any signs of recurrence of crystallization disease. Under the guidance of Lord Leo, she has officially broken through and become a 4th-level professional. She even mastered a special spell called Crystallization Ray. When mentioning Leah, Alyssa's eyes flashed with surprise. The girl's talent was extremely extraordinary even in her eyes. Father has learned that you have successfully infiltrated the City Lord's mansion. He hopes that you can pay attention to the information about the movements of the Olivendi family as much as possible. But you must do it under the premise of ensuring your own safety. If something goes wrong, activate this amulet immediately, and he will come to help you escape. The black-haired, purple-eyed girl spoke softly, and handed the amulet to Landon. She accidentally brushed Landon's finger during the process, and both of them blushed slightly. She was Lanny Gallo, the only daughter of Landon's teacher, the deputy commander of the rebel army, Shoot Gallo. She was rescued from the ruins by Landon by accident, and then fell in love with him. Don't worry. I'm safe here, and I will do my best to investigate the information the teacher wants. Hearing this, Landon patted his chest and assured the two girls. Although he could not reveal the information about the City Lord, it was okay to hint that he was safe. But what he didn't expect was that the two girls' reactions were completely different from what he expected. That, Landon, you really don't have to make such a big sacrifice. Even if it's just a bribe of money, it should be enough. Thinking of the sturdy and fat figure of the City Lord, a complex look flashed across Alyssa's eyes. Some reluctant, and some hesitant to speak. Woo-woo, Brother Landon. I understand. You are all for the safety of the rebels. I will never despise you. When it comes to this, Lanny's eyes are full of tears, and her tone is a little moved. What are you talking about? Do we have any misunderstandings? Even if he is slow, Landon now finds that something is wrong. Father already knows that you have been favored by the City Lord of Hanjing City, and have become the City Lord's personal manservant. As she spoke, Lanny's voice uncontrollably became smaller, and her cheeks could not help but turn red, almost steaming. I understand your struggle, Landon. You are a real hero. For the sake of information, you are willing to sacrifice yourself to serve the City Lord of Hanjing City. Don't worry. We only admire your behavior. Alyssa spoke solemnly, paying her respects to Landon. What are you talking about? Looking at the two girls, Landon was stunned, and out of sight of the three, Avis was stunned. Is Landon having such an exciting time now? Chapter 685 Sin Money. Believe me, really, the City Lord and I really don't have that kind of relationship. Until the two girls left, Landon was trying to explain that he didn't have that kind of relationship with the City Lord. However, Alyssa's words made Landon speechless. If there is no such relationship, why would the City Lord let you become his personal male servant? Sorry. This is my secret. After hesitating for a while, Landon suddenly found that he seemed to have been led into a dead end. No need to apologize. Landon, we should be the ones who feel sorry. Lanny nodded considerately, thinking from another perspective. She could also understand the pain in Landon's heart at the moment. No need to say, Brother Landon, I believe there is no relationship between you and the City Lord. Well, I believe you too, Landon. Also, the teacher hasn't told anyone about this matter. Only a few of us know about it at present. Don't worry. Alyssa also nodded, not wanting to poke Landon's pain again. You really believe me. Finally, after sending the two half-believing and half-doubting women out of the City Lord's mansion, Landon sighed tiredly. Ha ha ha. There is no such relationship, ah ha ha. In his spiritual space, Dark Crow laughed wildly, almost unable to breathe. Sir Dark Crow, my heroic deeds have spread among the Resistance army. Landon's regretful voice sounded faintly, making Dark Crow stop laughing with a little guilty conscience. Well, in fact, that was indeed your best choice at the time. You think, as a person of unknown origin, you suddenly became a member of the City Lord's mansion. And you can even get close to the City Lord often. If you don't want to be investigated by someone with ulterior motives, you can only choose the identity of a personal manservant. Lord Dark Crow, you share a body with me, and you should be able to feel what happened to me, right? In response to Dark Crow's defense, Landon said in a gloomy tone, "Yes. Anyway, my reputation has been ruined. So why not let it really happen? What do you think, Lord Dark Crow? You don't think too much." Landon boy. Hearing what Landon said, Dark Crow was shocked. After all, he lived in Landon's spiritual sea, and could see that Landon seemed to have really had this idea. Don't be impulsive. There is actually a way. Yes. Although the fact that you control the Lord of Hanjing City cannot be exposed, you can add a layer of protection to yourself. For example, the Lord's adjutant. You control him as well. And then you let the adjutant meet with him, and explain that you actually control the city Lord's adjutant through secret methods, and asked him to arrange a disguised identity for you, rather than you being chosen by the city Lord. As for why you didn't say it before, you can say that the city Lord was secretly watching you at the time, and you can't be exposed. Take action now, before the misunderstanding spreads. After a lot of persuasion, Dark Crow finally calmed Landon down again. That makes sense. Thank you, Lord Dark Crow. I shouldn't have threatened you just now. After calming down, Landon also apologized to Dark Crow, and then immediately went to the city Lord to ask him to call the adjutant over. There is no time to lose. And after a long time, the news may not be spread in a certain way. While Landon was controlling the city Lord's adjutant, Avis hid aside and watched the whole process. What surprised him was that the process was very covert. Landon simply looked at the adjutant and said a few words to him casually. There was no abnormal magic fluctuation during the whole process. However, under Avis's prying, the city Lord's adjutant's attitude towards Landon suddenly became extremely respectful. This situation made Avis frown slightly. With his current strength that was infinitely close to the 9th level, he couldn't find out how Landon controlled the adjutant. This was very unusual. Is it the effect of that book? He recalled the strange book whose whereabouts were unknown at the previous heads of state meeting. Avis turned his mind, and his left hand, with a white glove, silently touched the old secret book hanging around his waist. The dark green heavy book lit up slightly, and a hint of dark green appeared in Avis' eyes. As the power of the old secret book attached, Avis's perspective suddenly changed. On the bodies of the Lord of Cold Crystal City and the adjutant, there was a wisp of illusory light yellow mist, which reminded Avis instinctively of the ragged yellow robe on the Phantom. On Landon's body, a strange yellow mark, like the sun, was emitting invisible strange fluctuations. When Avis saw the yellow mark, Landon suddenly turned back and looked in the direction of Avis with vigilance. Just now, the yellow book suddenly issued a warning to him that outside the window of the castle, some unknown existence was spying on him in that direction. Your Excellency, there seems to be an enemy outside the window. The vigilance suddenly increased, and Landon was ready to enter the different space to hide at any time, and at the same time signaled the strongest Lord of Cold Crystal City present to come forward to check. I didn't find anything, Lord Landon. However, after the city Lord personally went to the direction indicated by Landon to check, he gave a reply without any problem. Disappeared. Landon was also a little confused. In his perception, the strange sense of peeping only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared after a flash. Carefully arriving at the place where Avis had just hidden, Landon used a variety of spells to detect the surrounding environment, and then concluded that there was indeed nothing. Even the city Lord of Hanjing City did not find it. Perhaps the unknown existence had really left? Although he was still a little suspicious, Landon had to give up. In fact, Avis just restored the hidden form of the old secret scripture and changed the observation position at the same time. Landon's own strength was not enough to discover his hiding. He accidentally exposed his whereabouts just now, which seemed to be because Landon was particularly sensitive to the power of the old secret scripture. But no matter what, Landon's ability to perceive the power of the old secret scripture has aroused Avis's interest even more. He planned to observe Landon for a while, to see what hidden adventures Landon had encountered after not seeing him for so long. He could even monitor the movements of the rebels, killing two birds with one stone. Landon was not aware that there was a professional close to the 9th level eavesdropping on him all the time. After arranging for the city Lord's adjutant to clear up the misunderstanding for him to the two girls, he disguised himself as an ordinary male servant and returned to his room in the city Lord's mansion in a low-key manner. His room was independent, with a protective and soundproofing array specially set up by the city Lord, which made it convenient for him to study some things that were not convenient to see in the light in the room. After opening the magic circle, Landon slowly exhaled. carefully opened the yellow book, and talked to Dark Crow in his heart. Sir Dark Crow, are you sure there is nothing around spying on me? Don't worry. Boy Landon, the unknown existence just now has indeed left. Dark Crow's confident voice sounded in Landon's mind. After you got the book, I seem to have mastered some new powers. If there is something peeping nearby, it can't be hidden from my perception. With the affirmation of Dark Crow, Landon was relieved and began to carefully read the book in his hand. After the peeping feeling just now disappeared, he keenly felt that there seemed to be some special changes in the yellow book. Sure enough, when he turned to the central part, Landon was surprised to find that between the 13th and 14th pages, there was a blank page that did not exist. Looking at this page, Landon couldn't help but feel a little confused. At this time, as if sensing his gaze, a line of dark yellow text suddenly appeared on the blank page. Who am I? Looking at this scene in amazement, Landon was a little at a loss as to what to do. However, he didn't need to do anything. After a moment, the original text faded, and a new line of text appeared. Unlike the previous plain handwriting, the new text had a strange sense of madness. The dark lines were jumping exaggeratedly, and a large number of sharp folds were twisting and trembling wildly on the paper, as if they were trying to break free from the paper. Gloria 3. Chapter 686 Refresh to get new content. Gloria 3? Looking at this line of text, Landon couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. No matter how blocked the news is, as long as you live in an area ruled by humans, there will be no one who doesn't know the name of the Emperor of the Gloria Empire. At the same time that Landon exclaimed, the twisted and frantic text on the paper suddenly trembled, as if affected by Landon's voice, and then stopped. Who are you? Is anyone here? After a moment, a line of barely less twisted Imperial language characters appeared on the page, but the lines were still shaking unsteadily, as if trying to resist some kind of interference. Swallowing his saliva unconsciously, Landon's throat moved, without making a sound, and even secretly took a step back. As a member of the resistance army, he suddenly suspected that he had established a connection with the supreme leader of the enemy, and that he could be killed with just a flick of his finger, which made Landon feel quite guilty. However, before Landon could react, the style of the text on the paper suddenly became twisted and crazy again. Get out of my mind. After a moment, the line of characters disappeared again, replaced by a new line of black Imperial language in normal style. Are you watching? No matter who you are, go to the Dean of the Gloria Royal Institute and report my situation to him, and you will get a generous reward beyond your imagination. While the words displayed on the page changed, Landon himself gradually calmed down. Seeing that the words on the page seemed to have a tendency to disappear again, he suddenly asked a question. How do you prove that you are Gloria 3? As Landon said this, the words on the page suddenly paused, and then a dark yellow word slowly emerged. Proof? Before Landon could continue to say anything, a large amount of text suddenly and quickly emerged on the blank page. These words were mixed with two styles of frenzy and normality, as if the writer's own mental state was very unstable. But its content made Landon's heart jump. It was some royal secrets, as well as the locations and opening spells of some secret bases and warehouses left by the royal family in various places. Although almost all secret vaults require special secret keys and royal blood to open, just knowing these locations is already precious, because the protection of the treasure house can be violently cracked after all. Okay, I believe it. But your majesty, why did you become like this? After writing down these valuable information, Landon nodded, thought about it, and asked carefully again. After hearing this seemingly normal question from Landon, the words on the page suddenly paused, and all the previous contents disappeared. And then the style of the words became crazy and disordered again. You despicable guys. I want to accept it. However, as this line of distorted handwriting appeared, a thick dark yellow mist suddenly gradually spread on the page. Gradually, the dark handwriting on the page was eroded and ragged. After a while, all traces on the page began to fade. Whether it was the distorted handwriting or the strange dark yellow mist, they all disappeared in the end, and the original blank page was restored. During this process, Landon could feel that his mental power was being consumed continuously. From the emergence of Who Am I until the page was completely blank, his mental power had been consumed by about 1/3. Watching the changes in this book, Landon hesitated and prepared to stop there. But what shocked him was that when he was about to close the book in his hand, a line of familiar dark yellow handwriting suddenly reappeared from the top of the page. Who am I? Staring blankly at this line of text, Landon suddenly had a vague guess in his mind. The next moment, just as he guessed, a line of text composed of a large number of sharp folds, twisted and trembling as if trying to break free from the paper, emerged crazily. I, Gloria 3. How do you prove that you are Gloria 3? This time, without waiting for the subsequent changes to occur, Landon boldly asked directly. As Lon Dunn guessed. The text on the page was stuck for a moment, and then a large number of royal secret spells and more special resource points controlled by the royal family appeared again. And most importantly, the information that emerged twice did not overlap. In other words, the existence of the suspected Gloria 3 in the book page still has a lot of potential value to be mined. Lantern Boy. Ask him if he knows any secret treasure house or half-plane that can be opened without blood and secret keys, but only passwords. In Lantern's spiritual space. Dark Crow gave a hint. However, after asking according to Dark Crow's instructions, no further reply appeared on the page. Only the message that hoped Lanton could help go to the Royal Research Institute and ask for help from the royal family appeared. After thinking for a while, Landon asked again, Your Majesty, why did you become like this? Then, with a series of changes, after he felt that his mental power had been consumed by more than half, the page restarted again, and the familiar Who am I? Gloria 3 reappeared. This time, Landon asked directly and accurately, I don't believe it. Unless you tell me the secret treasure house or half-plane that only Gloria 3 knows, which can be opened with a password without blood and secret keys. Then, after the page was stuck for a moment, the content that Landon asked for appeared directly. But this time, the consumption of mental power suddenly increased significantly. Before the content appeared completely, Landon felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his brain was drowsy, as if it was hit hard by a hammer. After shaking his body, Landon fainted directly. At the same time, all the content on the page disappeared, and the mysterious atmosphere on the book also disappeared, as if it was just an ordinary dark yellow book. In a corner of the room, Avis remained silent while observing the process of Landon repeatedly testing the book. Only when he saw the existence of Gloria 3 appear on the page did he silently add in his heart, Emperor Gloria, send money. As for the information on the royal secrets and the location of the secret vault displayed on the page, Avis also recorded a copy by himself. After all, Landon did not express dissatisfaction with his behavior, which proved that the other party voluntarily shared information with him. After watching Landon's mental power exhausted and fell asleep, Avis stared at the yellow book silently for a moment, with a moment of hesitation in his heart. But in the end, he did not make any move. Even though it seemed to have gone silent, the book still gave him a vague sense of crisis. It seemed that once it was touched, it would trigger some huge crisis. Thinking of the seemingly crazy Gloria 3 on the page, and the strange yellow-robed phantom, Avis suppressed the idea of going over to ask some questions now, and his figure gradually disappeared from the room. There was no need to take a huge risk to expose his existence. At the meeting of the heads of state of the 3 countries, he had already moved the fate line connected to this book. According to the development of fate, this book should normally leave Landon for a while, and fall into the hands of Prince Altmare of the Black Feather Kingdom. At that time, it was the best opportunity for him to get in touch with this book. Chapter 687 Drinking Tea and Reading Newspapers. After watching the scene of Landon studying the spell book, Avis also understood a little bit about the normal fate of the rebels. As long as he did not clear out the royal vaults before Landon, the rebels could deploy personnel in advance at the locations of the vaults, and then make a big deal. With the information obtained by Landon and the spell, the probability of the rebels succeeding was quite high, and he obviously would not do such a thing, because after all, it was the property of the imperial royal family. The rebels and the royal family were mortal enemies, so it didn't matter if they robbed it. But as a member of the Olivendi family, it was not convenient for him to do it. Those vaults basically contained resources for large-scale legions, and there were no good things of great value hidden. It would be more disadvantageous than beneficial for Avis to anger the royal family for these resources. The best thing was that at present, due to the sudden disappearance of the emperor, the princes and princesses who were busy fighting for power had no time to pay attention to the scabies of the civil rebels making trouble. and just let the nobles deal with it on their own. In other words, the rebels are currently in a safe situation and have a promising future. After seeing this clearly, Avis left directly. This seems inconsistent with his identity. After all, it is dangerous to let the rebels act freely, which may lead to unrest in the province of Carlis in the future. But in fact, Avis does not intend to interfere with the normal development of the rebels' fate. As an 8th level prophet, the Spark rebels, who have established a close relationship with him, are not actually hostile to him, but an important force that he can influence and use. He previously established the Embers organization as the Man in the Mirror, and then pretended to join the Glory Alliance, and specifically merged most of the Embers into the Spark in the name of the Circle of Truth. These actions were not without reason. At present, due to their innocent identities, the senior cadres of the Embers, who took the initiative to join, have also entered the management of the Spark. Avis actually still has connections with these former Embers members. With his secret support, these people have become a major faction in the Spark organization, competing against the other 3 factions. The reason why there are multiple factions is that it is not only Avis who sees the value of the Spark organization. Behind each of the other factions, there are different high-level prophets. In the few months after the establishment of the Imperial Senate, the situation in the Empire was calm and peaceful. The war has ended, under the intervention and mediation of the royal family. The 2 major families and the Marquises have stopped fighting, no matter how much friction there is in secret. At least on the surface, it is absolutely not allowed to start a full-scale war again. The rebels lurking in various cities that Avis secretly followed also behaved very honestly, as if they were just some gray underground chambers of commerce that did not do very legal business, but paid taxes in full. The opportunity for the Yellow Book to leave Lanton should also happen soon. In the study of the Silver Star City Lord's mansion, Avis sat leisurely behind the large mahogany desk, holding a copy of Empire Morning Post in his hand, browsing the headlines of today's newspaper. A dish of bright black tea and several plates of exquisite tea snacks floated in front of him, and the fragrant tea aroma drifted in the room, making people feel relaxed and happy. After observing him for several months, and has become more and more capable recently. So, under the pretext of training her ability, Avis threw a lot of daily affairs to her to handle, and he was responsible for supervising her work, drinking tea and reading newspapers. Overlapping areas have expanded again. Where will the future of the Empire go? The federal parliament restarts the construction network plan. Beware of the speaker's conspiracy. The Imperial Senate passed a resolution to lift the ban on some magic guide constructions. Looking through the messages, Avis quickly extracted and sorted out the information he needed from them, and made associations based on other known information. Regarding the overlapping area phenomenon, it has actually been focused on at the 3 Kingdoms Heads of State Conference and discussed separately. However, due to some realistic factors, the Goria Empire fell into civil war shortly after the meeting, and almost no 9th level took care of the handling of those overlapping areas. Moreover, since handling overlapping areas is thankless and overlapping areas also help to give birth to contactors, many nobles even deliberately allow overlapping areas in their territories to exist, which leads to the further spread of the overlapping area phenomenon. As for the construction network, it was a sudden decision announced by the Idle Federal Parliament. In a previous speech to the public, the speaker publicly stated that the private circulation of the federal construction headband has been repeatedly banned, and the black-hearted profiteers have mixed the real and fake, which has caused many tragedies. In order to crack down on the illegal sale of the construction network headband by the people, the Parliament has reopened the public sale of the construction headband. The public can buy 100% authentic headbands from legal channels, and this time, the headband is absolutely safe and harmless. After hearing the news, the public was eager to buy it. After all, it was officially endorsed, and the effect was absolutely guaranteed. Unlike those headbands sold privately by black merchants whose authenticity was unknown. As for whether it was safe and harmless, they originally wanted to rely on the headband to stimulate their talents and become professionals. If it was really completely safe and harmless, they would not buy it. Below this news, the author of the news was still advocating the wise decision of the Parliament, which completely cracked down on the black market headband sales chain from the source. The crime rate of illegal headband sales in the Federation has dropped significantly and may become history. It's a good way to get immediate results. As long as illegal is changed to legal, the crime rate will drop instantly. It seems that the new speaker is quite good at governing the Federation. Looking at the news a little strangely, Avis flicked the newspaper and gave a thumbs up to the federal parliament in his heart. Mr. Bowley, I have completed the task you gave me. At this time, a discordant and somewhat panting voice next to him interrupted Avis's reading. Anne, who had changed into a set of the city lord's adjutant uniform and had dark circles under her eyes, held a pile of documents that was almost half her height and placed them on Avis's desk. Looking tired. Good job. I might take a look at it later. Now take these away. These are the projects you will review next. Picking up the black tea floating beside him and taking a sip, Avis waved his hand, and the pile of documents and put down immediately floated to a corner of the desk. Then, he snapped his fingers, accompanied by a puff of white smoke and a bang. A pile of documents waiting for review of the same height as the previous pile instantly appeared in front of Anne. Work hard. These are all very important territory affairs. You must review and handle them carefully. Otherwise it is likely to damage the interests of the Lord. Looking at Anne's dull eyes and pale face, Avis showed a satisfied smile. Don't look like that. Be happy. I remember that you wanted to be my assistant before. You have been secretly observing the specific details of my work and want to learn how to govern the territory. Now the Lord has made you my deputy. You can learn from me openly. You have got what you want. Now you can go. Go to work and create more value for every bit of your time. One more thing. Remember to close the door when you go out. After being lectured by Avis, poor Anne couldn't help but pick up the pile of documents in front of her, and then left the room obediently, closing the door at the same time. Standing at the door of the study room in confusion, and looked at the documents in her hand with her light green eyes and a distracted look. She suddenly doubted her life. She obviously just wanted to prevent Adjutant Bully from undermining the Lord. Why did things develop like this now? Chapter 688. The Princess, who was taken away. After Anne left with a look of doubt on her face, Avis was about to continue drinking tea and reading the newspaper. But at this moment, his movements suddenly paused. Along with Avis's movements, Fiona's figure quietly appeared in front of the tall arched window of the study. Today, the girl was wearing a dark blue layered dress with a white ruffled base. The gorgeous fabric had a texture that sparkled like thousands of stars. But the hem of the dress had a piece of white fabric similar to an apron, and the chest was decorated with a black bow ribbon. The light golden sunlight enveloped her through the stone window, making her small body glow with a hazy and beautiful halo, like a little princess from a fairy tale. However, the girl's big lake blue eyes were a little hesitant at this moment, as if she was worried about something. Dear Lord, what can I do for you? Glancing at Fiona's hesitant look, Avis closed the newspaper and asked at the same time, Is it really okay for us to treat Annie like this? Fiona exhaled softly, and decided to muster up the courage to mention this to Anvis. Actually, Anvis didn't have that many documents to deal with on a daily basis. He just recently specifically told his subordinates to reduce some of the work, and to gather together those more troublesome events that needed to be dealt with, and give them to Annie to learn. Fiona was also aware of this, but since it was specially arranged by Anvis, considering that there might be some deep meaning, the girl decided to observe for a while. It's just that recently, Anvis's daytime trance state has become more and more serious, and Fiona feels a little bit sorry to see it. After all, many things look simple on the surface, but they are not easy to handle in reality, such as the renovation and expansion of territory infrastructure, interest disputes among the people, and management of foreign affairs. If you just want to get by and be a salary thief, then it doesn't matter if you deal with it casually. But Annie's original intention was to help Fiona govern the city, so she had to distinguish carefully. And the result was that the workload instantly increased countless times. She is not like Avis, who seems to be level 5, but is actually level 8, and her daily work consumes a lot of her energy. As a true level 5 professional, after a month of high-intensity work without sleep, even if Avis is considerate to supply recovery potions, the physical fitness can withstand it, but the spirit will be tired. I can understand your idea, Lord, but this is a process that Adjutant Annie will have to go through sooner or later. Hearing Fiona's question, Avis raised his eyebrows slightly, and his expression became serious. I can't stay with you forever. When I leave, Miss Anne will take my place and help you govern the territory as the new lieutenant of the city lord. Ms. Anne is loyal to you, but her personal qualities need to be improved. So, before leaving, I will try my best to let Miss Anne learn and master enough experience in managing the city. This process may be a little painful, but I can ensure that it will not cause any permanent harm to her. I know. Brother. Lieutenant Boley. Are you leaving? However, after listening to Avis's explanation, Fiona's first focus was not on in, but on the intention to leave revealed in Avis' words, and her eyes instantly revealed reluctance. I'm not going to leave for now. But who can be sure of what will happen in the future? Shaking his head, Avis smiled and comforted the girl, successfully diverting her attention. When Fiona left, Avis casually took out a few documents from the pile of documents that Annie had processed, glanced at them roughly, and felt that there was no big problem. So he waved his hand and sent these documents to his subordinates according to categories, letting them execute them on their own. After all, it was to exercise Annie's ability. Even if there were any mistakes in her processing, it was the consequence that she had to bear and find a way to solve on her own. Well, has it started? After sending Annie and Fiona away, Avis, who was about to continue fishing, suddenly felt something and stopped for the second time. The line of fate that he had been paying attention to suddenly fluctuated, which meant that the opportunity for the yellow book to leave Landon that he had been waiting for had finally arrived. What did you say? Paula is missing? At the same time, Landon, who was communicating with someone using a crystal ball, suddenly heard the bad news and couldn't help but exclaimed. In the past, with the help of Dark Crow, he disguised himself as the 7th level spellcaster White Crow and had an ambiguous cooperative relationship with Princess Paula of the Black Feather Kingdom. At that time, when Landon secretly sneaked into the restricted area of the Black Feather Palace to search for a treasure, his identity was accidentally exposed by the princess. But Princess Paula did not expose him, but covered for him, allowing him to succeed without any danger and leave safely. In return for helping him, Landon served as Princess Paula's personal guard for a period of time. Princess Paula is the youngest princess of King Blackfeather. Although the king loves her very much, she is young and weak, and because the old King Blackfeather's health has been getting worse recently, many brothers are eyeing her covetously, and her situation is very bad. During his time as a personal guard, Landon helped her resolve several crises, and as a bridge, helped her secretly establish contact with the rebels, allowing her to gain the power to protect herself. Paula was very grateful for Landon's help, and Landon also took good care of her as his own sister. The news of Paula's disappearance this time came from the rebels, who stayed in the Black Feather Kingdom. They were once specifically instructed by Landon to pay attention to Paula's situation for him. After receiving this news, Landon immediately contacted the federal rebel forces and commissioned them to investigate Paula's whereabouts. According to the results of the rebels' emergency investigation, many clues point to the 17th prince, Aotemo Blackfeather. Prince Aldmere is different from Paula. He is one of the most powerful princes and has outstanding talents. He is regarded by many nobles as the next candidate for the Blackfeather King. Coincidentally, the old Blackfeather King was seriously ill recently, and many princes and princesses were busy fighting for power. No one cared about the disappearance of the youngest princess. After all, it saved them the effort of doing it themselves. Just when Landon was thinking about how to save people, he unexpectedly received a letter from Prince Aldmere. The gist of the letter was that Princess Paula was in my hands. If you want her to be safe, exchange her with the book in your hand. At the end of the letter, there was a specific location and exchange method. After receiving the letter, Landon immediately prepared to leave for the Black Feather Kingdom. Are you crazy? Landon, do you know what the book in your hand means? That is your real hope for Rise. Now you are risking losing it just to save a woman. The unbelievable roar of the Dark Crow sounded in Landon's mind. It could not understand Landon's decision, but after listening to Landon's words, the Dark Crow finally fell silent. I will not give up anyone around me. Lord Dark Crow, if you encounter similar dangerous situations in the future, no matter how great the price is, I will also choose to save you without hesitation. There was an inexplicable light flashing in his dark eyes. Facing the light golden sunlight, Landon grinned, and his smile was so bright that it even made the Dark Crow feel a little dazzling. Chapter 689 Villain and Hero. On the outskirts of the capital of the Black Feather Kingdom, Silver Gauze Manor. What's wrong with me? In the gorgeous castle bedroom, sunlight shone in from the stone-carved arched window, reflecting a faint golden halo on the white moor stone floor, illuminating the eyelids of the blonde girl lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Her eyebrows moved slightly, and the sleeping Princess Paula moaned and woke up faintly. What came into view was the inside of a wooden four-poster bed, with curtains decorated with star ornaments hanging on the edge of the bed, and a soft pink quilt covering her body. The elegant fragrance of silver snowflakes entered her nose, giving her the illusion that she had woken up in her own bedroom for a moment. But the next moment, she immediately remembered what had happened before, and her heart was instantly lifted, and her sleepiness disappeared. Before, Paula took her trusted maid and hid her identity to the agreed contact point, preparing to secretly contact the rebels, when she was suddenly attacked by an unidentified spellcaster. The maid who protected her was hit by the enemy's spell, and her life or death was unknown. She also fell into the enemy's illusion. Looking at the quilt covering her body, some bad thoughts suddenly flashed through Paula's mind. She lifted the quilt with force, and then found with a little relief that her clothes had not been touched, but some magic accessories had been taken away. Slowly sitting up, Paula was about to get out of bed, but at this time, a severe dizziness came from her head, causing her white arms that supported her body to become unstable, and she fell weakly on the bed again. At this time, she noticed that her mental power was almost exhausted, and the remaining trace was not even enough to support her to release a first-level spell. After confirming her condition, Paula gritted her teeth and endured the heavy feeling that her brain was filled with lead. She tried to sit on the carved wooden headboard and slowly entered a meditative state, hoping to recover some mental strength as soon as possible. However, it seemed that she got up too loudly. Outside the bedroom door, there was a sudden sound of approaching footsteps. This startled Paula. She instantly exited the meditative state and stared at the door vigilantly. After a while, the carved door opened silently. The figure of Prince Altmer in a white dress with blonde hair emerged from the dark corridor behind the door, reflected in the little princess's slightly contracted green eyes. Unlike her who was weak, Prince Paula was one of the few princes who really held real power, and his own talent was the most outstanding among many princes. He was regarded as a candidate for the next Black Feather King by many nobles of the kingdom. Brother Altmer, did you save me? With countless complicated thoughts in her mind, Paula pretended to be weak and spoke in a low voice. No matter what the situation is, her safety is undoubtedly in the hands of Prince Altmer. Now she can only use words to make him let down his guard against her as much as possible. As the youngest princess, although Princess Paula is talented, her own strength is far from comparable to that of other princes and princesses. It is only because she is very favored by King Blackfeather that her life is acceptable. But recently, the physical condition of the old King Blackfeather, who has always loved her, has become worse and worse, and he can even stay awake for a short time every day. Many princes and princesses are busy contacting the nobles of the kingdom and competing for power in order to sit in that position. At this time, no one will care about the disappearance of a little princess, and it even saves them the trouble of doing it themselves. Well, yes, my sister, I did save you. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and Prince Altmer nodded slightly, looking at Paula curled up in bed, his expression showing no joy or anger. Thank you for your help, Brother Altmer. I feel a little unwell. Can you please take me back? Paula asked tentatively, carefully watching the prince's expression. Why are you in a hurry to go back, dear Paula? However, as her heart sank slightly, Prince Altmer shook his head and dissuaded her with good intentions. There are still enough empty rooms in my manor, and your current condition is very bad. If you leave like this, you may encounter danger again. It's better to stay here and wait until your body recovers before leaving. Sorry, I just remembered that there are still some things to deal with in my laboratory. Gritting his teeth, Paula used the little mental power that he barely recovered and forced himself to get out of bed and leave. However, the blonde prince of Altmer in a white dress suddenly approached slowly and forced the girl back to the bed. Brother, please respect yourself. As Altmer's breath gradually approached, Paula whispered a warning, trying to make a dignified and inviolable posture. But her slightly trembling body betrayed her true emotions. Why are you afraid, my dear sister? No matter what time, I will never hurt you. Looking at Princess Paula curled up at the head of the bed, Altmer Prince suddenly reached out and pinched the girl's chin, forcing her panicked big green eyes to look at him. Remember, when you were little, you played behind me and promised me with your innocent and lovely look that you would become my bride when you grow up. Staring at Paula's slightly pale cheeks, Prince Altmer's pair of green eyes, which were the same as Paula's, were filled with a burning desire that almost turned into a substantial flame. As he spoke, he aimed at the girl's pink lips and tried to kiss her hard. But at the moment when their lips touched, the prince groaned like an electric shock, threw Paula back to the bed, and was bitten by the girl desperately. You are good. He touched his lips with his index finger, and looking at the blood on the white gloves, Altmer's eyes flashed with anger, and he was about to do something further. But at this moment, a token on his waist suddenly lit up. We have arrived. So early. Sensing the change in the token, the prince was slightly stunned. He remembered that when Landon received the news, he should still be in the Empire. Curious about what happened, glancing at Paula's expression, Altmo suddenly smiled at her gloomily. Don't worry. I'm just helping you solve a little trouble that's bothering you. As he said that, in Paula's panicked eyes, he strode away, leaving only a gloomy word echoing in the room. No one can take you away from me. Not even the bastard of the rebels. After the prince left, sensing the aura of the protective magic circle around the room, Paula closed her eyes, flashing back to the gentleness of Prince Altmo when he was a child, and the gloomy look he now seemed to always have. And a tear could not help but flow silently. It's here. The place mentioned in the secret letter. On the other side, with the help of the secret method taught by Dark Crow, Landon rushed to the exchange location mentioned in the letter. Silver Yarn Lake near the capital of the Black Feather Kingdom. According to the instructions in the letter, Landon input a trace of his mental power into the second pillar on the left side of a stone pavilion by the lake. As the mental power was injected, a hidden rune flashed by. The next moment, the ground in the center of the pavilion suddenly cracked, and a light gray stone platform emerged, on which was placed a black magic repelling alloy box, a roll of parchment, and an earring. Landon's face changed slightly, and he had recognized that the earring was the ornament that Paula wore with him. Chapter 690, Meeting on a Narrow Road. After a moment of silence, Landon opened the parchment, and the next instruction was written on it. Open the box, take out the crystal ball inside, and someone will tell you where Paula is. According to the instructions on the parchment, Landon opened the magic-hating alloy box, took out a special contact crystal ball from it, and activated it. The crystal ball flickered, and a picture suddenly emerged. The background opposite was a dark secret room, and a mysterious man wearing a hood and no identity features could be seen appeared in the center of the picture. You are very fast. I thought it would take you at least half a day to get here at the fastest. Looking at Landon with cold eyes in front of the crystal ball, the figure spoke indifferently, with a strange hoarse tone, and obviously distorted the voice line. I have come as you requested. Now tell me where Paula is. Resisting the anger in his heart, Landon stepped forward and asked in a deep voice. Paula? Hee. The figure smiled strangely. Give me the book, and I'll tell you where she is. Don't play tricks. You know what I mean? I promise you. But where should I go to exchange with you? Landon nodded and agreed without hesitation, while trying to get a word in. You don't need to go anywhere. Just put the book in the middle of the stone platform, and when I confirm that the book is authentic, I will naturally return Paula to you. Wait. I need to confirm her safety first. After the figure said the exchange conditions, Landon suddenly rolled his eyes and asked to confirm Paula's condition. Of course. The figure snapped his fingers, and the screen on one side of the crystal ball suddenly fluctuated, showing an image in a bedroom. On the wooden four-poster bed in the center of the room, Princess Paula sat quietly at the head of the bed, seemingly trying to meditate. How do I know if you deliberately used a recorded picture to deceive me? Seeing this picture, Landon questioned again. You have the last 2 minutes to consider. If you don't make a decision, she will be killed directly by my people. However, the figure did not entangle with Landon, but sneered and issued an ultimatum. I promise you. Let Paula go now. As if he had completely admitted defeat, Landon reluctantly followed the instructions of the figure, took out a yellow book from his arms, and placed it in the center of the stone platform. As he moved, a beam of light suddenly flashed across the stone platform, but the next moment, nothing happened, and the book was still lying on the stone platform. Unfortunately, this book is a little special. It can't be teleported or put into space items. Looking at the figure in the crystal ball that suddenly fell silent, Landon snorted coldly. Interesting. On the other side of the crystal ball, Prince Altmer, who had hidden his identity, looked at the book without any reaction. He was a little surprised, and his heart was even more excited. He didn't doubt Landon's words. It was not surprising that a strange object of this level had some special features. Okay. Bring the book to the west side of the city center of Black Feather King City. Come to see me at number 12 of the Black Cross District. And I will send a team to hand it over to you. Give them the book. And they will take you to Paula's location. After temporarily determining the transaction address, Prince Althmare immediately ended the contact unilaterally. Then, he took off his disguise, returned to the castle hall, and immediately contacted a 7th level demonized knight commander who was guarding the castle. Sir Marillis, please take my token and lead a team of royal guards to number 12 in the Black Cross District. Later, a man will go there with a pornographic book. After seeing him, take the book immediately and arrest him and bring him to me. If he dares to resist arrest, then kill him on the spot. I suspect that man is colluding with foreign resistance organizations and intends to rebel. Your will, Your Highness. Marillis was a middle-aged man wearing heavy armor with silver magic patterns. After receiving the secret order from Prince Althmare, he nodded seriously and immediately went to carry out the mission. Watching the knight commander leave, a gloomy look appeared on Altmare's face. Let me entertain you well, Lord White Crow. On the other side, after ending the communication, Landon did not go to the handover point in the capital as Prince Althmare requested, but was in a daze with a crystal ball in his hand. Found it. The other party is not far from here. According to the map, it should be the Silver Gauze Light Manor near the capital, and the location of the little girl should also be there. After a while, a slightly tired voice suddenly sounded from his spiritual space. Thanks to you this time, Lord Dark Crow. Landon thanked Dark Crow gratefully. Once again, Dark Crow helped him a lot. In addition to helping Landon trace the whereabouts of the other party, the failure of the book to be teleported away was also the work of Dark Crow. The book could not be put into the space item in his hand, but it was not actually unable to be teleported. The failure of the teleportation array was entirely due to Dark Crow's secret intervention, which interfered with the normal operation of the space fluctuation trajectory of the array. On the way to rescue people, Dark Crow and Landon had considered many possible situations in advance. The enemy's intention to take the book away by teleportation array was also within their expectations. He just talked about this, and that to delay the contact time, so that Dark Crow could trace the other party's position more accurately. From the beginning, he did not intend to follow the enemy's arrangement, but to save people in his own way. Coincidentally, in order to capture Landon without any mistakes, Ao Temo transferred the strongest professional guarding the Silver Gauze Light Manor. At present, only 2 6th-level demonized knight deputy commanders were left to guard the manor. So, Prince Ao Temo, who originally planned to sit back and relax and remotely control the net, was shocked to find that Landon, who was supposed to go to the Black Feather King City, had sneaked into his manor without knowing when. Moreover, the other party's hiding was extremely sophisticated. If he had not also had an inexplicable feeling for the yellow book, he would probably not have noticed that the other party had touched Paula's room. Realizing that he had been tricked, the angry prince sounded the alarm and urgently recalled the knight captain who had arrived in the capital, and asked 2 6th-level magic pattern knights to take their men to capture Landon immediately. At the same time, he immediately went to Paula's room to ensure that everything was foolproof. So, after using his trump card to quickly deal with the guards of the manor, Landon and Altmo met in Paula's bedroom. It's you, Altmo Black Feather. You can even be so cruel as to attack your sister. You have nowhere to escape. Let Paula go now. Looking at Paula, who was shaking her head desperately at him in horror, and the blonde young man who was holding her hostage, Landon immediately confirmed his identity, pointed the sword with a deep black power aura at Altmo, and spoke angrily. Escape? Why should I escape? I am just fulfilling my duty as a brother and preventing her from being deceived by the lowly civilians outside. Controlling Paula, who was bound by magic and unable to speak, Altmo sneered with his left hand, and the sharp crystal tip of the staff in his right hand slightly approached the girl's fair neck. Now, I'll give you 3 counts to throw the book over here. 1. If you dare to hurt her, I'll kill you. The shadow of a huge black beast appeared behind him, and Landon's aura locked onto Altmo. Altmo's heart sank as he felt a strong sense of crisis. Chapter 691 Success and Escape. 2. At the same time as the second number came out, the Altmare staff moved slightly, and a dark secret passage emerged from the wall behind him. holding Paula hostage. The prince slowly retreated, and Landon, concerned about Paula's safety, did not dare to stop him for a while. "Here's the book. Let her go." With a flash of his eyes, Landon suddenly took out a thick book with a yellow cover and threw it on the ground between the two of them. Not this one. However, after just a quick glance at the book on the ground, Prince Aldmere sneered. "I said, don't try to play tricks." At this time, he had already held Paula hostage and retreated into the secret passage. "Forget it. You will be buried here with it. I think the book should not be so easy to damage." As the prince spoke, a huge magic circle covering the entire room suddenly lit up, and dark red illusory chains extended from the magic circle, instantly imprisoning Landon's body. At the same time, the moment Landon was suppressed unexpectedly, the wall at the entrance of the corridor quickly closed without a trace. Then, as Landon's face changed drastically, a wave of destructive power erupted from the bottom of the room. "He's dead. That was a chain magic trap that I spent a huge price to ask the 8th level Scarlet Blood to carefully arrange. Even if a 7th level professional falls into it, he will definitely die." On the bank of Silver Gauze Lake, the figures of Ao Temo and Paula emerged from several broken ancient ruined stone pillars. Letting go of Paula, Prince Ao Temo faced the direction of the original manor, the huge scarlet destruction magic pillar that soared into the sky, with cold pleasure in his free green eyes. "Why do you have to go to this extent?" After the binding magic on her body was untied by Altmo, Paula stared blankly into the distance, and a strong sadness appeared on her small face, which was a mixture of crimson and pale. She knew very well that Landon's true strength was actually only level 5. If he was caught in a trap of this level, there would be absolutely no hope of survival. "I have already said, Paula, I will not give you to anyone." A trace of tenderness suddenly appeared on his face, and Altmo answered in a low voice. In fact, since returning from the previous heads of state meeting, an unidentified mysterious strongman had found Prince Altmo and pointed out to him that Landon was unusual. As the prince of the Black Feather Kingdom, Altmo also knew a lot of secrets. He suspected that the strongman might be the legendary prophet. Landon must have his extraordinary qualities to be valued by a mysterious strongman and even come to guide him. Considering the safety of Paula, whom he cherished, Altmere made such a big noise at all costs, striving to completely solve Landon and get the book that gave him a strange feeling. "Just as you promised to marry me, I also promised to protect you. But in the past, my strength was still very weak, and I could only develop in secret, while pretending to be harmless on the surface to let others relax their vigilance against me. Now, I finally have enough power and strength. Even the strongest second brother and 11th princess can't stop me. Enough to protect you from harm in the next power struggle." Listening to Altmer's unexpected true feelings, Paula also recalled the scenes of her getting along with the prince, and couldn't help sighing. "Brother Altmere, Landon is my friend, and he has saved me more than once." Looking at the girl silently looking at the direction of the manor, Altmere shook his head. "Forget him, Paula. He is dead." But before he finished speaking, the prince's expression suddenly changed wildly, and he suddenly reached out to grab Paula beside him. But faster than him was a black shadow burning with pitch-black flames. It instantly knocked Princess Paula away, and took her around a big circle quickly, and came to the side of another silent figure. "Unfortunately, I will disappoint you." Landon's words sounded faintly. At this moment, he was covered in a strange heavy armor condensed by an unknown black magic power, and the voice coming from behind the mask became difficult and hoarse, like a demon crawling out of hell. At the moment of the attack, Landon used an 8th level disposable defensive artifact he found in the ruins to block most of the attack power. But he was still slightly injured, patting the black two-headed big dog that had taken Paula back. Landon protected Paula behind him and focused his eyes on Prince Altmere again. "Any last words?" "Humph. Do you think you won?" Looking at Landon with cold eyes, Prince Altmere suddenly raised his hand. "Kill him." Following his order, a terrifying magic sword light suddenly lit up, forcing Landon to dodge. At the critical moment, the Knight Commander Marillis, who had previously gone to the Black Feather capital, finally rushed back. With the hard power of the 7th level, Morris quickly suppressed Landon. However, during the battle, the Knight Commander also felt a little frightened. Although Landon's strength was only the 5th level, the special alien power on the opponent made even him, a 7th level, feel a little palpitating and didn't want to be contaminated. In addition, the strange two-headed vicious dog next to him kept biting him, and he couldn't take down the target for a while. It's almost there. On the other side, although Landon seemed to be struggling under the attack of the Knight Commander, he was actually calm in his heart. Lord Dark Raven was helping him build a teleportation spell. He only needed to hold on for another 83 seconds, and he could take Paolo away, and his apoptosis armed state could last for more than 100 seconds. Moreover, in Landon's observation, the Knight obviously didn't want to hurt Paolo either, and the attack point would be deliberately deflected to avoid the girl's position. He had used this point many times to force the opponent to withdraw the attack urgently. Looking at the entangled battle in the sky, Altmare calculated the movement of the two, and suddenly saw the opportunity when Landon dodged and attacked, as if trying to snatch Paolo. Don't know whether to live or die. Landon's eyes turned cold, and he hid behind Paolo with a subtle feint, forcing the Knight Commander to temporarily stop attacking. And at the same time, the long sword surrounded by the power of apoptosis slashed at Altmare. He had originally planned to escape directly, but now Altmare came over to seek death. So he just solved the problem before leaving. But what Landon didn't expect was that the prince suddenly sneered on his face, and a layer of translucent light curtain appeared around him, completely blocking the sword. At the same time, a sharp pain suddenly came from the back, and the flow of mana in his body solidified instantly like ice. After suffering a severe blow, Landon's body trembled suddenly, and then he was hit by the Knight Leader's sword, and the black magic armor dissipated instantly and fell to the ground. While coughing up a large mouthful of blood, Landon looked up in astonishment, but only saw Paolo with an unbelievable face and a shining amulet on her chest. A beam of almost substantial white light shot out from the amulet, and the other end was still inserted into his body, suppressing the flow of mana in his body to an extremely slow level. How does the lawbreaker I specially prepared for you taste? At this time, Prince Altmare just walked over slowly, and pointed his staff at Landon, who was on the ground with comminuted fractures and unable to move. A book with a dark yellow cover floated out of his arms, and fell into the prince's palm. This time it's really goodbye, White Crow. After getting the yellow book, the prince pointed his staff at Landon on the ground again, and a green magic light shone from the top of the staff. But at this moment, Paolo, who was also powerless to fall, suddenly stood up and blocked Landon with himself. Frowning, Altmare quickly raised his hand, and a beam of pale green dissociation rays shot out from the top of the staff, brushed past Paolo, and turned a large tree in the distance into a pile of green powder. During this delay, the light of random transmission flashed in an instant, teleporting Landon on the ground away. What an interesting plot. From a distance, watching Landon successfully escape and Prince Altmare getting the book, Anvis was satisfied and put away the recliner and refreshments and went to the prince. Now, the prince's battle is over, but his battle has just begun. During this period of time, it seems that another high-level prophet has discovered the connection between Prince Altmare and the Yellow Book and intends to take the opportunity to pick Peaches. Unlike the genuine Son of Destiny, Lantern, it was much easier to snatch the book from a villain. Without hiding his presence, Avis went straight to the target indicated by the Web of Destiny. There, a man in black robe turned his head as if he had sensed something and met Avis' eyes. Chapter 692, Fateful Duel. After a moment, both of them laughed. Doppelganger? Walking casually to the side of the black-robed man, Avis looked at the direction where Prince Altmare left from afar and spoke in a low voice, although it is a little hard to see through. I think you are also a doppelganger, right? After taking a deep look at Avis, the black-robed man took off his hood, revealing a pale-skinned, slightly curly brown-haired young man's face underneath. The strange thing is that his eyes have no pupils, but are pure white. Haha. That's not important. What's important is your attitude towards Prince Altmare. Without giving a direct answer, Avis glanced at the young man's ordinary appearance, spoke to himself, and looked unfathomable. Originally, fate shouldn't have developed like this. Even if Prince Altmare valued Landon, he wouldn't have prepared to this extent. Even the Knight Commander should have been temporarily tied up in the Black Feather King City under the joke of fate. The consequence of that is that Silvervale Manor was easily breached by Landon, and Prince Altmare, who was caught off guard, took Paolo hostage and escaped, but was still intercepted. After a battle, Altmare would be defeated, and Paolo would finally stand in front of Altmare to prevent Landon from killing the prince. And under such delay, Knight Commander Marilis finally arrived and fought with Landon. Unlike Landon, who could only rely on Paula to limit the enemy's attack due to his injury. When Landon was not injured and was fully protecting Paula, he would not find that the enemy would not attack Paula either. So, at the last moment before escaping, Landon would have to face the Knight Commander's strongest combat skill Wind and Waves head-on. Landon himself could not block that sword, but the yellow book on his chest would block most of the attack power for him. But at the same time, it would be accidentally dropped due to the cuts on his clothes. At that moment, Landon, who was locked by Morris's aura, had no choice but to give up the yellow book and immediately teleport away with Princess Paula. Otherwise, he would die directly under the next sword. According to this fate, Prince Altmare would eventually obtain the yellow book, but Princess Paula would also follow Landon away. Instead of the current ending where Prince Altmare won a great victory and Landon escaped with serious injuries. All these changes were caused entirely by your intervention. Calling out the original fate casually, Anda stared at the black-robed man's pure white eyes that seemed to be blind, and spoke seriously. I want to know, what is your attitude towards Prince Altmare? A casual investment? Are you ready to leave a real anchor of fate in him? Or do you want to personally reap his adventure? My choice? Is it important? The black-robed man looked at Avis coldly with an ugly smile. He knew very well that when Avis said the word yellow book, there was nothing to hide. This will determine my attitude towards you next. Besides you, does anyone else know about the book? I'm afraid there are very few. When that person is still in seclusion to recover from his injuries, you and I should be the only ones who can find this place at this time. I see. At this point, Avis and the black-robed young man looked at each other in silence, both showing a half-smile expression. Few people know that the Stargazer's seclusion means that as long as the other party can be made to retreat, even if it is only temporary, it can guarantee that he can enjoy the secrets of Prince Aotemo alone in the future. The two of them knew this very well. They did not take action directly, but only secretly evaluated the other party's strength and possible position. The fact that Avis chose to show up before means that there should be no fundamental conflict between the two sides. Otherwise, the two would not meet at all, but would directly launch an attack and defense at the level of the Web of Fate. After a moment, the two moved at the same time. The silver-white dice with a crack was thrown from Avis's hand and kept spinning in the air. The black-robed young man took out a silver scale. With his action, a phantom identical to Avis's mercury dice suddenly appeared on the left tray of the scale, spinning synchronously with the real dice. The next moment, he took out a slightly illusory silver weight with a solemn expression and placed it on the right tray of the scale. The moment it touched the tray, the original physical weight instantly turned into a phantom identical to the dice. At the same time, the phantom of the dice on the left suddenly trembled, as if entangled by some unknown force. At the same time, the real mercury dice was also suddenly bound by some invisible force, and the rotation speed slowed down synchronously with the phantom on the scale. However, although the speed slowed down, the mercury dice was still spinning tenaciously, with a trace of pain on his face. The young man with brown curly hair took out another identical weight and placed it on the right side of the scale again. However, this time, while the young man was moving, Avis gently raised his hand and tapped the dice in the air, infusing a large amount of fate feedback power into it. As the center of the two people struggled for the control of fate, the surface of the mercury dice cracked again with a snap, almost splitting the entire dice in half. The next moment, the dice stopped suddenly as if it hit a wall, showing a point. 20 points. Seeing this result, the black-robed young man's eyes shrank instantly, and his expression was uncertain. He suddenly glanced around, and then he and Avis looked at an ordinary golden wildflower nearby at the same time. On the flower, the white butterfly resting on it suddenly flapped its wings, raising a breeze. Seeing this, the black-robed young man pointed instantly, and a burst of flame suddenly emerged from the butterfly as the center, instantly burning the butterfly and the nearby wildflowers and weeds to ashes, and at the same time disrupting the airflow trajectory of the butterfly's wings. However, watching his actions, Avis just showed a mysterious smile. At the same time, in the nearby grass, two ordinary gray hares were startled by the sound of the flames burning the grass, and instantly fled to the bushes in the distance. A trace of the power of destiny, with the breath of Avis, was looming on them. Looking at the two hares going away, the black-robed young man did not attack again, but closed his eyes, ready to compete with Avis at the level of destiny. Soon, from the direction of the distant mountains and forests, several gray-feathered eagles suddenly flew from afar. It was a magical beast with a strength between the top apprentice and the first level. Its main diet was small animals such as hares, squirrels, and small birds. It had the ability to emit terrifying sound waves. Two of the gray-feathered eagles found the escaping hares, so they swooped down like fighter jets, instantly grabbed the two gray hares into the sky, and prepared to take them back to the nest to enjoy. However, due to the prey they were holding, the two gray-feathered eagles inevitably flew at a lower altitude. In the forest below, a brown-bellied snake with a single eye on its head climbed up to the treetops. Its bloody single eye looked at a gray-feathered eagle flying in the sky, and instantly shot out a red light. Unexpectedly, the gray-feathered eagle rose up urgently, but the hair it was holding and half of its paw were still hit by the red light, and instantly turned into gray-white stone. With a scream, the gray-feathered eagle instantly released its paw, and the hair turned into stone smashed into the nearby mountain stream. But at this moment, a strong updraft suddenly swept over, and the trajectory of the petrified hair was slightly deviated by the airflow. It failed to fall into the stream, but hit the protruding rock cliff next to it and broke into pieces. Chapter 693 Victory and Purpose. As the stone hair hit, a long-weathered old rock crack on the side of the cliff suddenly trembled slightly, and made a light click sound. The other gray-feathered eagle that escaped the disaster quickly crossed the mountains and valleys below and returned to its nest. A small group of black water hippos were migrating between the valleys. Looking at the gray-feathered eagle flying over them, they snorted in dissatisfaction. The third-level black water hippopotamus leader raised his head and roared, and the power of water elements gathered in the sky, forming a rainstorm. Under the heavy rain, the cliff collapsed with a loud rumble. The huge movement instantly attracted a small mercenary group nearby, as well as a fifth-level mountain violent bear whose territory was nearby. Soon, the two who discovered each other started a battle. In the fierce battle, the mountain violent bear, which fully activated the innate spell, shook the stratum violently, causing a local earthquake. Deep underground, an ancient ruin whose defense system had lost its energy was affected by the earthquake, and a large crack appeared. This crack penetrated the warehouse of the ruins and the teleportation array area below. A cut magic crystal fell through the crack and landed right in the center of the teleportation array. The array was activated by this magic crystal, but due to the damage to some runes, the effect of the array underwent unknown changes. In the far north of the Federation, in a canyon forest in the Flying Dragon Mountains, an unstable void crack opened. Coincidentally, a terrifying space turbulent storm just broke out in the space-time area near the crack and violently gushed out from the crack. But as the space turbulence swept through, the seemingly ordinary forest background suddenly twisted and dissipated, revealing a low gray stone magic tower. At this moment, the direction of the space turbulence impact happened to completely cover the low magic tower. Suddenly hit by the destructive space turbulence, the tower body lit up layers of protective force fields. But at the critical moment, an inscription in the tower body's protective magic array suddenly dimmed, as if it was damaged by the circuit overload. This instantly caused a chain reaction. One rune after another overloaded, and the protective magic around the magic tower quickly dimmed. And without the force field protection, the stone tower body was quickly washed out with a wide crack. Inside the magic tower, a figure wearing a black hooded long robe and a blurred face looked at the crack with a gloomy face. Supporting one hand in front of him, a twisted light curtain extended from his palm, gushing out from the crack, completely protecting the tower body, barely preventing the space turbulence from causing further damage. Relying purely on his own strength, it would be extremely difficult for him, even at the 8th level, to protect the entire area of the magic tower from the space turbulence storm. At the same time, his power was also disintegrating the structure of the void crack. Soon, the crack completely collapsed, and the space storm that lost its source also stopped. After a somewhat tired sigh of relief, the black-robed man carefully sensed the surroundings, and finally withdrew the protective light curtain, slowly walked to the side of the crack, and prepared to check the damage to the tower. But at this time, it seemed that due to the residual fluctuations of the previous spell confrontation, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up from outside the crack, carrying a trace of inexplicable fluctuations of fate, and suddenly blew off the hood of the black-robed figure. Under the hood, a young man with slightly curly brown hair and pale skin had a look of astonishment. exposed to the light golden sunlight projected from the cracks of the gray stone tower. So, you have broken through peeping and reached the realm of control at the peak of the 8th level. On the path of a prophet. You have gone further. And I am not as good as you. Near the Black Feather King's capital, the black-robed young man looked deeply at Avis and reluctantly admitted his failure. In the battle at the level of fate just now, even if he tried his best to defend and counterattack, he was still defeated by Avis, causing his body position to be completely exposed. In the battle between high-level prophets, this is an extremely fatal weakness. Fortunately, since the two did not have a fundamental conflict, Avis did not kill him, but only aimed to find his body. It's just a pity that he spent a lot of effort to build the magic tower, thinking of his beloved magic tower being severely damaged in the space turbulent storm. The black-robed young man suddenly felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. He spent a lot of resources to build it. It can block many detection spells including prophecy spells, and has strong protection ability. It can also provide a considerable increase in the effect of the prophecy spells he casts. But now, the tower structure has been severely damaged. If he wants to repair it, he can only spend a lot of money. He even needs to search for some materials in the future. After all, the materials of the Destiny system are also quite rare, which is proportional to the rarity of the special profession of the prophet. Now, tell me your origins and your real purpose. Looking at the black-robed youth whose features were slightly distorted but became much more docile, Avis smiled and made a pleased gesture. It's so painful. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? You didn't know it earlier? If you are a prophet and can't predict the future, what's the use? You can call me Hermit. As for my purpose, it is actually related to my path as a prophet. Not knowing Avis's impolite thoughts, the black-robed youth Hermit forced himself to recover from the heartache and spoke weakly. The way my secret school is promoted is different from that of ordinary prophets. I need to find enemies that are opposite to the Son of Destiny, and then assist them, so that they can suppress the Son of Destiny in turn. In this way, the original villain's fate will suddenly increase, and in contrast, the original fate of the Son of Destiny will decrease. It is through this process that I intercept part of the fate of the Son of Destiny's lost power, and part of the fate of the net that adds to the villain. If you repeat this several times, a Destiny will be defeated. The Son of Destiny will be weakened to the limit, and then completely defeated by another villain I assist. And this original villain will replace the original Son of Destiny, and take away everything from him. And I can obtain a huge amount of fate feedback from the network of fate that assists the birth of a Son of Destiny. And when the identity of the Son of Destiny changes, most of the power of fate that is completely lost from the original Son of Destiny. As you can see, this time, I went to Prince Altmare just to obtain the power of Destiny. As for finding the book, it was more of an accident. As a high-level prophet, I believe you are also aware of its danger. Even if you put it in front of me now, I will never let my fate have anything to do with it. My bachelor confessed all his goals, and the hermit did not try to make up a lie to fool Avis. In front of a prophet who is more powerful than himself, lying is meaningless. The school of prophecy that assists the villain? Avis raised his eyebrows with interest, feeling that this man is a talent, and even wanted him to help him for a moment. Touching his chin, Avis suddenly reacted. He is not a big villain, and the hermit probably cannot assist him personally, but perhaps he can pull him to his side. Chapter 694, Using a Shell to Cause Trouble. Aren't you worried that your school will become a hidden danger after the Son of Destiny becomes stronger? Looking at the black-robed hermit, Avis suddenly asked. He has always been a little curious. Assisting the villains who are hostile to the Son of Destiny is a real high-risk behavior. How did this school safely break through to the 8th level? Even if this guy may have a powerful background, there are many seeds of major forces who died at the hands of the Son of Destiny when they were weak. No. As the favor of fate continues to decrease, the fate of the Son of Destiny itself will not pose a threat to me. As for the Son of Destiny coming back to seek revenge on the villain, it is none of my business, because I have never left an anchor point. Even if the villain dies at the hands of the Son of Destiny, it will not affect me, since Prince Altmare's figure has disappeared. The black-robed hermit simply sat down and answered carefully. I know what you mean. When I was weak, this behavior was indeed risky. However, our school has a secret prophecy detection spell that can vaguely calculate the level of Destiny's favor on the child of Destiny. As long as I don't provoke the most powerful children of Destiny, my safety can still be guaranteed. If you want, I can also give it to you. Observation secret technique? Did you really use it? Avis gave him a strange look. The strength of Lanton's destiny is estimated to be one of the future protagonists of the continent. How did you have the courage to assist Prince Altmere? In fact, I haven't used this secret technique for a long time. When he mentioned this, the hermit waved his black robe, with a look of regret on his face. When I was weak, I had to use this secret technique to protect myself. But I found that this was not a good thing. Once you deliberately avoid strong enemies more often, you will lose your initial fearlessness. This is a very serious problem, because this mentality will unconsciously affect your decision-making. And at critical moments, you will habitually make decisions to escape instead of trying your best for your goals. So, since I became strong enough, I have never deliberately spied on those children of destiny. Even if they may find out in the future, I have enough strength to kill the danger in advance. Looking at the hermit, who almost had the word bullying the weak and fearing the strong written on his face, Avis nodded in understanding. I don't need your secret technique. But as the price of failure, I need you to sign a contract under the witness of the web of destiny and become the backer of one of my important subordinates in public for 50 years. Recently, the clones of the Glory Alliance have encountered more and more temptations, and Avis doesn't want to expose his relationship with the man in the mirror. Now the appearance of the hermit just solved some of his troubles. Okay, but you can't force me to perform tasks that will endanger my life. The hermit nodded, but also put forward his own conditions. After all, he is also an 8th level prophet. Although he failed in the previous contest, it is not so easy for Avis to really kill him. Okay, then go to the Earl of the Rock Helmet Kingdom in the Glory Alliance man in the mirror. I will tell him about you, and you will get treatment that matches your status. Without any extra discussion, after signing the fate contract, the figure of the hermit faded and disappeared. 50 years is not a big deal for an 8th level professional, and the hermit himself does not resist. He is currently stuck in a bottleneck, and it doesn't make much difference what he does. It is better to pay attention to the movements of Avis, the so-called important subordinate, to see if he can get a chance to break through. Watching the hermit leave, Avis sensed the current location of Prince Aotemo and prepared to go to contact the target. On the way, his figure gradually changed. His height slightly stretched, and his appearance and breath slowly became the same as the hermit. A black hooded robe appeared on his body, completely shrouding him in shadow. This is the way Avis came up with to avoid the contamination of fate to the greatest extent. That is, to contact Aotemo as a hermit throughout the process. After all, the hermit did come to Aotemo before. As long as he does not reveal his identity, then a large part of the influence of fate will be counted on the hermit for what he is going to do next. Soon, Avis found Prince Altmere in another manner in the upper city of the Black Feather capital. He was cautiously trying to read the yellow book, but his progress was not as good as Landon. He could only turn 3 or 4 pages at a time, and then he had to close the book and meditate to restore his mental state. In Avis's observation, the mental power consumed by Prince Altmere to turn a page was almost 5 times that of Landon. Princess Paula had also been freed by the prince and was resting in her room, but her face was a little pale, and it was unknown what she was thinking. After observing for a while, Avis shook his head secretly. After all, he forced a link of fate between Altmere and the book. If the legitimate owner, Landon, has the highest administrator authority, then Prince Altmere can only be regarded as an illegal intruder. Without waiting any longer, Avis showed up directly. Who, this lord? Thank you for your previous reminder. In return, I have prepared a generous gift for you. Please do not refuse. Seeing Avis's figure suddenly appear, Altmere was startled for a moment and instinctively wanted to call for help. But when he saw the person clearly, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and his expression became respectful. Previous events have shown that this lord is likely to be a legendary high-level prophet. You know, the chief prophet of the Black Feather Kingdom has barely broken through to the 7th level. If you can find a way to win this lord over to your side, then his ascension to the throne will almost be a foregone conclusion. No need for gifts. But in return for the previous reminder, I need your help with something. Facing the face of the hermit, Avis went straight to the point. I wonder what you want me to do. Sir? As long as it is within my ability, I can make the decision and agree to it. After thinking carefully, Altmo said carefully, it's very simple. There is a blank page in the book in your hand, and a will with a special mental state is attached to it. And all you need to do is ask it a few questions on my behalf. with a smile on his face under the hood. Avis took out a page of special magic letter paper that had been written long ago and handed it to Altmo. Don't worry. I can assure you in the name of the Web of Fate that this will not bring you any danger. At this moment, the hermit who had already appeared in the Rock Helmet Kingdom suddenly felt something. But after a little prediction, he could only show a helpless bitter smile. Someone pretended to be me to make trouble. But I couldn't beat him. So angry. Chapter 695 Plan. Taking the letter from Avis, Aotemo read the contents carefully. What plans does the royal family have against the 4 major families of the empire? What trump cards and special plans does the royal family have that can threaten the existence of the 9th level? What plans does the royal family have against the marquises? The top of the letter recorded the questions that Avis wanted to know. And the bottom half was some explanations of the situation on that page, including the identity of the consciousness in the page, his current abnormal mental state, and the information that the page can be restarted by asking why did you become like this, according to the instructions on the paper. After the restart, the previous memory of Gloria 3 in the page will disappear, and you can pretend to meet for the first time again and continue to ask other questions. I understand. No problem. Looking at the information on the paper, Prince Aotemo quickly analyzed the camp of the mysterious existence in front of him. At the same time, after he finished reading, the letter spontaneously ignited without wind, and then completely turned into ashes. There is no doubt that the purpose of the hermit should be closely related to the empire. Otherwise, he would never ask these questions. It is just unclear what this lord wants to gain. Moreover, this lord seems to know a lot about the Yellow Book, but he is obviously not interested in it. Is there something wrong with the book? Although he thought a lot in his mind, the prince did not show it, but cooperated with Anbis obediently, asking Anbis the questions he wanted to know one by one. 2 days later, Anbis, who knew everything, said goodbye to Prince Aldmare and left. As the Emperor of the Empire, Gloria 3, even in a half-crazy state, still revealed a lot of secrets. The imperial family of the Empire has indeed been dissatisfied with the 4 major families for a long time. But the timing of the royal family's own plan against the 4 major families is related to a core plan of the Aslade family among the 4 major families. As a Golden Dragon family, the Aslade family has been planning for hundreds of years, preparing to secretly lead the Dragon Island lost in the outer domain back to the main material world, and then use the power of the ancient dragons on the Dragon Island to dominate the empire. You know, the original birth of the Aslade family originated from the combination of a real golden dragon and a human professional. If the Dragon Island is really allowed to return, with the support of a large number of 9th-level ancient dragons, the power of the Aslade family will instantly expand to far exceed any of the other 3 major families. After thousands of years of friction, the Aslade family and the Enoch family have long disliked each other. When the power of one party loses balance, it will definitely go to war with the other family as soon as possible. The royal family's plan is to take advantage of the Aslade family's Dragon Island return plan to arrange people to pretend to be the legendary Rebel Circle of Truth to raid the Olive Indy and Alfred families, and try to reduce the 9th-level combat power of the 2 families. At the same time, the royal family will cooperate with the attack team and secretly use Eye of Destiny and Mirror of the End to quickly and thoroughly eliminate the 9th-level extreme guardians of the 2 families. The Eye of Destiny is a broken secret instrument handed down from the ancient High Elves, which can greatly increase the prophecy level of the operator, according to the predictions of the Empire's prophets. When it was intact, its power was enough to allow the operator to reach the level of a 9th-order prophet. However, due to the erosion of countless years, many important inscription structures on it were damaged and could not be repaired. The maximum increase in prophecy that can be brought at present is only between the 8th and 9th orders. But today, when the only 9th order prophet Stargazer is asleep, the Eye of Destiny has almost no opponent. Relying on its effect, it can quickly find the whereabouts of the 9th order secret hands for resurrection, and then completely eliminate them through the Mirror of the End. When the 3 major families are weakened to a certain extent, they can only choose to unite and fight against the Aslade family together to achieve a new balance. As for the 9 marquises of the empire, the royal family actually secretly supports them in their fight against the 4 dukes. Anbis can also understand this. From the perspective of Gloria 3, he will also try his best to weaken and restrict the 4 major families that obviously threaten the royal rule. In the plan, if the plan to weaken the 4 major families succeeds, Then the next step is for the Marquises to take advantage of the opportunity to declare war on the weak 4 major families and seize the provincial territories. The royal family will intervene at the end of the war, and while beating the Marquises, take the opportunity to recover some of the provincial territories of the 4 major families that were captured by the Marquises. Next, the Marquises and the dukes will check and balance each other, and the royal family will mediate in the middle to form a more stable structure, rather than the current situation where the 4 major families are becoming more and more powerful. However, before all these plans could be implemented, Gloria III himself had problems. Walking slowly on the bluestone streets of the Black Feather King city, Avis, who casually disguised himself as a young man, was still thinking about the information he got from the Yellow Book. As the crowd passed by, according to the information revealed by Gloria III, the time for the Aslade family to call for the return of Dragon Island is not far away, and it may even be within this year. Avis finally understood why Dragon Island was not really opened until the late stage of the game in the previous life. It turned out that it was summoned back by the Aslade family. Speaking of Dragon Island, he also has a power dragon clone and 3 cursed plutonium dragons. If he is exposed, he will probably be hunted down by Dragon Island. As for why Gloria III became like this, Avis also had some guesses. Although as long as the question of why he became like this is mentioned, the consciousness suspected to be Gloria III will directly fall into madness, and then reset its consciousness. But according to the scattered words revealed in its crazy state, it is difficult to say that the 4 major families have nothing to do with this matter. As for the location of the royal family's secret storage, Avis also gained a lot, but he didn't plan to touch them, but left them to the rebels. Avis is not short of general cultivation materials now, and those special treasures are all guarded by the royal 9th level guards. The Ring of Truth has attracted too much attention now, and he doesn't need to forcefully invade at the risk of angering the royal family. Anyway, the rebels also know the location of those secret warehouses. At most, they can wait until they capture them, and then borrow them from the rebel leaders. Happy holidays, sir. May the goddess bless you. When Avis was walking on the street, a brown-haired girl with a wicker basket and bright yellow linen clothes on the side of the road suddenly handed Avis a wooden cup full of beer, and a golden wheat ear was inserted on the edge of the cup. This cup is given to you for free. It is a gift from the goddess of harvest. Oh, thank you for your gift, beautiful lady. May the goddess bless you. Looking at the girl who looked at him with enthusiasm and a little shyness, Avis smiled slightly, took the wine glass, looked at it, and then drank it all. Today is the last day of the Blazing Sun month, and it is also the harvest festival of the Yar continent. On this day, all taverns will offer beer at half price. Celebrating people will take to the streets, singing and dancing, celebrating the harvest, and getting drunk and lying on the streets of the square. Chapter 696 Residents of the Federation. Sir, are you a foreigner? The girl spoke shyly, looking at Avis's profile. For some reason, although her appearance was not particularly eye-catching, she instinctively had a vague liking for the boy in front of her. Just looking at him like this, her heartbeat began to accelerate. Yes. Do I look obvious? Avis looked at the girl with interest and handed the empty cup back to her. But his eyes paused slightly when he swept over the black metal headband on her head like an ornament. Well, at the harvest festival, people usually don't wear black clothes, even those professional adults. Not noticing the slight change in Avis's eyes, the girl explained to Avis while taking the cup Avis handed back and carefully placed it alone in the corner of the wicker basket filled with beer and light green apple-like fruits. So, generally only guests who come from far away will be dressed like you. I see. Thank you for telling me. Nodding with great interest, Avis casually took out an imperial rose gold coin and handed it to her. I noticed that your headband is a little special. Can you introduce it to me? Of course. This generous sir. The girl took the heavy gold coin with some surprise, looked around cautiously, and when she found that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly put it back into her small wallet. This is the magic construct headband that my mother bought for me at the Lord's mansion with the money she saved for a long time. It is said that it has the hope of giving ordinary people the power of professionals. As long as you wear it on your head, the headband will automatically emit a special wave, gradually improving the wearer's physical qualifications. In response to Avis's question, the girl spoke without any defense and explained the origin of her headband. Now the Lord's Mansion has reopened the channel for purchasing the constructed network headband. Now it is much more convenient for everyone to buy a headband. And the price is much cheaper than those underground merchants before. If it were in the past, even if my family saved for another 10 years, it would definitely not be enough to buy a constructed headband. In order for us to live a better life, the Lord did not hesitate to take the pressure from those enemies and make decisions for us. Thank you for the kind Lord. However, there are always some people who doubt the Lord's intentions and think that the Magic Guy constructed headband is a conspiracy. And they resist it everywhere. But the Lord obviously doesn't have to do all this. Speaking of this, the girl's expression couldn't help but show a little anger. As if she was angry that those people actually misunderstood the Lord's good intentions. Really? Looking at the black metal headband on the girl's head, Avis shook his head slightly. The real reason why the construct headband can allow ordinary people to obtain the professional talent is actually because of the overflow of the power of the outer gods caused by the advent of Malem. Not to mention that there is no such condition now. The headband the girl wears is simply a fake. Although the appearance looks similar, there is no inscription structure inside. It is purely a low-quality decoration. And those rebels, they only know how to provoke wars. And those strange foreigners are very supportive of him, saying that they want to revolutionize, overthrow the rule of the aristocracy, and liberate the people. It is clear that wherever they go, war will break out. They even publicized the dangers of the construct headbands, and forcibly snatched the construct headbands from people to prevent people from getting the opportunity to become professionals. Under Avis's encouraging gaze, the girl happily uttered the words that she wanted to say but didn't dare to say. For some reason, when facing Avis's gaze, the girl had a strange sense of relaxation, and instinctively felt that the boy in front of her would never hurt her. Avis just smiled at the girl's complaints. The current security in the Black Feather King's capital is still good, and the people are not under much pressure in life. So it is normal for the girl to hate war, and the rebels who bring war. And the rebels are actually not wrong, because the environment they lived in before was far worse than the girl. The nobles' extortion, years of war, and the looting of soldiers and bandits have forced them to the point where they can't survive. In fact, as long as life goes on, the people will not risk death to rebel, especially in this world with extraordinary power. However, now that the ancient Patakaran agreement has been invalidated, how far is it from the next full-scale war? Retracting his charm, Ambus bid farewell to the enthusiastic girl and walked slowly into the distance. The noisy festival crowd passed by him. The elf bard holding a light green harp sang cheerful folk songs. The drunken dwarf warrior and the human player mercenary hugged each other and lay on the white stone square, and children ran around and played beside them. The celebration float passed through the center of the crowd, and the actors performed the myth of the goddess of harvest coming to the world. The golden wheat symbolizing the goddess' blessing was sprinkled on the crowd. Harvesting cheers. Now, the players have truly integrated into this world, enjoying the festive atmosphere like the natives. At a glance, Avis has seen several people wearing construct headbands in the crowd. There are natives, and there are players with panels floating in front of them. At present, for some unknown reason, although the headband has been sold in advance, the official has not yet reopened the function of construct network connection, but only said that it is still under debugging. However, Avis is very clear that this involves high-level game in the federal parliament. The network must be restored. But how to calculate the share of the construct network power? How to ensure that there will be no tragedy like the former speaker? At present, the top leaders of the Federation are working hard to solve these problems. But the time for the network to truly reopen the connection will not be too far away. Finally, looking at this carnival city, Avis rolled up his cloak, and his figure disappeared in the street corner where no one was watching. It is very lively here, but it has nothing to do with him. Long time no see. Avis. After Avis left the Federation, an unexpected guest found Avis in Pamir College. What's up, my dear ninth counselor? In the reception room of his residence, looking at Prince Lanua, who suddenly came to see him. Avis waved his hand, and 2 cups of ancient Tree of Life black tea appeared on the table, and said jokingly, I think you should know that my 4th sister has now broken through to the 9th level. Before she broke through, she went to the Star Territory to meet your mysterious sister. A trace of helplessness flashed in his blue and purple eyes, and the corner of Prince Lanua's mouth twitched. He, the so-called 9th counselor, was just a runner-up, and could only watch the eldest prince and the 4th princess confront each other. Of course, He now nominally belongs to the camp of the fourth Princess Osvia. After all, his fourth sister had taken good care of him before, which was much better than those brothers who secretly suppressed him. Now, after she broke through the 9th level, her relationship with your sister Fiona has become closer. Holding the teacup, Prince Lanua slowly sipped the tea and looked at Anvis. As a descendant of the Olivendi family, what do you think of this matter? Chapter 697 Lanua's Test. What do you want to say? Anvis remained calm. Fiona and the fourth princess had a close relationship. So what did it have to do with him? A student at Pamir Academy. I've heard that your sister has a terrifying talent. Stronger than any member of the Olivendi family, including you. Now, she has connected with the fourth princess. If she continues to develop like this, her strength and the power of her subordinates will probably soon surpass any descendant of the head of the family. Looking into Anwis's eyes, Lan No put the teacup back on the tray. Speaking seriously, I know you have your own secrets, but even you can't improve as fast as she can. Right? Not to mention, she has already acquired her own territory. If this continues, it is almost inevitable that she will become the next head of the Olivendi family. Anvis, have you ever considered preparing yourself as soon as possible? Dear Lan Nua, I think you may have misunderstood something. I am not interested in the position of the head of the Olivendi family. No matter who sits in that position, I don't care. Besides, I have a good relationship with Fiona. If she really sits in that position in the future, I will only bless her. Understanding Lan Nua's thoughts, Anvis shook his head gently. The Olivendi family is not the royal family, and we will not fight for that position regardless of the consequences. Also, the position of the head of the Olivendi family requires the hard power of the 9th level, which is also beyond my reach. But people will change, and their thoughts will change with different positions. Lan Nua was not surprised by Avis's reaction and also shook his head. When I was young, my relationship with my fourth sister Osvia was also very good. She took good care of me, would block the malice of other brothers for me, and would share any good things with me as soon as possible. Now, although she is still good to me, I can feel that an invisible barrier has been formed between us at some point. In other words, she is on guard against all brothers and sisters, including me. I can understand this change, but understanding is understanding, and the relationship between me and her can never go back to the past. Avis, I said so much just to remind you that everyone will change. Even the closest relationship will fade with the passage of time. Only your own power will never abandon you. Okay, you came to me once just to tell me this? Faced with the prince's temptation, Avis shrugged and looked at him with a teacup in hand. Okay, let's change the subject. Between my eldest brother and my fourth sister, who do you think is better? Lan Nua smiled slightly and did not answer, but changed the subject lightly. My eldest brother broke through the 9th level very early, and he is the strongest, and his own forces have been operating for a long time. And my fourth sister has complete control over the Rose Knights, one of the 3 major knight orders in the Empire. Although her newly promoted 9th level strength is weaker than my eldest brother, it is only a disadvantage. Not to the point of being powerless to fight back. I don't think anyone is good. Think about the bright side. What if His Majesty Gloria III comes back again? Putting the cup back on the table, Avis leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed body, staring at Lan Nua with his blue eyes. I also hope that my father can return. But that is just hope after all. We need to face reality after all. Mentioning his father, Lan Nua's smile was bitter for a moment. The next moment, he took out 2 invitations from the ring with different locations, but exactly the same time. My eldest brother and fourth sister have prepared a dinner in 5 days. The 2 dinners will be held at the same time. This is your invitation. As he said, Lan Nua gently raised his hand and let the 2 invitations float to the table in front of Avis. You should know what this means. At the dinner, both the eldest prince and the fourth princess will prepare enough attractive benefits and try to attract participants as much as possible. You can choose to participate in one of them, but don't try to use magic to participate in both at the same time. It is not only meaningless, but also makes both parties have a bad impression of you. Why are you the one to deliver them all? After taking a look at the 2 invitations, Avis looked at Lan Nua calmly. My eldest brother and fourth sister all know that I am very close to you, so it is convenient to send you a letter. This is such a joke. My tea is almost frozen. Looking at Avis with a look of disgust, Lan Nua shrugged. Okay, Now that the things are here, I should go too. But I am a little curious. Which one you will choose to attend? Do I have to attend? Pick up the 2 invitations. Avis glanced at them respectively, and then put them in his ring. No one forces you to participate. But the truth is very simple. The earlier you join, the greater the benefits you will get in the future. Slowly standing up, Lon Newell looked at Avis. So, Avis, what's your idea? My idea? Avis suddenly smiled. I can tell you clearly that I am not interested in power, and will not participate in any dinner party. You know, my ideal is to become a scholar, and live a plain life until I die of old age. Do you think I believe it? Giving Avis a strange look, Lon Newell said goodbye and left. These days, no one believes the truth. Watching Lon Newell's back disappear outside the door, Avis sighed. He really didn't plan to attend any dinner party, which would only bring him unnecessary attention and trouble. His ideal was indeed to become a scholar, and ensure that he could live to the day of his natural death. From beginning to end, he was working hard for this ordinary and insignificant ideal. On the other side, after returning to his residence, Lon Newell took out a secret crystal ball. After the magic light of the communication came on, a grey-robed figure with a strange and blurred outline appeared in the crystal ball. I agree to your proposal. I will make suggestions in the Parliament to relax more restrictions on magic guide construction. And there will be 9th-level worshippers of the royal family to support my actions. In return, I hope you can provide me with more support. My current strength is still very weak compared to other brothers. If something happens, it will not be good for you. No problem. Your Highness. Lon Newell. Nodding, the figure suddenly changed the subject. I heard that you just went to see Ambus, the 4th son of the Olivendi family, who only wants to be a scholar of mysticism. What is his attitude? Him? Although his answer to me was a bit perfunctory, I can feel that he is indeed not interested in participating in the competition between my eldest brother and 4th sister. Chapter 698 Born from Desire. I have also predicted the fate of Ambus Olivendi. He is indeed unusual, but he is not as good as many protagonists of this era, and is far inferior to his sister, Fiona Olivendi. According to the development of fate, he will become one of the 4 lords under Fiona in the future. But that's all. So, why do you think so highly of him? Is it because he has similar experiences to yours? Looking at Lon Newell under the hood, the figure asked without any emotion. I don't know the situation of the prophecy school, but I know one thing. He can become my friend, which itself means that he has extraordinary qualities, Lon Newell said lightly. And, just from the information on the surface, he was able to decipher the mysterious items as soon as he entered school. He mysteriously disappeared in the glorious secret realm, and returned intact a few months later. Many secret realm explorers even suspected that his people saved them. The secret ceremony he founded has always been the largest foreign force in the empire. The people of the Hingjin Club suffered a great loss at his hands. It is suspected that there is a high-level prophet behind him, and he has a good relationship with his sister, who is suspected to be the star of prophecy. If my father had not disappeared suddenly, I am afraid he would have announced to summon Avis in person. So, do you think he is likely to have mastered a strong power now, but is just disguising himself? Listening to Lon Newell's analysis, the hazy figure in the crystal ball finally showed a hint of interest. It's not very likely. It's almost certain. I can see that Ambus and I are the same kind of people. A hint of solemnity flashed across his blue and purple eyes, and Lon Newell spoke seriously, although he doesn't seem to be interested in participating in the struggle for imperial power. As a friend, if I ask him for help, he may come to help me. Stepping back, even if he is unwilling to help me, as long as he does not choose to join the camp of my eldest brother or 4th sister and remains neutral, it will also be beneficial to us. Okay. The figure nodded without comment. He just simply reminded that no matter what decision Lon Newell made, he would not interfere. It is always good to be cautious. Ambus and Lon Newell are friends. How to deal with it is their own business. Are there any other needs? Your Highness? No. Just please send the manpower agreed before as soon as possible. So, a few days later, Avis, who was staying in Pamir Academy, found strangely that Prince Lon Newell's fate seemed to have suddenly become active. After thinking about it for a while, Avis roughly guessed the situation. It is likely that Prince Lon Newell is ready to officially participate in this struggle for imperial power. After all, in the previous life, The ninth prince Lon Nua was the third largest giant after the eldest prince and the fourth princess. Although it is not clear how Lon Nua did it. It is a fact after all, and Avis does not intend to get involved. And in this way, Lon Nua came to ask him whether he was ready to participate in the dinner of the eldest prince or the fourth princess. And his purpose was obvious. Lon Nua was testing his attitude towards the other two princes and princesses in order to decide how to face him in the future, putting himself in Lon Nua's perspective. Avis felt that if he expressed support for one of them, Lon Nua would probably continue to maintain his weak and harmless appearance of a little prince, so as not to let himself find any flaws. Now, after learning that he was not interested in joining the camps of the other two princes and princesses, Lon Nua should try to win him over. Logically speaking, due to the great influence on fate and the cover of high-level fate artifacts, it is very difficult for even an 8th-level prophet to predict the fate of royal family members. But relying on his close relationship with Lon Nua, Avis still glimpsed some useful information. A certain high-level prophet has officially entered the scene to support Lon Nua. The breath of the power of fate, with a faint mist, seems to be his old acquaintance Grey Mist. Avis was still a little surprised by the appearance of Grey Mist. According to his intelligence, the other party should now be competing with other prophetists in the Federation for control of the construction network. But now it seems that the other party is not satisfied with only interfering with the fate of the Federation, and also has the spare time to intervene in the imperial power struggle of the Empire. Idle Federation, Dragon Kingdom border, Dragon Shadow City. In the gorgeous City Lord's mansion, Avis, who changed into all experimental protective equipment, returned to the basement where he had previously studied the Beast of Desire. After several months of research, his research project on the Beast of Desire, which he had previously developed for the Saint Plan of the Holy Light Church, is about to achieve real results. At this time, in the center of the basement, a huge strange magic circle is flashing with dark red magic aura full of ominous meanings. A large amount of dark red desire power mist is gathered in the magic circle along the invisible spiritual transmission channel, making the air in the entire basement stained with a hint of evil. This is the power of desire from the entire Dragon Shadow City. As a city where countless fugitives, thugs and lawless elements gather, the city is overflowing with an astonishingly rich power of desire. In the center of the magic circle, a mass of flesh and blood as big as a hill has condensed into a shape that looks like a giant cocoon. With the endless power of desire, the dark red cocoon of flesh and blood is expanding and contracting regularly, like a heartbeat, giving people an indescribable sense of weirdness. However, it seems that a critical point has been reached, and the crawling speed of the cocoon is gradually increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Desire is a foundation. All intelligent life has desire, and original sin is born from it. Looking up at the huge cocoon in front of him, which is as big as a hill, Avis spoke softly. People are born with desires, so they have original sins, so they need redemption. However, even if the light of God, there are dark corners that cannot be illuminated, and in that darkness, original sin grows, and people will be far away from God. As Avis's voice spread, slowly, a new, low voice suddenly echoed from this huge underground space that was dead silent. Bang, bang, bang. That was the sound of a huge heartbeat, like some kind of giant beast from ancient times. On the huge dark red cocoon, a crack slowly emerged and quickly turned outward to both sides, revealing the plump and juicy crimson inner wall. Inside the cocoon, a strange creature that seemed not to exist in this world appeared in front of Avis. Its main body was like a huge black ball of flesh and blood, with several huge flesh and blood rings overlapping and enveloping it like a satellite halo. And it was still rotating slowly. And on the ring, countless black and red eyeballs of different sizes were densely covered on it. At this moment, they were blinking constantly, staring at the human figure in front of them that seemed very small compared to its huge body. The extremely evil power aura instantly oppressed Avis. It was not an attack, but just a simple gaze, which made Avis's heart stir with various criminal thoughts. This is really a surprise. Looking at the symbolic form in front of him, a faint smile appeared on Avis's face. Under the reflection of the dark red power of desire, his body stretched out a dark shadow, as if it came from a nightmare at the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 699 Angel of Original Sin. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Avis raised a finger, and a pale white holy light appeared on the tip of Avis's finger. That was the purest holy power, which came from the power of Archbishop Yael, who had now broken through the 9th level, although the amount was insignificant. In this basement filled with the power of desire, it was as eye-catching as a star lit up in the dark night. Facing this trace of extremely high holy power, the huge aggregate of flesh and eyeballs reacted. An array of dark eyes that seemed to have substance gathered over. So, this bit of light dimmed in an instant like a candle in the wind. But this dimming was not extinguished, but a special phase transformation. Just like a flame turning to ashes, life heading towards death. In the dimming light, the original sacred nature disappeared, and instead, it was replaced by a sense of evil that was almost indescribable in words. It has a nature that is completely opposite to the divine power, and even reminds Avis of the description of the original darkness in the Holy Scripture of the Holy Light Church. After searching his memory, Avis finally remembered where he had seen similar information about the strange form of the creature in front of him, which was full of evil beauty. It was an ancient sacrificial document of the alien god group, which recorded the legends of the great foreign gods and the existence and appearance of the major god messengers. Among them, one of the oldest god messengers was in the form of a sphere nested by a huge eyeball ring. The difference between the two is that the body of the god messengers described in the ancient book is mainly made of metal, while the thing in front of him is made of the flesh and blood of the extraordinary. Then, let's name the new creation angel of original sin. Anvis calmly looked at the existence in front of him and named it. After hearing what Anvis said, the angel of original sin did not respond, but just quietly floated in the center of the magic circle, absorbing the surging power of desire. It did not have a clear consciousness, and creating souls from nothing was not something that Anvis could get involved in. All he did was throw a lot of materials in, let them devour and merge by themselves, and gather into a chaotic pan-consciousness. After all, Dragon Shadow City has nothing much, but there are many vicious criminals. In Anvis's perception, the current power of the Angel of Original Sin is around the limit of the 8th level. This is normal. After all, Anvis himself is not the 9th level, and his understanding of the rules of desire is not deep. At the same time, the base material that created it is only the 7th level City Lord, and the source of the power of desire is only the Dragon Shadow City, which is far from enough to reach the 9th level. But in Anvis's plan, this is not a big problem. The biggest advantage of Original Sin Angel is not how powerful it is when it is born, but its extremely terrifying growth. As long as it gathers enough Original Sin power, it will be able to break through the 9th level at an astonishing speed, or even the 9th level limit. At the same time, its Original Sin power with strong pollution is equivalent to the tarsal poison for the clergy. Everyone has Original Sin. Even the clergy are no exception. Saint Messiah Empire. Holy Chant Cathedral. At the moment when the Original Sin Angel broke out of the cocoon, on the side of the church, on the magnificent golden altar engraved with angels defeating demons, the pure white light in the Holy Grail suddenly flickered. At the same time, the young Pope Saint Messiah III, who was meditating in the secret room, slowly opened his eyes filled with white holy power, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Oracle? Sensing some vague information fragments transmitted from the dark, the Pope analyzed for a moment, and finally understood the meaning of this oracle. There is a kind of existence that will pose a huge threat to the Holy Light Church in the future. Born in the Dragon Shadow City on the border of the Idle Kingdom Federation? What kind of existence can make him send down an oracle? A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Saint Messiah III thought for a moment, and decided to let a 9th level archbishop lead the team, and lead the elite clergy to erase, or recycle it in advance. God's will is their will. At all costs, they must find and erase the other party. But the problem now is that due to the emergence of a large number of overlapping areas, the 7 archbishops in the church have all gone out and dispersed to various places to deal with the overlapping areas and strive to eliminate their impact on the world. If they are recalled now, not to mention whether they can receive the news in the overlapping area, even if they rush back, it will take some time on the road, and it is inevitable that there will be many troubles. But if they send people to investigate immediately, they must have sufficient strength. Otherwise it will just alert the enemy. Then, it seems that there is only one person suitable for this operation. The only successful person in the Saint experiment. The newly promoted 9th level Archbishop. Yanel. Even though he has not broken through for a long time, he is already strong enough as a 9th level. And he has the power of a saint. So he is the most suitable person to lead the team. As for the Pope himself, he must always stay in the Pope's palace to prevent someone from quietly taking action here while he is away. After all, The Pope's palace not only stores a large number of treasures, but also contains many strange and ancient sealed bodies. If someone breaks in secretly and unseals those things, the church will have a lot of fun. Dragon cinema in the kingdom of Longlin? What is my goal? Bishop Yenel was confused when he was suddenly summoned by the Pope. But after listening to the Pope's explanation, he also understood the current situation. I don't know. The oracle did not specify it clearly. But I think you should be able to find something after arriving at the local area. Saint Messia III gave Yanel an order with a calm face, and spoke in a deep voice. I will arrange a team of elite clergy from the trial chamber for you. In addition, in this mission, the power of the first generation of saints is allowed to be used. This will be a full-scale test. I understand. Your Holiness. After a respectful salute, Yanel took the clergy team prepared by the Pope for him, and quickly left to the Federation to perform the mission. At the same time, after leaving the capital of Saint Messia, he also secretly passed the news of the church's upcoming attack to Avis through the Twisted Seeds. He remembered that Dragon Shadow City seemed to be Avis's territory. It's been exposed? So soon. After receiving the urgent news from Yanel, Avis' eyes flickered. The oracle was indeed unreasonable, and he had no good way to deal with it. This clergy investigation team was not a problem. After all, Yanel was his man. But the problem was that even if this team was taken down, there would only be more and stronger clergymen appearing later. Then, there was only one solution left. Satisfy their mission requirements. Thinking about the solution, Avis immediately contacted Bishop Yanel through the Twisted Seeds and began to urgently discuss some details of the plan. Although his exposure seemed to be a bad thing, it was not necessarily impossible to take advantage of this situation. Chapter 700 will be at your doorstep soon. This is where the evil was born as indicated by the oracle. After Ambus and Yanel finished their discussion, Yanel and his group, who were on their way quickly, had already arrived outside Dragon Shadow City. This time, in addition to Yanel, who was the leader of the team and was at the 9th level, the other clergymen assigned to him by the Pope were all elite members of the Inquisition who were at the 7th level or above, and each of them had a lot of practical experience. In order to avoid alerting the enemy in advance, all the clergymen concealed their auras and wore gray-white travelers' long cloaks, looking no different from other travelers who had traveled a long distance. Our goal is here. Looking up at the towering and modeled ancient rock walls, Yanel spoke lightly. After getting confirmation, everyone behind him nodded, and 3 of the clergymen who were specifically responsible for investigation stood up and formed a special triangular holy power array. As the holy power spread, hidden detection waves surged from the magic circle released by the 3 people, quickly sweeping across the entire Dragon Shadow City. The people in the city were unaware of the detection waves. Only Avis, who was in the city lord's mansion, turned his head and glanced in the direction of the detection magic circle. At the same time, when the waves swept through the basement of the castle, under the special protective magic circle arranged by Avis, they were separated like water waves and slid to both sides, without any feedback. There is no existence in this city that can threaten us, Lord Yanel. But what is special is that there are quite a few evil people hiding here. After the simple detection, the leader of the 3 clergy stood up and reported the detection results to Yanel with a serious face. This is a good thing, which means that the evil in the oracle has not yet grown to an uncontrollable level. The eyes emitting light-white holy power looked at the 3 people, and Yanel nodded gently, speaking softly, and told his judgment to a group of temporary subordinates. The oracle will not be wrong. There are only 2 possibilities for why we failed to find the target. Either the other party has noticed our arrival and thinks that they cannot fight, so they hide in advance. Or someone deliberately hid the target. Or the target is simply the creation of some evil cult. No matter which possibility it is, we need to enter the city to investigate, and the Lord will watch us. Your will, Your Excellency the Archbishop. Several clergymen had no objection to Yanel's decision, and they also had similar guesses. However, after entering the city, everyone immediately felt the city's warm welcome. At this moment, it was dusk, and the silver-purple double moon rose from the horizon, dotted on the dark blue night sky. At this time, thieves are often more rampant than during the day. What a disgusting city. How can the Federation allow such a lawless place to exist? After dealing with several pickpockets and a villain who tried to rob them, a female clergyman wearing a nun's robe under her cloak couldn't help but speak in disgust as she looked at more crimes everywhere around her. They were still on the street, and a robbery could be seen in the distance. In the deep dark alleys on both sides of the street, screams could be heard faintly. Whether this place exists depends on whether it is worth the Federation's effort to eliminate them. Yanel spoke calmly. As a bishop of the Holy See, he was very clear about the twists and turns here. As a border city, the royal family of the Kingdom of Longlin has little influence here. As long as the taxes are paid, no one will come here to cause trouble. Besides, many fugitives are not weak, and the city lord is usually unwilling to take the risk to clean them up unless they have intentions that they shouldn't have. Now, Baldon, Lamancy, Helan, Catchler, Duroc, the 5 of you spread out and find the rats living in this city. They should know what special changes have taken place during this period. But don't make too much noise. The rest of you follow me to the city lord's mansion and ask the city lord directly about the situation. No matter where the evil existence in the oracle is hiding now, its appearance must be traceable. Pointing out a few clergymen casually, Yanel made arrangements directly. After receiving the order, the few people who had been patient with the evil atmosphere of Lunjing City for a long time immediately dispersed and went to the city district they chose to investigate. The remaining few followed Yanel and quickly sneaked into the city lord's mansion. With Yanel's cover, everyone quickly found the city lord of Dragon Shadow City without alerting any guards. At this moment, as the target of everyone, Anbis, who was disguised as the city lord of Dragon Shadow City, was standing in the study on the upper floor of the castle, looking at the vast scenery of Dragon Shadow City outside the window, as if admiring his own territory. Without much communication, the moment Yanel appeared, the huge force field quickly suppressed the city lord of Dragon Shadow City. Facing the attack of a 9th level, the city lord of Dragon Shadow City, who was only 7th level in strength, naturally had no power to resist. Who are you? Do you want to challenge the authority of the Kingdom of Dragon? After being subdued in an instant, Ava struggled desperately while bringing up the reputation of the Kingdom of Dragon, as if to threaten the clergy. Faced with Avis's threat, many clergy who hid their identities laughed. The Kingdom of Dragon was only one 9th level protector of the country, not to mention whether the other party would come here for such a small matter. Even if the other party really came, they could not be the opponent of Archbishop Yanel. Answer my question. In the near future, evil things have appeared in the direction of this city. Do you know any news that may be related to this? Not affected by the people around him, Yanel began to ask Avis expressionlessly whether there were any problems in the city during this period. At the same time, a clergyman behind him made a gesture, and a dark beam of light connected to Avis. It was a divine art developed by the Church Inquisition, which was specifically used to detect whether the target was lying. If the city lord lied to their questions, it would prove that the city lord himself had problems. This, Your Majesty, Avis seemed to be too frightened, and his words were a little stuttering. Boom. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded from the west side of the city, mixed with the explosion of holy power, and 2 powerful auras instantly entered the perception of everyone present. One of the auras was very familiar to them. It was Balgon, the strongest priest in their trip except for the leader Yanel. His strength has reached the middle of the 8th level, and he is about to become a high level in the Inquisition. The other aura that was fighting with him was much stronger than his. The evil power that surged into the sky made all the clergymen who sensed it change their faces. At this moment, with this huge explosion, Balgon's aura quickly weakened. Not good. Balgon and the others, thinking of the few people who had just dispersed to look for clues. The hearts of many clergymen in the Inquisition suddenly sank. You, stay here and watch him. If there is any unusual movement, deal with it immediately. The rest of you follow me. Pointing to a dark priest and asking her to stay here to watch the Lord of Dragon Shadow City, Yanel had no time to continue to entangle, and quickly rushed out of the city lord's mansion with everyone. Chapter 701 The Saint is Unsealed. As they flew into the sky, without the obstruction of the buildings, they finally saw the enemy that Balgon was fighting. What an evil and blasphemous figure. The huge mass of flesh and blood suspended in the air. The flesh and blood rings with strange eyeballs overlapped and nested. Under the light of the 2 moons in the night sky, countless evil eyes that seemed to have substance were staring at them, like ants crawling on the surface of the body, making people's hair stand on end. The moment they saw the angel of original sin, everyone instantly realized that this was the goal of their trip. However, when they saw Balgon's current state, their hearts slowly sank to the bottom. There were no obvious scars on his body. The only traces were those affected by the aftermath of the explosion. But at this moment, he closed his eyes, half knelt under the huge flesh and blood ball, with a struggling and ferocious look on his face, as if he was enduring some great pain. On the silver armor of this strong paladin, the pale white pure holy power that was always radiating had disappeared, replaced by a large amount of strange and evil black aura. At the same time, what shocked everyone was that even though such a huge commotion had occurred here, none of the other clergymen who had been dispersed before had reappeared. This only meant one thing. They were probably in danger now. Bargain. Hold on. The Lord will take care of you. Behind Yanel, a female holy whipper could no longer bear it, and the thorn whip in her hand shook with rich holy power, and instantly whipped Bargain. This was a special divine art exclusive to the holy whipper. Awakening whipping. Through devout and focused faith and strong divine power, she forcibly awakened the target, who was in a state of mental abnormality. She was not worried about being stopped by the strange existence in the sky. With His Majesty Archbishop Yanel, its fate was already determined. In fact, the angel of original sin in the sky was indifferent, and her whip hit the target without any hindrance. Snap. With a slight sound, Balgan's face suddenly calmed down, and after his eyelids twitched, they slowly reopened. But what appeared from below were dark eyes surging with strong evil power. Lord? Coldly watching the clergy in the air, Balgan slowly opened his mouth. But what he said was unbelievable to everyone. Where was the Lord when we were suffering? Balgan, you have been controlled by the evil existence. Wake up! Seeing this, the holy whipper decisively whipped him again, intending to wake him up completely. However, Balgan did not react to her whip, but showed a hideous smile. Don't you understand? Lila? I am mentally normal now. The only abnormal ones are you who have been bewitched by false beliefs. Lord Yanel, please make a decision. Seeing this scene, many clergymen couldn't help but look for help to Yanel, who was floating behind everyone and observing the situation silently. They knew very well that the current situation was probably beyond their control. He has been completely contaminated by the power of evil. I am not sure whether he could be saved. Although he had learned about the existence of the angel of original sin through Avis, when he actually saw it, Yanel couldn't help but frown. The aura of this thing was too evil, which made him instinctively want to destroy it completely. Moreover, even Avis was not very clear about its strange ability to pollute the spirit of the clergy beforehand, and he didn't have any clergy to use for experiments. You go to subdue Balgan, and try not to get hurt too badly. As for the thing in the sky, I will deal with it myself. After making a decision, Yanel's figure flashed and disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared above the angel of original sin. His eyes emitting a faint white light reflected the huge mass of flesh and blood below, and the pure holy light emanated from his body, instantly condensing into dozens of huge crystal-like light spears in the sky. In the looming him, a huge illusory holy power array was constructed, stabbing the huge flesh and blood angel together. At the same time, many clergy who received the order rushed to Balgan, intending to subdue him. Facing his former companions, the former paladin, who was shrouded in evil power, showed a ferocious smile. Then, he raised the heavy flail and suddenly charged in the opposite direction, fearless of the enemies, who far outnumbered him. His power has become stronger. That kind of power is very corrosive to our holy power. Everyone be careful. Just after taking the first hammer, the 8th level paladin, who was blocking in front, cried out in pain, and the huge force penetrated the shield, making him feel that his entire right hand was almost unconscious. Although his strength was not as good as Balgan, the original gap was not so big. At the same time, that strange evil power was fiercely consuming his holy power. He had to consume almost 1.5 parts of holy power to offset the evil power that had been wiped out. After being reminded by the paladin, the other people also raised their vigilance. For a while, various powerful holy power attacks fell on Balgan, causing his pressure to increase suddenly. Balgan's strength was not overwhelming after all. If it weren't for the fact that everyone didn't want to cause him irreversible injuries, he would have been lying down long ago. The battle between Yanel and the original Sin Angel in the sky also entered a white-hot stage. The attack method of the original Sin Angel is very special. It is to guide the original sin of the target invisibly through the gaze of those eyeballs. In essence, the pollution that caused Balgan to lose control was not actually an external attack, but came from the depths of his heart. Although Yanel was a 9th level, He also suffered a little loss without going all out at the first time. But he quickly reacted and peeled off the part of himself that was infected by darkness. However, this part did not dissipate. Instead, under the gaze of the angel of original sin, it gathered into the same dark side incarnation as Aniller, confronting Aniller's body. Because it was separated from Aniller, it also contained some of Aniller's original 9th level characteristics. Of course, since the angel of original sin was only 8th level, the strength of the dark side incarnation was far weaker than the body. Watching the incoming dark side incarnation and the angel of original sin, who continued to try to attack him with indifferent eyes, Aniller raised his left hand expressionlessly. In his open palm, a golden inverted triangle mark suddenly appeared. The holy mark. Liberate. With a faint voice. The next moment, endless light like the sun suddenly erupted from Yanel's left arm. The terrifying power fluctuations even eclipsed the 2 moons in the sky. Is this the power of God? In the city lord's mansion, Avis stood with his hands behind his back in front of the study window, looking at the true outbreak of Yanel on the battlefield in the distance, with a look of amazement in his eyes. And he had no consciousness of being controlled by others. From Yanel's left arm, he felt the human form of the terrifying light in his memory of his previous life again after a long time. I advise you not to play any tricks in front of the adults. Your power is as ridiculous as an ant. Behind him, the female priest, who was responsible for guarding him, sneered. Maybe? Avis nodded without comment, quietly watching the endless light overflow from Yanel's left arm, completely engulfing his dark side incarnation and the body of the original sin angel. In the distance, a bright red suddenly emerged from the body of the angel of original sin. After struggling for a moment, it was destroyed by the endless light stream and turned into fragments. And Yanel, who created all this, saw clearly that what he destroyed with the power of the saint that he had unsealed was a blood-red cup. At the moment the cup was broken, an inexplicable aura spread out, as if some indescribable gaze swept over here. Feeling all these changes, Yanel, standing in the endless light, had a blank expression on his face. Chapter 702 Declaration of War. What a powerful force. I wonder if I can join you. Appreciating the scene of Yanel destroying the angel of original sin as if watching an epic stage play, Avis suddenly spoke up. You? Join us? Looking at Avis in surprise, the hot female priest in a tight black nun's uniform couldn't help but sneer and shook her head. Puff. Do you deserve it? If it was in the Holy Messiah Empire, according to your crimes, perhaps there would be a new high-level experimental subject in our Inquisition now. The outburst of Bishop Yanel just now has completely exposed their origins, and she simply stopped hiding anything. Really? That's a pity. Avis also shook his head with regret, and suddenly turned around to face the 7th level female priest. Since I can't join you, then I'll have to ask you to join us. What nonsense are you talking about? The female shadow priest looked slightly cold, and a dark whip instantly appeared in her hand, ready to let Avis feel what painful whipping was. But before she could do anything, Avis suddenly opened his left hand to her like Yanel, with his back to the endless dark night sky outside the window. A strange black and red eyeball appeared in Avis's palm, staring at the female priest in front of him, and even blinked at her. You? After a slight pause, the female shadow priest suddenly found in horror that her body seemed unable to move. At the same time, a large number of blasphemous scenes that she had never dared to imagine before suddenly rose from her heart. In a trance, she seemed to see herself becoming a saint of the church, with all kinds of extremely rare cultivation materials at her disposal. The holy crystal that she had been eyeing for a long time before was as inconspicuous as an ordinary stone among these precious resources. The next moment, she became the queen who charmed everyone. Her treasure house was piled up like a mountain, and countless handsome men were trampled under her feet, trying every means to please her. And she just laughed wildly and waved the thorn whip, leaving blood marks on their bodies. Then, the scene changed again, and she became the female commander of the army. Under her command, an unprecedentedly powerful sacred army swept across the continent, and the other 2 empires bowed before her troops, and the heads of the 2 empires knelt down and surrendered to her. In the end, the current pope stood respectfully in front of her and presented her with the scepter and crown symbolizing the pope's authority. The 7 archbishops gave her the highest praise, but she disdained it, just because her status was comparable to that of a god. Following these scenes, the pure shadow power that originally flowed in the body of the female priest had been quietly infiltrated by the darker and deeper power of original sin. But she was unaware of what was happening to her, and was more intoxicated with the evil joy brought by the spread of original sin. Even the light of God can hardly illuminate the darkness in the deepest part of human hearts. In the endless expansion of original sin, people will eventually abandon God. Watching the strange changes of the female priest, Avis closed his palms. That was the eyeball from the angel of original sin. Even if the main body was destroyed by Anil, as long as the eyeball still existed and a large amount of original sin power was infused, it could still be restored. It's time to leave. Muttering to himself, Avis slowly walked past the former priest, and his figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the corridor outside the door. This was a test for him. He had to understand how the oracle was triggered. In the study behind him, the more concentrated power of original sin bloomed like a blooming flower. A few minutes after Avis left, the priests who sensed something was wrong hurried back to the castle's study with the subdued Baldon. But in the dark study, the original lord of Dragon Shadow City and the female priest who was responsible for guarding him were nowhere to be found. Only a dark and chaotic evil aura remained in the room, which made everyone look very unhappy. I was careless. There is something wrong with that lord. Looking around, Bishop Yenel frowned and spoke in a low voice. Although the battle was over, his left hand was still in the photochemical state and could not recover. Your Excellency, according to the situation at that time, you just made the most reasonable choice. Looking at Yenel's self-blaming look, a priest who looked like a silver-haired girl couldn't help but speak. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. We didn't find Lilifu's whereabouts. At this time, the person in charge of finding the whereabouts of the missing members opened his eyes and spoke hesitantly and nervously, because his previous partner went out alone to investigate the situation and never came back. His own detection spell was no longer coordinated, and the strength and range were much weaker. I know. This is not your mistake. After returning, I will take the initiative to ask His Holiness the Pope for punishment. With a sigh, Yenel nodded and took the responsibility on himself. At least, the goal of our trip has been achieved. Seeing this, the clergyman breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little ashamed. After the power of holy light in his body swept away the remaining dark aura in the study, Yenel led the remaining clergyman away. After returning to the city of Chant, Yenel went directly back to meet the Pope, and directly reproduced the scene at that time with magic and showed it to the Pope. I'm sorry. Because of my command error, the clergy team of the Inquisition suffered a heavy loss. Facing the young Pope's eyes that radiated pure white light and seemed to be able to see through everything, Yenel lowered his head. This is the remaining flesh and blood of the target, and all the fragments left after the red cup was destroyed by me with the power of the saint. As he spoke, a piece of flesh and blood surrounded by dark magic and several pieces of bright red fragments appeared in Yenel's hand and were presented to the Pope. When he really saw these two items, the Pope, who had been solemn and silent all the time, frowned slowly. He narrowed his eyes, took a piece of fragments, and looked at it carefully. Then he picked up the flesh and blood again, tried to inject a little holy power into it, and sensed the changes in the power and breath. The fragments of the red cup isotope? There is also this evil power, the messenger of the old god? I understand. Nodding gently, the Pope's eyes moved to Yenel's left arm, which was still shining. Yenel, how is your hand? I can feel it gradually recovering. Your Holiness, the power of the saint is too strong for me. I only dare to unlock a small part. Looking at his left hand, Yenel replied, Go find Mark Crown of Thorns. He will help you recover. Saint Messiah 3 nodded. In addition, issue a holy decree. The Holy Light Church declares war on the Revelation Esoteric Church. Still with a faint smile on his face, a cold light flashed in the Pope's eyes. They have touched things that should not be touched. Chapter 703 Probe. Glorious Calendar 2464. Frostfall Moon. The Holy Light Church issued a holy judgment order, declaring a full-scale war against the Revelation Esoteric Cult. Although the Revelation Esoteric Cult was caught off guard, it still exploded with a force that shocked everyone in a hurry. At that time, 3 of the 7 bishops of the church attacked at the same time, and removed the 2 high priests of the Revelation Esoteric Cult with lightning speed. At the same time, the executors of the church tribunal scattered across the Yar continent worked together to attack the secret gathering place of the Revelation Esoteric Cult, whose identities had been investigated. Many nobles in the two empires were developed into members of the Revelation esoteric cult in secret gatherings. But this time, the Holy Light Church did not care about their original identities at all. As long as they were confirmed to be members of the Revelation esoteric cult, they would be attacked indiscriminately. Several beasts of desire that had been secretly cultivated by the Revelation esoteric cult for a long time were exposed to the world. And then, they were eliminated by the priests, who had been prepared. But their twisted and evil posture also frightened many onlookers. At the critical moment of life and death, the Pope of the Revelation esoteric church held the old sacred object, briefly called on the clone of the ancient existence to come, and fought against the three bishops alone. But under the reckless liberation of the holy marks by Holy Inquisition Jorgsen, it was eventually ended by the power of the saint beyond the 9th level. In just a few days, the Revelation esoteric church hidden among the high-level officials of the major empires was almost uprooted. The remaining remnants did not dare to show up, for fear of attracting the thunder of the church. However, the overbearing behavior of the Holy Light Church also caused the other two empires to feel insecure, and began to spontaneously boycott the Holy Messiah Empire and demand an explanation. This was certainly the result of the instigation of the remnants of the Revelation esoteric church. But more importantly, it was because of the church's behavior that the high-level officials of the two empires felt a sense of crisis. If you, the Holy Light Church, can come to our territory today to kill the high-level officials of the Revelation esoteric church, can you find any excuse tomorrow to attack us? The two high priests of the Revelation esoteric church were fine, but they were forcibly raised to a level that barely touched the edge of the 9th level by the power of the alien gods. But the Pope was a genuine 9th level, and even summoned the clone of the old god. No one could trace back the original battle process. The battlefield at that time was like being washed by water, and all traces had been washed away by the high concentration of sacred power. Many major forces are urgently investigating how the Holy Light Church eliminated the incarnation of the ancient existence. In addition, some things that seemed insignificant compared to the actions of the Holy Light Church occurred during this period. For example, the Lord of Dragon Shadow City in the Federation Dragon Kingdom was confirmed to have colluded with the Revelation esoteric cult and had held bloody banquets many times. He has now fled for fear of crime. Dragon Kingdom airdropped a new 7th level lord and directly carried out a major purge inside Dragon Shadow City. The original criminal atmosphere was immediately cleared up a lot, and many black forces and criminals fled to other cities. At the same time, the Holy Light Church also issued a wanted order for the former Lord of Dragon Shadow City. Anyone who provided his whereabouts could go to the Holy Light Church in various places to receive a reward. Of course, Envis's plan to divert the trouble to the east was not really unseen. In fact, after the complete destruction of the Revelation esoteric cult, no clues related to the research on the power of original sin were found. The Holy Light Church also suspected whether someone was deliberately using the shell of the Revelation esoteric church to conduct secret research in private. But in any case, in the projection brought back by Yamel, the power used by the strange existence is indeed related to the power of desire. There is no doubt that original sin is born in desire. Therefore, even if it is guessed that there may be a third party behind this, the Holy Light Church still took strong action and destroyed the Revelation esoteric church. In addition to the concept of killing the wrong person rather than letting him go, it also has the purpose of trying to find the force that has touched the field of original sin through this connection. After all, for the Holy Light Church, the Revelation esoteric church is also one of the enemies. But because of its sensitive existence, it has not been completely wiped out. As for the claims of the other two empires, the church also sent some bishops to find some excuses to perfunctorily. Anyway, they can't really start a full-scale war, so it doesn't matter as long as the surface is acceptable. And Anvis, the Lord of Dragon Shadow City, who is currently wanted by the church, has now arrived at the border city of Frost Lake City in the Silver Frost Kingdom thousands of miles away. There is one good thing about the Federation. There are always some small kingdoms in remote areas that are underdeveloped. The ruling power of the royal family is very weak. The will of the local nobles dominates everything. The crime rate is high, and the people are living in poverty. In short, it is very suitable for his next research project. The priests who were contaminated by the power of original sin were secretly packed by Anvis and sealed in the pages of the old secret book. He was very curious whether using these former priests as the core of cultivation would cause some special changes in the experimental body. As for the eyeball of the angel of original sin, Avis always carries it with him. Of course, All this was done by the clone. If there is a problem, he will immediately let the clone self-destruct and eliminate all fake connections. This is a test of the church by Avis to see how sensitive the so-called oracle can be. The experimental results show that except for the first birth of the angel of original sin, the church directly came to the door with the oracle, and there was no follow-up. In other words, only the first time was special, which made Avis feel a little relieved. Of course, during this period, the church has been looking for his whereabouts through the prophecy magic. But as long as the stargazer does not take action personally, Avis is not very afraid of the church's prophecy. Perhaps the church will forcibly locate his whereabouts at all costs, and will eventually be able to lock his exact location. But it will take at least a few years. By then, Avis may not care whether he is exposed. Judging from the combat feedback provided by Yanel, his current research direction is not wrong. The power of original sin is indeed effective against the holy power of the church. Even if Yanel finally released the incomplete power of the saint and completely wiped out the original sin angel, that was purely the result of relying on absolute power. When the two powers collided, Yanel even had to distract himself to suppress the pollution of the power of original sin. Although Yanel's saint status was not completely unlocked, the first generation of original sin angels was only level 8. Ambus' next goal is to really start cultivating the original sin angel legion and raise their power to at least level 9 to compete with the saints of the future Holy Light Church. This requires a large amount of original sin power, and it is not even like before. Gathering the desired power of several small border cities can satisfy it. There is only one way to get such a large amount of original sin power: war. And it needs to reach at least the Empire level of total war. Chapter 704 Research. For Avis, this is not a big problem, because war. As long as he stops his actions and stops obstructing the outbreak of war, it will be okay. After all, there are too many people who want to make trouble. As a partner of justice, he is always busy putting out fires everywhere, curbing the signs of war in various places before they develop out of control. Just like the previous situation of the Ill Kingdom Federation. Under the secret planning of the prophets, many rebels captured a large number of small kingdoms, which directly led to the end of the Patacalan agreement. At the critical moment, he went to get rid of the speaker. And by the way, he launched a secret move to seize half of the control of the construction network, resulting in the failure of the Grey Fog to break through the 9th level prophet. So, without supporters, the full-scale war of the Federation stopped, and the subsequent signing of new joint agreements for many small kingdoms. Avis also played an important role in it, because his Black Ring Chamber of Commerce and Evergold Crown Chamber of Commerce sold military magic constructs at a low price. The gap in strength between many small kingdoms was quickly narrowed in the arms race. As a result, they were afraid of each other and dared not start a war easily. Otherwise, when the Particulan Covenant ended, many small and medium-sized kingdoms would have taken the opportunity to start a war. And it is not certain how many would be left now. There was also the previous civil war in the Gloria Empire. It was also under Ambus's plan. The Marquis suffered heavy losses, which led to the early termination of the civil war. Of course, as long as Ambus does not continue to intervene. Now with the disappearance of Gloria III, the princes and princesses have opened the upper house. And the struggle for imperial power will only lead to a more violent outbreak of the civil war in the empire in the future. He had a plan on how to deal with the most difficult enemy in his memory, which made him feel a sense of real relaxation for the first time in a long time. So, Avis simply stopped doing anything and prepared to stay silent for a while, patiently waiting for the opportunity to come while letting the angel of original sin recover. After arriving at the Silver Frost Kingdom, Avis used a little prophetic magic to coincidentally rescue the 13th prince, who had served as the Lord of Frost Lake City from a group of bandits. This prince was also a bit interesting. Although he was the lord of the city, there were almost no capable people with his entourage. They were all old, weak, sick and disabled. And there were only 2 or 3 big and small cats. At the same time, the security environment in the city that Avis chose as the place to restore the angel of original sin can be imagined. Even those bandits, from their prohibitive posture, sophisticated armor and weapons, and their every move, could even see a trace of the shadow of the regular army. It was obvious that the prince's appointment was a complete conspiracy. Someone wanted to murder him and tried to keep him forever on the road. As for the opponents, they were nothing more than some of his brothers and sisters. After all, there are not many people in the Silver Frost Kingdom who dare to openly attack members of the royal family, and can put out such a team. However, from the perspective of Ambus's destiny, this prince is shrouded in a relatively strong favor of destiny, and can be regarded as a child of little destiny. Even if he did not help, this prince would not die so easily in the hands of these bandits. It just so happens that Ambus also needs a suitable identity so that he can stay in Frost Lake City safely and have certain rights. As a 6th level travel wizard, Avis destroyed the bandits and saved the prince's caravan. The 13th prince was very grateful for Avis's help, and also revealed the reason why he went to the Lord of Frost Lake City. Because the old emperor of the Silver Frost Kingdom suddenly became seriously ill. Some princes and princesses with stronger strength began to secretly make small moves, went over nobles, cracked down on dissidents, and began to exclude some brothers and sisters with insufficient strength. He, the 13th prince, OS, was one of the excluded princes. Not only was he exiled to Frost Lake City on the border of the kingdom to be a city lord, he was even ambushed halfway. So, Avis, who saved the prince, gladly accepted the other party's invitation, became one of the prince's staff, and obtained a position as the chief guest. Of course, even if he successfully arrived in Frost Lake City, it does not mean safety. Although he took office as the lord of the city, the 13th prince's strength was only 4th level, and it was difficult to subdue the people below. Not to mention the lawless city like Frost Lake City. The city guards who formed cliques and pretended to obey, but secretly disobeyed. The black power giants in the city who colluded privately and intended to give the new city lord a warning. And the officials who did nothing but embezzled and amassed money privately. The prince had a super mess in front of him. However, this prince also had some means. Under the attention of Avis, the prince first used his identity and Avis's existence to persuade the 6th level city guard commander to follow him with future benefits, and completely controlled the city guards. Then, he knocked on many officials in the city, dismissed and killed a group, and won over another group. At the same time, he used the spies in the city lord's mansion to set a trap in reverse, using a fictitious treasure as bait to cause internal conflicts among the black forces in Frost Lake City. The leaders of the 3 largest black forces in the city were all 6th level professionals, and when facing pressure from the authorities, the 3 would briefly join forces, which was why the city guards were helpless against them. But now, as they had internal conflicts, Ambus and the commander of the city guards worked together and successfully killed 2 of the 3 giants. The last person saw that the situation was not good, and in order to survive, he could only sign a master-servant contract for 100 years and surrender to the 13th prince. So, the 13th prince, who successfully took control of Frost Lake City, began to concentrate on developing his own power, and took advantage of Ambus, the power of fate feedback, and took the opportunity to temporarily settle down in Frost Lake City. The position of the chief guest gave Ambus great power, but after gaining a foothold, the 13th prince appointed some new officials again, dividing some of the affairs that Ambus originally needed to handle. At the same time, he released some of the rights of the commander of the city guards, with a subtle sense of checks and balances. In this regard, Avis was also happy to slack off, secretly studying the power of original sin in his stone tower all day long. Anyway, he was not interested in the 13th prince's foundation from the beginning to the end. This new power derived from the original sin angel still has a lot to explore in depth. Original sin born from desire can actually be said to be the dark side of desire. The word desire itself is actually neutral. All the development of human civilization comes from desire. But the original sin born from the uncontrolled expansion of desire is the source of all disasters. The power of the Holy Light Church, which comes from the dark side of human heart, can be said to be the natural opposite of the sacred power of the Holy Light Church. And the power of original sin, in Avis's view, can actually be further subdivided, such as the 7 deadly sins he knew in his previous life. In the next few months, Avis continued to quietly do his research, while secretly paying attention to the changes in the situation of the 3 major forces on the continent. The 13th prince was also very satisfied with Avis, who showed no ambition. He provided him with sufficient resources, and only occasionally asked him to help solve some stronger enemies. This harmonious situation between Avis and the prince did not change until the prince recruited a group of new foreigners to join the guest team. Chapter 705 The Rebel Army's Big Move. Sorry for the trouble, Your Excellency Inmo. These are a group of guest mages recruited recently. Please guide them for a while. With a group of 3rd and 4th level spellcasters. The 13th prince saluted slightly to Avis. His posture was impeccable. According to the agreement, those low and middle-level spellcasters who voluntarily became the 13th prince's guests can obtain 2 spells of their own level from the Frost Lake City warehouse for free, and can get Avis's personal guidance for a week. After the guidance, they have the opportunity to visit Avis once a month to ask for answers to their own questions, which is also one of the current camp benefits of Frost Lake City. This is my job, Your Highness. Smilingly accepting this group of new students, Avis nodded, and his eyes swept through the many spellcasters one by one. There are a total of 14 spellcasters, 12 of whom have panels. Obviously, it is much more difficult for real natives to become spellcasters than players. Well, everyone, follow me. This time, I will teach you the techniques of condensing your spiritual power, as well as the secrets of breaking through from level 3 to level 4, and breaking through level 5. Retracting his gaze, Avis led everyone into the elemental stone tower, where he lived every day. The reason why it was not a magic tower was because the 13th prince was too poor. After barely building a magic energy element pool, he was unable to continue. There were no other supporting facilities, such as the core tower spirit and protective magic array. Avis sometimes wanted to pay for it himself, but it was inconvenient to do so due to the restrictions of his identity. So he could only maintain this embarrassing status quo for the time being. But at least, thanks to the element pool, the concentration of magic elements inside the stone tower has reached the level of ordinary magic towers. If we ignore other functions and only consider the increase in meditation speed, the effect is similar. After accepting this group of new students, Avis's daily life became a little busier. But there were more assistants to handle daily affairs, which was a gain and a loss. The reason why this group of newcomers attracted Avis' attention was that according to their panel, 8 players were from the Spark camp of the Resistance organization. This was the first time since Avis taught, and he had to wonder if the Resistance army was going to have any secret actions again. And a very important point is that Gaylor, the former Ember cadre he had previously placed in the Spark organization, and Matt, who was controlled by him and followed Roche, the son of Destiny, did not pass on relevant information to him. This is very abnormal. You know, in order to ensure the smooth flow of information, he specially left the seeds of distortion on the 2 of them. And correspondingly, in order to save the position of the seeds of distortion, the seeds of distortion on the 4 nightmares were all taken back by him. After mastering the highest authority of the inheritance land, Avis was not worried that the 4 would betray him. What happened? Touching his chin, Avis's consciousness sank into the spiritual space, and communicated with the 2 through the invisible connection of the twisted seed. But the information they fed back made Avis frown. Garrett said that the task he received was to place some rebels in the management of some local cities in the kingdom that he was responsible for. As for the purpose of doing this, and whether there would be any next step in the near future, he did not know. The news from Matt was similar. They were currently lurking, and had not received any further instructions. It seemed that this was a normal act of planting undercover agents in the enemy. But the scale of the rebels' actions, this time, was a bit too large. The area that Gara was in charge of, and the area where Maki was located were far away from Frost Lake City where Avis was. But now, the territories where the 3 people who had nothing to do with Pingba were located had the rebels planting large-scale internal accomplices. Avis had enough reason to suspect that the rebels' actions this time were likely to be at the federal level, especially when he was about to predict the purpose of the rebels, but found that the relevant fate had been completely confused. He was more certain that there must be some unknown plan behind it. As a prophet who had reached the peak of the 8th level, he could not even observe fragments of the future. The other party was at least at the same level as him. Considering the scale of this time, there might even be more than one person. In fact, with the change of the situation, Spark, which has gained the support of many high-level prophet, has completely annexed the second-ranked resistance organization Scorching Sun in the Federation, and has completely become the largest resistance organization in the entire Yar continent. Without a doubt. But correspondingly, Spark, which has integrated so many forces in a short period of time, has become bloated in terms of military strength. Even though its military strength has surpassed many kingdoms, there are many factions within the organization, and many commanders have their own thoughts. Even the will of Leo, the leader of Starfire, has become very slow to be transmitted to the grassroots. Out of helplessness, the leader of Starfire, Leo, could only temporarily choose to divide the territory controlled by Starfire. and let many Starfire high-level officials choose their own areas of jurisdiction. Leo himself was responsible for controlling the overall direction, and a group of leaders were responsible for actually executing his orders. This was also his helpless move. Many high-level prophets were interfering in the Starfire organization behind the scenes. Leo was also aware of this. But there was nothing he could do. Even if he was a 9th level, it was impossible for him to fight against everyone, including his own people. So he could only use this delaying tactic. Many high-level prophets were not a monolithic entity, but were competitors. It would be better to let them fight each other. The result of this was that, except for Leo himself, the major leaders could only be responsible for executing part of the orders in their own areas, and could not know the overall goal of the organization. After investigating all this, Avis observed the recent development of the construction network and the situation faced by Prince Lano. After finding that there was no unusual movement, he asked the 2 lurkers in the Starfire organization to continue to maintain the status quo, did not make any interference, and continue to slack off and drink tea every day. At present, the only one who has the hope of breaking through to the 9th level prophet is Grey Mist, and his base is still on the construction network. As for the purpose of the rebels, no matter what they want to do, as long as they succeed, the continent will definitely be in chaos. Isn't this what the training of the original Sin Angels is for? Moreover, his own existence also has a significant impact on the Spark organization. If the rebels succeed, he will not be left behind in the subsequent fate feedback. Xiaoyu, how long can we stay here? At this time, in the back garden of the City Lord's mansion, 2 player mages finished their spellcasting training, looked around, and gathered together as if nothing had happened, whispering. One of them was a dark elf mage in a black robe, holding a dark and lightless staff like a black hole, standing in the shadow of a big tree, looking at the natural elf leaning on the sunny side of the tree trunk. On his panel, a line of IDs with a guild prefix was displayed, light and shadow hitting the sky. According to the analysis of the club, the action should not take too long. According to the speed at which the members of the organizations in various places are in place, it will not take more than 1 month at most. What? Xiaoying, what do you think? Looking at the white teeth of the dark elf, who seemed to be suspended in the air when he spoke, the natural elf light and shadow flying goldfish, who was called Xiaoyu, felt a little dizzy. I was just thinking, if we go to the 13th prince to report our situation, can we take the opportunity to try to get a hidden mission? Grinning, the dark elf mage shook the fashion staff, and the light of transfiguration lit up from the staff, pointing at the nature elf. Also, you promised not to call me Xiaoying. Yuxiang. Chapter 706 Plan and Investigation. Heh. You still want to duel with me? A weakling of level 41? Glancing at the dark elf with disdain, the nature elf mage raised his head, with a cold look on his face. Do you believe that I will turn this tree into shit, and then use the binding spell to drown you in it? Sorry. Under the witness of the spirit of nature, you can't touch me. I will first give you a shared perception curse, and then eat the transformed tree. MD. Shut up. You win. Finally. With light and shadow flying goldfish looking like he had eaten shit, Light and shadowing Ji Changkong won the duel by dying together. Okay. Stop messing around. Let's get down to business. What do you think of this plan? Our intelligence is still very important to Prince 13. As long as we are well prepared, there is a high probability that the hidden mission will be triggered. With a victorious attitude, the dark elf mage Ji Changkong told his plan. Are you crazy? We are behind the Continental Resistance Organization Spark. According to the club's investigation, Prince 13 was affected by the royal struggle and was driven to this border city where no one lives. Even with the NPC's city guard commander and chief mage of more than 60 levels around him, there is no possibility of victory. Flying Goldfish showed obvious disapproval of Ji Changkong's plan. After this is over, it is hard to say whether the prince can survive. If you defect now, won't you join the National Army in 1949? Of course I know. But with such a good opportunity, are you willing to just watch? What is the real gameplay of this game? Those individual players don't know. But don't you and I know it? The dark elf glanced around and showed a somewhat contemptuous expression. There is no future in leveling up by just killing monsters and doing ordinary tasks. The key to leveling up in this game lies in those hidden tasks and adventures. Otherwise, if you only rely on those ordinary professions, Even if you die all 6 resurrection opportunities, you may not be able to get enough resources to support the second job change at level 70. In this plot, as long as the rebels start to attack, the city will definitely become chaotic, and that will be our chance. Whether it is the treasure house of Frost Lake City or other important places, they will lose their usual defense power. Even if we can't take it ourselves, the club's power should have no problem taking it down. And we can also get the first-class credit. It sounds good, but even if a war really breaks out, those key places cannot be completely unguarded. And what does this have to do with the defection you mentioned? Although it feels that the suggestion proposed by the Dark Elf Mage is feasible, Flying Goldfish still pointed out the problem. The 2 points you mentioned are actually the same issue. The Dark Elf Mage snapped his fingers in a showy manner, and a beam of dazzling light reflected from his white teeth made the natural elf squint. Who should we turn against? The 13th Prince? The Dark Elf shook his head. In fact, if we go to the Prince, we won't get any benefits. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the Spark organization and nobles like the Prince. Even if he believes in us, he will not give us any rewards immediately, and may even force us to confront the Spark. However, although the Prince himself is not good, the high-level natives under him have no fundamental conflict with us. After all, the treasury is guarded by people, and Spark has now become the largest resistance organization in the Yar continent. The high-level people under the Prince must have heard of their reputation. We can report the situation to one of the high-level people who is not so close to the Prince. As long as he understands what level of enemy the Prince is facing now, he must think about his own way out in advance. After saying so much in one breath, the Dark Elf took a breath, took out a star fruit from his backpack and took a bite. What you said seems to make sense. But if we do this and are discovered, will it cause the reputation of the Spark organization to be reset to 0? The Flying Goldfish was still a little hesitant, and he was weighing the pros and cons of this matter. It's okay, as long as our affairs are not made public. The camp's reputation will not be so easy to reset to 0. Besides, if we can get some hidden rewards, wouldn't that be a pleasant surprise? Ingji Chongkong persuaded him patiently. Anyway, his own faction's reputation was not high, so it didn't matter even if it really went to 0. Do it, but we must control the time well. And we can't reveal the news too early to prevent the other party from going to the Prince to discuss it immediately. Gritting his teeth, the Nature Elf Mage finally nodded vigorously. He was able to reach level 45 before most players, so he was naturally brave enough. Have you decided on the candidates for our defection? It has been decided. In fact, there are only 2 of them. The commander of the city guards, Shitai Lailong, and the chief guest, Inmo. We can first investigate their background information to see who is more suitable. After the secret discussion, the 2 looked at each other, separated as if nothing had happened, and went about their own business. As for whether the conversation just now would be heard by others, they were not worried, because they used the team channel for the key part. And above the big tree they just leaned on, an invisible magic eye floated in the sky, looking at the 2 people in the distance, thinking. Soon, another half a month passed. During this half-month, many hidden members of the Resistance Army behaved very normally, and they had a normal schedule like other normal guests, practiced magic, and listened to Avis's lectures, etc., without any irregularities. At the same time, it is worth mentioning that the Federation's construction network has finally been successfully reopened. Through the previously pre-sold construction network headband, you can access the network. And this time, due to the supervision of many parties, the way to surf the internet is no longer the previous method of the main body falling asleep and the consciousness body connecting to the virtual network, but surfing the internet in a conscious state. It is a bit like changing from a holographic virtual network to a VR perspective network. This change is both good and bad, but the network controller can no longer simply gather the spiritual power of countless people as before. According to the news in the meeting, the action of the Resistance Army will be in the next few days. How is your investigation going? Still under the familiar big oak tree, Ingji Chongkong and Fei Xian Goldfish huddled together and whispered. I'm more optimistic about Inmo. He is one of the best in the city, with a strength of over 60 levels. I heard that he joined the Prince's team halfway through, so his loyalty to the Prince should not be that high. The city guard commander is obviously more loyal. He was promised by the Prince that as long as the Prince can return to the center of power, he will also be promoted. If we go to him, he may directly catch us and report the news to the Prince. Isn't Ima the person responsible for guarding the treasury? Of course not. But can the people guarding the treasury stop him? What if he wants to eat alone? Then we can just go to the city guard commander to report and say that he is a spy of the resistance army. Besides, the Spark organization is behind us. This time we are on an equal footing with him. He must give us the reward first before we tell him the specific news of the resistance army. Chapter 707 Action. What's up? You two? I remember that you have already asked me for answers this month. You should have used up all the times you asked me for answers this month. In the meditation room on the second floor of the elemental stone tower, where incense was burning, Avis looked at the two players who came to him on their own initiative, and his expression was as polite and slightly distant as always. He remembered these two guys. They were from the Light and Shadow Guild under the White Light Club, and they were also two of the 8 rebels who had sneaked in. During this time, the two had been secretly investigating the news about him and the leader of the city guard. That's right, Mr. Chief. In fact, we came here this time to tell you some very important information, which is closely related to your safety. The two players looked at each other secretly. And in the end, it was the stronger flying goldfish who spoke first. News related to my safety? Tell me. Avis raised his eyebrows, looking interested. Sorry. We will take a big risk if we reveal this news, so we hope to get some rewards in advance. On the other side, the dark elf mage Ingi Chonkong also spoke, but he asked for a reward directly. Reward? Anwise was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became cold. Are you qualified to bargain in front of me? As he said, a strong pressure emanated from Anwise, oppressing the two of them fiercely. The negative state called oppression immediately appeared on the panel information of the two. We are both foreigners. With your wisdom, you should know that even if you kill us here, you can't get any valuable clues. Although his body began to tremble unconsciously, the words spoken by the flying goldfish did not show any sign of surrender. Cooperation between us is the choice to maximize benefits. Only players, a strange existence, would say the toughest words in the most cowardly manner. Since the appearance of players, the original class relationship between professionals has been seriously challenged, facing the natives who are stronger than themselves. Many players still act in their own way without any respect. Many high-level professionals have complained about this, believing that the existence of players has seriously challenged the original strict hierarchy between professionals. But facing the players who will not die and are particularly vengeful, most professionals finally chose to compromise. After all, no one wants to be remembered by a group of enemies hiding in the dark. Interesting. Tell me, if your information is really valuable enough to me, then these are yours. After staring at the two for a long time, Avis suddenly smiled again, casually took out 2 4th-level magic accessories from the ring, and threw them directly to the two. He had taken these 2 items from the treasury of the Lord of Dragon Shadow City. Although they were useless to Anvis, it was just right to use this level of equipment as a reward when he was disguising his identity. Thank you for your generosity. We just learned important news that the rebel organization Spark is about to attack the city, and the time will not be later than the day after tomorrow. By then, it is very likely that a strong man above the 7th level will come here from the rebels. So you better prepare in advance. Looking at the black magic pendant in his hand with surprise, the dark elf mage directly said the prepared information, and at the same time intentionally or unintentionally emphasized the word preparation. The Spark organization is about to attack the city? As the two players expected. After hearing this news, Avis frowned. Well, if this information is true, then it is indeed valuable enough. But how did you know it? Because we are strangers. Naturally, we have special intelligence channels that are exclusive to strangers. Ingi Chonkong was about to reveal his identity, and the natural elf mage Feixiang Goldfish quickly took over the conversation and pushed the source of the information to the identity of strangers. Okay, I understand. Besides me, who else did you tell this news? Glancing at the natural elf with a smile, Avis nodded and did not continue to pursue the issue. No one else. Lord Inmo. Feixiang Goldfish shook his head, his tone serious. As soon as we got this information, we came to share it with you, and we haven't told anyone else. Then why don't you report this news to His Royal Highness? His Royal Highness's reward will probably be richer than mine. Right? After listening to the words of the flying goldfish, Avis asked casually. Of course. This is out of respect for you. and to thank you for your previous teachings. After habitually flattering for a few words, the flying goldfish quickly changed its words under Avis's cold gaze. If we report to the prince, we may get a more generous reward, but we will be ordered to defend the city afterwards. We don't want to be cannon fodder in a war that is doomed to fail. So we just come to report to you. This not only explains why they concealed the news, but also points out to Avis what consequences he will face if he reports to the prince privately. After all, Avis's position as the chief guest official is essentially no different from theirs, except that he has more power. After the two players said goodbye and left, Avis sat quietly in the room, looking at a bronze magic construct headband in front of him. This was sent by the person he planted in the spark. According to the other party, the action will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, and the battle plan will be transmitted through the magic construct headband. The two players actually didn't know the news. For those ordinary members, they could only get the next step 30 minutes before the start of the plan. Rubbing the cool surface of the headband, Avis finally decided not to report to the prince and pretended not to know the news. In fact, after all, he is a child of destiny, and Prince 13 will not be defeated so easily. In the prince's fate line, Avis saw traces of the Glory Alliance. In other words, the prince has secretly joined the Glory Alliance at some point. The invasion of the Spark organization this time may cause certain losses to Frost Lake City, but the prince himself will not be in too much danger. After all, although the Spark organization is large in scale, if it spreads to the entire Federation, its strength will eventually be seriously diluted. As one of the main enemies of Spark, the Glory Alliance is not weaker than Spark, and it is no problem to send a 7th level professional to protect the prince. And when the war breaks out, isn't this what Avis is waiting for? As for the two players, Avis just has a vague experimental idea. The power of original sin will gradually erode the original consciousness of the professional, causing the power user to eventually lose control. However, what will happen if the carrier of the power of original sin is replaced by a player? Chapter 708. The war is about to start. In fact, the rebels' actions this time cannot be concealed from the real people with intentions. After all, the scale of the action is too large to be truly confidential. As long as there are spies in the rebels, they can basically receive intelligence. However, due to the dispersion of various regions, the instructions received are different, and there are many high-level profit backing, so there are no major problems. The rebels' actions are actually closer to an open conspiracy. The small and medium-sized forces that will be directly threatened cannot see clearly. The continental forces that can see the rebels' actions clearly also hope that the rebels will be the first to break the current awkward situation, so that they can end up with a legitimate reason. Compared to the rebels, which are a force formed by mud legs, the big men always care more about reputation, because it is conducive to long-term rule in the future. Glorious Calendar 2465. First Sprout Month. Second Day. A change that swept the entire Idle Kingdom Federation, and was about to affect the entire Yar continent broke out at 8 o'clock that night. Since the mastermind behind this was the resistance organization Spark, this incident was named White Night Change by historians, which means countless stars gathered to illuminate the entire night. In this incident, we have to mention something that played an important role: the construction network. Since the construction network was reopened, many people who bought construction headbands wore them all day long out of novelty. However, some of those who wore the headbands received news from the Spark organization behind them at the same time. Start the action, cooperate with, and others, and immediately attack the senior members of the organization. Each of the names is a professional who was planted in various places by the resistance army. The list of companions was not told to the grassroots members until the last moment. This scale of division of troops made the power of the Spark organization as weak as you can imagine. Even some local forces were strong enough to deal with the offensive of the Spark head-on. However, the top leaders of the Spark organization had already prepared for this situation. With the help of the construction network headband, the high-level professionals of the Spark organization can reversely use the construction network connector as a coordinate to temporarily deploy their own power to achieve a similar effect of God's descent. Imagine that in a fierce battle, an evenly matched opponent suddenly exerted a blow far stronger than normal power, and the unprepared opponent would inevitably be severely damaged. After solving their opponents, the idle professionals can instantly deploy their own power to other battlefields for support, resulting in a snowball effect. If the two sides of similar strength, one side fights alone, and the other side is equivalent to a complete legion, then the winner is very obvious. At the same time, other large forces that had been waiting for this for a long time also took the opportunity to enter the scene, using the name of the Spark organization to launch attacks on targets that had been targeted for a long time, but were usually inconvenient to attack due to the peace agreement or other reasons. After all, with the style of the Spark organization's actions this time, even if someone investigates it later, they can shirk it by saying that it was done by the Spark spies, not the intention of these forces. As for why the people of the Spark organization can borrow the power of the construction network, naturally, it is because the updated construction network has just been opened, and the internal defense is not perfect, and the cunning resistance army has found a loophole. Therefore, after the rebels basically established victory, many high-level prophet, who controlled the authority of the construction network, repaired the loophole that the rebels could use to transmit power through the construction network. But even so, the rebels in various places are still suppressing the original rulers and local forces. In the previous rebels' devastating attack, most of the local nobles had lost their courage and now only wanted to surrender and escape. Under this sudden attack, many kingdoms of the Federation were breached overnight. A large number of people with noble status were pulled down from the clouds and trampled into the mud, and all their past glory was burned. Correspondingly, newcomers from the Spark organization took over. Although it is unclear what will happen in the future, at least so far, they have not been as wantonly burning, killing and looting as many civilians worried. Of course, a small number of original nobles relied on their own trump cards to successfully defend against this wave of attacks by the Spark organization. Although the process was difficult, after surviving this wave, they had a legitimate reason to expand their power freely and lay a solid foundation for the future struggle for the kingdom's ruling power. Frost Lake City. Boom! At 8 o'clock that night, several members of the Spark organization who received the mission began to act. They secretly destroyed important buildings and facilities in the city to attract the attention of the city guards. For a time, the city was full of fire, and huge explosions and magic fluctuations were heard. The civilians huddled in their homes in panic, trembling. However, Prince 13 seemed to have been prepared for this, and the city guards were dispatched at an exceptionally fast speed tonight. At the same time, a large number of mecha soldiers appeared in the city guards, under the command of the captain of the city guards. The riots were suppressed with great force. Many members of the Spark were defeated, captured or killed, and the rest were also in a hard fight. The situation was reversed for a while. Damn it. Did that guy really pass the news of the Spark organization's attack to the prince? Urgently condensed a magic shield, and the dark elf barely blocked the 2 flying crossbow arrows and a wind blade wrapped with magic light. At the same time, he threw out a shadow chain, bound the shadows of the 2 soldiers, and paralyzed them. I don't think so, because Mo, as the chief guest of the 13th prince, would never escape if he encountered such a thing. On the contrary, if he didn't tell the prince and escaped in advance, his chances of survival would be greater. Beside him, the flying goldfish called out several huge emerald green vines to bind several mecha soldiers, and shook his head at the same time. Besides, the elemental stone tower has been silent, and he has not appeared on the battlefield. He may have already escaped. If he is bolder, he may even try to take advantage of the chaos to rob the city lord's treasure house before escaping. Beep. So what is going on now? I beep. Why do they look so prepared? The frightened dark elf cursed after being almost shot in the head by a magic-breaking crossbow arrow that came from a tricky angle. I think this may be because we are not the only players of the Spark organization who came here. Glancing at the dark elf who lost his composure, the flying goldfish spoke instinctively. Hearing his companion's voice, Angie Chongkong was stunned. We also defected before. Maybe other players went to the prince's camp for rewards. Holding the staff high, the flying goldfish controlled the huge tree guard to block the attack for the 2 of them, while trying to directly attack the enemy captain, who defected. We are clearly actively infiltrating the enemy, and trying to persuade the enemy's high level to turn against the dark and join the light. How can it be considered defection? Thinking of the style of his own players, the dark elf was a little speechless for a while, but still stiffened his neck and instinctively defended a few words. Alas! Alas! The next moment, the 2 people in the fierce battle looked at each other and sighed at the same time. But at this time, a strong breath suddenly swept from the center of the battlefield. Chapter 709 Audience. Here they are. Our reinforcements. the 7th level necromancer Hadassah. Seeing the appearance of the person coming, the flying goldfish slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In a ball of blue ghost fire that appeared at some unknown time, the black-robed spellcaster holding a pale bone staff stood proudly on the back of a huge bone dragon. As he stomped his feet lightly, 2 balls of emerald green ghost fire suddenly became blazing in the empty eye sockets of the huge bone dragon. Then, it opened its bony mouth to the sky and let out a silent roar. The invisible and intangible soul sound instantly swept the entire battlefield, causing all the professionals present to turn pale, and their spirits to be shocked to varying degrees. No matter how many times I see His Excellency Hadassah, I will feel cold all over. Fortunately, he is on our side. Rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, Ingji Chongkong shuddered. No matter when facing these real high-level professionals, they can feel the huge pressure of the aura. It was a completely different sense of crisis from when they faced the chief Gestimon before. It was like being blown by the cold wind of winter, and it was chilling and piercing to the bone. They could feel how powerful the other party was without even needing the panel information prompt. They could not make any move that would make the other party hostile. Otherwise, they would die. When they were low-level professionals, they had never felt this way when facing those mid-level professionals. Taking advantage of the temporary diversion of the city guard team's attention, Ingji Chongkong and Feixiang Goldfish suddenly broke out, briefly trapping the city guard captain who had lost his heart, and then quickly slipped away. The task of attracting attention has been completed. So next, it is time for them to move freely and reap the benefits. Solving enemies can get military merits and drops, and exploring castles or other important building areas in the city can obtain rare equipment and precious materials such as high-quality materials and props. Except that they cannot slaughter civilians at will. They have no restrictions on their actions. Time is running out, and the two quickly headed towards a noble manor in the city that they had already set their sights on. Beginning, the prologue of the troubled times. When the rebels began to act, Ava stood alone in the darkness of the top room of the stone tower, staring at the burning city below, as if he was enjoying the opening of an epic stage play. Unlike what the two players imagined, Avis did not flee, nor did he make any moves, but simply watched everything happen. As for the 13th prince, he temporarily arranged an avatar to follow him and pretended to be loyal to protect the prince, not seeking merit, but seeking no fault. For this grand opera performed on the stage of the Federation tonight, he is not an actor in the play, but an audience. At the same time, in Avis's hand, a black-red eye quietly opened, and a strange sense of comfort and relaxation flashed in the depths of the eye. In its gaze, with the turmoil in the city, the extremely strong black desire power quickly spread, and even the 2 moons in the night sky were covered with a thick black-red color. This is a concentration that has never been reached at any time before. The dark side of human nature can never be so vividly reflected as in the war period. In fact, the members of the Spark Resistance organization in Frost Lake City are not only those who have sneaked into the city lord's mansion. There are more ordinary resistance members with weaker strength in the city. At the beginning of the action, they also rose up, besieged the mansions and estates of the nobles and wealthy businessmen in the city, and raided and occupied the city walls to create riots. Although due to the action program of the Spark organization, they did not interfere with the civilians. However, the fact that the rebels did not rob civilians does not mean that other thieves and villains in the city will not do it. While the city guards and the people of the Spark organization were fighting fiercely, these people sneaked into the civilian residential areas and burned, killed and looted. The noble manor was a difficult target, and it was also the target of the Spark organization. Those ordinary civilians became soft persimmons that were easy to squeeze. After all, although a family could not rob much money, it could not resist the accumulation of a little, and there was no danger. As long as they were diligent, they could still get a rich harvest in the end. Looking at the looting harvest of these people, even some mercenaries, who had originally behaved honestly, began to have different thoughts. Although some righteous professionals and players tried to stop it, there were too many such incidents to handle. As for the people of the Spark organization, they would only arrange personnel to manage public security after completely occupying the city. On the one hand, it was because they were unable to divide their forces, and on the other hand, it was because they could only help people who were rescued after they had experienced despair first, so that they would remember their kindness. At the same time, with the appearance of the 7th level necromancer Hadassah, the 13th prince and his party also encountered a crisis. under the command of the Black Knight with blue flames in his eyes. The endless skeleton army surrounded the 13th prince and the people around him. A huge bone dragon descended from the sky carrying the necromancer. The 7th level combat power is not in the team around the 13th prince. Even if the bone dragon is dispatched alone, it is enough to challenge the city guard commander around the 13th prince. I can let anyone who surrenders within 1 minute live. The rest will become a member of my white bone army. Looking down at the 13th prince and others below indifferently, the necromancer on the dragon's back spoke hoarsely. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Soon, someone in the prince's team couldn't stand the pressure and ran towards the undead army with a collapsed howl, and then was restrained by 2 skeletons with magic shackles. With the first leader, many other people who wanted to surrender couldn't help it, and fled to the opposite side and surrendered. Your Highness. Looking at this scene, the city guard commander hesitated to speak, but the 13th prince did not make any move, just quietly watching many of his men flee. Then, he turned his gaze to Avis, who was also standing quietly behind him on the right. Lord Inmo, are you not going to escape? I don't think that will end well. Your Highness 13. Hearing the prince's question, Avis answered casually. Among all the people present, he was the one with the least psychological pressure. Unfortunately, the time is up. Soon. A minute passed, and looking at the prince's team, which was only half of the original number, Hadassah spoke slowly, with a look of indifference from the dead to the living. Then, please get on the road. As he spoke, the many undead legions below immediately began to surround him. At the same time, in the prince's team, the 6th level Avis and the city guard commander could feel that they had been locked in a creepy sense of crisis. Once there was any movement, they would immediately be struck by thunder. Facing the enemy getting closer and closer, the 13th prince's expression suddenly showed a strange calmness. That's it. Hadassah. In an instant, an extremely violent magical aura suddenly emanated from the prince's body. The city guard commander and Avis's clone turned their heads to look at him in disbelief, as if they saw some monster. The aura of the 13th prince reached the 8th level, and the intensity was even close to the peak of the 8th level. This feeling, is it you? Chapter 710, The Rebellion is Quelled. Shouldn't you be in the forest fantasy ruins now? Lord Demir? After the initial shock, Hadassah calmed down again. He knew the identity of the owner of this breath very well. The senior manager of the Glory Alliance in charge of the Silver Frost Kingdom area. Cedo Demir is also the Earl of the Silver Frost Kingdom, and has many frictions with the Spark organization. If he had met him on a normal day, he might not even be able to escape now. But now, with the power of the construction network, he is not without the power to fight. This time, according to his previous investigation, Cedo should be exploring the ancient ruins on the southwest side of the Desperate Mountains. Hey, of course, it's because I accidentally smelled the stench of a rotting corpse on the road, so I followed it along the way. Unexpectedly, I ran into something interesting. With his arms around his chest, the 13th prince sneered, and his figure suddenly floated up slowly, reaching the same height as the necromancer. At the same time, the shadow's appearance gradually changed, from the original young body to a silver-haired middle-aged man who was 2 or 3 meters tall. A huge translucent sickle surrounded by flowing light appeared in his hand, and the amazing magic power fluctuations instantly gathered from the sickle blade, causing it to emit a faint incandescent white fluorescence. Now, the stench of corpses gathered here is a bit too strong. The next moment, he swung the sickle suddenly, and a huge incandescent white slash that seemed to connect the sky and the earth burst out from the sickle blade, instantly slashing towards the necromancer and the bone dragon under his feet. At the same time, a huge amount of magic power suddenly burst out from the necromancer without any warning, and he waved his staff, and the bone dragon under his feet suddenly burned with gray-black undead flames. The next moment, it swung its tail with all its strength and slammed into the huge slash that was flying. Boom! Amid the sound of a collision like Mars hitting the Earth, a violent flash of light exploded at the point where the two directly collided, and broken bones fell like raindrops, accompanied by the faint wailing of the bone dragon. The slash was finally forcibly stopped and failed to harvest the undead army below. Interesting. Watching this scene with interest, Shitu's mouth curled up. The sickle in his hand lit up with a strong white light, and the next slash was ready to go. Let's see where your limit is. A moment later, under the nervous gaze of the crowd below, Hidasta barely escaped from Shitua's hands after paying the price of most of the skeleton army and being seriously injured. Looking at the necromancer who was going away, Shitua, carrying a huge sickle, did not continue to chase, but landed again and returned to the crowd. The strange power transmission of the construction network also made him afraid. Shitua was worried that if he pushed the other party too far, the other party would recklessly apply for the ninth order power to descend, and he would be in danger. I will remember your choice today. After the rebellion in the city is quelled, I will personally reward you for your loyalty. At the same time, as Shitua returned, a guard suddenly stood up in the crowd, and after a slight change of expression, he restored the appearance of the 13th prince. After a deep salute to everyone, the prince turned his head and faced the burning city, with a strong anger in his eyes. Now, please follow me and completely destroy these enemies. With the support of the 8th level strongmen, the unrest in Frost Lake City was quelled at an astonishing speed. Along the way, the group had only one way to deal with all the criminals and rioters they encountered: kill them on the spot. Soon, this rebellion, which lasted less than 2 magic hours but affected the entire city, came to a complete halt. Only the city that had not yet been completely extinguished and the wailing and sobbing of the victims faintly heard in the night told of the various atrocities that had happened before. Then, I'm leaving. There are other cities in the Silver Frost Kingdom that need my help. In addition, please don't forget what you promised. Your Highness 13. After confirming that the crisis in Frost Lake City had been resolved, Zyto turned to the prince, nodded slightly, and then disappeared into the shadows. Let's go. Everyone, count our war damage. Prepare to arrange manpower to repair the city and rescue the affected people. Sighing lightly, the prince raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows, forcing himself to deal with the subsequent repair work of the city first. Your Highness, how do we deal with these traitors? At this time, the commander of the city guard stood up and gestured to the group of dejected members of the resistance army that they had captured before. Execute them all. I don't want to see them again. Glancing at them with disgust, the 13th prince waved his hand casually. Please wait a moment. Your Highness, can I have 2 people? At this time, Avis, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke, attracting the attention of the two. Recently, I am conducting a new magic experiment, and I need some human test subjects above the 4th level. So, no problem. You can choose any of these criminals. If others have similar needs, they can also raise them now. Hearing Avis's request, the prince nodded in agreement without hesitation. Avis had just proved his loyalty with his actions, and asking for 2 criminals was nothing. Besides, being a test subject of a spellcaster is basically a synonym for a life worse than death. Thank you, Your Highness. Then I will choose them. Nodding, Avis picked out the decadent flying goldfish and Ingji Chonkong. 2 4th level spellcasters? Sure, but be careful. Don't let them run away, since the strength of the 2 is almost the strongest among the many captives. The prince did not doubt Avis's choice. With the 2 who were ecstatic because of the unexpected turn of events, Avis leisurely returned to his elemental stone tower. With the help of the elemental pool of the stone tower, he summoned a heavy cumulonimbus cloud covering the city to extinguish the remaining fire in the city. Then, with the 2 players, Avis walked to the basement of the elemental stone tower and briefly introduced his purpose to the 2 along the way. I am conducting a somewhat special experiment, and I need some alien test subjects above level 4. The process may be a little dangerous, but as long as it succeeds, you will gain a new power. And I chose you because you look familiar. Since you took the initiative to reveal information to me before, I decided to give you this opportunity. Is this triggering a special hidden mission? Listening to Avis' words, the 2 players looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. A brand new power? Could it be a hidden profession? Thank you for your kindness, Lord Inmo. We will never forget your life-saving grace. The flying goldfish quickly spoke up and flattered Avis. That's right. You are the kindest person in the world, and we will definitely find a way to repay you in the future. Ingji Chonkong was also unwilling to lag behind, and he also risked his life for the hidden mission. The best reward for me is to support my experimental process completely. Avis smiled strangely, and in his palm, a black and red eye slowly opened, staring at the 2 elves whose smiles gradually stiffened. At the same time, on the game panel of the 2, A large number of information prompts quickly flashed on the screen. Unknown force field detected. The player is affected by the abnormal force field, and the power is being converted. The nature of the player's main power has changed. Chapter 711 New Occupation. System prompt. Player's main occupation is forcibly changed to Original Sin value system is enabled. Gain talent skills, Evil Gaze. Saint Breaking / Status release irreversible. Player's camp is forcibly changed to Chaotic Evil. Order camp reputation is reduced to Hatred. Holy Light Church camp reputation is locked to Deadly Enemy. Holy Messiah Empire Royal Family camp reputation is locked to Deadly Enemy. I seem to have seen some incredible prompt message. I seem to have seen it too, saying that my reputation in all order camps has become Hatred, and the reputation of the Holy Messiah Empire Royal Family camp has been locked to Deadly Enemy. The two players stared at the prompt messages one by one, and their expressions became visibly dull. The reputation of one of the three major empires on the continent is locked in the Mortal Enemy, and it is hated by all the order camps? The price of this hidden profession is too serious. Although the two players were uneasy, the transformation continued all the time. A faint black breath gradually rose from the surface of the two people. It was the phenomenon of unconscious overflow of the uncontrollable original sin power. Okay. The transformation is complete. After a moment, Avis retracted the eyes of the original sin angel in his hand. In his observation, the original magic attributes of the two players were completely infected by the power of original sin, and the two players sat honestly in front of him throughout the whole process, without showing any special reaction. Raising his eyebrows slightly, Avis carefully looked at the two players, and the mad scientist's eyes made the two shrink their heads a little uncomfortably. Although it seems to be in a normal state, this normal state appears in the experiment of the power of original sin, which is itself abnormal. It had previously conducted experiments secretly on death row prisoners, and the result was that the death row prisoners as experimental subjects first lost their minds, and then gradually lost their human form, turning into a bunch of random-looking strange creatures. This beast of original sin transformed by ordinary low-level professionals will lose all memories before the transformation, and there is an upper limit to its own strength, which can only reach the peak of the 4th level at most. But their advantage is that they are formed very quickly. It only takes about 3 days for an ordinary low-level professional to transform into a 4th level beast of desire. As for the fallen high-level priests he caught earlier, they have also been alienated at this moment and turned into some special existences, according to the different negative tendencies hidden deep in their hearts. Each person's incarnation form is also different. Greed, lust, rage, jealousy. These fallen priests still retain some memories of their lives, but their own will, driven and dominated by instinct, completely liberates the dark side of their hearts. According to Avis's observation, the integrity of the memory after transformation seems to depend on the strength and willpower of the recipient. The higher the mental strength, the more pious the heart, and the more determined the will, the more perfect the effect after the transformation. And a strong man who can think for himself will obviously have much stronger combat power than a beast that acts only on instinct. These elite priests will become the core seeds of Avis's next plan, gathering the power of original sin generated in the war, and cultivating them into true 9th level original sin leaders. As for the transformation of players, it was a bold attempt by Avis. First of all, the potential of players is very huge, and their characteristics may make them immune to the negative effects of losing reason brought by the power of original sin. If this attempt succeeds, then the Holy Light Church will be in trouble. Secondly, players are experimental subjects with their own analysis reports, which is much more convenient than natives. How do you feel now? Are you uncomfortable? After observing the game panel of the two for a while, Avis took the initiative to ask the two about their current feelings. Looking at each other, both players hesitated. No matter how strong the hidden profession is, if the price is hostility from the whole world, then they can't continue to develop. Wait a minute. But at this time, the dark elf Ingji Chong Kong suddenly noticed a message on the panel. Absorb the power of free original sin plus 10. You gain 100 experience points. What does this mean? What is the power of original sin? How did I suddenly gain experience points? The natural spirit flying goldfish also looked at the panel prompt strangely. He did nothing, but the power of original sin and experience points were added to his account. Here it comes again! I have more experience points. As the two watched in amazement, A line of experience prompt similar to the previous ones popped up again. Absorb the power of free original sin plus 12. You gain 120 experience points. Wait. Is it because of this passive effect that can upgrade without doing anything that this hidden profession has such a severe transfer penalty? Sir Inmo, I feel like my strength seems to be getting stronger on its own. Is this normal? An amazing guess flashed through his mind. Flying Goldfish looked at Ingji Chongkong, who seemed to have thought of something as well, and spoke carefully. Don't worry. This is a normal phenomenon. By absorbing the external power of original sin to quickly improve one's own strength. It is the special effect of this transformation experiment. Your current state is very good. So good that it surprised me. Seeing these 2 lines of prompts, Avis also showed a satisfied look. He already knew the upper limit of the native professional. So what would be the upper limit of the player? Power of original sin? The 2 players were shocked. This name sounded very evil. Yes. You should have obtained some special observation type talent spells now? As long as you turn it on, you can see the power of original sin that permeates the world. Avis nodded. Needless to say, the 2 players soon noticed the newly acquired talent skill Evil Gaze. Oh! I seem to see a kind of light black airflow like smoke around me. I see it too. My body seems to be absorbing it. As the faint black-red fluorescence lit up from the eyes, the world in the eyes of the 2 players suddenly became different. Wisps of black smoke appeared in the sight of the 2. And the dark elf Ingji Chongkong curiously touched one of them. And then this wisp of smoke was quickly absorbed by his body. Absorb the power of free original sin plus 11. You get 110 experience points. It has increased again. Touching this smoke can increase the sin value. Now a total of 33 points. After the sin value is high, it seems that some new skills can be unlocked. Looking at the prompts on the panel, Ingji Chongkong came to a conclusion. That smoke is the so-called power of original sin? However, absorbing one only gives about 100 experience points. We need hundreds of thousands of experience points to level up now. So we must find a stable source of this power. Looking around at the slightly sparse smoke around him, Flying Goldfish frowned. In the specially prepared laboratory environment, the number of this so-called power of original sin does not seem to be large. If that's all, we can practice normally on the AFK. Although the practice speed is a bit slower, it should not be too different. The only advantage is that it does not take up our time to do tasks. Do you see them? This is the power of original sin. The key to changing the world. Pretending not to see the chat content of the 2 players in the team channel, Avis glanced at the 2 with a smile. Also, are you thinking now? There is only so much original sin power. And it won't be much slower if you practice by yourself? Flying Goldfish and Ingji Chongkong? As the 2 watched with trembling pupils, Avis raised his hand lightly and snapped his fingers. And the protective barrier covering the laboratory disappeared instantly. Look out the window. There was no need for Avis to say more. The 2 players who vaguely sensed something mechanically turned their heads at the same time and looked at the towering arched window that was slowly opening. Beyond that, the boundless night sky that was originally full of moonlight and sparse stars was now completely covered by black smoke that blocked out the sun. Chapter 712 Apostle of Original Sin. Watching this shocking scene in silence, the 2 players had only one thought in their minds: take off. With this number, wouldn't they be able to reach the maximum level directly if they just fly into the clouds? Very shocking. Isn't it? I guess you can't wait to absorb all the power of original sin and turn it into your own strength. Looking at the startled reactions of the 2 players with a smile, Avis shook his head. But unfortunately, your body's endurance is limited. Although I am surprised that you can still maintain normal self-awareness until now. If you dare to rush in, you will immediately become uncontrollably alienated. At that time, whether you can still maintain self-awareness, I don't know. Hearing Avis's explanation, the 2 players looked at the sky eagerly, but slowly retracted their gazes. I can see that although I have clearly told you that it is dangerous, you still want to try to absorb them. Seeing the 2 players chatting privately in front of him and discussing how to sneak out and absorb the power of original sin when he was not prepared, Avis smiled and exposed them in person. Don't worry. I won't stop you from making your choice, because this is also valuable experimental data for me. But you can only go up 1 person at a time. Otherwise, if the experimental subjects die, I will be very troubled. After hearing Avis' words, Ingji Chongkong and Feixiang Goldfish immediately started to argue fiercely. This dangerous task cannot be pushed to teammates, and they should go up first. And so on. with a righteous look. Finally, the two players decided to play rock paper scissors. Best of 5. During the rock paper scissors game, the two of them used magic at the same time. Ingji Chongkong used illusion to make his punches look like they were changing rapidly, as if no matter what gesture he made, he would be restrained. Feixiang Goldfish used petrification to fix his hand, and then instantly made a restraining gesture. In the end, Feixiang Goldfish was more skilled and successfully won the rock paper scissors game. Ha! Friendship first, competition second. After slapping Ingji Chongkong's back hard, Feixiang Goldfish laughed and released a wind spell, slowly floating into the sky. Why are you so annoying? The defeated Dark Elf gave a middle finger in a sullen manner, not wanting to see his smug face. By the way, Lord Inmo, do our professions have names? After flipping through the panel prompts, Ingji Chongkong suddenly noticed a detail. The position on the panel that should have displayed the profession now displayed? What is the name of your profession? And Weizi also noticed this. It was the first time he encountered this situation. It seemed that this was a brand new profession he created, so it had not yet been named. You are the bearers of the power of original sin, and you will also be the disseminators and agents of the power of original sin. Then, this profession is called the Apostle of Original Sin. As Weizi's words fell, the original question mark on the Ingji Chongkong panel suddenly became Apostle of Original Sin. After doing all this, Weizi retracted his gaze and looked back at the flying goldfish flying into the sky. At this moment, he had arrived below the cloud layer of the power of original sin, and under the gaze of Weizi, he tried to raise his hand and carefully inserted it into the smoke of the power of original sin. But unlike what flying goldfish had originally imagined, absorbing the power of original sin through his arms, the moment his hand touched the dark clouds, it was like poking a hornet's nest, and a huge vortex was formed instantly. The black clouds within a radius of hundreds of meters swept over instantly, like a funnel cloud of a tornado, completely engulfing the unprepared flying goldfish. With a scream, the natural elf player in the sky was suddenly blown up by the power of original sin that far exceeded the limit, and his body was uncontrollably alienated and swollen, and finally turned into a huge wooden monster with a black body, exuding a chaotic atmosphere of the 7th level. If Avis hadn't covered it up quickly, the huge movement caused by the elf player's transformation would definitely alarm the captain of the guards and the 13th prince in the city. At the same time, in front of the monster, the system panel had disappeared. Flying Goldfish himself was directly counted as dead at this moment and was being resurrected. Soon, the revived Flying Goldfish returned dejectedly. And this time, it was Ingji Chongkong's turn to be thankful that he didn't win the rock-paper-scissors game just now. Otherwise, he would have wasted his life in vain. Looking at the beast of desire in the sky, Avis casually grasped it, and the surrounding air suddenly rolled up. An invisible force field wall quietly emerged, wrapping the beast of desire that had nowhere to escape. Under Avis' control, the beast of desire was caught without any ability to fight back, and then he sent it to his magic laboratory. This is a precious experimental body. After he goes back, he plans to study whether there is any difference between the beast of desire transformed by the player and the normal natives. After obtaining the test results, Avis arranged for the two to stay with him temporarily, so that he could observe the changes in the experimental subjects. Compared with other professionals, the upgrade speed of the Apostle of Original Sin can almost be regarded as unique. This is the charm of the Crooked Way. The huge price paid is the upgrade speed like a rocket. Moreover, as the Continental War continues, in the environment of strong evil power, they will continue to grow rapidly. As time passed, when Avis was conducting experiments, the war in the Federation gradually began to escalate. Under the control of the Spark organization, the rebels took the occupied cities as their foundation and, with the defeated army that surrendered before, officially declared war on other surrounding kingdoms. In the midst of the war, various evil god church forces grew wildly in secret. Even the overlapping areas seemed to be affected by the war, and the expansion speed began to gradually increase. Although the Holy Light Church has been fighting fires everywhere and trying to control the spread of overlapping areas, it is still unable to do so. The speed at which they eliminate overlapping areas is far slower than the speed at which new overlapping areas expand. Since the overlapping area phenomenon has been around for quite some time, many great magicians have come together to study it and finally reached a surprising conclusion. The overlapping area is not an ordinary abnormal phenomenon, but means the complete fusion of the deep dream world and the main material world. In this fusion, the terrifying existence in the deep dream world can appear without any influence. Facing these ancient terrifying existences, except for the strong above the 9th level, others have no hope of survival. Even if they just look at it, it will cause the body to be alienated uncontrollably. Ordinary people cannot survive in the overlapping area. In other words, the expansion of the overlapping area is shaking the foundation of human civilization. Chapter 7:13 The Powerful Spark Organization. The evil Spark rebels attacked Jian City, and the eastern part of the Black Dragon Kingdom was seriously threatened. The Spark Resistance Organization penetrated deep into the heart of the Federation, and the 1,000-year-old city of Zysa was burning in the flames of war. The Spark rebels broke through the Green Curtain King City, and the 7th princess fled abroad. The Spark Legion arrived at the capital of King Bran. The whereabouts of the 9th level protector of the country were unknown, and King Bran 15 and his ministers surrendered. Looking at the shocking news in the newspaper, Avis, who had been paying attention to it throughout the process, was speechless. Although the scale of the Spark's action was indeed not small, it would be a bit too much to say that they could go to war with multiple large and medium-sized kingdoms with 9th level existences at the same time. And even when Leo, the leader of the Spark Organization, probably didn't know that the Spark Organization under his command was so strong. In fact, Avis had seen similar situations before, but the protagonist at that time was not Spark, but the Ring of Truth. An illegal incident happened. As long as no one came out and publicly admitted that they did it, the real culprit behind the scenes must be the villain leader. The Truth Ring. The palace was raided by a mysterious entity? It must have been done by the Truth Ring. The noble who affected the interests of many people was assassinated? It must have been the Truth Ring behind the scenes. Valuable materials were stolen? Someone from the Truth Ring must have temporarily changed his job to a thief. Dozens of leopard beasts in the farmhouse mysteriously became pregnant? Or was it done secretly by the Truth Ring overnight? Such things are already known to everyone, and the current situation is similar, except that because the popularity of the Truth Ring has been suppressed, the name of the Truth Ring in the rumor has been replaced by Spark. At the same time, with the tiger skin of the Spark Organization that can be borrowed at will, the 3 kingdoms of the Federation, the Glorious Alliance and other large forces that have long been ambitious have secretly ended. As the general offensive of the Spark Organization began, the elite core of various countries directly found their own internal accomplices in the Spark Organization, and then raised the flag of the Spark Organization and openly attacked the territories of small and medium-sized kingdoms nearby that had long been favored. As for whether it will be exposed, no one cares about this now. I am a person with extraordinary talent and a strong ability to recruit subordinates. I easily instigated the elite core of the kingdom to bring their own weapons and supplies, and reorganized them to join the resistance army. What do you care? As for you saying that I look like the commander of the kingdom? Don't slander me. Look at the army behind me. Then look at the sword in my hand, and reorganize your language. Thanks to these people, the Spark Organization quickly occupied half of the Federation within a month. The Spark commander Leo did nothing, and the power he nominally held exceeded that of the Speaker of the Federation. During this process, a middle-level leader named Landon in the Spark Organization took the opportunity to apply for the task of taking over the Black Feather Kingdom. Then, relying on the power of the Spark Organization, Landon successfully captured the Black Feather King City and snatched back Princess Paula and half of the Yellow Book from Prince Aldmere. The reason why it was half a book was because the strength of the Yellow Book itself was unexpectedly low. At the last moment, due to careless force in the fight and tearing, the 2 people who were caught off guard were instantly torn into 2 halves. Then, with the second half of the Yellow Book, Prince Aldmere escaped through a long-distance space transmission scroll, and his whereabouts were unknown afterwards. Although he failed to do his best, Landon was very happy because he finally rescued Princess Paula from the prince's clutches. As for whether Princess Paula and Prince Aldmere had anything to do with each other during this period, it is usually not described in heroic biographies. So nothing happened. Avis did not intervene in this small war between the 2 people. After all, both sides in the plot had something to do with him. After the Yellow Book was divided into 2, Avis also went to the 2 people to observe secretly. The old secret book was quiet like an ordinary book near them, which shows that their power was not damaged. At the same time, there is a very coincidental point between these 2 books. The location where the Yellow Book was divided into 2 is exactly between the 13th and 14th pages. which is the page that carries the suspected consciousness of Gloria 3. At present, although it has been separated, both books have added that blank page. However, the blank page of the half-book in Lanton's hand was at the end, while the blank page of the half-book in Prince Almer's hand was at the first page of the book. The two who were unaware of this were secretly glad that the page relying on Gloria 3's consciousness body still fell into their hands. At the same time, in Avis's observation, Prince Almer's fate was once again improved, and now it has officially been upgraded to the level of Lanton's nemesis. For this change, Avis vaguely saw the shadow of the high-level prophet, the Hermit, who was defeated by him before. In essence, Prince Almer can come to this point now, instead of being knocked down by Lanton as a villain when they met, entirely because of the interference of Avis and the Hermit. Speaking of the Hermit, this guy has been slacking off every day since he got a name from the Mirror Man, or he took advantage of the opportunity to make money in his name. He lives a carefree life. Avis even suspects that he has been infected with the slacking virus. At the same time, in the chaos of war outside the Federation, the Silver Frost Kingdom where Avis is located cannot avoid being affected by the war. But due to the secret care of the Glory Alliance, Frost Lake City, under the management of Prince 13, stubbornly resisted several attacks from the Spark organization. At the same time, under the catalysis of the war, Frost Lake City's own armaments are also expanding rapidly. After all, in an emergency, we must act according to the rules. So the private army currently owned by His Royal Highness the Prince has exceeded the maximum number of city guards stipulated by more than 10 times, and is even equipped with a large number of medium and high-level constructed mechas that are strictly controlled by the kingdom. Even in the chaos of war, Prince 13 led the army to recapture some nearby cities that had been captured by the Spark organization. Although some city lords tried their best to deny that they were related to the Spark organization, no one would listen to the explanation of a dead person. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, the ambition of the 13th prince was also revealed. And Anvis, who has now gained the prince's trust, just stayed in the elemental tower and conducted his own research. Thanks to the two players, Anvis has a deeper understanding of the power of original sin. At the same time, the people of the White Light Club also approached him again, hoping to allow more players to obtain this transformation. In just 1 month of game time, the levels of the two rose to more than 50 levels like a rocket. This is because there is a limit to the power of original sin that their bodies can withstand in a short period of time. If they absorb too much, their bodies will be alienated uncontrollably. But in any case, this profession is almost unique to players. In the current large version with war as the main theme, any club that obtains a large number of original sin apostles can lay the foundation for its own rise. Chapter 714 Transformation. Anvis had no objection to the White Light Club's request for cooperation. After all, it was a win-win situation. The players got a combat force that could be quickly formed in a short period of time, and he got a large number of experimental subjects who were willing to cooperate and cause some trouble to the Holy Light Church. However, in order not to affect the normal fate of the 13th prince, Anvis and the people of White Light agreed that players who were transformed into apostles of original sin were absolutely not allowed to move around Frost Lake City, and they were also absolutely not allowed to reveal that they were transformed by him. Although it is said that once a secret is known by the players, it is almost equivalent to everyone knowing it. The surface work must still be done. After all, it takes some time for the news to spread. The two players have been kept by his side for a while, before he really carried out large-scale transformation. All the news was just unconfirmed rumors. Anvis was ready to leave Frost Lake City immediately after helping the White Light Club transform a group of players and completely give up this identity. His purpose here has been fully achieved, whether it is to restore the Angel of Original Sin or to test the reaction of the Holy Light Church. At the same time, the beast of Original Sin that the Flying Goldfish had transformed into was completely dissected by Avis. His analysis result was that when the real player died, the beast of original sin that was left behind was no different from the beast transformed from ordinary natives. In other words, all the special features exist in the connection with the player's consciousness. When the player's self-consciousness disappears, all the original magical features will disappear with it. At the same time, during this period of time, during the study of two players who transformed into Desire Apostles, Avis found that although the Desire Apostle professional players upgrade very quickly, the price seems to be sacrificing their own level cap. The newly emerged original sin value system has an implicit upper limit. When the original sin power absorbed by the player reaches this value, the alienation process will be irreversibly triggered. As for the consequences of alienation, the flying goldfish has already shown it. In the process of him touching the cloud of original sin power before, Avis paid attention to the changes in his attribute panel throughout the process, and watched with his own eyes the progress of his sin value system soaring, and the process of unlocking hidden attributes one by one. And alienation is the content hidden in the last part of the sin value system. As this attribute is unlocked, the flying goldfish's body also began to twist and grow uncontrollably, and its own consciousness disappeared, directly triggering the death process. In addition, Avis also noticed a key detail at the time. Alienation is not the final attribute of the sin value system. It seems that there are more advanced hidden attributes that can be unlocked later, but the flying goldfish itself can no longer bear it. As for the transformed original sin beast, it is meaningless to Avis. He has long been determined that the original sin beast that has completely lost its self-consciousness has an astonishingly poor growth potential, which depends entirely on the strength level of the material before transformation, depending on the player's own attributes. The upper limit of this hidden sin value is also different. Flying Goldfish is level 71, and Ingi Chong Kong is level 73, limited by the number of experimental subjects. Avis is temporarily unable to determine what attribute causes this difference. However, when Bai Guang sent a new batch of carefully screened players over, his research progress quickly began to improve again. What did you say? Ima is suspected to be missing? Half a month later, in the mansion of the mayor of Xuanhu City, listening to the urgent report from his subordinates, the 13th prince behind the desk raised his head in disbelief. His eyes moved away from the Silver Frost Kingdom topographic map on the table, and focused on the guards in front of him. Yes, Your Highness. We haven't seen Lord Inmo for a few days. Under the prince's gaze, 2 guards in armor were nervously reporting the situation. Because we went to deliver the routine supplies every 5 days before, but found that the supplies delivered last time were still in the original position, without any signs of being moved. So, we entered Lord Inmo's stone tower and tried to contact Lord Inmo, but still did not get any response. The 2 soldiers talked back and forth, restoring the situation at that time. Didn't get the supplies? Maybe it was because Lord Inmo was doing magic experiments, and Wuxia came out to get the supplies? The 13th prince looked at the 2 with some suspicion. After all, almost all spellcasters have this problem. However, when Lord Inmo conducted magic experiments before, he would specifically put up a reminder to prevent us from rashly entering and disturbing him. But this time, there was no sign. The guard on the left shook his head and pointed out the abnormality this time. I'll go and see it myself. After thinking it over, the 13th prince slowly stood up, called the commander of the city guards, and went directly to the elemental stone tower. Your Highness, the guard's judgment is correct. I have checked the rooms including the laboratory. Lord Inmo is indeed not here. There are no signs of fighting in the tower. If Lord Inmo was forcibly taken away, I'm afraid the person who did it must be at least a professional of the 7th level or above. After a careful inspection, the commander of the city guards came to a conclusion. Of course, there is another possibility. That is, Inmo left by himself. Left by himself? But why did he do that? Frowning, the 13th prince thought carefully about what Inmo had done during this period, and finally shook his head in vain. Find a way to investigate Inmo's whereabouts. After all, he is my subordinate. There must be some hidden story behind his disappearance. And if it is really an enemy attack, the existence that can make the 6th level limit Inmo disappear silently can also make any of us disappear. This must be prevented. Following the 13th prince's order, the city defense system of Frost Lake City immediately started to operate and began to inquire about the whereabouts of Inmo. At the same time, it was not only the prince who was looking for Anvis, but also the White Light Club and others who tasted the sweetness. The transformed original Sin Apostle is indeed very powerful. Although Anvis has warned them of the shortcomings of the original Sin Apostle in advance, the people who signed up to participate are still very enthusiastic. Soon, the strength of dozens of players quickly increased to above level 60. Because they are in the chaotic evil camp, this quick-made 6th level cannot accept tasks like a normal 6th level, and dare not be discovered by the people of the Saint Messiah Empire. But it is still a 6th level combat power. Anvis can probably guess part of the impact of his disappearance. But he really has to leave. If his existence causes the fate of the 13th prince to change in an unknown direction, then it will be troublesome. Like before, it was okay when only 2 players changed their jobs to the Apostles of Original Sin. Now there are suddenly a lot of them. I am afraid that soon the eyes of large forces will pay attention to this place. Chapter 7: 15 Reasons for the Expansion of Overlapping Areas. However, although the people of the White Light Club felt sorry for Anva's disappearance, they were not surprised. In the view of the White Light management, if the hidden job transfer task of the level of Original Sin Apostle could be taken on infinitely, it would be an unreasonable design. Although the Original Sin Apostle seemed to sacrifice the level cap to ensure balance, the problem was that the Original Sin Apostle, a profession that quickly formed combat power in a short period of time, would have a huge impact on the game environment in the current version. Game planners could not allow any player force to control the fixed job transfer point of this profession. Otherwise the game would directly lose balance, resulting in no game experience for individual players. Therefore, after searching for a while, the White Light Club lowered the priority of this matter, and only asked all members to pay attention to the NPC Inmo, and report immediately if they found its location. Although the identity of Inmo might also be a disguise, it would not hurt to pay attention. Idle Federation, the capital of the Kingdom of Caperland, the Red Gold Palace. In the magnificent main hall of the Red Gold Palace, under the gazes of many nobles, an old wizard wearing a dark blue robe with countless stars, with gray eyebrows and beard, raised his head anxiously, reporting his findings to Caperland 7, who was sitting on the main seat. We can't let the scale of the war continue to expand. Your Majesty, we have recently made new major discoveries in our research on the overlapping areas. As the old wizard spoke, the pointed wizard hat he wore also shook slightly, revealing the excitement of its owner. The large number of dead souls caused by war and death will stimulate the expansion of the overlapping area. If the war continues, we will not be able to suppress the expansion of the overlapping area. By then, the Yar continent will be in danger. As he spoke, the old wizard took out a crystal ball and activated it in the hall, in front of Caperland 7 and other nobles. A previously recorded magic image was projected in the air of the hall. The projection environment is located in a newly appeared small overlapping area. In the projection, the edge of this overlapping area has been accurately circled, and there are scales at intervals outside the circle to observe its expansion speed. It can be seen that the overlapping area at this time seems very stable, and there is no sign of expansion. The next moment, the projection screen turned, showing 2 small armies fighting fiercely nearby. As the battle progressed, one side gradually gained the upper hand, and then found a time to separate the disadvantaged army and quickly encircle and kill them. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the commander of the defeated team led his personal guards and some of the defeated troops to quickly break out of the encirclement, and the remaining soldiers surrendered after some of them were killed. As the battle ended, the overlapping area suddenly seemed to be stimulated by something, and the edge began to slowly expand. At this time, the angle of the magic projection screen turned back to the direction of the overlapping area, and the height was lowered, as if the crystal ball used for recording was placed on the ground. And this time, the person who appeared in the crystal ball image was the white-bearded spellcaster standing in the hall at this time, facing the direction of the overlapping area. The old wizard in the projection made a casting gesture with a solemn expression. A huge bone-white magic circle suddenly lit up from under his feet. And then, with the magic circle as the center, the huge gray-white domain space expanded rapidly, covering the entire overlapping area. I saw that in the strange light of the domain, a series of translucent gray-white soul bodies gradually appeared from the air, under the solemn gaze of Caperland 7 and many nobles. These soul bodies seemed to be sucked by some kind of suction, and flew to the overlapping area involuntarily, and then gradually dissipated, turning into countless tiny soul light spots, and merged into the overlapping area. In this process, the overlapping area began to grow and expand slowly and firmly like a plant that absorbed nutrients. After a while, as all the souls turned into light spots and dissipated, the expansion of the overlapping area stopped again and returned to its previous stable state. But it is visible to the naked eye that the boundary line of the overlapping area has expanded 3.5 scales outward compared to the original time. Your Majesty, please make a decision. If the overlapping area continues to expand uncontrollably, then even if we win the war, it will be meaningless in the end. Lord Hiselever, Whether the war of the Federation stops or not is not something that I can decide alone. On the throne, Capran 7 looked at the old wizard calmly and proposed a solution. How about this? We let all the necromancer teams in the army go all out to collect the souls of the dead? After all, this is to protect the Yar continent. And I believe the Church can understand this move. At the end of the bloody turbulent years, when the ancient magic empire collapsed, after experiencing many painful wars, the Holy Light Church finally made a common agreement with the other two empires to restrict the profession of necromancers and not to collect the souls of the dead on a large scale. No one wants to see the souls of their comrades being manipulated after death and eventually scattering their souls. This can only delay, but cannot solve the fundamental problem. Your Majesty, the key to the generation of soul fragments is not only on the battlefield, but also the bandits and refugees caused by the war. The old wizard shook his head sadly and used magic to show another picture. A group of war refugees in ragged clothes and dirty bodies were driving ox carts and horse carts, dragging their families to the safe inner city of the kingdom. But when they reached a mountain pass, a large number of bandits suddenly emerged from the forest on the side of the road. After killing some refugees who tried to resist, the bandits drove away with the looted property and women and children who could be used as slaves. And other old, weak and disabled people were slaughtered on the spot. As long as the war continues, this kind of thing will only happen more and more, and the overlapping area will expand faster and faster, relying solely on the people of the Holy Light Church. There is no time to deal with it. I understand. Lord Hiseliver, you go down first. I will discuss this matter with the nobles. Seeing that the old wizard seemed to want to continue, Capran 7 gently raised his hand, indicating that the matter was over. Your will, Your Majesty. With a light sigh, the old wizard performed a salute, and left with a somewhat lonely look. He knew very well that those nobles would prioritize the interests of their own families after all. If this matter was brought to the noble council for discussion, it would be difficult to get any results. Everyone, what do you think of Lord Hiseliver's words? Watching the old wizard disappear, Capran 7 on the throne looked at the other nobles in the hall. Your Majesty, in fact, Lord Hiseliver's words make sense. But it was those damned rebels who started the war. If we don't completely eliminate them, we can't stop the war at all. Looking at each other, a silver-haired noble with a sword hanging from his waist stepped out and saluted Capran 7. That makes sense. So what is your opinion, Lord Lupeta? In my opinion, for the peace of the Federation, Your Majesty should send more troops to help those small kingdoms with weak national strength to deal with those rebels. Only in this way can the war end soon and give the people a safe country. Speaking passionately, Duke Lupeta showed a noble expression, like a good noble who cares about the country and the people. Very good. Let's do as Lord Lupeta suggests. Capran 7 nodded with satisfaction, and the nobles below looked at each other and saw some strange looks in each other's eyes. A rare opportunity for development. If it works well, their family power is likely to go further. The next day, the army of the Kingdom of Capran took off the uniforms of the Spark organization, and in the name of suppressing the Spark Rebellion army, they quickly captured the capital of the neighboring Kingdom of Night Moon. And the Kingdom of Night Moon was incorporated into the territory of the Kingdom of Capran. Chapter 716 Changes in Contact. In fact, the actions of the Kingdom of Capellan are a microcosm of the overall situation of the Federation of the Kingdom of Idle at this moment. The Spark Resistance organization invaded across the board, and the federal parliament was still arguing with each other. If the kings of large and medium-sized kingdoms did not know how to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity, they would not have to continue to sit in the seat. At the same time, in addition to these large kingdoms that spontaneously invaded neighboring countries under the banner of the Spark organization, after controlling the garrison forces of many cities, the real Spark Resistance immediately took these guards and declared war on the neighboring kingdom cities, provoking a larger-scale war. Relying on the help of black technology such as the Construct Headband, the Resistance army was like a god in the initial period, killing the resisting city guards and taking down a large number of cities and territories with great momentum. However, as the war lasted longer, the Resistance army had to slow down its advancement. Although they lost a large area of territory in the early stage, the remaining nobles of the kingdom united and gathered in several core cities under the leadership of the royal family, and began to resist tenaciously. Due to the arms race provoked by the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, The number of magic constructs in stock in many small kingdoms was quite sufficient at this time. In the absence of many high-level professionals on the enemy side, they even fought back and forth for a while. At the same time, as the war lasted for a long time, some weaknesses of the old magic construct armor were quickly discovered. After collecting enough actual combat data, the major forces once again performed improvements on it, and at the same time offered high salaries to recruit individual constructors, making this profession very popular for a while. In this context, the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce has also launched the latest type of constructed armor, such as the Black Knight Type 5 and the Red Flame Flying Dragon Type 4, which are deeply optimized on the basis of the old models, and the protection and destructive power are further enhanced. Although its price has also increased by the same amount, it is still inexpensive and cost-effective compared to other similar magic construct armors on the market. Correspondingly, in front of the new constructs, the old magic constructs seem a little weak. If you don't want to fall behind on the battlefield, you must update your armaments. This is another big sum of money, but you can't not spend it. While the kingdoms are fighting each other in the magic world, many scholars who study the dream world are also working hard in their own way. Although it is a period of war, newspapers such as the Magic Times of the Continental Magic Council, the Federal News published by the Federal Parliament, and the Imperial Morning News under the Imperial family have not stopped publication. In this world, as long as things like war do not exceed a certain limit, the only thing that will be affected is the lives of civilians. On the pages of these newspapers, information about the overlapping area and calls for an end to the war gradually appeared. Due to the large number of deaths caused by the war, the overlapping areas in various parts of the Federation began to expand rapidly under the irrigation of a large amount of soul power. Many dream great magicians who noticed this came forward to appeal to the nobles of various countries to stop the war immediately. Otherwise, the out-of-control overlapping area would eventually cover the entire Yar continent, causing everyone to be doomed. Of course, although that is the case, the area of the overlapping area is now insignificant compared to the area of the continent, so most people don't really take it to heart. Or, they can understand the seriousness of the consequences deep in their hearts, but for their own interests, they still choose to ignore it. At the same time, as a lot of attention from the outside world is focused on the overlapping area incident, another new discovery about the overlapping area has once again pushed the contactors, a special group that had previously had a low sense of existence, to the forefront. The contactors were born due to the contamination of the breath of the Dream Lord Malum. Although a very small number of them have very powerful abilities, the vast majority of them only have a little more special ability related to dreams than ordinary people, which cannot be compared with formal professionals. But as the area of the overlapping area continues to expand, the power of all contactors has also begun to grow inexplicably. Some of the abilities that were originally useless have become quite powerful after being enhanced. For example, the ability that originally awakened to simply make people dream can now pull the spirits of others into dreams together, and the damage suffered in dreams will also be reflected in reality. This is an ability that only normal dream casters above level 4 can possess. But now it has appeared in the contactors, who were originally just ordinary people. Those who have awakened powerful abilities are even more amazing, such as a little girl with dream abilities that the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce once recruited. Originally, her ability was to blur the boundary between the real world and the dream world, and then call on the existence of the dream world to descend into the real world to assist in combat. But now, she can directly define the existence in reality as a dream, and then erase it together with her awakening. In this wave of changes, those forces that had paid enough attention to the contactors before reaped the biggest dividends, and their own strength increased dramatically out of thin air. Avis's Black Ring Chamber of Commerce is an example. Previously, because of Avis's stubborn recruitment of contactors, he even expanded the scale of the Chamber of Commerce at a loss, and wasted wages to support them. Many colleagues were waiting to see his joke, waiting for the day when the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce's own capital chain broke and could not hold on, so that they could reap the cake. Now, all these people are dumbfounded, watching the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce's strength expand rapidly and obtain a large number of genius professional seats. However, the huge benefits obtained by the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce this time finally attracted the attention of high-level forces. In a mysterious platinum palace located in an unknown space, there are no decorations inside the hall. Only an ancient silver round table is placed in the center. 3 vague figures are surrounding the round table, and an important small meeting is in progress. One of the figures was shrouded in a hazy and strange gray mist, while the other figure was wrapped in a black cloak. Through the gaps in the cloak, one could vaguely see countless stars hidden underneath. The last figure wore a triple crown inlaid with a huge star diamond, and his face was distorted as if it was blocked by a lens, and it was hard to see clearly. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. Gray mist. Does this have any impact on our plan? After a moment, the figure wearing the crown took the initiative to speak and looked at the other two who were silent. No impact, Mr. Speaker. Although some professionals exceeded expectations due to the expansion of the overlapping area, this will not pose a threat to the plan. Gray Mist answered calmly. The construct network is spreading steadily, and the people of the Spark organization are fighting hard with the Alliance of Glory. With the help of the construct network headband, there will be no problem. Then, if the overlapping areas are cleared on a large scale, will the abilities of those contacts continue to remain the same? Or will they be weakened again? Not sure. Gray Mist shook his head and sighed softly. After all, the power of the Lord of Dreams is not something we can understand now. Chapter 717 Incident. So, it is better for another force claiming to possess the true God to deal with the legacy of a god. After all, the more capable, the more work. The speaker nodded and sneered strangely. Also, if you need to contact those contactors, I can use the power of the federal parliament to provide you with sufficient convenience. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Speaker, but it's not necessary. I don't intend to be involved in their fate. But Gray Mist shook his head at the speaker's proposal. Are you really not going to contact those contactors? As far as I know, according to the theory of the prophecy school, when these contactors begin to become stronger and stronger, there should be a representative figure who shoulders the fate of the group of contactors. Right? The tone was slightly puzzled, and the existence called the speaker was a little surprised by Gray Mist's reaction. At this juncture of breaking through the 9th level, he thought that Gray Mist would fight for all the nodes of the web of fate at all costs to increase his success rate of breaking through. Destiny is unpredictable. If you pursue everything too deliberately, it will lead to things developing in the opposite direction. Just like the sand in the desert. If you pick it up gently, you can get a full handful. But if you hold it tightly, most of the sand will just slip through your fingers. Gray Mist spoke calmly, with an unfathomable attitude. As he moved, the faint mist of fate shrouding him also fluctuated slightly, looking very strange. The number of fate nodes that are interfered with is not the more the better, and my energy is also limited. Moreover, some nodes are bound to conflict in the future. The effect of betting on both sides at the same time is not 1 + 1, but 1 - 1. For me, when the existence of the magic construction network gradually becomes popular, it will be enough to achieve my goal. As for the contactors, all high-level predictors know that the strongest child of destiny will appear among them. Therefore, I am not going to intervene for the time being. I will just keep the status quo and let the other predictors fight. Is that what you think? The speaker nodded slightly and said no more. After all, they were just in a cooperative relationship. When the Stargazer was asleep, Gray Mist was now the strongest prophet on the continent. Moreover, he was about to break through the 9th level and was qualified to stand on an equal footing with him. In addition, regarding the contactors, didn't someone already make plans in advance? Looking at the silent speaker, Gray Mist nodded casually. You mean the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce? Are they worthy of your attention? Nodding somewhat clearly, the speaker asked in confirmation. Behind the actions of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce was the work of the Prophet Mirror. In my opinion, his threat is enough to rank among the top 3 among all the prophets. After the Lord of Dreams descended, I retraced the changes in the web of fate at that time and found that the change that caused me to lose the authority of the construction network was caused by Mirror. And he was also the one who got the most benefit from it in the end. Gray Mist explained directly. And, most importantly, I suspect he has some connection with the Circle of Truth organization. Ring of Truth? Are you sure? Hearing this word, the speaker's voice suddenly became low. At the beginning, when the Lord of Dreams was about to descend, the power of the construction network once showed an abnormal gathering, and its whereabouts were unknown. But since everything on the battlefield cannot be predicted, I have no substantial evidence. Just guessing. Gray Mist nodded, and then shook his head. I see. This is indeed a big doubt. Nodding lightly, the speaker thought for a while. In addition, what is the situation in the Gloria Empire? In no more than a year, the civil war in the Empire will restart again. The current calm situation is only temporarily suppressed due to the disappearance of Gloria III and the threat of the Ring of Truth. However, as time goes on, who should sit on the empty throne? Showing a strange smile covered by mist, Grey Mist suddenly stood up. Time is almost up, so we'll take our leave, Mr. Speaker. After nodding to the speaker, the mist on Grey Mist gradually thickened, submerging him in it, and then dissipated along with Grey Mist's body. At the same time, another cloaked figure, who had not spoken a word throughout the whole process, had also disappeared at some point, leaving only a faint starlight at the original position. Black Ring Chamber of Commerce? Mirror? In the dark palace that had returned to its empty state, the speaker quietly watched the position where the two figures disappeared, his eyes deep, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he raised his hand and gently tapped the silver round table in front of him. With a crisp ding sound, a circle of silver light ripples spread from the point where his fingertips touched the table, and then sank into the air. The next moment, the space inside the hall suddenly lit up, and colorful bouquets and flags of major kingdoms emerged from the venue. The fragrance of flowers spread in the warm air, dispelling the mysterious atmosphere in the environment before. Swish. At the same time, the original silver round table suddenly stretched out to form a long table. The seats on both sides that were originally vacant were once again filled with figures that suddenly appeared. Some figures who came earlier were already greeting each other with people they knew nearby. Then, in the year 2465 of the Federation calendar, the Fourth Federation Conference officially begins. Today, I have a special topic to share with you. The specific content is related to the largest magic construction chamber of commerce in the Federation, Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. After everyone arrived, the speaker sitting on the main seat looked at the different eyes of many members below and smiled slightly. The popularization of the construction network will lead to a change in people's ideas and concepts, which will fundamentally shake the ruling position of the grassroots nobles. Why did he agree to your proposal? On the other side, after leaving the venue early, the cloaked figure, who had not spoken before, finally couldn't help asking Grey Mist a question. That's because there are two other empires. Xing. After the end of the Particulan Covenant, the Federation has actually returned to being a mess, and will only be eaten away bit by bit. As the Speaker of the Federation, and the King of the Kingdom of Lauren, he has no choice. Looking at the silver-haired girl shrouded in a cloak, who rarely showed a somewhat tangled look, Grey Mist smiled slightly. The existence of Xing is his insurance. In his eyes, the strength of this mysterious girl can be called unfathomable. And most importantly, in the prophecy, she seemed to be just traveling and waiting for something, which did not conflict with his interests. With Xing as an ally, he could make some more dangerous choices without any worries. So in order to build a good relationship, Grey Mist did not mind revealing some secrets to satisfy her curiosity. Are you really going to accept the suggestions made by those foreigners, and spread the so-called free thought on a large scale through the construction headband? But this time, Xing seemed to be particularly interested in this. Why not? Grey Mist gave her a strange look. According to the results of my prophecy, this will bring changes to the fate of the entire continent. Chapter 718, The Chamber of Commerce's Dilemma, and the Returning Girl. Is that so? After getting Grey Mist's answer, Xing nodded silently. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly concerned about my plan? You are not usually like this. Glancing at Xing suspiciously, Grey Mist asked with some confusion. Or will my plan affect someone or something you care about? No, whatever you want to do. It has nothing to do with me, and I will not interfere with your plan. Gently pulling the wide hood of the cloak, Xing shook her head in denial. Forget it. It's up to you. Grey Mist silently retracted his hands behind his back. According to the results of his prediction, everything Xing said was indeed true, and she would not interfere with his plan. Although he was a little curious about what happened to Xing, he was not going to dig deep. After all, everyone has some secrets that belong only to him. His current goal is to break through the 9th level as soon as possible. As long as it does not hinder him, he will not take the initiative to explore Xing's secrets. Idle Kingdom Federation, Black Ring Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. Sir Raphael, it's an emergency. Recently, the major kingdom suddenly sent people to seal off our Black Ring Chamber of Commerce branches. They said they suspected that we were colluding with the Resistance Organization Circle of Truth in the magnificent office of the person in charge. The sweaty Vice President Garverman was reporting the situation to Avis, who was sitting quietly behind his desk. As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief from time to wipe the sweat stuck on his forehead and mustache. He couldn't help but be nervous. No matter how big the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce was, it was still just a chamber of commerce. Now that it was suddenly accused of colluding with the Circle of Truth by many kingdoms, anyone would be panicked. At present, due to this slander, our business has been forced to stagnate by more than 80%. And the net loss every day is more than 100,000 gold coins. Don't be nervous. I know about this. Go down. I will handle this matter. After listening to Garverman's report patiently, Avis nodded and sent Garverman, who was uneasy, out of the room. In fact, when the overlapping area gradually expanded and the strength of the contactors suddenly became stronger collectively, Avis knew that the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce would sooner or later face today's situation. Originally, those contactors were only slightly stronger than ordinary people, and were not qualified to attract the attention of the federal high level. But now it is different. The Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, which has absorbed a large number of contactors, is now like a fat beast that has been fed and can be slaughtered, even with the 8th level Prophet Mirror as the backer. Due to its weak power, it will inevitably face temptations from the top. At the same time, as an 8th level Prophet, Avis also noticed the traces of Grey Fog and other high-level Prophet behind this matter. In other words, the essence of this incident was a battle between him and other Prophet. As for the reason of collusion with the Resistance Organization Circle of Truth, it was actually a trumped-up charge. And even the major kingdoms themselves might not take it seriously. After all, this reason could not be used to prove the innocence of any force. If you are said to have colluded, you have colluded. Although he did collude, Avis was sure that the Parliament could not have any substantial evidence for this, and was just looking for a reason to test. Otherwise, many kingdoms would not only seal off the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, but would directly wipe out the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce branches. Although the current situation is equally critical, Avis has already made preparations. In the following period of time, Avis, as Raphael, the head of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, visited the senior officials in charge of the matter in various kingdoms with gifts to understand their demands. From their mouths, Avis also figured out the situation of the branches of each kingdom. Some kingdoms just want to get enough benefits from it, while others want to recruit the contacts found by the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. Avis has different responses to this. For those who want to get benefits, Avis doesn't mind giving money to resume normal operations. Anyway, gold coins are just a number to him. For those who want to recruit those contacts, Avis also meets their requirements. Anyway, the real seed members absorbed by the Chamber of Commerce have been secretly transported to various safe places for training, waiting for the appearance of the Child of Destiny in the future. As for those forces that were too greedy and tried to directly swallow up his Black Ring Chamber of Commerce, Avis also welcomed them, because they were the negative examples he used to kill chickens and scare monkeys, because he had the ability to partially control the web of fate. As an 8th level peak prophet, when he really started to fight, his destructive power was actually quite amazing, and his attack method was hard to defend against, if it was not necessary. Even the 9th level would not want to provoke a high-level prophet. As time went on, everything was developing steadily. In this incident, the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce lost some of its branch offices, but in contrast, Avis also established interest connections with many high-level officials in the kingdom. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Avis had made many remote moves, destroyed 2 cross-kingdom level forces, and severely damaged an 8th level prophet. However, when time moved to the glorious month May, Avis, who was in the main body of Pamir Academy, received a long-awaited letter from Claire. The content of the letter was very concise. Just a greeting, and then attached a time and place, hoping to meet him. While reading the letter, Avis seemed to see the smile of the blonde, half-elf girl in front of him. Avis was also a little curious about what the girl would gain from her journey to explore the origin city Yaina, especially when the inheritance information he had previously obtained in the Dream Inheritance Land, the ultimate weapon of the Star Civilization, also existed in Yaina. Glorious Calendar 2465. Glorious Month. 18th. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Avis went to the nameless wilderness outside the imperial capital as scheduled. In a sea of bluebells with white flowers in full bloom, Avis finally saw Claire, whom he had not seen for a long time. She still looked the same as before, with blue eyes like the clear ocean, pure golden hair shining in the sun, white pointed ears shaking from time to time, and a sense of freedom and fantasy shrouded her body. Avis. This way. When she saw Avis's figure appear, the half-elf girl's originally slightly cold expression suddenly melted, revealing a bright smile like moonlight. She was wearing a brown traveler's cloak and a slender silver-gray one-handed sword hanging from her waist. She stood up from the big rock she was sitting on and waved to Avis. At the same time, several people around her also stood up. Is that the friend you are waiting for? Seeing Claire's joyful look, a young traveler in leather armor spoke with some jealousy. Along the way, he had never seen such a beautiful smile from the girl. They are traveler friends I met on the road. Because our destination is the capital, we travel together. When Avis came closer, Claire took the initiative to introduce them. Hello, everyone. Walking closer, Avis glanced at the companions around the girl, and while greeting them with a smile, his voice rang in the heart of the half-elf girl. You are traveling with them? These people are not even at the 4th level. Right? Isn't it a bit cruel to choose them as your companions? Hearing Avis's voice transmission, Claire rolled her eyes slightly. It's just a trip, not an exploration of ruins, and it won't take long, so there won't be much danger. Chapter 719 Escape or Not. Really, what are those? While transmitting the message, Avis suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance as if he had sensed something. From the horizon, there seemed to be a group of vague black spots flying towards this side. It's just a small problem. Not dangerous. They will be fine. And I can now restrain some of my bad luck characteristics. And it will not be indiscriminate like before. The last second was still making a promise. And the next second suddenly appeared. Claire's expression was a little stiff, but she still cheered up and tried to defend herself. It seems that your condition has indeed improved a lot, Senior Sister Claire. However, after seeing the flying existence clearly, Avis also nodded, acknowledging Claire's words. What are those things? As Avis and Claire turned their heads, the other members of the team also noticed the black spots approaching the sky. Nightmare ravens are a group of 3rd-level gregarious monsters, but there are usually several 4th-level leader ravens among them. Once the group is large, even 6th-level monsters dare not easily provoke them. It is said that once they are touched by their black feathers that condense the power of curse, they will die painfully in an endless nightmare. And it is said that even the soul cannot escape. The experienced middle-aged leader quickly recognized the identity of the attacking bird group, and his expression suddenly became solemn. Run! Find a place to hide in the forest over there. Although the nightmare ravens are dangerous, they are nocturnal bird monsters with average vision during the day. As long as we don't make too much noise, they should not be able to find us. Hearing this, the travelers immediately began to desperately run towards the distant forest area. Any magic props that could speed up their escape were used without hesitation. Although it looked far away, the opponent was flying in the sky. If they were stingy now, they might have to leave it to be buried with themselves later. However, as a nocturnal monster, why did the nightmare raven appear in the daytime? While running desperately, the leader was still wondering about the origin of the crows. I'm afraid that the nightmare ravens living in their original territory were disturbed by something and appeared in the daytime. At this time, a voice from far behind answered the leader's question. What are you waiting for? Run for your life. After reluctantly turning his head to take a look, the leader's face changed drastically. Behind them, whether it was the half-elf girl who had traveled with them before, or the mysterious blue-eyed handsome boy who came later, they were all standing in place at this moment, without any movement to escape. Run, Miss Claire. The young man in leather armor also changed color. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly stopped and rushed back desperately, as if he was going to take Claire with him. The other travelers did not look back, but ran faster. After all, if there were a few baits behind them, their chances of escape would be greater. Are you familiar with him? Looking at the young man who rushed back in fear, and the other members of the escaping team, Avis looked at Claire with some doubt. Everyone in the brigade is usually very enthusiastic, because I always get into trouble when I travel alone. It is better to hide my strength and join a team. Nodding slightly, Claire explained her current situation. I can now actively gather some of the bad luck that is wrapped around me. So although there will still be accidents, the degree of danger of these accidents is usually not beyond the scope of my companion's response. In this way, I will encounter much less trouble. As long as I don't actively expose my power, the level of bad luck will not become too high. And they alone are enough to deal with it. Looking at the fleeing team, Claire's voice was somewhat unconfident. In short, even if there is an irresistible danger, it is still possible to escape. In return, I am also prepared to send them safely to the capital, which is our original destination. I understand. With a look of understanding, Avis nodded. Then, let's send them to the capital first and continue chatting. Hey, are you crazy? You don't want to chat in this occasion? At this time, the young man in leather armor finally ran to the side of the two. After roaring, he suddenly grasped the amulet on his chest with his right hand, and the light blue magic light of the wind element immediately attached to the bodies of Avis and the other two. Run! The young man looked at the amulet that had completely dimmed with pain, and suddenly grabbed Claire's hand, ready to pull her away to run away. However, before he touched the girl, he suddenly found that his body was out of control. What's going on? Not only him, but several members of the temporary brigade who had run out before were horrified to find that their bodies seemed to be fixed in the air by some unknown force, and they could not move at all, without waiting for them to continue to think about it. After locking everyone's position, Avis lightly snapped his fingers. So, everyone in the brigade felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the next moment, they appeared in front of the city gate of the capital. What's going on? Looking at the magnificent city gate that suddenly appeared in front of them, and the pedestrians around them, who cast surprised eyes at them, everyone was stunned. That Miss Claire and her friends are probably not ordinary professionals. After a moment of silence, the leader looked at the direction they were in before, and spoke in a low voice. Wait, when Miss Claire greeted me just now, I seem to have heard the name Avis somewhere. Listening to the leader's words, a professional next to him suddenly scratched his head in confusion. I used to live in the province of Carlis. In my memory, there was a celebration held one year to celebrate the birth of a descendant of the Duke named Avis. Another professional introduced himself in a muttered voice, and at the end, everyone fell silent. Okay, stop discussing those big shots, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Finally, the older leader personally put an end to this incident, since they had already reached their destination. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone dispersed, walking down the wide streets of the capital in a somewhat depressed mood. The young man in leather armor suddenly felt that there seemed to be something extra in his pocket. Ring? He instinctively reached out and touched it, and the moment his fingers touched the item, a brief message was transmitted to his mind. This is a thank you gift for the 2 light body spells. At the same time, a miniature projection of Avis suddenly condensed, put one hand on his chest, bowed slightly to the young man, and then turned into mist and dispersed again. Avis? Gently holding the ring, sensing the wind attribute magic in it that was obviously much more abundant than his own amulet, the young man looked up at the sky and remained silent. On the other side, after seeing off the group, Avis and Claire sat down on the soft grass again. When their eyes unconsciously crossed, they smiled knowingly at each other, and everything was said without words. Neither of them cared about the group of nightmare ravens approaching in the distance. Claire, can you tell me about your journey this time? Of course. Actually, as Claire narrated calmly, a thrilling adventure gradually took shape in Ava's mind. Chapter 720: The Girl's Journey. After paying a high fee and boarding a large sailing ship bound for the Napoles Islands from the west coast of the Federation, the girl's journey of pursuit officially began. There are many dangers in the journey. On the evening of the 3rd day after entering the depths of the endless sea, when the ship passed the Dark Cape, a rare huge tropical storm swept the night sky. When the ship struggled forward in the stormy waves, at the most violent moment of the storm, some unknown terrifying existence emerged from the deep sea and cruised under the ship. At that time, the crew members, including the 6th level guardian, were so scared that their legs were weak, and they had even begun to prepare a drift bottle suicide note for themselves. Fortunately, the unknown existence in the sea below did not do anything to the ship. It simply swam with the ship for a while, and then dived back into the deep sea. Listening to the girl's story, Ava seemed to see the surging waves like dark peaks, the huge sea monster casting a deep shadow longer than the ship on the sea, and the fear and despair on the faces of the crew and passengers, and the indescribable sense of relief and emotion when I saw the twin spires of the Temple of Glory emitting warm orange light in the night sky after struggling to hold on until the storm was about to end. At that time, after arriving at the Naples Islands, I joined a small expedition team on the main island to catch silver tuna, preparing to go deep into the lightless sea on the northwest side of the islands to find the whereabouts of the city of origin Yaina. Claire gently hugged her knees and leaned against a gray-white rock, with a look of nostalgia in her eyes. According to my research, Yaina was originally built on the Yar continent. However, due to an unknown change that happened later, the entire city of Yaina, along with part of the continent, split from the main plate of the Yar continent and fell into the depths of the Sea of No Light. I separated from them halfway and went deep into the Sea of No Light alone. According to the information of the Relic Sea chart in my memory, I arrived at the Forgotten Sea marked on the map. There, in the sinking fog that appears every 6 months, the ghost current phenomenon will appear. It is a strange current that gathers a large number of dead souls of marine creatures. The gray-white soul light is like the Styx flowing through the world. If the living touch it, they will be quickly eroded by it, and eventually become part of the soul of the ocean current. Following the guidance of the ghost current, I drove out of the fog area and then went deep into a terrifying hurricane belt. The sky there was covered with heavy dark red thunderstorm clouds that almost pressed down on my head. Waterspouts connecting the sky and the earth and distorted unstable areas of space were everywhere. Only a small area where the ghost current flowed was relatively calm. As my ship continued to follow the gray-white ocean current, some black and strange basalt columns protruding from the sea gradually appeared in the sea ahead. As I sailed for a long time, the height of those stone columns became higher and higher, until finally, a large number of huge basalt columns protruding hundreds of meters above the sea surface intersected to form a structure like an arch. Through the huge arch, I finally saw the lost continent. The sky there is always shrouded in dim fog. The beach is an endless dead black desert. The air is extremely cold, and no life can be seen, just like the legendary underworld. At this point, Claire suddenly tilted her head and tapped her forehead with her white fingers. Well, speaking of which, in that forgotten land, I also saw many strange ancient civilization relics left by non-human species. I remember you were looking for clues to powerful ancient existences. If you can go there to investigate, you should be able to gain something. Right? Indeed. I should go there to explore once in the future. Listening to Claire's words, Avis nodded generously. Even if he didn't know about these relics, for the sake of the inheritance of the civilization of the stars, he would definitely go there once in the future. As the two talked, the group of nightmare ravens in the sky was getting closer and closer. Even though the vision of the nightmare ravens during the day was average, it was enough to see the two people on the ground. Quack! Accompanied by a shrill and hoarse cry, the ravens flying in the front swooped down without hesitation, ready to attack the two, and the crows behind were also ready to go. However, before they got close enough to attack, a shockingly huge wave of magic suddenly erupted from a dot-like figure below. Quack! 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 Feeling this oppressive feeling as if facing a deadly natural disaster, the previously aggressive nightmare ravens suddenly panicked. They screamed and flapped their wings desperately to turn around, scattering a lot of black feathers in panic. As the crows fled in panic, the ring on Avis's finger dimmed again. Your style hasn't changed. Avis. Looking at this scene, Claire couldn't help but twitch her lips. At any time, she felt helpless and admired Avis's fighting style that relied purely on equipment to crush. After all, being able to win all battles with equipment is also a manifestation of hard power. No way. Unlike you who can explore the lost continent alone, my strength is still very weak. And I don't like meaningless battles. Only the gold coins at home are a bit more. Avis spread his hands and lay comfortably beside the girl. By the way, Senior Sister Claire, as a reward for helping me find the information of those ruins, what equipment and financial support do you need? Please make a list for me. No, there is no need for reward. We are companions, and this level of mutual help is what we should do. Claire shook her head and spoke in a light tone. Is it really okay? Such simple equipment. Hearing this, Avis turned his head and looked at Claire slightly. The subtle meaning in his eyes made the half-elf girl purse her lips immediately, and veins on her forehead could not help but appear faintly. What is simplicity? Avis, has anyone ever told you that you are annoying? No. They only told me that I am charming. After staring at each other in silence for a moment, the two laughed again. Hee hee. Avis, you are still so narcissistic. With a smile in her blue eyes, Claire shook her head helplessly, and her tone became serious again. But I do have one thing that I hope to get your help with. What is it? As long as I can do it. Of course, it's no problem. Hearing the girl's tone, Avis also became a little serious. Avis. In fact, I hope to use your power to help me find the key to open the city of origin, Claire explained. During this journey, although I arrived at the lost continent, I failed to actually enter the city of origin. Following the clues in my memory, I managed to pass through the cold and vast dead black desert, and found the entrance to the city of origin in the huge mountains at the end of the desert that seemed like the edge of the world. However, without the key, I couldn't get through there. Key? Is that it? After listening to Claire's description, Avis thought for a while, took out the restored star stone disc from the ring, and handed it to the girl. Its power seems to be a little familiar to me. It should be related to the civilization of the stars. But I don't think this is the key to that door. Taking the stone disc, Claire carefully examined it, and then shook her head. The power of that door is very special. It is a strange power essence, like an endless and vast world. Once you have touched it, you will never make a mistake. As she said, the girl gently held Avis's hand and synchronized her perception at the time. Chapter 721 Key. This power. Avis was slightly startled when he sensed the feeling transmitted by the girl. He seemed to be familiar with this power. Oh! Yes. It seemed to be the silver key in the Duke's hand. Have you thought of anything, Avis? Noticing Avis's reaction, Claire looked over expectantly. Well, this may be a little difficult. Thinking of the Duke's attitude towards the key as if it were a lover, Avis touched his chin and began to think in his heart. If he told the Duke that he wanted to borrow it, how likely would it be to succeed? I know that my request may be difficult, but if I rely on my own strength, I am afraid I don't know how long it will take to find relevant information. So, please don't have any pressure. Avis, I am mentally prepared to search for a long time, even if there is no news for several years or decades. It doesn't matter. Claire nodded in understanding, obviously misunderstanding Avis's answer. She didn't even remember the whereabouts of that thing. And God knew where it fell in the world now. No, you misunderstood me, Senior Claire. After coming back to his senses, Avis shook his head gently. Before talking about the whereabouts of the key, I need to ask, do you have to go to the city of origin Yaina in person? Yes. A part of me is there. In the memory information I obtained, the star civilization once found it, and kept it in the research institute of the city of origin. I must go there, and let it merge with me again. Claire nodded, and told Avis her goal without any defense. Is that so? After hearing Claire's answer, Avis was also a little puzzled. Actually, I probably already know what the key you are talking about is. As he spoke, Avis passed the information about the silver key to the girl through the hands of the two of them. Yes, I think it should be it. Where is it? After sensing that familiar power, Claire was immediately excited. Originally, she didn't have much hope, but just asked Avis for help with the idea of giving it a try. But she didn't expect to have such a great harvest. Don't worry about me, Avis. No matter how dangerous it is left in, as long as I know its exact whereabouts, I will find a way to get it. Claire gently clenched her fist and raised her face slightly, her white pointed ears trembling, and her eyes were full of determination. It's not the case. Looking at Claire's full of fighting spirit, Avis's eyelids twitched. It's in my father's hands now. Avis's father? Claire was also stunned when she heard this answer. The next moment, the half-elf girl deflated like a ball, and her face became helpless. She couldn't force it in Avis's house. Don't be discouraged, Claire. I will try to borrow the key from my father, but it may take some time, so I can only trouble you to wait for a while. Seeing the girl's reaction, Avis hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, Avis. I am very grateful that you are willing to help me with this matter. Claire took a deep breath, patted her cheeks, and cheered herself up again. Then, during this period of time, I will go back to Pamir College to investigate the details of the city of origin Yaina. If you have any news, you can come to the college to find me. Claire stood up lightly and squatted next to Avis. A blush silently climbed up the girl's ear tips, and the breeze blew through her pure golden soft hair, sending a wonderful fragrance to Avis's nose. And, Avis. In Avis's somewhat surprised eyes, the half-elf girl suddenly gave him a warm hug. Thank you. After separating from Claire, Avis contacted Duke Carrot and tried to mention the matter of borrowing the silver key. However, he was sternly rejected by the Duke just after he mentioned the beginning. "You don't understand what that key means to us, Avis. That is not my personal property, but one of the foundations of my Olivendi family. I cannot make the decision, and I can't lend it to anyone, even if that person is you." "But, Father, what if I say that we found a door that is suspected to be related to the key?" Although the Duke had an attitude of no negotiation, Avis was not discouraged, and he was not without the chips to persuade the Duke. "Door?" After receiving the spiritual message transmitted by Avis, the Duke's eyes became solemn. "Where is its specific location?" "This? I don't know either. Maybe I can only remember it again when I find it with the key." Avis suddenly started to play dumb, his eyes wandering around, just not looking at the Duke. Now is not the time for you to be willful, Avis." Seeing Avis like this, the Duke was a little amused. "Everything that may be related to the key, the family will control it at all costs. This is not a joke. Let me guess. You have always been in Pamir College before, and there is a clone with Fiona, so this door should not be found by you during the adventure. Right? And you only have 3 main sources of information. First, the foreigner forces you formed and other intelligence organizations. Second, the clues on a mysterious item you cracked. Third, your friends around you." The blue eyes stared at the expression on Avis's face, and Duke Carrot analyzed it bit by bit. "First, the second possibility can be ruled out. You can't possibly come into contact with a mysterious item that can actually record the characteristics of this level of power in the Academy, because even if the purpose is unclear, it will be collected by high-level professionals and wait for research in the future. Second, the first possibility can also be ruled out. The things that my Olivendi family has been looking for hundreds of years and have not been found have been found by your intelligence organization that was established a few years ago, and I haven't even received any news. It's ridiculous. Those foreigners may have a certain chance of accidentally encountering it, but if they got the news, the information about the door might have spread by now. So, someone around you told you, right? According to my information, there happens to be an explorer among your classmates. She has found many high-level ancient ruins for you. And most importantly, you seem to have just met her before contacting me." Looking at Ambus's gradually solemn eyes, Carrot smiled. "So, if I send someone to ask her directly, would it be better than asking you?" Chapter 722 Cooperation or Not. "What are you going to do, Father?" Facing the Duke's gaze, Ambus was silent for a moment and finally spoke. "In this matter, the interests of the Olivendi family are the priority, Ambus." Duke Carrot replied indifferently. "You may not know the significance of the key to the family, Avis. Now, I can tell you clearly that its importance is no less than that of Fiona to the family. Remember the star prophecy before? In fact, there are 2 interpretations of it in the family. One believes that the so-called star in the prophecy refers to the existence of Fiona, while the other believes that the so-called star actually refers to what the key will bring. So, the family must get the coordinates of that door at any cost. As for your female explorer classmate, for your sake, as long as she is willing to cooperate, we will get the exact coordinates, and the 9th level guardian will personally take action to cleanse her memory related to the door, and give her a sufficiently generous compensation on the premise of ensuring that she will not be harmed. I can't let you do this, Father." Slightly narrowing his eyes, Avis slowly shook his head under the oppressive gaze of the Duke. "Really? Then how are you going to stop me, Avis?" Seeing Avis's reaction, Duke Carrot showed a funny look instead. He crossed his arms and looked calm and composed. "I can understand your desire to protect your friends, Avis. However, the underlying operating rules of this world are ultimately determined by strength. Before you really grow up, all your strength comes from your family. What can you use to resist the will of the family? Rely on your own strength, or those inferior forces you developed in private? I know that with the help of that book, you may have hidden some strength. But at your current age, no matter how strong your real strength is, how strong can it be?" Looking at Avis, who lowered his head slightly and seemed a little discouraged, Duke Carrot's tone softened again. "Maybe if you give me another 100 years, when your own strength breaks through the 9th level, and you have cross-empire level forces under your command, your will have enough weight in the family. But now, the will of the family will not be transferred because of your thoughts. Take this incident as a lesson to remember, Avis. I hope you can understand one thing. Everything outside has the possibility of leaving you. And only the power you control is the foundation. For example, those mystical studies that you like. It doesn't matter if you treat them as hobbies. But you must never let them affect your own strength improvement. Because at the critical moment, they can't help you at all. After speaking a lot of truths in a very high-profile manner, Duke Carrot breathed a sigh of relief and felt very satisfied. Since his youngest son has behaved very maturely since he was a child, he doesn't have many opportunities to teach Avis a lesson like this. So he wants to experience this feeling. How about it, Avis? Now do you want to tell me the location coordinates of the door yourself? Or should I ask your explorer classmate? Sorry, Father. You may not be able to do this anymore. To the Duke's surprise, Avis suddenly raised his head and smiled. When you said you would send someone to find my explorer classmate, I contacted the people of Ring of Truth. After learning the situation, they have urgently taken her away for protection. I am afraid she will not return to the main material world in the short term. What did you say? After a pause, the Duke quickly took out a crystal ball from the ring and took a look. When he saw the news urgently transmitted by the intelligence department that Claire suddenly left the Royal Pamir Academy and then disappeared completely after a dream fluctuation, the smile on his face disappeared little by little. Do you understand what you are doing, Avis? You have infiltrated the Circle of Truth. I won't say anything, but you have to understand that you are a direct descendant of my Olivindi family. My blood. You are naturally in an irreversible hostile position with the Circle of Truth, because you can't stop my actions. You handed her over to the Circle of Truth? How could you make such a foolish choice? Looking at Avis in the crystal ball in disbelief, Duke Carrot's face was as cold as ice, and he wanted to pry open Avis's head to take a closer look at what evil this little son had today. Sorry, Father. There is one thing I didn't tell you. Claire was originally a member of the Circle of Truth, and her job was to find ancient ruins. Avis calmly watched the Duke change from calm to angry through the crystal ball. Anyway, with the protection of the Academy's maze, the Duke couldn't pass through the crystal ball to slap him. As for Claire's identity, he, the leader of the Circle of Truth, has spoken. Even if a prophet is asked to predict, Claire is still a member of the Circle of Truth today. What did you say? Duke Carrot was shocked again. The Circle of Truth was actually beside me. Father, Claire is my friend. Why do you have to push her to the enemy? I can confess that she did find the door during the expedition, and she did not tell me the specific coordinates. She just asked me to help find the key. I borrowed the key from you because I was going to explore with her in the future. When she revealed the information about the door, you should have controlled her directly. Alas, it's my fault for not letting you understand the importance of the key in advance. Now that I know she is a member of the Circle of Truth, it is even more impossible to lend the key. The Duke sighed and had a headache about the development of the situation. Forget it. I will discuss this matter in the family meeting. In addition, as a punishment for your choice that harms the interests of the family, your resource quota for the next 10 years will be halved. After the call ended, Avis was somewhat relieved. If it can be discussed in the family meeting, it means that there is still room for this matter. At the same time, his clone, who is now in the floating city in the deep dream world, also explained the current situation to Claire. So, Avis, you are the founder of the Circle of Truth organization? I am also a member of the Circle of Truth? Claire looked at Avis in surprise with her blue eyes slightly widened, not knowing what to say for a moment. That's right. Senior Sister Claire, as my companion, you are now also a member of my Circle of Truth organization. Now as the leader, I announce that Claire is appointed as the Chief Explorer of the Circle of Truth, responsible for exploring ancient ruins. Avis nodded, solemnly gave Claire the appointment, and then laughed. Don't be nervous, Senior Sister. It's just a title. And I also asked my father not to reveal any news about you. It's okay, Avis. However, Claire interrupted Avis's explanation with a smile. No need to explain anything to me. We will always be companions. Right? Yes. We will always be companions. Alarm. A powerful dream monster is approaching. Avis also laughed. But the next moment, he was interrupted by the alarm of Bomia and the sudden shaking of the floating city. Until I am consumed by you. Avis shrugged at Claire's apologetic look. Bomia. Fire at full power. On the other side, after contacting Anvis, Duke Carrot immediately convened an emergency meeting. In the Duke's eyes, this was undoubtedly an emergency. because the Ring of Truth might have also known about the door. Soon, at the Duke's call, several 9th level projections of the family arrived. However, when the Duke explained the current situation, several 9th level projections had irreconcilable differences. Some people believed that there must be no compromise and the silver key must be controlled, while others thought that limited cooperation was possible. Chapter 723 Secret Talk. Finally, the several people came to a stalemate in dealing with this matter. Duke Carrot and a 9th level Extreme Guardian believed that with the strength of the Circle of Truth, they were already qualified to negotiate with the Olivendi family on an equal footing and could negotiate with them. Zero Ice Crystal Pomona and another 9th level Guardian believed that there was no need to let the Circle of Truth touch the silver key in the family's hands for the location of the door. After suspected control of a new floating city, in the private assessment of many forces, the Circle of Truth has already reached a level comparable to the Continental Magic Council. In this case, the other party has mastered the coordinates of the door, and the key is in their hands. If they continue to insist on a hostile stance, it will not be of any benefit to them. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides is not big, and the Olivendi family cannot rely on hard means to obtain information from the Circle of Truth. Similarly, it is basically impossible for the people of the Circle of Truth to snatch the key from the Duke. Then, the best way is naturally for both parties to sit down together and discuss cooperation. However, some people were not satisfied with this result. This is too risky. Even if the Ring of Truth has the door, what can it do? We don't need to find the door at all. The power contained in this key is enough to serve as a ritual medium and open the road to legend. After the projection meeting, Zero Ice Crystal Pomona, who returned to his laboratory, was so angry that he waved his hand and froze all the instruments and experimental materials in the room into ice sculptures. And that idiot Carrot, who got the title of the youngest 9th level in the Empire, was so arrogant that he didn't recognize his position. He actually regarded the experimental subject as his own daughter. It was ridiculous. Does he think the family's plan is a child's game? Young people are really unreliable. After cursing for a while, Pomona became more and more angry. After absorbing the ice covering the entire laboratory, he was ready to go back to Carrot to talk about the reason. However, before he really took action, a strange black crystal amulet in his arm suddenly trembled and sent out a special wave. Looking at the changes in the amulet, Pomona was stunned for a moment, and then reached out to hold it. With his movement, a tiny green flame suddenly lit up from the center of the transparent amulet, like an open black eye. How about it? Respected 0-degree ice crystal. Have you made a decision on our previous proposal? A cold spiritual message with no recognizable features suddenly came out from the pupil. Although I don't know what you think you came to me with, I will never agree. So don't mention it again. With a cold snort, Pomona rejected the amulet's proposal without a second thought. Your Majesty doesn't seem to be calm. It seems that your ideas have just diverged from those of other 9th Order beings. Right? The amulet trembled slightly and sent out a message. Humph, so what? This is ultimately an internal matter of my Olivendi family. I won't betray my family for such a thing. Pomona sneered coldly and was ready to end the connection directly. You misunderstood. We don't need you to betray the Olivendi family. Your position and goals do not conflict with ours, because the one you want to call through the key is also one of the greatest beings among the foreign gods we serve. As if sensing Pomona's impatience, the amulet's tone became hasty. What did you say? Hearing this, Pomona finally stopped. Yes, we know the matter of the key very well. As one of the holy objects, we naturally have our own detection methods. Sensing the sudden turn of events, the information in the amulet calmed down again. You want to call him through the key and use its power to break through the legend. This does not conflict with us. All we need is to let him look at this world. But as the price of the secret ritual, the only one who is qualified to be a sacrifice is the girl Fiona of the ancestral legendary bloodline guarded by your family. And this is exactly in line with the prophecy. The shining star rises on the crown of the crystal bird. With Fiona as a sacrifice and the silver key as a medium, we communicated with him, who was far away from countless worlds, but omnipresent, and finally succeeded in breaking through the legend and became the star that hung high in the dome and never extinguished. What do you want to do? After a moment of silence, Pomona finally spoke again, but there was a trace of undetectable struggle in his voice. Breaking through the legend is the deepest and greatest obsession in the hearts of all 9th level people. Nothing It's just that now that His Majesty the Duke of Carrot is the head of the family, it should be difficult for you to realize the plan with your own strength. Right? Of course. We don't think you are not strong enough. But because you are a member of the Olivindi family, many things are not convenient to do after all. The spiritual message in the amulet came faintly. Gloria 3 is missing. And the princes and princesses in the House of Lords are only concerned with internal fighting. The royal family's constraints on the 4 major families have been reduced to the lowest level. This is the best opportunity that comes once in 1,000 years. As far as I know. The other 3 major families have each started their own secret plans. Your cooperation with us is not a betrayal to the Olivindi family, but the greatest loyalty. Your strength is also the strength of the Olivindi family. If you can find a way to break through the legend, then all different voices will disappear, because you have proved with facts that your choice is correct. After listening to the other party's words, Pomona was silent for a long time. He wanted to crush the amulet directly, but after the disagreement with Carlotte and others in the previous meeting, a different voice emerged in his heart. Why not try it? As the other party said, this did not cause any loss to him. After all, this was originally the backup plan prepared by the family. And now, he just started it in advance. Especially at this time when the royal family's energy has been completely involved in the disappearance of Gloria 3, and has no time to take care of the small actions of the 4 major families. It is even more necessary to make a decisive decision. Otherwise, according to Carrot's slow plan, when Fiona's blood power is increased to enough to break through the legend, there may not be many unexpected situations in the middle. It is more likely that Fiona will disappear again because of some shitty fate, and her whereabouts will be unknown, resulting in the family's empty-handedness. Trying to find reasons to convince himself, Pomona calmed down and made a decision in his heart. Since Carrot is ready to cooperate with the Circle of Truth, what does it matter if he cooperates with the Songqing secret cult? Tell me about your plan. Chapter 724 War restarts. After a while. After the secret meeting with the Songqing esoteric cult ended, Pomona thought for a while, and took out another encrypted crystal ball to activate it. After a while, the crystal ball emitted a bright light, and the image of the second Prince Cain appeared at the other end of the crystal ball. In this game of competing for the imperial power, Pomona also participated in it. Although the 4 major families of the empire always remain neutral on the surface. As a 9th level strongman, wanting to participate is just a matter of disguising his identity. As long as they do not personally kill a royal descendant. The prince/princess, who eventually ascends to the throne, will usually not delve into the responsibilities of these 9th levels, who once supported other princes. If the lucky bet wins, and the prince you support succeeds in ascending to the throne, you can get a precious place in the eternal secret realm that opens every 300 years. That is a special secret realm that is only used by the 9th level royal family, and only 5 people can enter at a time. Although it is ineffective against the 9th level limit, the 9th level existence below the 9th level limit can enter and gain the benefits of greatly improving the progress of the rule power control and clarifying the way forward. Since the strongest prince and the 4th princess did not need the assistance of this unidentified 9th level person, he could only choose to assist the second prince, whose strength was closest to the 9th level. Good afternoon. His Highness Cain. Good afternoon. Respected His Majesty Ice Crystal. What can I do for you? The second Prince Cain looked at Pomona with a little surprise. As a mutually beneficial relationship, this person would hardly contact him normally. Yes. Is there anything I can help you with? Pomona nodded and told his question. Help. At the other end of the crystal ball, Cain thought for a moment. The intensity of the conflict between my brother and my 4th sister has increased recently, and there will probably be some exploratory wars next. If possible, I hope to get some manpower support. Also, at the critical moment, I hope you can secretly help me get rid of the people around me who are monitoring me. I want to try again to see if I can break through. No problem. Pomona nodded. If the 2 candidates for the throne go to war, the royal family will surely be more attracted to it, which is a good time for him to implement his plan. Also, have the 3 guardians done anything abnormal recently? The 3 guardians have not done anything special recently, but I am not sure if they have any plans in private. The second prince shook his head. I know. If there is anything else that needs my help, just speak up. Without any hesitation in his heart, Pomona exchanged some polite words with the second prince, ended the communication, and made up his mind to act in the near future. In the 2465th year of the glorious calendar, The middle month. The first day. The two major interest groups of the eldest Prince Ferdinand and the fourth Princess Osvia went to war. Wars broke out in strategic locations such as Vizar, Bauman Basin, and Blackleaf Plains, and many small nobles under their command fought fiercely. The other princes also took advantage of the chaos to make small moves. And the civil war in the empire that had been suppressed for a short time was likely to break out again. After nearly a year, the two had basically integrated all the forces that could be integrated in the country. Although the four major families remained neutral, all the marquises were worthy of being fought for, especially after two marquises had died before, although they each had a way to prolong their lives and revive. Before they completely recovered their 9th level strength, they would inevitably have to give up a part of their original territory, and this part could just be used as a reward. Both princes promised that as long as they won the final victory, the territories captured in the war would be redistributed according to their military merits. For this reason, many small and medium-sized nobles below were all killing. As long as the prince they supported won, they would all become founding nobles and ascend to heaven in one step. And those powerful big families temporarily kept their troops in place, mainly testing each other, allowing the coalition forces of many small and medium-sized nobles to be cannon fodder to test the strength and trump cards of the other side. At the same time, according to an unknown gossip, Ferdinand and Osvia had secretly conducted a short and tentative fight, and Osvia was once at a disadvantage. But in the end, there was no winner. In such a situation, some conspiracies began to grow quietly. What? Pomona was ambushed by the 9th level existence of the Songqing secret cult. And the current situation is critical? In Yuelin Castle, Duke Carrot was surprised when he suddenly received an urgent message for help. When he learned the news, his first reaction was that the other party was trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The other party's attack could not be without purpose, especially among the 9th level professionals. Without sufficient reason to support, they would not easily start a war. The target of the Songqing secret cult is probably still Fiona. Now the 9th level guardian of the family is protecting Fiona closely. He is the only 9th level guardian who can move freely. However, the signal for help cannot be false after all. To be on the safe side, Carlotte first contacted the 9th level guardian of the Alfred family, notifying them to be vigilant in the near future and be careful of the conspiracy of the Songqing secret cult, and at the same time activated the highest level of protection of Moon Castle. Then he opened the channel according to the spatial coordinates and prepared to go to support Pomona. When he really arrived at the battlefield, the first thing that caught Carlotte's eyes was a huge green strange magic circle. Pomona was trapped in the core of the magic circle by a strange green flame. The steaming green flame wrapped him up like a big cocoon, and he couldn't break free no matter how crazy he attacked. Around the magic circle, a group of strange pagans wearing black robes and burning green flames raised their arms and surrounded the huge green flame cocoon in a circle, chanting strange sacrificial texts with fanaticism, as if they were performing some kind of mysterious ceremony. Noticing the Duke's appearance, a foreign god priest floating in the air, holding a black stone scepter and wearing a bone-white bird-shaped mask, slowly turned around. In the empty bone eye sockets, two balls of green flame stared at him like eyes. This strange scene in front of him made Carrot's heart sink slightly. Facing his arrival, the enemy did not show any panic or fear, and was obviously prepared. However, Pomona has now fallen into the hands of the enemy, even if he knew that the enemy might be prepared. Fortunately, because he guessed that the visitor had bad intentions, he also brought the family's treasures before coming. With his blue eyes narrowed slightly, Carrot slowly opened his hands, and a dark purple mini tornado surrounded by crystal clear ice crystals emerged from his palms. That was the treasure that the ancestor Olivindi accidentally obtained from the life forbidden zone. It was originally a natural giant terrifying eye of the storm, but in an unknown flash, it shrank into such a strange existence similar to a strange object. As the mini tornado emerged, the sky within a radius of dozens of miles suddenly darkened, and the fierce wind and snow containing the power of rules blew up. Flakes of snow were like drops of water falling into boiling oil, fiercely annihilating each other, with the green flames wrapped around Pomona. And in the center of this pitch-black blizzard, a huge tornado that connected the sky and the ground had already formed, sweeping towards the magic circle surrounded by many pagans like a natural disaster. Chapter 725, Trap and Premonition. Why? Faced with this natural disaster-like attack, the green flames in the eyes of the alien god priest Baigu also trembled violently. He raised the black stone staff in his hand and shouted a strange syllable. At the same time, a flash of frenzy flashed in the eyes of many believers surrounding the magic circle below. They suddenly took out the ritual daggers from their arms and inserted them neatly into their abdomens. The green flames burning on their bodies suddenly lit up as if they were injected with fuel. So, the green flames wrapped around Pomona suddenly became stronger, and even had a posture comparable to the huge wind column. Want to resist? With a sneer, Duke carried directly through the miniature tornado in his hand into the wind column. The next moment, the width of the storm suddenly expanded by nearly one-fold, and the snowflakes that were swept up by the storm had now turned into blurred silver lines, and even caused the space that passed through to produce thin, unstable waves. Faced with the eye of the storm, which had greatly increased its power, the steaming green flames were finally unable to resist and slowly extinguished uncontrollably. The surrounding pagans fell down like wheat harvested by a sickle. Without a sound, the pagan priest seemed to see that the situation was not good, and he waved his staff and disappeared without a trace. The Duke did not stop him from escaping. After all, he was only here to save people this time, and he had to be safe first. Without the restraint of the green flames, Pomona finally broke free from the magic circle and slowly flew back to the Duke. You are late. Their real target is Fiona. However, Pomona's first words made Carrot's heart tighten. What's going on? What do you know? Stop talking. Let's go to Xingqian territory first. I'll explain it to you slowly on the way. Pomona waved his hand hastily, looking anxious, as if he couldn't wait to get to Fiona. Okay. Then what are you doing? But when the Duke connected the portal without any doubt, a dark stone staff suddenly appeared in Pomona's hand. Taking advantage of the moment when the Duke communicated with the other side of the channel, when the defense was the most relaxed, he suddenly activated it. In an instant, the huge green spherical divine power field involved the two of them suddenly encountered this change. The Duke's movements were instantly interrupted, and he was caught off guard by the divine power. The magic power in his body became sluggish for a while, and all kinds of crazy and confused illusions eroded the mental space like a tsunami, making it difficult to keep a clear mind. Are you crazy? No. That's not right. You are not Pomona at all. Who are you? In shock and anger, a silver 20-sided crystal on the Duke's chest lit up, and a colorless crystal-like absolute zero-degree ray instantly shot towards him. But before it could touch Pomona's body, it was annihilated by the dark green, divine power in the field. Have you been discovered? Since the goal had been achieved, Pomona no longer hid. His facial features suddenly melted like a lit candle, and the flesh-colored wax oil flowed down his face, revealing a dark, slimy face that was slightly undulating like a fluid. The green flame priest of the Song Star esoteric cult, the agent of the great gods will mimic apostle, greets his excellency Winter Cold. The strange and harsh voice that was not human-like came from the blurred face of the mimic apostle, who had returned to his original state, although its disguise was very close to the real body. If the ninth-level existence carefully distinguished it, it could actually observe a certain difference. So it needs to be used in this emergency environment so that the Duke has no time to carefully identify it. Where is Pomona? What did you do to him? After barely adjusting his state, Carrot glared at him. Don't worry. He is very safe now. Compared with his situation, you might as well feel more of the grace of God now. Looking at the Duke struggling like a flying insect falling into resin with an expressionless face, the apostle casually released the black stone staff that stored a huge amount of divine power in his hand, allowing it to maintain the existence of the divine power field by itself. And he left the field. Then, he opened his arms, and the pitch-black mucus tentacles gushed out from his body surface, and began to interweave and aggregate in a specific order, gradually forming a three-dimensional weird magic circle structure. Although he knew that the other party's actions would definitely be disadvantageous to him, the Duke had no extra energy to stop him at this moment. The dark green divine flame in the strange scepter had seriously affected his mental state. As the apostle moved, the huge spherical green flame field did not change inside, but if observed from the outside, it would be found that the entire field was shrinking rapidly. Finally, the outside field turned into a green light ball the size of a glass marble, suspended in front of the mimic apostle. Did it succeed? As the plan succeeded, the real Pomona appeared beside him, and looked at the green ball in front of him that was still shrinking with some fear. In fact, at the beginning, it was Pomona himself who was trapped in the green flame. which was the key reason why the Duke did not doubt too much. Until the last moment. Under the cover of the breath of the sudden burst of the dark green, divine power flame, the mimic apostle exchanged positions with Pomona in the green flame. The divine domain can trap him for 15 days. During this period, all his contacts with the outside world will be completely cut off, and the divine power will distort all predictions of this event. You need to complete our agreement within 15 days and come back here to save him. Your Excellency 0-degree ice crystal. The dark face turned to Pomona with an expressionless face, and the mimic apostle spoke indifferently. At the same time, the small ball finally disappeared completely in the air. Humph. Don't worry. I will do it. With a cold snort, Pomona's figure flashed and disappeared after a last look at the location where the green ball disappeared. On the other side, when the Duke fell into the trap, in Pamir College, Anda suddenly felt a sense of unrest for no reason. This feeling came and went quickly, but Avis did not ignore it. For a prophet, being uneasy can be a big or small thing, but it basically means that something unfavorable will happen. So he took out various prophecy materials and performed a standard precognition ritual. But the result of the ritual showed that everything was normal. It seemed that there was only a small force that was squeezed out by the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce. Because they did not know his true identity, they were preparing to secretly attack him. Avis was also a little confused about this result. Being attacked by a small force is indeed a disadvantage. But this level of danger should not make him uneasy. The affairs of the Black Ring Chamber of Commerce are currently entirely handled by his clone Raphael. Even if it is attacked, at most this clone will dissipate, which is not a substantial threat to him. After thinking for a while, Avis decided to change to a simpler, but more difficult to interfere with prophecy method. Using a special magic feather pen, Avis dipped it in the moonlight mercury basin, and then wrote a line of silver gumani text on a special dragon skin paper. Danger is approaching. After writing, Avis looked at the line of text, and saw it slowly change from silver to purple. This change means that the content of the writing is true, and there is indeed some danger. My safety is under serious threat. This time, the color of the text remained unchanged for a long time. The people around me are under serious threat. The text gradually turned purple. Chapter 726 Preparation. Are people around you in danger? Looking at the changes in the text, Avis narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party who could interfere with his prediction results is probably not an ordinary force. And, just by performing such vague divinations twice, his fate feedback power actually consumed nearly 1,000 units. Although this has little impact on his current total of 6-digit fate favors, it makes Avis more curious about the other party's origins, although he already had some guesses in his mind. For the sake of caution, Avis picked up the pen again and quickly wrote a new word on the paper. Friends. For a long time, the silver text did not change. Isn't it? With a sigh in his heart, Avis no longer hesitated and finally wrote down the word. Relatives. But this time, the prophecy ceremony changed beyond Avis's expectations. When he raised the pen, the silver text on the paper first instantly turned into an almost weird phantom purple, and then the color gradually deepened, and finally turned into a color that was almost dark green. The original liquid moonlight mercury handwriting has now been ignited by some invisible flame, twisting wildly on the dragon skin paper, leaving a series of scorched marks with a strange smell. Avis seemed to be able to feel that outside the endless and distant starry sky, there was some unknown great existence that cast a prying gaze here through these words. However, at this time, the maze of Pamir Academy seemed to be stimulated by something, and the shielding strength suddenly increased greatly, even isolating this gaze from the outside for a while. At the same time, the old secret book on Anda's body, which had been motionless, suddenly lit up, and the page turned instantly, greedily absorbing the word on the dragon skin paper that was quietly burning with a faint green flame into the page. As the characters disappeared, the strange peeping eyes lost their positioning coordinates and could only disperse helplessly again. Green flame? Songqing's secret cult? Watching this scene happen, Anvis knew that he could no longer continue to predict. Even if he continued to predict by force, not only would there be no results, but it would even attract the attention of that existence to further project. But at least, he has locked the most likely identity of the enemy. Since the outbreak of years of war in the Yar continent, these alien god cults have emerged like mushrooms after rain, and have developed vigorously while the ruling classes of the major empires and the Holy Light Church were busy dealing with the war. as the oldest alien god church in history. The Songqing secret cult provoked wars everywhere when the Holy Light Church was busy curbing the expansion of overlapping areas, and it seemed that the purpose was to accelerate the progress of this expansion to cover the Yar continent. At the same time, they had previously attacked Fiona. If it weren't for the many 9th level masters of the two families, who tried their best to stop them, and Avis, who drove the floating city in the identity of the Ring of Truth, they might have succeeded. Considering this, Avis took out the crystal ball and prepared to contact Duke Carrot to let the family be on guard against the attack of the Songqing esoteric cult in advance. Can't contact? What's going on? But this time, the Duke didn't respond to his request for contact for a long time. Realizing that something was wrong, Avis immediately contacted Duchess Elena and Butler Leonard. Your father? He just received a request for help from his 9th rank Uncle Pomona and has gone to support him. But he hasn't come back yet. It is said that the enemy is from the Songqing secret cult. They were also the ones who attacked your sister Fiona last time. At the other end of the crystal ball, Elena looked at Avis, who looked serious, and comforted him gently. Don't worry, Avis. This time, he not only brought the powerful treasures of the family, but also notified the 9th rank of the Alfred family to be more vigilant. Nothing will go wrong. Although she said so, from her fingers unconsciously circling a strand of golden hair, the Duchess's mood did not seem as calm as it seemed on the surface. By the way, the master left a message before leaving, warning us to be vigilant against possible attacks from the Songqing secret cult and to strengthen our vigilance against Miss Fiona. When the Duchess stopped talking, Butler Leonard, who had his gray hair combed meticulously and dressed in a straight black suit, spoke up. Can you monitor the current status of my father? Anvis had no way to deal with this result. After all, the Duke's actions were not what he could predict. The life crystal ball left by the Lord and the family showed no abnormality. Lord Anvis. But the specific location cannot be determined. Leonard shook his head. He had been asked by Elena to check it before. I understand. Then, I have no problem. After ending the communication, Anvis's thoughts coincided with the Duke's previous speculation. The Songqing secret cult would not attack a 9th level person for no reason. That would be meaningless and quite dangerous. They must be prepared to achieve some other valuable goal through this behavior. And Fiona fits this perfectly. Of course, in addition to this, the Duke himself may also be in danger. But the Duke is currently missing, and he is still going to rescue Pomona, who is also a 9th level warrior. The two 9th level warriors are together, and the possibility of a real crisis is not great. It is more likely that they are just temporarily trapped. At present, he plays the role of the adjutant of Levin Bully on Fiona's side, and has not found any abnormal situation. However, during this period when the eldest prince and the 4th princess restarted the civil war, if the premise is that the Duke and Pomona's uncle are trapped at the same time, then the Ring of Truth is likely to take advantage of the chaos to launch another attack. After thinking about it, Anvis temporarily invested more power shares in Levin Bully and shifted more attention there. Carla's province. Star territory. At this time, Fiona was in the garden of the Lord's mansion, holding a tea party with Princess Osvia and several other noble ladies. Although the civil war has broken out again, the 4 provinces of the empire have not been involved yet. The war is still far away from the young ladies, and Osvia occasionally comes here to take a break. As a 9th level strongman, she could also open multiple clones to handle various things at the same time. And Fiona's own value is also worthy of her more investment and cooperation. The purpose of this tea party is to communicate and promote feelings, as well as to share gossip and rumors that each party has. Often, the information at this tea party has unique value. In peacetime, you can find a lot of fun in the Twin Capes of Paravani province, in addition to seeing the legendary mermaids and the huge sea monsters they tame. There is also the most beautiful coast in the entire empire. Isn't that right, Liline? Holding a cup of black tea with tiny silver flowers floating on it, a pink-haired noble lady said easily. That's right. And there are also the best and freshest delicacies produced in the Black Aegean Sea. There are some specialties that can only be truly enjoyed in the Twin Capes. Only after tasting the freshly roasted deep-sea black butterfly abalone and the fresh slices of silver barracuda that have just been caught for no more than 1 magic hour, you will know what real life is. A black-haired noble lady also agreed. It sounds very pleasant. Fiona, who was sitting in the middle of the crowd, was a little curious. Due to her identity, she had almost never left the province of Carlas. If it's convenient. How about we go there for the party next time? I happen to have a beautiful little manor there, where we can enjoy the underwater rainbow spectacle created by the rainbow perch migration every 3 years. Seeing Fiona's curiosity, Princess Osvia took the initiative to invite her. Chapter 727 Incident. Sorry, Sister Osvia. I really want to accept your invitation, but I must get my father's permission to leave the province of Carlos. Shaking her head regretfully, Fiona politely declined the invitation. That's a pity. But if you want to go out and play one day in the future, I can help you mention it to His Excellency the Duke. The fourth princess nodded and stopped talking about this topic. Speaking of which, have you heard about it? It's the constructed network headband promoted by the federal parliament. It seems to have been circulated in a small range in the empire recently. Seeing that the scene was a bit cold, the seventh daughter of the Alfred family, Catherine Alfred, who had blonde hair and purple eyes, spoke up and brought the topic to a new direction. I tried it before, and there are indeed many interesting gossips and local legends on it, as well as some special games that allow you to simulate the life of a high-level professional. It seems that it is so popular among civilians for a reason. The Empire has always strictly prohibited the spread of such things. Those headbands you mentioned may have been spread through some special channels that are not visible to the public. Also, that thing is actually very dangerous. It is best not to touch it easily. Hearing her words, Osvia shook her head, and her face became serious for the first time. The Dream Lord's Advent event that shocked the entire Yar continent, and the birth of the Contact Group. If you look into the reasons, the constructed network headband played an indispensable and key role in it. In that incident, many professionals who wore the headbands fell into a deep sleep, but never woke up again. Although they have now removed the ability of the network headband to directly connect to the network. According to the research of scholars from the Royal Institute, these headbands are still absorbing the scattered spiritual power of professionals and injecting it into the constructed network to maintain the operation of the network. Moreover, behind the constructed network are many high-level prophet of the Federation. Under their control, it is difficult to ensure that there will not be another disaster similar to the previous arrival of the Lord of Dreams. Is that so? Thank you for your information, Your Highness. Catherine's smile was a little stiff. She had prepared several high-level construction headbands to share with everyone at the tea party. But now it seemed that the original plan was going to fail. While the girls were holding a tea party, Avis found the head maid Annie, who was on standby at one side of the garden. She was directing many maids to work in an orderly manner, and was ready to remedy any problems that might arise. Miss Annie, have there been any unusual personnel changes or situations in the City Lord's mansion recently? Abnormal personnel changes and situations? Annie looked at him with some doubt. As the City Lord's adjutant, you need to ask me about these news? I got some news that there may be powerful beings attacking Fiona's City Lord in the near future. I need to make some defensive preparations in advance. But if I only use my own sources of information, I may miss some key factors. So I am ready to hear your opinion. Anvis explained Annie's question half-truthfully. There is a powerful attack? Annie was shocked when she heard Ava's words. Well, according to what I know, there have been no personnel changes in the castle recently, and no special events have occurred. Everything is normal. After thinking for a while, Annie finally shook her head. Besides, with the Ninth Order Guardian, His Majesty, here, we don't need to worry about the lady's safety. Right, Lord Bully, the Ninth Order is not omnipotent after all. Seeing Annie's disapproving look, Avis sighed in his heart. But he also knew that this was not the level she could reach. Nothing. Don't worry. I'm just asking. Turning away under Annie's puzzled eyes, Avis decided to temporarily make some arrangements around Fiona, waiting for the enemy to be unable to bear it and act. As a top child of destiny, Fiona's own power is actually quite strong. As long as she can create some opportunities, the power of destiny is likely to help her turn danger into safety. When the attention was focused on this side, the invisible premonition became stronger, which also made Avis sure that he was not looking in the wrong direction. Although according to the Duke, Fiona, as a creation of magic experiments, has no blood relationship with him. But because his special double blood structure was referenced during the modulation, there is actually a special fate connection between him and Fiona that is different from blood relatives. Even though the web of fate was temporarily obscured by the power of the outer gods and could not predict related things, it could not completely cover up the vague premonition brought by this connection. 2 days later, To Avis's surprise, Duke Carrot still did not return. But Pomona appeared alone with injuries. Avis originally thought that both of them would not be able to come back for a while. But unexpectedly one of them came back. In any case, this is a good thing. There is one more 9th level combat power. And we can also understand what happened at that time. According to Pomona, who returned to the family, he was careless, and was ambushed by the enemy, and trapped in the divine flame. In order to save him, Duke Carrot fought with the alien god priest. As a result, when the battle was the most intense, he was suddenly teleported by the divine flame and landed directly in a primeval forest near the west coast of the Federation. When he rushed back to the battlefield, Carrot had disappeared, and only traces of their battle were left at the scene. And the tracing spell did not work. The family members did not doubt Pomona's words, because the Duke's location could not be determined at present. Considering the safety issue, the family guardian decided to personally go to the battlefield where Carrot disappeared last to investigate, and let Pomona come back to recuperate, and temporarily replace him to take care of Fiona for a while. No one objected to this development, although Avis always felt that something was wrong. He couldn't say it. That night, out of a strange feeling of irritability, Avis did not continue to deal with daily affairs, but walked aimlessly to the terrace on the top of the city lord's mansion. The summer night sky was very clear, with 2 silver and purple moons in the sky, casting bright 2-color moonlight, which made the spirits seem to be more active. Under the terrace, the Silver Owl City in the night showed its other beautiful side. The light from countless windows of the houses seemed to reflect the stars in the sky, quiet and bright. However, it seems that Avis is not the only one who knows how to appreciate it. On the terrace, there is already a black shadow standing there. Who are you? He approached with some doubts. Although he had recognized Pomona's figure as an ordinary 5th level adjutant Levin Boli, Avis still pretended to be unclear and asked, "An ignorant bug." However, to Avis's surprise, Pomona's reaction to seeing him appear was to slap him. Under the power of rules, Avis's clone turned into a pile of ice crystal dust on the spot. Chapter 728, The Second Attack. What happened? In Pamir Academy, Avis's face suddenly changed. Pomona's unhesitating attack caught him off guard, but also made him grasp some key points. Attacked by Songqing esoteric cult, asking for help from the Duke, returning injured, the family's 9th level extreme guardian went out to investigate, temporarily taking over the position of guarding Fiona. Wait, there's something wrong with Pomona. This terrible possibility flashed through his mind, and an unspeakable chill spread through Avis's body. Inside traitors are always harder to guard than outside enemies. If Pomona really rebelled, it means that Fiona is already in great danger. But Avis couldn't figure it out. As a 9th level, what exactly was the reason for Pomona to betray the family? Even in the previous life, when the Olivendi family was almost shattered, many vassal nobles and some family collateral members betrayed. There was no case of 9th level betrayal, and even Pomona died for the family. As for the benefits, for the 9th Order, what benefits can be greater than the family's ongoing experiment to break through the legendary barrier? Even if the Songqing secret cult also tempted with the benefits of breaking through the legendary, this kind of alien god cult has no credibility at all. Avis felt that he was probably still missing some key information in this matter, although there are still many puzzles, whether Pomona really betrayed or not. Judging from his behavior of not hesitating to attack Levin Boli, the city lord's adjutant, this dangerous factor must be eliminated as soon as possible. Without further ado, Avis immediately left the academy through the teleportation array to create proof that he had left the academy suddenly. At the same time, Avis used a guiding crystal stone that he had previously placed in the city lord's mansion as the coordinates and urgently teleported a new clone. However, this time, he did not simulate the appearance of Lieutenant Boli, but appeared completely in his original form. After all, Lieutenant Boli should have been dead in Pomona's eyes. Due to the urgency of time, the power of this clone was not strong, and it only played a role in observing the scene and attracting the enemy's attention. As the teleportation ended, Avis quickly rushed to Fiona's location. As it was late at night, Fiona had returned to the master bedroom of the city lord's mansion at this moment. She was wearing a soft bunny pajamas and curled up by the bed, playing arcane cards with the kitten Kate and the little dragon Fia. Meow. Activate the field card Bone Altar. Sacrifice Soul Feast, Dragon Skeleton, Plague Maker, and summon the Plague Bone Dragon Osinavis. At this moment, The kitten stretched out its fluffy white paws and waved them forward with great momentum. On its field, a hideous black and green plague bone dragon instantly appeared on the white bone altar, roaring silently in the direction of Fiona's field. Since their own strength will increase synchronously with Fiona, when the girl's current strength breaks through the 8th level, the kitten Kate and the little dragon Fia also break through to the peak of the 7th level, and their intelligence is no less than that of human professionals. Looking at the terrifying bone dragon opposite, Fiona suddenly showed a cunning smile of success. Activate the secret card Rebellion, making a probability of an existence on the enemy field change to your own camp. Activate the secret card The Price of Death to force rebellion to take effect on undead beings. So, under Kate's gaze of this person bullying the little cat, the black and green bone dragon instantly came to Fiona's field. Kate, who had consumed too many resources to summon the plague bone dragon, was immediately in crisis. Fortunately, there was the help of the elemental dragon Fia, so Kate was not killed on the spot. However, when the three people were fighting fiercely, Avis suddenly appeared, temporarily suspending the game. Fourth brother? Why, are you here? Looking at Avis, who suddenly appeared in his original appearance, Fiona was stunned for a moment, and almost asked why he restored his appearance. But in the end, she changed her words a little stiffly. Well, I'm a little worried about your safety, and I happen to have nothing to do in the academy, so I came over here to see you. Originally, he was going to tell her that Pomona might have betrayed him, but the words were already on his lips, and Avis also temporarily changed what he wanted to say. He had no direct evidence to prove that Pomona had betrayed him, and once he opened his mouth, Pomona would probably explode immediately. Put yourself in her shoes. If he were Pomona, he would definitely cover Fiona's location with his mental power at all times before taking action, because of his identity as Fiona's guardian. Even if another 9th level extreme guardian of the family noticed his actions, he would not think there was anything wrong. Although Avis was a little confused. Why did the family guardian seem to have no reaction even when Pomona just used the power of rules to kill his clone? Then, boom boom boom. Buzz. Fiona was about to say something when the city lord's mansion suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a dark green flame rising into the sky. A huge explosion, and the sound of the city lord's mansion as protective shield breaking almost at the same time. You again? In the air, the figure of the angry family guardian emerged. The silver vertical pupil between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and a thin beam of ice blue light, as if locked, connected with a black shadow that seemed to merge with the night sky. Again, hand over the star. Sensing that he was locked, the black shadow simply stopped hiding and spoke calmly to the guardian. Delusion. With a cold snort, the guardian said no more and rushed towards the black shadow with a powerful invisible icy momentum. And the black shadow did not dodge, but just raised the black stone scepter in his hand and took the blow head on. After all, his purpose of coming here this time was just to temporarily delay the guardian of the Olivendi family. Come with me. It's not safe here anymore. We need to move to a safe place temporarily. As the battle broke out in the sky, Pomona pushed open Fiona's door. After sweeping his eyes over the two people in the room, he spoke with a serious look, not expressing any surprise at the presence of Avis. Hey! I see. Fiona was stunned for a moment and nodded. Although there was no precedent for moving positions during a battle before, this time, the enemy was probably very strong. Excuse me, Your Majesty Pomona. Where are you going to take us to take refuge? Although he was a little anxious, Avis still spoke calmly and tried. Of course, it's the safe place that the family has prepared for you. You'll know when you get there. Pomona waved his hand perfunctorily and prepared to take the two people in front of him away. But at this moment, the expressions of Pomona and Fiona suddenly changed. At the same time, from behind Pomona, a beam of blazing platinum light shot out from the void, suddenly submerging Pomona's figure. At the critical moment, Avis finally let the leader of the Circle of Truth control the floating city in time, jump out of the deep dream world, and block Pomona. I have long guessed that at the critical moment, you rats may not be able to bear it and run out to pick fruits. However, although hit by the sudden attack, Pomona sneered strangely. The next moment, under the attack of the purifying light from the floating city, Pomona's body suddenly turned into ice crystals and dissipated. It was just an ice clone. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, a thin ice-white transparent beam suddenly hit the bottom of the floating city. A large piece of frost instantly condensed on the magic shield there, and then shattered. At the end of this terrifying beam, Pomona's figure appeared intact from the void. Chapter 729 Escape. Warning! Some of the lower cabins and magic light towers in the floating city have suffered from low temperature damage. The defense barriers in areas 17 and 18 have been damaged. It is estimated that it will take 1 minute and 31 seconds to restore them to their original state. The inorganic voice of the floating city's main control tower spirit Themis echoed in the control room, making Avis feel odd. Obviously, Pomona had probably already counted the Ring of Truth as a potential enemy and had taken precautions in advance. In addition, the 0-degree beam just now had an effect that was more than just destruction. A group of extremely stubborn ice rule power, like a mark, firmly locked a large area of the floating city. In other words, the main purpose of Pomona's attack was not to destroy, but to prevent the floating city from teleporting and escaping again and losing its whereabouts. Sorry, everyone. After finishing the attack that had been prepared for a long time, Pomona stopped with a sneer on his face and greeted the void. I was wondering why Carlotte suddenly told us to be careful. It turns out that there are not only the disgusting guys from the Songstar secret cult, but also the rats from the Ring of Truth. As Pomona moved, 3 9th-level strongmen from the Alfred family, dressed in different looks, suddenly emerged from the vicinity of the floating city. After leaving a 9th-level strongman behind to prevent Fiona from getting into trouble, the other 2 9th-level strongmen flashed and penetrated directly through the large hole in the floating city's protective shield, forcibly landing on the surface of the floating city. They actually had their own selfish motives. The temptation of a new floating city was too great, especially the legendary infinite magic source Eternal Core, which even the Imperial family would be jealous of. Previously, because the Ring of Truth was too slippery and unrelenting, they could not find their whereabouts at all, and everyone could only sigh in despair. But this time, they finally caught their tail. Moreover, now that Gloria 3 is missing, the 2 princess camps are in civil war, and the royal family has no time to care about their actions. The right time, right place, and right people are all gathered. As long as they can seize the opportunity to occupy this floating city, the power of the Alfred family will surely usher in a leap. Warning! 2 rule controllers have been detected in Area 18. Please deal with it immediately. After the 2 9th level broke into the floating city, Bomia's urgent alarm sounded immediately, and the content made Avis look solemn. This is a complete conspiracy. When he had to personally control the floating city to stop Pomona, he was worried that this would happen. The existence of the Ring of Truth is too sensitive, and he can't reveal his identity, which leads to the 9th level of the Alfred family, who should have been friendly forces, attacking him instead. At the same time, Avis estimated that there might be more 9th Order beings who had already cast their sights on him, but they just hadn't decided when to enter. There was only one floating city, and it was a copycat version that he had tinkered with. If multiple 9th Order beings appeared, he might have difficulty running away with the floating city. Fortunately, when the floating city was first designed, it was considered how to deal with it if the enemy broke in. The corridors inside the floating city were engraved with ubiquitous space confinement inscriptions. Under the endless magic infusion from the Eternal Core, even the 9th Order could not reach the core directly through teleportation and had to advance slowly. At the same time, the special dream realm covered the entire area of the floating city. When the 2 9th level warriors broke in, they were immediately covered and pulled into the dream world. They could only open their own rule domains to block the assimilation effect of the dream power. If you want to leave the dream layer, you must destroy the dream field generating device at the core of the current area. The defensive golem group is dispatched. Attack freely, and delay time as long as possible, but do not use lethal weapons. At the same time, start the floating city separation mechanism and prepare to abandon the 17th and 18th divisions. Looking at the 2 invading 9th level warriors, Avis quickly issued orders to respond. After all, they were his own 9th level forces, and he did not intend to engage in meaningless internal consumption. He just needed to get rid of them again. Then, Avis's gloomy eyes focused on Pomona. Also, stop all unnecessary magic output. Activate the space-time confinement force field, and try your best to drag him into the dream realm of the floating city, and immediately jump into the deep dream world after success. Thanks to this guy, the floating city may be seriously damaged this time, no matter how much it costs. This danger must be removed in advance. It should be soon. Right? On the battlefield below. Pomona looked up at the floating city in the sky and muttered to himself. Although 2 9th-level people from the Alfred family were brought in to help, it was a floating city after all. And with the unknown leader of the Truth Ring, it would be dangerous even for the 9th level to explore. And his real reliance is still the cooperation with the Songqing esoteric cult. At this moment, while the 2 9th-level people from the Alfred family were attracted, the 9th-level existence of the Songqing esoteric cult finally appeared and directly targeted Fiona. Fortunately, there was still a 9th-level Alfred family member left to protect Fiona. But due to the gap in strength, his resistance has gradually become precarious. At this critical moment, the power of the floating city finally arrived. What? Pomona was caught off guard by the confinement force field of the floating city. He was shocked and directly encouraged the power of rules to release the control. But it was useless. The next moment, with Pomona, who was forcibly dragged, the huge platinum floating city suddenly flashed and was about to be teleported into the deep dream world. But at this moment, the nearby space suddenly fluctuated violently, and many 9th-level beings walked out of the distorted space and attacked the floating city directly, quickly marking themselves to avoid being lost. These people are all 9th-level lone 9th-level beings and 9th-level beings from other empires, and they are almost completely attracted by the appearance of the floating city. This situation is the worst situation that Anbis may need to deal with in his plan. But at this point, he can only withstand these attacks and force the floating city to teleport into the deep dream world. As for the mark, it can only be solved slowly while being chased by many 9th orders. With the help of the valuable map information recorded in the Dream Heritage Land and the understanding of the operating rules of the deep dream world, Anbis plans to use some natural dangerous places and ancient existences in the dream world to gradually get rid of the many 9th orders chasing him. At the same time, during this process, his clone in the City Lord's mansion will take advantage of Pomona being forcibly dragged by the floating city to try to take Fiona away and hide in a safe place for a while. Wait until Duke Carrot and the 9th Order Guardian, who went out to investigate, return to the family. And then return to the family. Chapter 730 Support and Evasion. This? Uncle Pomona? As the floating city suddenly descended and took Pomona by surprise, Fiona couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The situation changed too quickly, making her a little overwhelmed. Don't worry, Fiona. Uncle Pomona is a powerful 9th-level crown. He will be fine. At this time, Avis's words, which always maintained calmness, calmed the girl who didn't know what to do due to Pomona's sudden disappearance. Well, that makes sense. Then should we find a way to support him? If Uncle Pomona can return, it will be of great help to us. Right? Don't look at me like this. I am also very powerful in the dream world. After figuring out the current situation, Fiona looked at Avis for advice, and was eager to try. She remembered the feeling of controlling the rules with the power of the inheritance land in the dream world before. In the dream world within the radiation range of the inheritance land, she was almost omnipotent like the creator. Don't be reckless, Fiona. We should prioritize our own safety now. That is the greatest help to Uncle Pomona, who has led the enemy away for us without caring about his own safety. Although he is now left with the floating city that is suspected to be the Ring of Truth, we'd better follow his previous instructions and find a safe place to hide for a while. Avis quickly dissuaded this dangerous idea. He could understand the girl's thoughts. In the eyes of Fiona, who was unaware of the situation, if Pomona could be rescued, they would have one more key 9th-level combat force. But not to mention that the other party may have betrayed. There are more than one 9th-level person tracking the floating city now. For Fiona, their danger is no less than that of the Songqing esoteric cult. Compared with the floating city, Fiona's own value is not inferior in the slightest. And what happened in the deep dream world is difficult to trace. Once you accidentally encounter it, it is natural to say what will happen. With the half-baked rule power controlled by Fiona relying on the book Fiona's Dreamland, it is difficult to deal with a 9th-level person, let alone multiple 9th-level people. At the same time, when Pomona was forcibly dragged away by Avis, some traces that he had not yet cleared were also exposed. On the top terrace of the City Lord's mansion, Pomona had actually left a hidden beacon. The 9th level who knew the special frequency of this beacon could directly locate and transmit to the beacon area through it. The reason why the 9th level Extreme Guardian failed to detect the situation on the terrace before was because there was a strange power that always permeated the terrace, confusing all external spiritual perceptions. making it impossible to detect the problem. But when Pomona disappeared, the concealing force lost its source, and the true situation on the terrace was finally revealed. Although the 9th level guardian had been dragged down, Ava still noticed it all at the first time. Well, I understand. Brother, where should we go now? After listening to Avis's words, Fiona also felt that it made sense. Watching the battle in the sky outside, Avis was also thinking about how to take Fiona away safely. Although Pomona had been forcibly taken away, the current situation was still very unfavorable to them. In the sky, 2 9th-level non-human apostles of the Songqing esoteric cult were suppressing a 9th-level apostle left by the Alfred family to guard Fiona. And in the enemy's well-prepared domain blockade, this 9th-level apostle had no room to send out a distress signal. When Avis was considering whether to risk letting the Themis Colossus act alone to protect the two of them, the battle situation changed unexpectedly again. At the critical moment when the 9th-level apostle of the Alfred family was about to collapse, a new 9th-level reinforcement arrived in time to help contain a 9th-level apostle of the Songqing esoteric cult, greatly relieving his pressure. That was the 9th-level swordsman Silver Moon Edge from the royal family. She was a guest worshipper of the 4th princess's faction. After discovering that Fiona's situation was very dangerous, considering Fiona's own value and the favor of the previous reverse time crystal egg, the 4th princess Osvia finally decided to lend a helping hand to Fiona. However, since they were still fighting with the eldest prince, Osvia was not convenient to take action personally, and the other 9-level beings could not move easily, so they could only ask the guest strongman she had just won over to come. While the battle broke out between the 9-level beings in the sky, a small team of elite magic knights wearing dark armor, and with the emblem of the Rose Knights engraved on their chests, led by an 8th-level knight commander, entered the city lord's mansion. Your Excellency Lord Star, Your Excellency Anbis, the commander of the 3rd formation of the Rose Knights Knight Star, on behalf of Her Highness Osvia, extends the most sincere greetings to the two of you. After seeing Fiona and Anbis, the knight commander took off his helmet and bowed slightly to the two of them. A head of silver-white curly hair naturally scattered to the shoulders. Surprisingly, it was a beautiful female knight. Time is running out, and it has become very dangerous here. Although His Highness has arranged for His Majesty Silver Moon Edge to support, the enemy is strong and it is difficult to repel it quickly. In order to prevent unexpected situations, temporarily ask you two to put on the armor of the knights. Follow us to leave here, and go to the safe place prepared by the princess for you to hide for a while. After greeting, the knight commander quickly explained the purpose of his visit, and seemed to accidentally point out that the reason why Silver Moon Edge came to support was entirely due to Princess Osvia. Okay, then trouble your excellency Yeshing. After exchanging a glance with Fiona, Avis nodded. It would be great to have one more level 8 to attract the enemy's attention. Most importantly, he did not have any premonition of any danger, and it would at least not hurt to go with them. After reaching an agreement, Fiona called her personal maid Annie, and then the group quickly set off again after changing their disguises. At this moment, fires were everywhere in Yunna's city. Many pagans who had disguised their identities suddenly rose up and set fires everywhere in the city to attract the attention of the city guards. Some professionals, who were not clean in the first place, began to take advantage of the chaos to rob. Although the city guards of Xingqian territory tried to stop and put out the fire, the number of enemies was too large, and they could only fall into a stalemate for a while. The burning houses reflected a dark red in the night sky, and there were explosions and cries everywhere. Fierce battles between black-robed believers and guards could be seen everywhere, and it was like the day of judgment in the scriptures. The residents of the town could only wait tremblingly at home, praying that the battle would end as soon as possible. Fortunately, due to the large number of constructed golems scattered throughout the city to put out fires and maintain order, there have not been too many casualties for the time being. We found you. When the Rose Knights escorted Fiona and Avis through an alley and rushed to the outskirts of the city, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded from behind everyone. One by one, the pagans wearing black and green robes and strange bone-white masks emerged from the entrance of the alley under the leadership of a pure black shadow. At the same time, a large number of dark shadows formed a cage-like structure, standing at the other end of the alley, blocking everyone's way. Who are you? Turning around with a vigilant look and looking at the many enemies, the 8th level knight commander Yixing drew his sword and pointed it at the enemy. Chapter 731 Support. It's just a faceless person under the seat of the envoy of God. The dark face turned to the crowd, and the shadows spoke grimly. Under the shadow of the great god, you have nowhere to escape. Hand over the Star Lord. Wishful thinking. Facing the many pagans blocking in front of him, the Knight Leader Yi Xing narrowed his dark purple eyes slightly, and quickly glanced at the environment. It is impossible to escape from the sky. Due to the battle between the 9th level strongmen, the night sky of Unicity has been completely covered by the 9th level domain of both sides. If they take off rashly, it is equivalent to becoming a living target. Any aftermath of the rule attack is not something they can bear. So now, there is only one way. She will temporarily delay the enemy, and the remaining members of the Knights will protect the princess' distinguished guests to escape. As long as they get out of the space confinement range of Unicity, they can directly escape instantly through the teleportation spell and reach a safe place. Kill them! Find out where the Star Lord is. Dissatisfied with the Knight Commander Yi Xing's uncooperative attitude, the Shadow Existence issued a cold order while deep darkness quickly spread from his body and enveloped the Knights. Listen to my orders. Leave 3 people to defend, and the others form a sharp shuttle formation to immediately protect His Highness's guests and break through to the number 4 rendezvous point. And your opponent is me. Seeing this, Yi Xing, who had been prepared, drew out his long sword and slashed the strongest sword that had been secretly prepared for a long time at the incoming dark area. The sword edge condensed with magic power left a trail of blazing white afterglow in the air, outlining traces like falling rose petals. At the same time, a huge white fighting force field instantly erupted from her body, firmly blocking the darkness that was spreading. The members of the Rose Knights all practiced the secret rose-breathing method of the Imperial Royal Family, and used a special method to stimulate their own life seeds to cultivate unique rose fighting spirit, which has extremely powerful defense and destructive power. At critical moments, they can also temporarily increase their combat power by exploding the life seeds. Facing the strange and unpredictable Faceless Man, Yi Xing immediately erupted in his strongest state. For the Knight Commander in this state, the Faceless Man did not dare to be careless, and the dark force field originally radiated from his body instantly condensed to only 1/5 of the original area. One by one, dark spheres with a faint green meaning emerged from the field, condensing the terrifying divine pollution. And, at his signal, many strange god believers behind him suddenly let out a burst of fanatical shouts. The dark green divine flames ignited from their bodies, and then, their power became strong and unstable. Like human torches, they fearlessly charged towards the elite knights, whose strength was above level 6. Go! After slashing out 2 swords with all their might, Yi Xing detonated several pagans, who were like divine bombs into green flames. But the next moment, he was entangled by the Faceless Man and fell into a fierce battle. At the same time, the black and white magic force field surrounding the two of them, like living things, also erupted in a fierce erosion battle with the opponent's aura. Every ray of magic power of the 8th level strongman is an extension of his will, as if his body is at his command, and is also an important part of their combat system. If you magnify the violent collision of the magic auras around the two sides, you will find that in the force fields of the two people, a large number of micro-magic structures are actually being generated all the time. The violent collision, erosion, and annihilation of these magic structures are reflected at the macro level. That is, the magic fields of both sides surge like living things, as if they want to swallow each other. After the battle between Yi Xing and the Faceless Man broke out, the knights who were well prepared for the fighting style of their own leaders immediately began to break through according to orders. A 7th level knight and 2 elite knights stayed behind to help their colleagues stop these crazy believers of alien gods. The rest of the people immediately formed a shuttle formation. With their movements, the rising auras of all the knights instantly merged, like a huge whole. Then, the knights swung their swords at the same time, and the huge magic merged together, condensing into a huge white sword blade in the air, instantly breaking the magic barrier in front. Rose Knight's core combat skills, Holy Sword. Fiona, Avis and Annie were protected in the center of the team. They broke through the encirclement of the alien god believers with many knights and rushed to the outside of the city. However, before they left the central city, the enemy caught up again. It was still an 8th level Faceless Man with many fanatics. But this time, there was no knight leader Yi Xing to stop them, and many knights were immediately caught in a bitter battle. Fiona felt a little sorry to see the brave knights who protected her fall to the ground seriously injured. But when she was about to expose her strength and take action herself, Avis suddenly stopped her. Originally, Avis also wanted to take action. But in his perspective of fate, the situation seemed to have changed again. The next moment, a big hole suddenly appeared in the wall of the house nearby, and a group of guys that Avis was very familiar with emerged from the broken hole in the wall. They were Landon, Roche, Matt, Alyssa, and other members of the Spark Resistance. After seeing the Faceless, who was completely different from other alien god believers, the group was also stunned for a moment. But they still quickly formed a formation to deal with the enemy. Landon took his unknown pet Little Black obtained from the ruins to block in front, relying on his newly acquired special ability to temporarily use the power of Lord Darkraven in battle, trying to help many knights contain the Faceless, and at the same time become stronger while being beaten. Roche and Matt were in the backcourt with several other Spark Resistance organization spellcasters to assist in casting spells, and quickly cleared the many alien god believers on the field who were like green torches. The strength of the female knight Alyssa also did not allow her to intervene in the battlefield of the Faceless, so she was now responsible for blocking those enemies who broke through the defense line and protecting the safety of the spellcaster teammates. With the support of this new force, the knights quickly recovered from their previous huge disadvantage, and even had a faint feeling of counterpressing the opponent, especially Landon, who performed exceptionally well in the battle. With the blessing of the special power of the Dark Raven, the Faceless man was even instinctively afraid of his attack and dared not let him touch himself. Soon, under the siege of the crowd, the Faceless man was seriously injured and had to retreat. "Thank you for your help. We are going to escape from this city now. Do you want to break through with us?" Looking at the many members of the Resistance army with gratitude, the only remaining 7th level knight leader extended a sincere invitation to them because he did not know their identities. Chapter 732: The Influence of the Grey Fog and Escape. "Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. We still have to help other people in need." After several people looked at each other, Landon shook his head and declined the sincere invitation of the Knight Commander, because Avis and Fiona were wearing masks that could cover their breath. Landon and others did not notice the two people in the team for a while. "On behalf of the Imperial Rose Knights, I would like to pay the highest respect to your honorable spirit of helping others without fear of life and death." Hearing the words of several people, many knights looked at them in awe. The Knight Commander, who had talked to several people before, raised his mask, touched his right fist on the breastplate, and solemnly saluted to several people. Many times, the virtues of knights such as not fearing violence and helping the weak are not observed by real knights. But these civilian professionals in front of them can bravely stand up in times of crisis and help other weak people out of suffering. However, Avis, who was secretly observing Landon and the others, gradually frowned. He was also a little surprised at first about the words and deeds of Landon and the others. When did the Spark Resistance become a humanitarian organization? But as he observed the few people, Avis slowly found something wrong. If he carefully distinguished them from a close distance through the perspective of fate, he could see that the fate lines of these members of the Spark Resistance seemed to have a layer of hazy gray fate fog, which was very similar to the handwriting of his old friend Grey Fog. For Landon, Roche, and Alyssa, this influence was interfered by the power of fate and seemed very weak. Matt was slightly affected because he had planted the seeds of distortion in him. However, the impact on the ordinary rebels who followed them was much more obvious. This change should have occurred recently, because when he contacted Matt and another former high-level member of the Embers organization, he did not find any abnormalities in them. Avis did not think that other 8th-level prophets would not be able to find the problem. After all, the Spark organization was too big, and several other 8th-level prophets were also more or less involved in it. It was impossible to conceal this change. In other words, Grey Mist is no longer afraid of his actions being exposed? Although there are many questions, the enemy is no longer prepared to give Avis time to study carefully, including the one who was severely injured and escaped before. A total of 3 dark shadow-like faceless people reappeared and attacked everyone without saying a word. The dark force field merged together, surging and spreading like a tide, sweeping over everyone. At the same time, a large number of dark green magic balls, condensed with terrifying divine power pollution, appeared and disappeared from the dark force field. The lethality of any one of them is enough to seriously pollute the spirit of a 7th-level professional. Defense? With the knight leader shouting at the top of his lungs, many knights changed their formations urgently and activated the Legion's defense skills at the critical moment. The huge white light shield enveloped everyone, barely blocking the darkness that swept over. But this did not last long. As the polluted magic ball hidden in the darkness hit the battle spirit barrier, the light shield quickly began to flicker, and many knights' faces began to turn pale, and it was obvious that they were about to be unable to hold on. After all, they were only level 6. Being able to hold out against the level 8 attack under the leadership of a level 7 knight commander was already an extremely remarkable achievement. This won't work. I will use a strange object to break through the enemy blockade and add a 30-second perception shielding state to everyone. Then, disperse and flee immediately. Run as far as you can. At this time, Avis's mental power transmission sounded in the hearts of everyone in the field. To deal with such an enemy, it is not enough to rely on the knights. Prepare to burn the seeds of life, and disperse and flee immediately after breaking through the enemy blockade. Hearing his words, the knight commander, who also knew that it was a life and death moment, gritted his teeth and resolutely issued an order to burn the seeds of life. This will cause them to suffer a great loss of vitality for a long time. If the burning time of the seeds of life is too long, it may even permanently damage the foundation. But compared with their own lives, these costs are nothing. At this time, I really envy those foreigners. No matter how badly they are injured, they can recover again. At the last moment, this thought suddenly flashed through the knight commander's mind for no reason. The next moment, an ice blue ring on Avis's little finger suddenly emitted a dazzling glow. A vivid crystal bird of cold wind, whose entire body was made of clear light blue ice crystals, flew out from the gemstone of the ring. And then its body quickly expanded in the air, and its wings gradually covered everyone in the team. Cry. With a faint power of the ice rule, the clear ice bird screamed, suddenly passed through the shield, and crashed into the dark tide outside. The next moment, a terrifying ice storm erupted from the darkness, and the extremely condensed ultra-low temperature force field instantly tore through the darkness, dyeing everything within a kilometer radius with silver-white frost. The three faceless men also had to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. This attack had already had a hint of the power of the 9th level. In this frost, the surface of everyone's body was also covered with a thin layer of silver frost. But they did not feel cold. Instead, their own breath was completely solidified and locked, and even the light shining on the surface of the body was distorted. After launching this terrifying attack, the precious magic gem on Avis's ring was directly shattered, and the entire ring was completely scrapped. That was Avis's own material, and he specially asked the Duke to help him make it, just for possible similar situations. Charge. Taking this opportunity, the knight commander immediately gave an order. So, many knights instantly burned the seeds of life, and then broke through in all directions. Avis, Fiona and others fled out of the city under the protection of the knight commander. It is not known whether it was a coincidence or not, but the direction in which the rebels fled almost coincided with the direction in which they left the city, since everyone looked similar at the moment. The three faceless men could not distinguish their specific identities for a while, so they could only quickly disperse and chase, trying their luck to intercept. As time passed, after the ice crystal effect disappeared, a faceless man reappeared in the direction in which Avis and others fled. The knight commander tried to stay and entangle it himself to buy time for Fiona and others to escape, but he was beaten half to death within 2 or 3 moves. At the critical moment, Avis pretended to activate another disposable strange ring as a deterrent, temporarily forced the faceless man back, snatched him back, and continued to run away. At this time, they ran into Landon Roche and others again, considering that there were seriously injured people among Avis and others. After cooperating with Avis to repel the pursuing faceless man, Landon Roche and others discussed secretly, and finally brought Avis and his party to a secret base of the Spark organization. We're here. We're safe here for now. After activating the base's protection and concealment array, Landon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 733 Starfire's Purpose. Your companion seems to have been seriously injured. Leave him to us. We have a recovery array here that can help him temporarily stabilize his injuries and prevent further deterioration. Although it is not clear whether it is effective for injuries caused by that kind of ghost thing, it is better than doing nothing. However, since your companion is too strong, you may need to pay for some treatment costs. Looking at Avis, who was holding the knight with the hand of the mage, Landon thought about it and took the initiative to propose to help the knight commander with treatment. Although strictly speaking, the Rose Knights, as the elite legion of the Empire, should be considered as the hostile camp of the Starfire Rebellion. After all, they just fought side by side, and their final escape was also relying on Avis's one-time burst of strange objects. Landon still couldn't bear to watch like this. Then I'll trouble you. Originally, Landon was a little worried that the other party would suspect that he had ill intentions, and thus reject his proposal. But what surprised him was that Avis just nodded and handed the person over to him without showing any defensive intention. By the way, those ghosts seem to be deliberately chasing you. Did you do anything? Becoming a little bolder, Landon tried to ask a slightly deeper question to test Avis's reaction. Maybe it's because of me and my sister? Avis shrugged at the curious Landon, took off the helmet of the armor, and revealed his original face. Also, long time no see. Alyssa, Roche, Avis, Lord Avis? Roche and the female knight Alyssa were both surprised to find that the armored knight in front of them was actually Avis. Since joining the Spark Rebels, the two had never thought that they would meet Avis again in such an occasion. Wait, Lord Avis's sister. Could it be? After a moment of stunned silence, Roche suddenly reacted and looked at the other two slender knights beside Avis with a nervous look. At this time, seeing Avis take the initiative to reveal her identity, Fiona also took off the hard helmet that made her a little uncomfortable, and fiddled with her light golden hair that was a little messy. You are? Roche? I remember you. Your flying straw owl is very interesting. Then, the girl blinked her big lake blue eyes, tilted her head slightly, and looked at Roche carefully. You seem to be much better than before. You should be a senior student now. Right? That? You. Just like it. And? I have left Pamir College now. Suddenly being stared at closely by the goddess of his dreams, Roche's face turned red visibly. His forehead was slightly sweaty. His tongue became less flexible, and he immediately forgot what he wanted to say. Seeing his appearance, Matt, Alyssa and others immediately understood something, and their eyes looking at him became a little mischievous. Really? Well, what are you doing now? Fiona also saw Roche's complicated attitude towards her. Although she didn't know much about things between men and women, Avis had previously warned her what would happen if she got too close to Roche. So, because she didn't want to hurt the boy who gave her a good feeling, the girl tried to change the subject. However, when she asked this question, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Roche opened his mouth and looked at Alyssa, Landon and others with his light black eyes for help. He didn't know how to talk to the girl for a while. He said that he had joined the Spark Rebellion and was ready to overthrow the aristocracy including her family. Although these were objective facts, he couldn't imagine what kind of expression Fiona would show after hearing these words, and what kind of attitude she would use to treat him. Well, he is fighting with us to create a better world. In the end, it was Landon, who didn't know the identities of the two, who spoke up and broke the frozen atmosphere in the room. Creating a better world? It's indeed a great goal. But what kind of world is a better world? Fiona was a little confused and couldn't figure out what Landon meant. In my opinion, a better world is a world without oppression, where everyone is born equal. In response to the girl's question, Landon expressed his true philosophy. At present, on the Yar continent, both the Idle Kingdom Federation and the Gloria Empire have been corrupt for too long. The brutal nobles wantonly bully and exploit the common people, collecting heavy taxes every year without caring about the lives of the people, causing countless families to be broken and their loved ones to lose, and by plundering the wealth of the people, deliberately restricting the ways for civilian professionals to obtain resources and knowledge, forcing them to work for the aristocracy in exchange for a little bit of scarce resources, even just for their own desires. They launched wars recklessly, not caring about the lives of the people. As he spoke, Landon raised his head slightly, with a firm light flashing in his black eyes. In the subtle looks of Roche and others, he spoke in an impassioned tone. So, our goal is to overthrow those brutal nobles who oppress us and rebuild a social order without the existence of the aristocracy. Return the resources that belong to the general public and were plundered by them to the civilian class. But wasn't the war started by the Spark Resistance Organization? After hearing what Landon said, Fiona was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking instinctively. That's different. Even if we do nothing, the war will still break out. Wait, Landon, you don't know their identities yet? Landon shook his head and was about to continue explaining, but the female knight Alyssa couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but remind him. By the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Landon. I'm currently the leader here. I wonder what the identities of the three of you are. After being reminded by Alyssa, Landon finally remembered the question that was interrupted before. Nice to meet you, Mr. Landon. I'm Fiona Olivendi, the Lord of the Star Territory in the province of Karis. Having heard some clues from Landon's words, Fiona looked at Landon with a complicated look and introduced herself. You, Lord of Star Territory? Landon was stunned when he heard the girl's self-introduction. After reacting, he looked at Roche and Alyssa, who were hesitant to speak, and his face instantly turned red. Do you know each other? Although the other party was wearing a set of Rose Knight's armor, he saw that Roche and Alyssa and others seemed to be familiar with each other, thinking that they were all his own people. But I never expected it. Don't get too excited, Lord Landon. The conflict between the Spark organization and the aristocracy does not mean that we must be enemies with you. However, facing the vigilant Landon, Avis smiled and gently raised his right hand, signaling him to stay calm. Just like Miss Alyssa, according to the rules of aristocratic inheritance, she should be the direct descendant of the Marquis of Ark in the Empire. But isn't she also your companion now? But I am a little curious. Logically speaking, our Gloria Empire treats civilian professionals with outstanding talents like you well. How did you come up with this idea? This is the core purpose of the Spark organization that the great leader Leo passed on to all of us through the Construct headband. With his eyes still alert, after listening to Ava's words, Landon answered without thinking. Chapter 734 Free Will. The core purpose of the Spark organization? His Majesty Leo conveyed it to you through the Construction Network headband? As if he was completely unaware of it. He repeated it again, and Avis looked at Matt, Alyssa and others. Yes, you should be aware of the ability of the Construction Network. His Majesty Leo once gave a speech through it a few days ago. These are the contents of the speech. Raising her hand to comb the long golden red hair that fell to her ears, Alyssa briefly explained it to Avis and Fiona. Overthrow all the nobles who oppress the masses. People are born equal and free, and all rights belong to the vast number of civilian professionals. Ignoring the other unknown resistance extras who looked at him vigilantly, Avis thought of a lot after listening to Alyssa's brief introduction to the speech. Avis felt a strong sense of familiarity with the ideas revealed in this speech, as if he had heard it in another world. As a being with 2 lifetimes of memory, Avis knows a lot about the Spark organization. The Spark organization is actually a gathering place for a group of idealists and ambitious people, whether in the previous life or in the early days of this life. The original purpose of the Spark organization was actually just to overthrow the rule of the existing old aristocracy, which was far from the concept of liberating civilians and equality for all. The leader of the Spark organization, Leo, also targeted the entire aristocratic class for revenge because of his experience of being bullied and oppressed by the aristocracy when he was young. But now, the situation has changed. A speech through the Construction Network directly sublimated the goal of the entire Spark organization. Avis did not think that this change was Leo's sudden enlightenment. The influence of Grey Mist on these Spark rebels cannot be faked, and he knows very well that Grey Mist has made a big bet in both the Construct Network and the Spark organization. In other words, this change is definitely inseparable from Grey Mist. In fact, Grey Mist initially chose to use the Construct Network as its base to stir up the fate of the continent and break through the 9th level prophet. Now, due to the failure at the critical moment, the fate of the Construct Network has in turn entangled Grey Mist. In a short period of time, at least before the Stargazer recovers, it is impossible for him to change other ways to break through the 9th level prophet, and he can only start with the Construct Network. Then, these ideas must have some connection with Grey Mist, and it may even be that Grey Mist came up with it, and persuaded Leo at some cost to let him personally endorse it. Although in the high magic world, the will of many low-level professionals basically cannot affect the upper level. But if the strongest can benefit from it and promote this concept from top to bottom, then, when I followed the Spark organization, I saw many things hidden in the dark that I couldn't see normally. The evil that some nobles showed to the weak was even more cruel than that of Warcraft. So, sorry, Avis. As a knight, in order to practice justice in my heart, I can't tolerate myself watching these things continue to happen and doing nothing, not knowing what Avis was thinking. Alyssa, who felt a little guilty for having received Avis' help but eventually choosing to join the Spark organization and standing against Avis, explained to him why she joined the Spark. By the way, I'll give this back to you. After hesitating for a while, Alyssa finally took off the secret ring she had always worn on her hand as a token of admission to the Hidden Knowledge Secret Society and handed it back to Avis. In fact, after she joined the Spark organization, the information and trading channels of the Hidden Knowledge Secret Society still helped her a lot. Although he didn't seem to pay much attention to it, Avis never relaxed the development of the Hidden Knowledge Secret Society in Pamir College. At present, its scale has expanded a lot compared to when Alyssa first joined. Don't mind, Alyssa. Keep it. Your identity is not a problem for me. Looking at Alyssa's bright golden red eyes, Avis shook his head in the unexpected eyes of the night girl. I can guess why you chose to join the Starfire organization. I have already said that we don't have to be enemies. At least we are far from that point now. The conflict between Starfire and the aristocracy does not mean that I personally have a conflict with you. As an 8th level prophet, the secret society of hidden knowledge established by Anbis is different from other secret societies in the academy. When he recruits members, except for some special talents, he does not care about the members' current identity, background, and talent strength, but only cares about their future destiny. It doesn't have to be very strong, just have to have its own specialness, such as appearing as the protagonist or important supporting role in a major event in the future. At present, several senior students who joined the Secret Society of Hidden Knowledge have graduated and have been recruited as senior talents by the royal family and nobles from all over the empire. And the intelligence and resources of these people are exchanged in the circle of hidden knowledge and secret meetings, achieving the effect of mutual exchange. Maybe a piece of information is of great value to someone. For Avis, the young knight Alyssa perfectly meets this condition. In his observation, she has the blood of the former Marquis of Arc. In the future, she will surely revitalize her family and climb to a high position in the Spark organization. She is a blood noble and has joined the Spark Resistance organization. In other words, she is one of us. Sorry, I just reacted a little too strongly. I wonder if Avis has any idea of joining us. Watching the exchange between Avis and Alyssa, Landon felt a little embarrassed and sincerely invited him. Invite me to join? Avis was speechless when he suddenly heard Landon's invitation. In terms of status, you are not as high as my subordinates in Spark. Thank you for your invitation. Although I have no hostility to the Spark organization, I am not yet at the point where I want to join. However, Avis' words suddenly paused. The Truth Ring clone on the floating city sent a message that the floating city being hunted had escaped into the dream battlefield he had prepared for the incoming 9th level enemies. Next, he might need to go all out and put his main thoughts there to prepare some surprises for the enthusiastic guests. Sorry, I may need to take a break for a while. These are for you as a reward for taking us out of danger. He casually took out a space ring and gave it to Landon. Without worrying about other people, Avis found a sofa in the corner of the base and half leaned down, then closed his eyes slightly, as if he had entered a meditative state. This, after checking the ring, Landon was instantly stunned by the large number of rare cultivation resources inside. At the same time, Dark Crow's familiar loud voice sounded from his heart. Those two people are not simple. Landon boy. The hidden breath of that little girl makes even me feel a faint sense of danger. Although the little boy does not feel threatening, he has a special sense of illusion. Like some kind of illusion. If possible, it would be best to make them your companions. Aren't you very good at recognizing your sister? Go and recognize another one now. It would be best to recognize a younger brother or older brother. I know. Lord Dark Crow. Hearing Dark Crow's last tone of obvious malicious ridicule, Landon's face was bitter. Let's go back to the room first and let them rest here. Chapter 735 Dream Ambush. When Avis's clone at the secret base of Spark fell into a dormant state. In the deep dream world, the huge floating city rolled up the struggling Pomona, passed through a special dream rift, and sneaked into the inversion layer at the bottom of the deep dream world. This rift has a special mechanism. When a being passes through it, the transmission direction of the rift will change randomly, which is used by Avis to temporarily delay the pursuers for a while. After arriving at the inversion layer, the floating city quickly arrived at a strange small dream according to the dream coordinates. Pomona was thrown into a dream turbulence by Avis just before she was about to break free. The speed of time in this deep dream turbulence is different from other areas. Even if the 9th level is accidentally involved and escapes at the fastest speed, it is likely that several days have passed in the outside world. The dream world that Avis was looking for was not large, with an area of only a few thousand square kilometers. But everything in it was upside down. with the earth on top and the sky below. The gray-white sun reflected the rocks, trees and other objects hanging upside down on the earth, and everything appeared in a strange black and white, like a faded black and white photo. The floating city and Avis's clone who broke into this world could not avoid this strange rule, and the colors turned black and white in an instant. At the same time, the weird power that was everywhere in the deep dream world and made the professionals gradually assimilated and lost suddenly disappeared in this world, as if it were some kind of refuge, making people unconsciously want to relax their vigilance. The deep dream world is actually a bit like the ocean. The deeper you dive, the greater the pressure in the environment. The power of dreams in turn erodes non-dream existences until they are completely assimilated and remain in dreams forever. This strange small dream is a battlefield that Anvis prepared for possible 9th level enemies. Although Pomona's rebellion surprised him, this accident was not beyond his plan, compared with the worst case scenario in his plan, such as the Holy Light Church secretly sending saints to participate in the war, or the incarnation of ancient existence, or even the main body coming in person. Rebelling against a Pomona is not a big problem. Shortly after arriving in this dream world, the floating city tower spirit Bamia suddenly sent a reminder. The dream world is blocked by unknown forces and cannot be escaped. Give up struggling, blasphemer. At the same time, the enemy's figure also appeared in front of Anvis. As expected by Anvis, the first to chase him into this dream world were the two strange-looking 9th level apostles of Songqing esoteric cult. After entering the deep dream world, they broke away from the humanoid mimicry and completely liberated the huge and weird main body. One is a huge fireball made of pure dark flames, and the other is a giant with a human-like shape, but a twisted giant tentacles on its head. In Bomia's scanning analysis, the existence of these two apostles is very special. Not only is their momentum sometimes strong and sometimes weak, but there is also a strange sense of disharmony between their spirit and body. In other words, they are like some kind of projection that relies on possession. This is probably why the Songqing esoteric cult can repeatedly appear the 9th level that has never been recorded before, because they are not originally the existence of this world, but they have been able to descend recently for some reason. Is it related to the advent of Malem? Or is it the outbreak of war on the continent? Or the expansion of the overlapping area? When Avis was observing them, he saw that the floating city had not moved for a long time. The huge and twisted bodies of the two apostles suddenly became empty and rushed towards the floating city quickly. As they approached, the faint whispering sounded in Avis's heart, and the endless chaotic and crazy divine information flow revealed in it washed Avis's mind, destroying his reason like an isolated island in a tsunami. However, the power from the old secret scripture always maintained Avis's mental state, and the faint dark green light shone, absorbing all the extraordinary information pollution transmitted. This is the innate ability of the apostles. Their existence is equivalent to assimilating all the information pollution sources around them all the time. The human wave tactics are ineffective against them. Even the 9th level can only resist this indiscriminate information pollution and cannot be immune. Facing the two attacking apostles, the floating city also opened fire, and the magic spire burst out with blazing white purification beams, forcing them to change their trajectory to avoid. Hundreds of high-level alchemical golems flew up from the floating city, and their arrangement formed a three-dimensional magic array structure, entangled the two apostles, forcing them to split their attention to deal with it. For some reason, Avis never launched the Lightless Moon system and attacks above the 9th level. The power level of these two apostles is between the newly promoted 9th level and the old 9th level, due to their inherent information pollution passive. If they fight against intelligent life, they are no less difficult than the old 9th level. Facing the group of alchemical golems that Avis had arranged specifically, their strongest abilities were equivalent to non-existence. Coupled with the incoordination between their will and the carrier, they could only exert the combat power of the newly promoted 9th tier level at most. However, despite this, hundreds of golems quickly began to fall into disadvantage. It was almost impossible to contain the 9th tier apostles with non-9th tier apostles. But when the two apostles of the Songqing esoteric cult were briefly entangled, the change that Avis had been waiting for a long time finally happened. As the war progressed, an invisible wave suddenly spread from the ground above his head and quickly enveloped the entire battlefield. The moment he detected this wave sweeping over, Avis immediately ordered Bomia to launch the long-prepared space explosion, forcibly breaking the blockade of the dream world, and without hesitation abandoned the group of golems that blocked the apostles to escape. At the moment of passing through the edge of the dream, Ava suddenly sensed a strong traction, and a strong way of containing monotonous information. Don't leave. Stay. The next moment, the magic pattern on the surface of the floating city emitted a dazzling light, and the endless magic power from the pseudo-eternal core burst out instantly, breaking free from this traction, and leaving this world in an instant. The two apostles of the Songqing esoteric cult also found something wrong. But it was too late. The color of everything in the dream quickly darkened, and the gray-white sun in the sky turned into a dark round sun. Under the cover of the dark sunlight, the colors of all things were completely covered. From the outside of the world, the entire dream world was originally like a gray-white bubble, but now it has been stained with pure black and exudes a kind of oppressive fluctuation. According to the information obtained by Ambus from the Inheritance Land, the owner of this strange dream is a strange existence that has appeared since the Dark Age. It cannot move, so its dream is everything it perceives. It does not observe the world through light, so its dream has no color. To this day, the owner of the dream has disappeared, but its dream still remains here. In normal times, and in the dawn state of this world, this place is harmless. But if a battle involving ancient existence breaks out here, it will trigger a trace of the will of the owner of the dream left here. Since it became conscious, it has never seen its own kind. Originally, it did not notice that there was anything wrong with this, until at some point, an emotion called loneliness suddenly rose from its heart. So, it had a dream, in which it saw many beings with different appearances, but all emitting similar fluctuations to itself. It felt very happy, and merged these beings with itself, and then fell into a deep sleep. It will not wake up again until the next time a kind appears. According to the records, when darkness falls, everything left in the dream will disappear completely. After waiting for a while, and making sure that the aura of the two apostles had dissipated, Ambus crossed out the name of Songqing esoteric sect on the enemy list, and then went to the next battlefield he had prepared. Even if they might be just some kind of projection, the consumption of supporting the arrival of such projections must be not small. Being able to deal with two at a time is also a heavy blow to Songqing esoteric sect. Chapter 736 Trap. After solving the problem of the Songqing esoteric cult, the pursuers behind include Marquis Draka, a 9th-level dragon knight of the Aslade family, 2 9th-level worshippers of the royal family, and 3 9th-level professionals who have hidden their identities. In addition, there are 2 9th-level warlocks of the Alfred family who are currently trapped in the dream realm of the floating city. In Bomia's analysis and perception, the biggest threat to the floating city is the pursuers of the imperial royal family, and one of the 3 hidden identities. The most vigilant about the existence of the Truth Ring is undoubtedly the imperial family. Whether it is the behavior of the Truth Ring or the slogan of reviving the ancient magic empire, all mean that they are irreconcilable enemies with the empire. Especially when this kind of resistance organization has a 9th-level leader and a floating city. The threat level has changed from an annoying mosquito to a venomous snake hidden in the dark. Therefore, the royal family is always the most concerned about the elimination of the Truth Ring, even though it is a special period of the Crown Prince's fight for the throne. The special agency of the royal family responsible for the Circle of Truth is not affected much. As for the 3 9th levels with unknown identities, it does not necessarily mean that they are the secluded 9th levels in the empire. They may also be undercovers planted by the other 2 empires on the continent, due to the existence of Fiona, who is suspected to be the Star of Prophecy. It is normal for the Star Territory to have 1 or 2 9th levels stalking. After determining the specific composition of the pursuers, it is targeted to deal with them. What can be confirmed at present is that relying on the understanding of the deep dream world. After solving the most pressing Songqing secret sect, the other pursuers are currently some distance away from him, and he has gained a short period of free time. Now, the first thing to deal with is the 2 9th-level warlocks of the Alfred family. After escaping the risk of being attacked by multiple 9th-level warlocks, the impact of these 2 9th-level warlocks, who broke in alone on the floating city, was not that great. Ambus directly cut off part of the floating city area that carried them, and then threw them into a natural dream maze, a special natural phenomenon in the deep dream world. According to the research of the magic world, they are composed of countless dead dream world debris. With the unwillingness of the world being on the verge of destruction, countless twisted and disordered dream world fragments mix together to form a dream maze that spread throughout the inversion layer. If a dream explorer with insufficient strength accidentally falls into it, he may even be lost in it forever. Even if a 9th-level strongman can find a way to get out, it will not be done in a short time. After losing two 9th level warlocks of the Alfred family, the pursuer who needs to be dealt with is Marquis Draka. Marquis Draka seems to have a considerable hostility towards the Circle of Truth. After realizing the whereabouts of the floating city, he chased after it at almost no cost. He was the fastest chaser now, and the royal priests and other 9th level warriors were almost all left behind by him. Anvis didn't know why Draka was like this. It couldn't be because he was lucky and picked up the Sword of King selection. In this chase, the floating city finally arrived at the second battlefield selected by Anvis. The enemy that the boss said is coming. Are you ready? Hidden in the outer layer of a dream world. Sensing the faint pressure coming from a distant place, the black abyss of despair licked his lips, as if he saw some rare and delicious food. I really want to taste the despair of a 9th order strongman. Darkness will eventually cover everything. No matter how powerful an existence is, it cannot resist the coming of night. Darkness Titus spoke indifferently. Beside him, the thick darkness turned into a vast area like fog, covering the small dream world beside him. As if hiding and suppressing something, the will of the adults will be implemented. Desire Lilith spread her peach-colored wings, and the bright red magic circle flashed in her eyes. The entire dream world is gradually going crazy. The half-tree and half-elf madness Decius quietly took root on the bubble-like outer wall of the dream world. It shook the huge dark green canopy and made a slight rustling sound. The existence of the 4 nightmares is the second backhand arranged by Avis. In the dream world, the 4 nightmares that control some of the dream rules can each be used as half of the 9th order. In the case of deliberate calculation, with the existence of the floating city, Avis can completely ambush the pursuers behind. As the floating city gradually reached the designated location, a dream turbulence suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the floating city's flight path. As if it was unable to dodge, the floating city was suddenly caught up in this sudden dream turbulence, and suddenly began to bump around in the turbulence like a headless fly. After a while, the fastest running Marquis Draka caught up with the floating city in front that was trapped by the dream turbulence. However, after watching from a distance, he cautiously did not rush forward directly, but stayed far behind, waiting for other 9th levels to take action together. Although he wanted to crush the entire Circle of Truth to ashes, Marquis Draka still remained calm. After all, it was a floating city, the highest magic crystallization of the High Elf civilization, and the vicious truth ring criminals. If you rush to take revenge rashly, you will easily put yourself in danger. It doesn't matter if this body is destroyed. If the positioning coordinates of the truth ring are lost again, it will be difficult to encounter it next time. While he was waiting patiently, the 9th level worshipper of the royal family, the Dragon Knight of the Aslade family, and 3 other 9th level worshippers arrived one after another. Ha ha! The floating city is entangled by the dream turbulence. This is a good opportunity. We must seize it as soon as possible. Seeing this, the 9th level Dragon Knight of the Aslade family Golden Wings laughed loudly, raised his lance, and signaled the surrounding 9th level worshippers to rush together. What if it's a trap? A 9th level worshipper of the royal family poured a basin of cold water. He took out a crystal-like slender staff from the ring and pointed it cautiously in the direction of the floating city. However, after a moment, the staff did not change at all, and he could not predict any feedback from the staff, which made him frown even more. What are you afraid of? What if there is a trap? Are you just going to watch it escape the dream turbulence? Shaking his head with disdain, Golden Wings raised his lance and charged towards the floating city. During the charge, he was completely integrated with the aura of the giant dragon he sat on. The dazzling golden light gathered into a meteor at the tip of his lance, and the golden magic fighting spirit dragged a long tail behind him, like a pair of huge wings spread out. Due to the special nature of the Dragon Knight, this attack was actually equivalent to the combined efforts of 2 9th level warriors. While he launched the attack, several other 9th level warriors looked at each other and did not try to land on the floating city directly, but released spells remotely to test the reality of the floating city. Chapter 737 Final Battle. Dream turbulence is similar to dream maze, both of which are common natural disasters in the deep dream world. However, unlike the dream maze, which is a mixture of the remnants of the collapse of countless dream worlds and traps people in an almost endless lost space, dream turbulence is a distortion in the time level. From the outside, dream turbulence is like a river shining with starlight, but what flows in it are chaotic dream fragments. What the existence that falls into it needs to face is the ancient dream wash that once existed in the history of the deep dream world. Maybe in the last second, You are still cruising in the dream of the ancient dark sea monster, surrounded by dark and cold sea water. And in the next second, you are in the center of the hot desert after countless thousands of years of human disappearance, looking up at the pale sun from the perspective of a lizard-like creature. At the same time, the flow of time in these dream turbulences is not a constant speed forward, but sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and may even be infinitely close to stillness. Of course, all this is relative to the time axis of the outside world. For the ninth order, since most of them have clones, life possessions, reincarnation rituals, and other backups that are closely related to themselves in the outside world, none of them are fatal, but it will be troublesome to get rid of them. However, the dream turbulence that the floating city fell into was actually condensed by Avis using the 8th level secret method dream turbulence summoning recorded in the dream inheritance land data, which is a little different from the real naturally generated dream turbulence. The speed of time in this turbulence can be affected by Avis to a certain extent when the comet charge of golden wings entered the outer layer of the turbulence. In the perception of many ninth orders in the outside world, the figure of the Dragon Knight, which exuded a powerful magic aura like the sun, suddenly became blurred. Although the target of the attack was always locked on the floating city deep in the dream turbulence due to the guidance of the rule power, the sudden delay of the time flow made it impossible to close the distance for a while. Although the 9th level strongman had already come into contact with the rules, he still could not get rid of the influence of the time flow. Under this delay, many subsequent rule power attacks also fell into this dream turbulence. The spread of a large number of alien rule powers, like dropping drops of colored ink into clear water, immediately caused unstable disturbances to the overall structure of the turbulence. The first to be affected by this disturbance was the golden wings that was half confined by the delayed time flow. The vibration of the rule power in the environment made him escape from the time delay area, but it also made him groan and suffer a little injury. For the 9th level, the feeling of being impacted by the rule vibration is like an ordinary person suffering from severe motion sickness, which is very uncomfortable. Those guys definitely did it on purpose. With a cold look behind him, Golden Wings gripped his lance tightly, increased the output of rule power again, and went all out to break through each dream fragment. He dared to choose to charge alone, and he also had his own considerations. There was only one floating city, although they seemed to be in a cooperative state at present. There was no doubt that in the end, they would definitely fight for the core ownership of the floating city. With the assistance of his dragon partner, he was the strongest 9th level individual on the scene. If he retreated to the back, it would not only be easy to cause others to jointly target him, but also unable to play his advantage in breaking through. But if he charged in front, in the case of an unclear battle situation, the 9th level behind him would definitely provide assistance for his attack in order to test him. As long as he can break into the floating city, he will have the hope of taking away the eternal core before everyone else. Let's do our best too. Golden Wing. Roar. No problem. Patting the golden dragon under him, the knight in dark golden armor gestured to his mount partner. The next moment, a rich golden domain spread out from both the knight and the dragon at the same time, and then overlapped in a peculiar way, forming a spherical dark golden domain that completely covered the dragon knight's body. That is the core secret of the dragon knight profession of the Aslade family. Domain fusion. It can burst out the control of the rule domain equivalent to the limit of the 9th level in a short period of time, and can directly ignore the general rule power attack. The battle between the 9th levels is the competition of the control of the rule power of both sides. If the complete world rules are 100%, then the newly promoted 9th level can only control and use 10% of it at most. The old 9th level can control more than 30% of the rules, and the 9th level limit is higher than 65% and lower than 70%. Going up, it is the limit-breaking domain. The higher the control of the power of rules, the more you can suppress the opponent with more than the opponent's power, while offsetting the opponent's power. With the existence of the fusion field, combined with the 9th level rule combat skill Meteor Charge, the power of this attack has reached the 9th level limit, and can even directly smash the ordinary 9th level field. Holding the lance tightly in his hand, Golden Wings S will become highly focused, and the dragon under him also seemed to have a tacit understanding, and the charge speed burst out again. At this time, the dream turbulent structure after being attacked has become unstable, and can no longer stop him. Then, as the floating city area that is the focus of the attack, the impact will only be greater. In other words, the floating city may suffer some damage, but it can also get rid of the turbulence control faster and continue to escape. He will never allow this to happen. With the full efforts of Golden Wings, the dark golden comet emitting powerful rule power fluctuations quickly penetrated the layers of turbulence and arrived at the floating city. Then, in a series of rapid alarms, it suddenly broke through the protective magic membrane and broke into the depths of the floating city structure. A large amount of broken debris flew around from the pierced hole. After this heavy blow, the light on the surface of the floating city suddenly flickered unsteadily, as if some key area was destroyed, and it stopped directly. At this moment, the turbulence surrounding the floating city seemed to be unable to maintain its own structure due to the interference of multiple 9th-level attacks, and slowly dissipated. Looking at the floating city that was quietly floating between several bubbles of the dream world, with a big hole on its surface, as if it had lost its ability to resist, the 9th-level outsiders looked at each other, and their positions quietly dispersed. The next moment, 2 9th-levels who had hidden their identities and Marquis Draka suddenly disappeared, and directly entered the floating city through the big hole opened by the Golden Wings. But in Bomia's analysis, the 9th-level who had hidden his identity and the 2 Imperial Royal Family's worshippers, who posed the greatest threat, did not break into the floating city. After looking at each other, they unexpectedly took out the limit-breaking wonders at the same time and started the unsealing procedure. It seemed that they were ready to ignore those 9th ranks, who entered and destroy the floating city from the outside. Watching all this from afar, Avis in the control room of the floating city frowned, and finally gave the order to the 4 nightmares to take action. As Avis's order was issued, the 3 9th ranks outside the floating city suddenly stopped, and then looked vigilantly at a huge bubble-like dream world crystal wall nearby. Over there, the blue-gold giant Themis Colossus emerged from the crystal wall, and then rushed towards the 2 9th ranks of the royal family. The Annihilation main gun on its chest had finished charging, and it seemed that it was about to launch an attack. Chapter 738. As the ultimate protective unit of the floating city, even the 9th level dare not take on the Annihilation rule attack of the Themis Colossus. As they were maintaining the activation ceremony of the limit-breaking artifact, the 2 priests quickly exchanged glances. The next moment, the royal priest, who controlled the activation ceremony of the artifact, directly changed the attack direction of the ritual array. The limit-breaking one-time artifact Sword of Truth that was originally prepared to be launched against the floating city was used on the Themis Colossus. With this control, in the center of the ritual array, a rusty sword inserted in a heavy magic book lit up, and then instantly pulled out of the book. The next moment, the book that separated from the rusty sword turned into countless brilliances and merged into the sword body of the rusty sword, turning its blade into pure brilliance in an instant, and terrifying rule fluctuations immediately emanated from it. Truth is only within the attack range of the sword's tip, as the worshipper chanted the activation spell of the Sword of Truth. The next moment, the sword suspended in the magic circle drew a white line in an instant, colliding head-on with the magic beam of the Annihilation main cannon activated by the Themis Colossus, and directly split it from the center, penetrated it, and finally suddenly pierced into the center of the chest of the Themis Colossus. In an instant, the upper body of the Themis Colossus was wrapped in a violent light explosion, and the connection with the core of the floating city, Bomia, became intermittent, while the Royal Ninth Order was bombarding the main cannon of the Themis Colossus. Another Ninth Order, who was planning to control the limit-breaking strange object to attack the floating city, was entangled by the long-prepared 4 nightmares. Bomia's perception was not wrong. The last Ninth Order, who hid his identity, was actually one of the members of the Federal Parliament. He took on the secret mission arranged by the current speaker, carrying the Parliament's limit-breaking artifact Scepter of Decay, responsible for monitoring Fiona's daily actions. If there is an emergency, he can also decide on his own course of action. Obviously, the floating city of the Ring of Truth was caught, which is undoubtedly a sudden and major situation, facing the joint efforts of the 4 nightmares of the half-step 9th level. He did not panic at all. Instead, while controlling the limit-breaking artifact to aim at the floating city, he controlled the staff and spell book with one hand, and forced the 4 nightmares back with a torrent of spells. However, the main course that Anvis prepared for him was not the 4 nightmares. When he sensed the darkness spreading behind the 4 nightmares, his ease came to an abrupt end. From a small dream behind the 4 nightmares, endless, nearly liquid dark matter surged out like a tide, gathered into a twisted shape like a sea of tentacles, and covered him with overwhelming force. The terrifying aura that seemed to silence all the power of rules locked the counselor in, causing his face to change drastically in an instant. Using the perspective of the four nightmares, Avis was thoughtful, as he sensed the scene of the 9th level counselor fighting against the Dark Ocean. According to the records of the ancient star civilization, in ancient times, ancient extraterritorial beings once roamed the continent. They spread darkness and terror wantonly, and all life was their food for wanton use. Until a certain time, the ancient beings suddenly left this world collectively, and the light of civilization appeared on the continent. But in fact, they did not disappear completely. Due to various reasons, there are still a small number of ancient beings who are forced to stay in the lost places of this world. If you accidentally step into the sleeping place of these ancient beings, you will have to face the ultimate horror of the ancient times again. The miniature dream world that the four nightmares had previously tightly controlled was the dream of the sleeping ancient beings. In the data of the star civilization, it was rarely marked with black, which represented death. They feed on beings that normally use the power of rules. The reason why the four nightmares were not attacked in the first place was that their existence was partially similar to its existence. In other words, it didn't look as delicious as the 9th level counselor. Facing the attacking ancient dark existence, the counselor did not hesitate to use the deceased scepter that was originally prepared to attack the floating city. The rusty yellow rays, like crystals, were excited from the top of the scepter and sank into the dark ocean that swept in. The dark ocean hit by the beam surged violently, and with the landing point as the center of the circle, the rusty yellow color quickly spread around, turning everything it touched into crystal dust without any magic. While the limit-breaking artifact severely damaged him and the aura blockade was broken, the congressman immediately used the artifact to break through the dream space and escape. His own life is the most important. Even if the floating city escapes this time, there will always be a next time. After losing the trace of the congressman, the dark ocean surged for a while, and the target changed, locking on the two royal priests entangled by the Themis Colossus nearby. As it approached, the Themis Colossus directly shut down the energy output and turned into a cold metal lump, which directly made it lose interest as the main target of the strange existence. The weaker of the two priests, who did not have time to escape, was eventually swallowed by the dark sea. The stronger one saw that it was impossible to do anything, and took advantage of the desperate self-explosion of the weaker priest when he was swallowed, and decisively used the strange object to forcibly open the connection between the deep dream world and the shallow dream world, and then escaped, while fighting with several 9th level warriors from the outside world in the dark sea. Several 9th level warriors, who broke into the floating city, were trapped in the dream field inside the floating city by the mode changed by Anthus. This is the ability that existed when the floating city was originally designed. In the face of the existence of a single soldier who might break in with the powerful individual strength, the floating city can also directly turn a certain area inside the city into a cage and trap the enemy in it. Although the injury caused by Golden Wing seemed serious from the outside, in fact, his charge had just entered a short distance before it was intercepted by Bomia mobilizing the power of the floating city. And it was still far from the core area, because it is located in the deep dream world. The power of the dream realm has been additionally amplified. This was reminded by the floating city's core tower spirit Bomia. Although Avis didn't quite understand why the dream realm of the floating city was amplified by the dream world, it was a good thing for him. Due to the endless magic power of the pseudo-eternal core, it was not impossible to forcibly trap 3 9th level and a Dragon Knight for a short time. However, as time went on, the structure of the floating city itself could no longer withstand the attacks of 4 9th level people in it, and began to collapse. It happened that the 9th level people in the outside world had died or run away at this time. So Avis simply gave a remote order to Bomia to release 2 9th level people inside to deliver food to the strange existence outside. According to Avis's instructions, the floating city directly cut off the 4th to 6th sectors, and separated the Dragon Knight Golden Wing and another 9th level hidden identity from the floating city. At the same time, the floating city fully activated the hidden module to reduce its presence to the lowest point. Boom! Without the restraint of Bomia, the lance attack of the Golden Wing directly opened a hole in the separated 4th sector from the inside out. However, what greeted him outside the hole was endless twisted whispers and crazy surging dark tentacles. The rich rule power aura emitted by the fusion field of the Golden Dragon Knight has an unparalleled huge temptation to the extraterritorial existence in the dream. Facing this unknown and strange existence, Golden Wing, who sensed the enemy's power level, changed his face drastically. He wanted to continue searching for the whereabouts of the floating city, but he rushed left and right under the entanglement of countless dark tentacles, and could not break through for a while. Soon, the dark golden domain light gradually dimmed in the encirclement of the dark sea, and then suddenly brightened, briefly stretching a gap in the endless twisted dark tentacles. A thin dark golden thread, with a weak breath, emerged from it, and quickly moved away at an astonishing speed. At this time, another 9th level also got rid of the debris separated from the floating city. But when he saw the scene outside, he shrank back and hid on the spot. In the floating city, with the call of Avis, a new dream turbulence once again enveloped the floating city. Because the floating city itself was in a hidden state, the chaotic dream turbulence blurred its perception. After continuing to unconsciously expand to the deep dream space around it for a while, the endless dark ocean shrank again and returned to the original small dream world. Chapter 739 Results. After everything settled, Avis controlled the floating city to slowly escape from the other end of the dream turbulence and away from the battlefield area. At the last moment of the battle, Golden Wings finally relied on an unknown burst of power to break free from the entanglement of the dark tentacles and escape successfully. Avis was not surprised by this result. After all, as a direct 9th level from the 4 major families of the Empire, he always had some life-saving trump cards. He set up these ambushes, and his initial goal was not to really leave a lot of 9th level, but to scare the enemy away and keep as many as possible. If this world where the ancient existence is sleeping is not enough, he will lead the enemy to another dangerous place later. If the danger is discovered by the enemy, then go to the next one. There may not be much else in the deep dream world, but there are as many dangers as you want. Moreover, among the 9th level chasing the floating city, except for the monsters of Pomona and Songqing esoteric cult who may have been prepared, the other 9th levels are completely hasty. Although they found the traces of the floating city at the first time, their original goal was not to destroy the truth ring and seize the floating city, but to monitor Fiona's movements. The sudden appearance of the truth ring was a complete surprise to them, but Avis was well prepared. As an 8th level prophet, it was not a surprising thing that he successfully forced back several 9th levels who were chasing behind. And the 9th level who had been hiding in the wreckage of the floating city did not continue to chase after him after successfully avoiding the induction of the unknown ancient existence through the secret art of concealment, as if he was afraid of the floating city. At this point, all the enemies chasing behind were dealt with by Avis. After solving the crisis of being chased, Avis still needs to deal with the 2 9th levels trapped in the floating city. After sending away the 2 9th levels by dividing the floating city into different areas, at present, there are only Marquis Draka and another unknown 9th level left in the floating city. They are the 2 9th levels with the weakest overall strength who broke into the floating city. According to Bomia's analysis, trapping them puts the least pressure on the floating city. However, since the main structure of the floating city has become somewhat unstable after the rampage of the 4 9th levels before, it still seems a bit inadequate to trap 2 9th levels at the same time in this state. After realizing that it was impossible to do anything, Avis evaluated the value of the 2 people and finally chose to throw out the 9th level who had hidden his identity directly, leaving only Marquis Draka. Although the strength of the 2 9th levels is similar, the identity of Marquis Draka is more valuable, and a single opponent below the 9th level limit is not a threat to the floating city. Under the threat of the floating city's final weapon, Lightless Moon, the 9th rank who was thrown out by Avis ran away without hesitation. Inside the floating city, Marquis Draka, who was left alone, was in bad luck. As a fortress personally controlled by a legendary high-level elf, even if the floating city controlled by Avis was not complete, the main structure had been damaged. But when it was fully targeted at a single 9th rank inside, it was still enough to completely suppress him. After eliminating the interference of other 9th ranks, Avis asked Bomia to slowly wear away the various marks left by the 9th rank on the surface of the floating city, while activating the multiple weakening and magic silencing arrays inside the floating city to further weaken Marquis Draka. Avis left Marquis Draka alone for a deeper consideration. First, as a Marquis of the Empire, Draka is almost destined to stand on the opposite side of him in the future, so it is better to take the opportunity to get rid of him in advance. Secondly, Avis also wanted to try whether a true 9th level professional could be controlled by the Twisted Seed. Although Bishop Yanel was also 9th level, he was controlled by Avis when he was 8th level. If it were not for the accident of the Saint ceremony, he would not have been able to break through the 9th level in 100 years. And after Yanel broke through the 9th level, the control of the Twisted Seed over him also showed some abnormalities. Although he would still obey Avis's orders and create 9th level disposable wonders for Avis, he did not continue to obey all instructions indiscriminately. When Avis's orders were in fundamental conflict with his belief in the holy light, he could choose to refuse. If Yanel before the breakthrough was compared to a fanatic, then after the breakthrough, he changed from a fanatic to a rational believer, and believed in more than one god. This may be the peculiarity of the 9th level priest. But Avis had no other samples before, so it was impossible to be sure. This time, he planned to try the effect of the distortion seed on an ordinary 9th level warrior. The difficulty facing him now was that the distortion seed could not be effective on a target that was much stronger than himself. The gap between the 9th and 8th levels was too big, and Avis had to weaken Marquis Draka to a sufficiently weak level first, while also preventing him from choosing to self-destruct in despair. After analyzing Marquis Draka's condition through Bomia, Avis finally chose the slowest method with the highest success rate. Through the composite inscription array, the spirit of Marquis Draka was forcibly trapped in a time-like illusion, and the rules were created to interfere with the environment, while isolating him from the rules of the outside world. His perception was confused, causing him to misjudge his own state. At the same time, since Draka's life was not threatened, the life-sensing wonders he left in the outside world would not self-destruct, causing others to pay attention. This method is safe, but the only problem is that every second these arrays are maintained, an astronomical amount of magic power is consumed. Even the large element pool of the Mage Tower is not enough to keep all the arrays running at full power for 10 minutes. Only the floating city with an endless source of magic power can really use this method to trap a 9th level for a long time. In the secret base of the Spark organization in Silver Gull City, Avis left the deep meditation state and woke up again, although this battle seemed to have caused him a lot of losses, and the floating city was seriously damaged. Taking the opportunity to get rid of the 2 priests of the Songxing esoteric cult and capturing Marquis Draka was enough to make up for all the losses. It will take some time for Marquis Draka to be weakened to a sufficient degree. During this period, the clone in the floating city only needs to keep monitoring Marquis Draka, which will not involve him much energy. He can now deal with other things. For example, investigate the reason why Grey Mist was so fearless in making trouble before. However, when Avis just contacted other clones, he found the abnormal change of the situation. The Prophet Hermit, who he had accepted in the Federation before, and was currently fishing under his Mirror Man clone, rarely took the initiative to find his clone and passed him a message. The situation has changed. Grey Mist is about to break through. Do you want to join? Chapter 740 Grey Mist's Big Move. Due to the different speed of time in the deep dream world, from the time Avis controlled the floating city to escape, to the time when he resolved the pursuers and returned to the Yar continent, about 2 days had passed in the main material world. During this period, Grey Mist's high-profile behavior obviously attracted the attention of all the prophets. After contacting the Hermit, Avis quickly figured out the situation on his side. There was a reason for Grey Mist's unusual high-profile behavior. According to the Hermit's news, Grey Mist was currently in a special state. Previously, Grey Mist cooperated with the current federal speaker to jointly promote the constructed network headband and use it to harvest fate feedback and the influence of the network of fate. This is a secret that many high-level prophets know. For this reason, they all competed with Grey Mist for control of the constructed network in both open and covert ways, and did not let Grey Mist break through comfortably. However, what all other prophets did not expect was that although Grey Mist was competing fiercely with them for control of the network on the surface, behind the scenes, what he really needed was not simply relying on the interference caused by the popularization of the network on the continent, as the federal parliament has been making every effort to re-promote the magic construct headband. As the popularity of the construct network has reached a certain level, the most critical part of Grey Mist's plan has been achieved. There is one thing that Grey Mist has hidden from everyone. He is not only a promoter of the construct network, but also the creator of the main structure of the construct network. Even if the main structure of the new network has been modified, the foundation is still his. Through his own understanding of the underlying structure of the network, Grey Mist directly used his hidden authority to secretly control the information flow of the construct network, and at the same time, directly disclosed a large amount of information through the network and synchronized it to all network users. That was a lot of knowledge that was originally kept secret by all the major forces. such as the complete detailed process of each profession's breakthrough from the first level to the 7th level, detailed information on increasing the success rate of the breakthrough, and the sources of the required treasures and auxiliary medicines, which even included some hidden professions. There are also various secret methods such as body forging and blood transformation, as well as a large number of high and low-level spell models, inscription structures, spell gestures, lists of spell materials, etc. Everything is available. As an 8th level extreme prophet and 9th level spellcaster, the knowledge that Grey Mist disclosed on the construction network is even more sophisticated and comprehensive than the inheritance of most small and medium-sized forces. Grey Mist's move directly broke the information blockade that the ruling class tried every means to maintain. With this key information, a large part of the obstacles to the rise of civilian professionals were directly removed. At the same time, with the help of a mysterious stranger, Grey Mist sorted out a set of concepts that are completely different from the existing social structure, proposing all men are born equal, and began to spread it in the internal network of the Spark Resistance organization. The reason why those nobles are stronger than you is just because their ancestors monopolized most of the important cultivation resources. Then they use the cultivation resources that should belong to you to make you work for them, and continue to help them monopolize more resources. But why are civilian professionals born to be oppressed? Although the nobles are powerful, they are not invincible. There are also many like-minded people who choose to resist. The initial spark has now spread faintly into a prairie fire, after Grey Mist launched his backup plan, due to various accidents. From the time Grey Mist officially launched the plan to the time the high-level officials of many kingdoms in the Federation found something wrong, half a magic hour had passed. Although the nobles of many kingdoms in the Federation responded immediately, completely banning the sale and use of the constructed network headbands in their territories, and dispatching the knights to clear the constructed headbands from house to house. It was too late. When the information gap between the majority of civilian professionals and the small and medium-sized noble professionals was leveled by the gray fog, it was foreseeable that there would be unprecedented turmoil and reshuffles in the future. Perhaps many professionals still dare not resist because they are afraid of the majesty of the rulers. But there will eventually be some professionals who have been stuck in breakthrough resources or have been oppressed by the nobles and will choose to take risks. Under the pressure, some high-level officials of small kingdoms even considered using large-scale mental magic to collectively brainwash the grassroots masses, directly erase the information they should not see, and restore everything to its original state. However, this proposal was eventually abandoned due to its excessive negative impact and meaninglessness. It is difficult to operate large-scale mental magic with precision. If it is not done well, it is easy to brainwash normal professionals into fools. Moreover, if the information in the constructed network is not resolved, it will be meaningless even if they really brainwash the people. The most bizarre thing is that the Speaker of the Federal Parliament and more than half of the members did not take any action in response to the Grey Fog's actions, even though they are also the supreme rulers of the major kingdoms in the Federation. They let all this happen, even if some members later took this matter to the Parliament for an urgent vote. The Speaker's response was just a light sentence: "The Parliament has been informed of the situation, and will find a way to deal with it later," and then there was no follow-up. Obviously, in this incident, Grey Mist at least reached a certain consensus with them in advance. The consequence of many parliamentarians not being united in this matter is that some kingdoms asked the 9th level guardians to personally take action and roughly clean up the constructed network headbands circulating in their own kingdoms. However, since the headbands of other kingdoms were not cleaned up, these kingdoms almost did nothing. As if by coincidence, the time when Grey Mist launched the plan completely happened to be very short before and after the attack of the Sungshing secret cult on Fiona. After listening to the detailed account of the hermit, Avis finally understood the situation of Grey Mist. Obviously, Grey Mist's move has far-reaching enough impact. In a big way, it may even permanently change the pattern of professionals in the Federation and even the continent. However, in Avis's observation, although the Web of Destiny has shown an obvious change in the Federation area, there are no other special fluctuations afterwards. Even when the 6th level professionals officially break through the 7th level, the Web of Destiny will have fluctuations that will cause all prophet to have obvious induction. According to the records, if the 8th level prophet breaks through to the 9th level, it will even cause a comprehensive shock to the Web of Destiny of the continent. Even if he was in the deep dream world before, he could not fail to sense it. In other words, no matter what the reason, Although Grey Fog made a big news in the Federation, he still failed to really break through, and there was still hope to stop him. Other high-level Prophet Masters also knew this, and they have urgently joined forces to try every means to destroy the constructed network nodes in various parts of the Federation and delay the progress of Grey Fog's breakthrough. They are also urgently discussing whether to kill Grey Fog directly before he really breaks through. The Hermit urgently contacted Avis to discuss with him what they should do.